2. Self-feeling. These are primarily self-complacency and self-dissatisfaction. Of what is called self-love, I will treat a little farther on. Language has synonyms enough for both primary feelings. Thus pride, conceit, vanity, self-esteem, arrogance, vainglory, on the one hand. And on the other modesty, humility, confusion, diffidence, shame, mortification, contrition, the sense of obloquy in personal despair. These two opposite classes of affection seem to be direct and elementary endowments of our nature. Associationists would have it that they are, on the other hand, secondary phenomena arising from a rapid computation of the sensible pleasures or pains to which our prosperous or debased personal predicament is likely to lead. The sum of the represented pleasures forming the self-satisfaction, and the sum of the represented pains forming the opposite feeling of shame. No doubt, when we are self-satisfied, we do fondly rehearse all possible rewards for our desert, and when in a fit of self-despair we forebode evil. But the mere expectation of reward is not the self-satisfaction, and the mere apprehension of the evil is not the self-despair, for there is a certain average tone of self-feeling which each one of us carries about with him, and which is independent of the objective reasons we may have for satisfaction or discontent. That is, a very meanly conditioned man may abound in unfaltering conceit, and one whose success in life is secure and who is esteemed by all may remain diffident of his powers to the end. One may say, however, that the normal provocative of self-feeling is one's actual success or failure, and the good or bad actual position one holds in the world. He put in his thumb and pulled out a plum, and said, "What a good boy am I." A man with a broadly extended empirical ego, with powers that have uniformly brought him success, with place and wealth and friends and fame, is not likely to be visited by the morbid diffidences and doubts about himself which he had when he was a boy. Is not this great Babylon, which I have planted? Whereas he who has made one blunder after another, and still lies in middle life among the failures at the foot of the hill, is liable to grow all sicklied o'er with self-distrust, and to shrink from trials with which his powers can really cope. The emotions themselves of self-satisfaction and abasement are of a unique sort, each as worthy to be classed as a primitive emotional species as are, for example, rage or pain. Each has its own peculiar physiognomical expression. In self-satisfaction the extensor muscles are innervated, the eye is strong and glorious, the gait rolling and elastic, the nostril dilated, and a peculiar smile plays upon the lips. This whole complex of symptoms is seen in an exquisite way in lunatic asylums, which always contain some patients who are literally mad with conceit, and whose fatuous expression and absurdly strutting or swaggering gait is in tragic contrast with their lack of any valuable personal quality. It is in these same castles of despair that we find the strongest examples of the opposite physiognomy, in good people who think they have committed the unpardonable sin and are lost forever, who crouch and cringe and slink from notice, and are unable to speak aloud or look us in the eye. Like fear and like anger, in similar morbid conditions, these opposite feelings of self may be aroused with no adequate exciting cause. And in fact we ourselves know how the barometer of our self-esteem and confidence rises and falls from one day to another through causes that seem to be visceral and organic rather than rational, and which certainly answer to no corresponding variations in the esteem in which we are held by our friends. Of the origin of these emotions in the race, we can speak better when we have treated of 3. Self-seeking and self-preservation. These words cover a large number of our fundamental instinctive impulses. We have those of bodily self-seeking, those of social self-seeking, and those of spiritual self-seeking. All the ordinary useful reflex actions and movements of alimentation and defense are acts of bodily self-preservation. Fear and anger prompt to acts that are useful in the same way. Whilst if by self-seeking we mean the providing for the future as distinguished from maintaining the present, we must class both anger and fear with the hunting, the acquisitive, the home-constructing and the tool-constructing instincts, as impulses to self-seeking of the bodily kind. Really, however, these latter instincts, with amativeness, parental fondness, curiosity and emulation, seek not only the development of the bodily self, but that of the material self in the widest possible sense of the word. Our social self-seeking, in turn, is carried on directly through our amativeness and friendliness, our desire to please and attract notice and admiration, our emulation and jealousy, our love of glory, influence, and power. And indirectly through whichever of the material self-seeking impulses prove serviceable as means to social ends. That the direct social self-seeking impulses are probably pure instincts is easily seen. The noteworthy thing about the desire to be recognized by others is that its strength has so little to do with the worth of the recognition computed in sensational or rational terms. We are crazy to get a visiting list which shall be large, to be able to say when anyone is mentioned, "Oh, I know him well," and to be bowed to in the street by half the people we meet. Of course, distinguished friends and admiring recognition are the most desirable. Thackeray somewhere asks his readers to confess whether it would not give each of them an exquisite pleasure to be met walking down Pall Mall with a duke on either arm. But in default of dukes and envious salutations, almost anything will do for some of us. And there is a whole race of beings today whose passion is to keep their names in the newspapers, no matter under what heading, arrivals and departures, personal paragraphs, interviews, gossip, even scandal will suit them if nothing better is to be had. Gouteux, Garfield's assassin, is an example of the extremity to which this sort of craving for the notoriety of print may go in a pathological case. The newspapers bounded his mental horizon. And in the poor wretch's prayer on the scaffold, one of the most heartfelt expressions was, "The newspaper press of this land has a big bill to settle with thee, O Lord. Not only the people but the places and things I know enlarge myself in a sort of metaphoric social way. C'est me connaît, as the French workman says of the implement he can use well. So that it comes about that persons for whose opinion we care nothing are nevertheless persons whose notice we woo. And that many a man truly great, many a woman truly fastidious in most respects, will take a deal of trouble to dazzle some insignificant cad whose whole personality they heartily despise." Under the head of spiritual self-seeking ought to be included every impulse toward psychic progress, whether intellectual, moral, or spiritual in the narrow sense of the term. It must be admitted, however, that much that commonly passes for spiritual self-seeking in this narrow sense is only material and social self-seeking beyond the grave. In the Mohammedan desire for paradise and the Christian aspiration not to be damned in hell, the materiality of the good sought is undisguised. In the more positive and refined view of heaven, many of its goods, the fellowship of the saints and of our dead ones, and the presence of God, are but social goods of the most exalted kind. It is only the search of the redeemed inward nature, the spotlessness from sin, whether here or hereafter, that can count as spiritual self-seeking pure and undefined. But this broad external review of the facts of the life of the self will be incomplete without some account of the rivalry and conflict of the different selves. With most objects of desire, physical nature restricts our choice to but one of many represented goods, and even so it is here. I am often confronted by the necessity of standing by one of my empirical selves and relinquishing the rest. Not that I would not, if I could, be both handsome and fat and well-dressed, and a great athlete, and make $1 million a year, be a wit, a bon vivant, and a lady-killer, as well as a philosopher, a philanthropist, statesman, warrior, an African explorer, as well as a tone poet and saint. But the thing is simply impossible. The millionaire's work would run counter to the saint's. The bon vivant and the philanthropist would trip each other up, the philosopher and the lady-killer could not well keep house in the same tenement of clay. Such different characters may conceivably at the outset of life be alike possible to a man. But to make any one of them actual, the rest must more or less be suppressed. So the seeker of his truest, strongest, deepest self must review the list carefully, and pick out the one on which to stake his salvation. All other selves thereupon become unreal, but the fortunes of this self are real. Its failures are real failures, its triumphs real triumphs, carrying shame and gladness with them. This is as strong an example as there is of that selective industry of the mind on which I insisted some pages back, ff. Our thought, incessantly deciding, among many things of a kind, which ones for it shall be realities, here chooses one of many possible selves or characters, and forthwith reckons it no shame to fail in any of those not adopted expressly as its own. I, who for the time have staked my all on being a psychologist, am mortified if others know much more psychology than I. But I am contented to wallow in the grossest ignorance of Greek. My deficiencies there give me no sense of personal humiliation at all. Had I pretensions to be a linguist, it would have been just the reverse. So we have the paradox of a man shamed to death because he is only the second pugilist or the second oarsman in the world. That he is able to beat the whole population of the globe -1 is nothing, he has pitted himself to beat that one. And as long as he doesn't do that, nothing else counts. He is to his own regard as if he were not, indeed he is not. Yonder puny fellow, however, whom every one can beat, suffers no chagrin about it, for he has long ago abandoned the attempt to carry that line, as the merchants say, of self at all. With no attempt there can be no failure. With no failure no humiliation. So our self-feeling in this world depends entirely on what we back ourselves to be and do. It is determined by the ratio of our actualities to our supposed potentialities. A fraction of which our pretensions are the denominator and the numerator our success, thus, self-esteem equals success/pretensions. Such a fraction may be increased as well by diminishing the denominator as by increasing the numerator. To give up pretensions is as blessed a relief as to get them gratified, and where disappointment is incessant, and the struggle unending, this is what men will always do. The history of evangelical theology, with its conviction of sin, its self-despair, and its abandonment of salvation by works, is the deepest of possible examples, but we meet others in every walk of life. There is the strangest lightness about the heart when one's nothingness in a particular line is once accepted in good faith. All is not bitterness in the lot of the lover sent away by the final inexorable no. Many Bostonians, creed experto, and inhabitants of other cities, too, I fear, would be happier women and men today, if they could once for all abandon the notion of keeping up a musical self. And without shame let people hear them call a symphony a nuisance. How pleasant is the day when we give up striving to be young, or slender. Thank God. We say, those illusions are gone. Everything added to the self is a burden as well as a pride. A certain man who lost every penny during our Civil War went and actually rolled in the dust, saying he had not felt so free and happy since he was born. Once more, then, our self-feeling is in our power. As Carlyle says, make thy claim of wages the zero, then hast thou the world under thy feet. Well did the wisest of our time write, it is only with renunciation that life, properly speaking, can be said to begin. Neither threats nor pleadings can move a man unless they touch some one of his potential or actual selves. Only thus can we, as a rule, get a purchase on another's will. The first care of diplomatists and monarchs and all who wish to rule or influence is, accordingly, to find out their victim's strongest principle of self-regard, so as to make that the fulcrum of all appeals. But if a man has given up those things which are subject to foreign fate, and ceased to regard them as parts of himself at all, we are well nigh powerless over him. The Stoic receipt for contentment was to dispossess yourself in advance of all that was out of your own power, then fortune's shocks might rain down unfelt. Epictetus exhorts us, by thus narrowing and at the same time solidifying ourself to make it invulnerable, I must die, well, but must I die groaning too? I will speak what appears to be right, and if the despot says, then I will put you to death, I will reply, when did I ever tell you that I was immortal? You will do your part and I mine, it is yours to kill and mine to die intrepid. Yours to banish, mine to depart untroubled. How do we act in a voyage? We choose the pilot, the sailors, the hour. Afterwards comes a storm. What have I to care for? My part is performed. This matter belongs to the pilot. But the ship is sinking. What then have I to do? That which alone I can do, submit to being drowned without fear, without clamor, or accusing of God, but as one who knows that what is born must likewise die. This Stoic fashion, though efficacious and heroic enough in its place and time, is, it must be confessed, only possible as an habitual mood of the soul to narrow and unsympathetic characters. It proceeds altogether by exclusion. If I am a Stoic, the goods I cannot appropriate cease to be my goods, and the temptation lies very near to deny that they are goods at all. We find this mode of protecting the self by exclusion and denial very common among people who are in other respects not Stoics. All narrow people entrench their me, they retract it, from the region of what they cannot securely possess. People who don't resemble them, or who treat them with indifference, people over whom they gain no influence, are people on whose existence, however meritorious it may intrinsically be, they look with chill negation, if not with positive hate. Who will not be mine I will exclude from existence altogether, that is, as far as I can make it so, such people shall be as if they were not. Thus may a certain absoluteness and definiteness in the outline of my me console me for the smallness of its content. Sympathetic people, on the contrary, proceed by the entirely opposite way of expansion and inclusion. The outline of their self often gets uncertain enough, but for this the spread of its content more than atones. Nil humani a me alienum. Let them despise this little person of mine, and treat me like a dog, I shall not negate them so long as I have a soul in my body. They are realities as much as I am. What positive good is in them shall be mine too, etc., etc. The magnanimity of these expansive natures is often touching indeed. Such persons can feel a sort of delicate rapture in thinking that, however sick, ill-favored, mean-conditioned, and generally forsaken they may be, they yet are integral parts of the whole of this brave world. Have a fellow's share in the strength of the dray horses, the happiness of the young people, the wisdom of the wise ones, and are not altogether without part or lot in the good fortunes of the Vanderbilts and the Hohenzollerns themselves. Thus either by negating or by embracing, the ego may seek to establish itself in reality. He who, with Marcus Aurelius, can truly say, O universe, I wish all that thou wishest, has a self from which every trace of negativeness and obstructiveness has been removed, no wind can blow except to fill its sails. A tolerably unanimous opinion ranges the different selves of which a man may be seized and possessed, and the consequent different orders of his self-regard, in an hierarchical scale, with the bodily self at the bottom, the spiritual self at top, and the extracorporeal material selves and the various social selves between. Our merely natural self-seeking would lead us to aggrandize all these selves, we give up deliberately only those among them which we find we cannot keep. Our unselfishness is thus apt to be a virtue of necessity. And it is not without all show of reason that cynics quote the fable of the fox and the grapes in describing our progress therein. But this is the moral education of the race. And if we agree in the result that on the whole the selves we can keep are the intrinsically best, we need not complain of being led to the knowledge of their superior worth in such a tortuous way. Of course this is not the only way in which we learn to subordinate our lower selves to our higher. A direct ethical judgment unquestionably also plays its part, and last, not least, we apply to our own persons judgments originally called forth by the acts of others. It is one of the strangest laws of our nature that many things which we are well satisfied with in ourselves disgust us when seen in others. With another man's bodily hoggishness hardly anyone has any sympathy. Almost as little with his cupidity, his social vanity and eagerness, his jealousy, his despotism, and his pride. Left absolutely to myself I should probably allow all these spontaneous tendencies to luxuriate in me unchecked, and it would be long before I formed a distinct notion of the order of their subordination. But having constantly to pass judgment on my associates, I come ere long to see, as Herr Horwich says, my own lusts in the mirror of the lusts of others, and to think about them in a very different way from that in which I simply feel. Of course, the moral generalities which from childhood have been instilled into me accelerate enormously the advent of this reflective judgment on myself. So it comes to pass that, as aforesaid, men have arranged the various selves which they may seek in an hierarchical scale according to their worth. A certain amount of bodily selfishness is required as a basis for all the other selves. But too much sensuality is despised, or at best condoned on account of the other qualities of the individual. The wider material selves are regarded as higher than the immediate body. He is esteemed a poor creature who is unable to forego a little meat and drink and warmth and sleep for the sake of getting on in the world. The social self as a whole, again, ranks higher than the material self as a whole. We must care more for our honor, our friends, our human ties, than for a sound skin or wealth. And the spiritual self is so supremely precious that, rather than lose it, a man ought to be willing to give up friends and good fame, and property, and life itself. In each kind of self, material, social, and spiritual, men distinguish between the immediate and actual, and the remote and potential, between the narrower and the wider view, to the detriment of the former and advantage of the latter. One must forego a present bodily enjoyment for the sake of one's general health, one must abandon the dollar in the hand for the sake of the $100 to come. One must make an enemy of his present interlocutor if thereby one makes friends of a more valued circle, one must go without learning and grace, and wit, the better to compass one's soul's salvation. Of all these wider, more potential selves, the potential social self is the most interesting, by reason of certain apparent paradoxes to which it leads in conduct, and by reason of its connection with our moral and religious life. When for motives of honor and conscience I brave the condemnation of my own family, club, and set, when, as a Protestant, I turn Catholic, as a Catholic, freethinker, as a regular practitioner, homeopath, or what not, I am always inwardly strengthened in my course and steeled against the loss of my actual social self by the thought of other and better possible social judges than those whose verdict goes against me now. The ideal social self which I thus seek in appealing to their decision may be very remote, it may be represented as barely possible. I may not hope for its realization during my lifetime. I may even expect the future generations, which would approve me if they knew me, to know nothing about me when I am dead and gone. Yet still the emotion that beckons me on is indubitably the pursuit of an ideal social self, of a self that is at least worthy of approving recognition by the highest possible judging companion, if such companion there be. This self is the true, the intimate, the ultimate, the permanent me which I seek. This judge is God, the absolute mind, the great companion. We hear, in these days of scientific enlightenment, a great deal of discussion about the efficacy of prayer, and many reasons are given us why we should not pray, whilst others are given us why we should. But in all this very little is said of the reason why we do pray, which is simply that we cannot help praying. It seems probable that, in spite of all that science may do to the contrary, men will continue to pray to the end of time, unless their mental nature changes in a manner which nothing we know should lead us to expect. The impulse to pray is a necessary consequence of the fact that whilst the innermost of the empirical selves of a man is a self of the social sort, it yet can find its only adequate socius in an ideal world. All progress in the social self is the substitution of higher tribunals for lower, this ideal tribunal is the highest, and most men, either continually or occasionally, carry a reference to it in their breast. The humblest outcast on this earth can feel himself to be real and valid by means of this higher recognition. And, on the other hand, for most of us, a world with no such inner refuge when the outer social self failed and dropped from us would be the abyss of horror. I say, for most of us, because it is probable that individuals differ a good deal in the degree in which they are haunted by this sense of an ideal spectator. It is a much more essential part of the consciousness of some men than of others. Those who have the most of it are possibly the most religious men. But I am sure that even those who say they are altogether without it deceive themselves, and really have it in some degree. Only a non-gregarious animal could be completely without it. Probably no one can make sacrifices for right, without to some degree personifying the principle of right for which the sacrifice is made, and expecting thanks from it. Complete social unselfishness, in other words, can hardly exist, complete social suicide hardly occur to a man's mind. Even such texts as Job's, "Though he slay me yet will I trust him," or Marcus Aurelius's, "If gods hate me and my children, there is a reason for it," can least of all be cited to prove the contrary. For beyond all doubt Job reveled in the thought of Jehovah's recognition of the worship after the slaying should have been done. And the Roman emperor felt sure the absolute reason would not be all indifferent to his acquiescence in the God's dislike. The old test of piety, are you willing to be damned for the glory of God? Was probably never answered in the affirmative except by those who felt sure in their heart of hearts that God would credit them with their willingness, and set more store by them thus than if in his unfathomable scheme he had not damned them at all. All this about the impossibility of suicide is said on the supposition of positive motives. When possessed by the emotion of fear, however, we are in a negative state of mind. That is, our desire is limited to the mere banishing of something, without regard to what shall take its place. In this state of mind there can unquestionably be genuine thoughts, and genuine acts, of suicide, spiritual and social, as well as bodily. Anything, at such times, so as to escape and not to be. But such conditions of suicidal frenzy are pathological in their nature and run dead against everything that is regular in the life of the self in man. What self is loved in self-love? We must now try to interpret the facts of self-love and self-seeking a little more delicately from within. A man in whom self-seeking of any sort is largely developed is said to be selfish. He is on the other hand called unselfish if he shows consideration for the interests of other selves than his own. Now what is the intimate nature of the selfish emotion in him? And what is the primary object of its regard? We have described him pursuing and fostering as his self first one set of things and then another. We have seen the same set of facts gain or lose interest in his eyes, leave him indifferent, or fill him either with triumph or despair according as he made pretensions to appropriate them. Treated them as if they were potentially or actually parts of himself, or not. We know how little it matters to us whether some man, a man taken at large and in the abstract, prove a failure or succeed in life. He may be hanged for aught we care. But we know the utter momentousness and terribleness of the alternative when the man is the one whose name we ourselves bear. I must not be a failure, is the very loudest of the voices that clamor in each of our breasts, let fail who may, I at least must succeed. Now the first conclusion which these facts suggest is that each of us is animated by a direct feeling of regard for his own pure principle of individual existence, whatever that may be, taken merely as such. It appears as if all our concrete manifestations of selfishness might be the conclusions of as many syllogisms, each with this principle as the subject of its major premise, thus, whatever is me is precious, this is me, therefore this is precious. Whatever is mine must not fail, this is mine, therefore this must not fail, etc. It appears, I say, as if this principle inoculated all it touched with its own intimate quality of worth. As if, previous to the touching, everything might be matter of indifference, and nothing interesting in its own right, as if my regard for my own body even were an interest not simply in this body, but in this body only so far as it is mine. But what is this abstract numerical principle of identity, this number one within me, for which, according to proverbial philosophy, I am supposed to keep so constant a lookout? Is it the inner nucleus of my spiritual self, that collection of obscurely felt adjustments, plus perhaps that still more obscurely perceived subjectivity as such, of which we recently spoke? Or is it perhaps the concrete stream of my thought in its entirety, or some one section of the same? Or may it be the indivisible soul substance, in which, according to the orthodox tradition, my faculties inhere? Or, finally, can it be the mere pronoun I? Surely it is none of these things, that self for which I feel such hot regard. Though all of them together were put within me, I should still be cold, and fail to exhibit anything worthy of the name of selfishness or of devotion to number one. To have a self that I can care for, nature must first present me with some object interesting enough to make me instinctively wish to appropriate it for its own sake, and out of it to manufacture one of those material, social, or spiritual selves, which we have already passed in review. We shall find that all the facts of rivalry and substitution that have so struck us, all the shiftings and expansions and contractions of the sphere of what shall be considered me and mine, are but results of the fact that certain things appeal to primitive and instinctive impulses of our nature, and that we follow their destinies with an excitement that owes nothing to a reflective source. These objects our consciousness treats as the primordial constituents of its me. Whatever other objects, whether by association with the fate of these, or in any other way, come to be followed with the same sort of interest, form our remoter and more secondary self. The words me, then, and self, so far as they arouse feeling and connote emotional worth, are objective designations, meaning all the things which have the power to produce in a stream of consciousness excitement of a certain peculiar sort. Let us try to justify this proposition in detail. The most palpable selfishness of a man is his bodily selfishness, and his most palpable self is the body to which that selfishness relates. Now I say that he identifies himself with this body because he loves it, and that he does not love it because he finds it to be identified with himself. Reverting to natural history psychology will help us to see the truth of this. In the chapter on instincts we shall learn that every creature has a certain selective interest in certain portions of the world, and that this interest is as often connate as acquired. Our interest in things means the attention and emotion which the thought of them will excite, and the actions which their presence will evoke. Thus every species is particularly interested in its own prey or food, its own enemies, its own sexual mates, and its own young. These things fascinate by their intrinsic power to do so, they are cared for their own sakes. Well, it stands not in the least otherwise with our bodies. They too are percepts in our objective field, they are simply the most interesting percepts there. What happens to them excites in us emotions and tendencies to action more energetic and habitual than any which are excited by other portions of the field. What my comrades call my bodily selfishness or self-love, is nothing but the sum of all the outer acts which this interest in my body spontaneously draws from me. My selfishness is here but a descriptive name for grouping together the outward symptoms which I show. When I am led by self-love to keep my seat whilst ladies stand, or to grab something first and cut out my neighbor, what I really love is the comfortable seat, is the thing itself which I grab. I love them primarily, as the mother loves her babe, or a generous man an heroic deed. Wherever, as here, self-seeking is the outcome of simple instinctive propensity, it is but a name for certain reflex acts. Something rivets my attention fatally, and fatally provokes the selfish response. Could an automaton be so skillfully constructed as to ape these acts, it would be called selfish as properly as I. It is true that I am no automaton, but a thinker. But my thoughts, like my acts, are here concerned only with the outward things. They need neither know nor care for any pure principle within. In fact, the more utterly selfish I am in this primitive way, the more blindly absorbed my thought will be in the objects and impulses of my lusts, and the more devoid of any inward-looking glance. A baby, whose consciousness of the pure ego, of himself as a thinker, is not usually supposed developed, is, in this way, as some German has said, der Vollendatest Egoist. His corporeal person, and what ministers to its needs, are the only self he can possibly be said to love. His so-called self-love is but a name for his insensibility to all but this one set of things. It may be that he needs a pure principle of subjectivity, a soul or pure ego, he certainly needs a stream of thought, to make him sensible at all to anything, to make him discriminate and love überhaupt, how that may be, we shall see ere long. But this pure ego, which would then be the condition of his loving, need no more be the object of his love than it need be the object of his thought. If his interests lay altogether in other bodies than his own, if all his instincts were altruistic and all his acts suicidal, still he would need a principle of consciousness just as he does now. Such a principle cannot then be the principle of his bodily selfishness any more than it is the principle of any other tendency he may show. So much for the bodily self-love. But my social self-love, my interest in the images other men have framed of me, is also an interest in a set of objects external to my thought. These thoughts in other men's minds are out of my mind and ejective to me. They come and go, and grow and dwindle, and I am puffed up with pride, or blush with shame, at the result, just as at my success or failure in the pursuit of a material thing. So that here again, just as in the former case, the pure principle seems out of the game as an object of regard, and present only as the general form or condition under which the regard and the thinking go on in me at all. But, it will immediately be objected, this is giving a mutilated account of the facts. Those images of me in the minds of other men are, it is true, things outside of me, whose changes I perceive just as I perceive any other outward change. But the pride and shame which I feel are not concerned merely with those changes. I feel as if something else had changed too, when I perceive my image in your mind to have changed for the worse, something in me to which that image belongs, and which a moment ago I felt inside of me, big and strong and lusty, but now weak, contracted, and collapsed. Is not this latter change the change I feel the shame about? Is not the condition of this thing inside of me the proper object of my egoistic concern, of my self-regard? And is it not, after all, my pure ego, my bare numerical principle of distinction from other men, and no empirical part of me at all? No, it is no such pure principle, it is simply my total empirical selfhood again, my historic me, a collection of objective facts, to which the depreciated image in your mind belongs. In what capacity is it that I claim and demand a respectful greeting from you instead of this expression of disdain? It is not as being a bare I that I claim it. It is as being an I who has always been treated with respect, who belongs to a certain family and set, who has certain powers, possessions, and public functions, sensibilities, duties, and purposes, and merits and deserts. All this is what your disdain negates and contradicts. This is, the thing inside of me, whose changed treatment I feel the shame about, this is what was lusty, and now, in consequence of your conduct, is collapsed. And this certainly is an empirical objective thing. Indeed, the thing that is felt modified and changed for the worse during my feeling of shame is often more concrete even than this, it is simply my bodily person, in which your conduct immediately and without any reflection at all on my part works those muscular, glandular, and vascular changes which together make up the expression of shame. In this instinctive, reflex sort of shame, the body is just as much the entire vehicle of the self-feeling as, in the coarser cases which we first took up, it was the vehicle of the self-seeking. As, in simple hoggishness, a succulent morsel gives rise, by the reflex mechanism, to behavior which the bystanders find greedy, and consider to flow from a certain sort of self-regard. So here your disdain gives rise, by a mechanism quite as reflex and immediate, to another sort of behavior, which the bystanders call shame-faced, and which they consider due to another kind of self-regard. But in both cases there may be no particular self regarded at all by the mind, and the name self-regard may be only a descriptive title imposed from without the reflex acts themselves, and the feelings that immediately result from their discharge. After the bodily and social selves come the spiritual. But which of my spiritual selves do I really care for? My soul substance? My transcendental ego, or thinker? My pronoun I? My subjectivity as such? My nucleus of cephalic adjustments? Or my more phenomenal and perishable powers, my loves and hates, willingnesses and sensibilities, and the like? Surely the latter. But they, relatively to the central principle, whatever it may be, are external and objective. They come and go, and it remains, so shakes the magnet, and so stands the pole. It may indeed have to be there for them to be loved, but being there is not identical with being loved itself. To sum up, then, we see no reason to suppose that self-love is primarily, or secondarily, or ever, love for one's mere principle of conscious identity. It is always love for something which, as compared with that principle, is superficial, transient, liable to be taken up or dropped at will. And zoological psychology again comes to the aid of our understanding and shows us that this must needs be so. In fact, in answering the question what things it is that a man loves in his self-love, we have implicitly answered the farther question, of why he loves them. Unless his consciousness were something more than cognitive, unless it experienced a partiality for certain of the objects, which, in succession, occupy its ken, it could not long maintain itself in existence. For, by an inscrutable necessity, each human mind's appearance on this earth is conditioned upon the integrity of the body with which it belongs, upon the treatment which that body gets from others, and upon the spiritual dispositions which use it as their tool, and lead it either towards longevity or to destruction. Its own body, then, first of all, its friends next, and finally its spiritual dispositions, must be the supremely interesting objects for each human mind. Each mind, to begin with, must have a certain minimum of selfishness in the shape of instincts of bodily self-seeking in order to exist. This minimum must be there as a basis for all farther conscious acts, whether of self-negation or of a selfishness more subtle still. All minds must have come, by the way of the survival of the fittest, if by no directer path, to take an intense interest in the bodies to which they are yoked, altogether apart from any interest in the pure ego which they also possess. And similarly with the images of their person in the minds of others. I should not be extant now had I not become sensitive to looks of approval or disapproval on the faces among which my life is cast. Looks of contempt cast on other persons need affect me in no such peculiar way. Were my mental life dependent exclusively on some other person's welfare, either directly or in an indirect way, then natural selection would unquestionably have brought it about that I should be as sensitive to the social vicissitudes of that other person as I now am to my own. Instead of being egoistic, I should be spontaneously altruistic, then. But in this case, only partially realized in actual human conditions, though the self I empirically love would have changed, my pure ego or thinker would have to remain just what it is now. My spiritual powers, again, must interest me more than those of other people, and for the same reason. I should not be here at all unless I had cultivated them and kept them from decay. And the same law which made me once care for them makes me care for them still. My own body and what ministers to its needs are thus the primitive object, instinctively determined, of my egoistic interests. Other objects may become interesting derivatively through association with any of these things, either as means or as habitual concomitants. And so in 1,000 ways the primitive sphere of the egoistic emotions may enlarge and change its boundaries. This sort of interest is really the meaning of the word my. Whatever has it is eo ipso a part of me. My child, my friend dies, and where he goes I feel that part of myself now is and evermore shall be. For this losing is true dying. This is lordly man's down lying. This his slow but sure reclining. Star by star his world resigning. The fact remains, however, that certain special sorts of thing tend primordially to possess this interest, and form the natural me. But all these things are objects, properly so called, to the subject which does the thinking. And this latter fact upsets at once the dictum of the old-fashioned sensationalist psychology, that altruistic passions and interests are contradictory to the nature of things, and that if they appear anywhere to exist, it must be as secondary products, resolvable at bottom into cases of selfishness, taught by experience a hypocritical disguise. If the zoological and evolutionary point of view is the true one, there is no reason why any object whatever might not arouse passion and interest as primitively and instinctively as any other, whether connected or not with the interests of the me. The phenomenon of passion is in origin and essence the same, whatever be the target upon which it is discharged, and what the target actually happens to be is solely a question of fact. I might conceivably be as much fascinated, and as primitively so, by the care of my neighbor's body as by the care of my own. The only check to such exuberant altruistic interests is natural selection, which would weed out such as were very harmful to the individual or to his tribe. Many such interests, however, remain unweeded out, the interest in the opposite sex, for example, which seems in mankind stronger than is called for by its utilitarian need. And alongside of them remain interests, like that in alcoholic intoxication, or in musical sounds, which, for aught we can see, are without any utility whatever. The sympathetic instincts and the egoistic ones are thus coordinate. They arise, so far as we can tell, on the same psychologic level. The only difference between them is, that the instincts called egoistic form much the larger mass. The only author whom I know to have discussed the question whether the pure ego, per se, can be an object of regard, is Herr Horwich, in his extremely able and acute psychologische Analysen. He too says that all self-regard is regard for certain objective things. He disposes so well of one kind of objection that I must conclude by quoting a part of his own words. First, the objection. The fact is indubitable that one's own children always pass for the prettiest and brightest. The wine from one's own cellar for the best, at least for its price, one's own house and horses for the finest. With what tender admiration do we con over our own little deed of benevolence. Our own frailties and misdemeanors, how ready we are to acquit ourselves for them, when we notice them at all, on the ground of extenuating circumstances. How much more really comic are our own jokes than those of others, which, unlike ours, will not bear being repeated 10 or 12 times over. How eloquent, striking, powerful, our own speeches are. How appropriate our own address. In short, how much more intelligent, soulful, better, is everything about us than in anyone else. The sad chapter of artists' and authors' conceit and vanity belongs here. The prevalence of this obvious preference which we feel for everything of our own is indeed striking. Does it not look as if our dear ego must first lend its color and flavor to anything in order to make it please us? Is it not the simplest explanation for all these phenomena, so consistent among themselves, to suppose that the ego, the self, which forms the origin and center of our thinking life, is at the same time the original and central object of our life of feeling, and the ground both of whatever special ideas and of whatever special feelings ensue? Herr Horwich goes on to refer to what we have already noticed, that various things which disgust us in others do not disgust us at all in ourselves. To most of us even the bodily warmth of another, for example the chair warm from another's sitting, is felt unpleasantly, whereas there is nothing disagreeable in the warmth of the chair in which we have been sitting ourselves. After some further remarks, he replies to these facts and reasonings as follows. We may with confidence affirm that our own possessions in most cases please us better, not because they are ours, but simply because we know them better, realize them more intimately, feel them more deeply. We learn to appreciate what is ours in all its details and shadings, whilst the goods of others appear to us in coarse outlines and rude averages. Here are some examples. A piece of music which one plays oneself is heard and understood better than when it is played by another. We get more exactly all the details, penetrate more deeply into the musical thought. We may meanwhile perceive perfectly well that the other person is the better performer, and yet nevertheless, at times, get more enjoyment from our own playing because it brings the melody and harmony so much nearer home to us. This case may almost be taken as typical for the other cases of self-love. On close examination, we shall almost always find that a great part of our feeling about what is ours is due to the fact that we live closer to our own things, and so feel them more thoroughly and deeply. As a friend of mine was about to marry, he often bored me by the repeated and minute way in which he would discuss the details of his new household arrangements. I wondered that so intellectual a man should be so deeply interested in things of so external a nature. But as I entered, a few years later, the same condition myself, these matters acquired for me an entirely different interest, and it became my turn to turn them over and talk of them unceasingly. The reason was simply this, that in the first instance I understood nothing of these things and their importance for domestic comfort, whilst in the latter ease they came home to me with irresistible urgency, and vividly took possession of my fancy. So it is with many a one who mocks at decorations and titles, until he gains one himself. And this is also surely the reason why one's own portrait or reflection in the mirror is so peculiarly interesting a thing to contemplate. Not on account of any absolute c'est moi, but just as with the music played by ourselves. What greets our eyes is what we know best, most deeply understand, because we ourselves have felt it and lived through it. We know what has ploughed these furrows, deepened these shadows, blanched this hair. In other faces may be handsomer, but none can speak to us or interest us like this. Moreover, this author goes on to show that our own things are fuller for us than those of others because of the memories they awaken and the practical hopes and expectations they arouse. This alone would emphasize them, apart from any value derived from their belonging to ourselves. We may conclude with him, then, that an original central self-feeling can never explain the passionate warmth of our self-regarding emotions, which must, on the contrary, be addressed directly to special things less abstract and empty of content. To these things the name of self may be given, or to our conduct towards them the name of selfishness, but neither in the self nor the selfishness does the pure thinker play the title role. Only one more point connected with our self-regard need be mentioned. We have spoken of it so far as active instinct or emotion. It remains to speak of it as cold intellectual self-estimation. We may weigh our own me in the balance of praise and blame as easily as we weigh other people, though with difficulty quite as fairly. The just man is the one who can weigh himself impartially. Impartial weighing presupposes a rare faculty of abstraction from the vividness with which, as Sir Horwich has pointed out, things known as intimately as our own possessions and performances appeal to our imagination. And an equally rare power of vividly representing the affairs of others. But, granting these rare powers, there is no reason why a man should not pass judgment on himself quite as objectively and well as on anyone else. No matter how he feels about himself, unduly elated or unduly depressed, he may still truly know his own worth by measuring it by the outward standard he applies to other men, and counteract the injustice of the feeling he cannot wholly escape. This self-measuring process has nothing to do with the instinctive self-regard we have hitherto been dealing with. Being merely one application of intellectual comparison, it need no longer detain us here. Please note again, however, how the pure ego appears merely as the vehicle in which the estimation is carried on, the objects estimated being all of them facts of an empirical sort, one's body, one's credit, one's fame, one's intellectual ability, one's goodness, or whatever the case may be. The empirical life of self is divided, as below, into material.social.spiritual. Self-seeking, bodily appetites and instincts desire to please, be noticed, admired, etc. Intellectual, moral and religious aspiration, conscientiousness. Love of adornment, foppery, acquisitiveness, constructiveness, sociability, emulation, envy, love, pursuit of honor, ambition, etc. Love of home, etc. Self-estimation, personal vanity, modesty, etc. Social and family pride, vainglory, snobbery, humility, shame, etc. Sense of moral or mental superiority, purity, etc. Pride of wealth, fear of poverty, sense of inferiority or of guilt. The pure ego. Having summed up in the above table the principal results of the chapter thus far, I have said all that need be said of the constituents of the phenomenal self, and of the nature of self-regard. Our decks are consequently cleared for the struggle with that pure principle of personal identity which has met us all along our preliminary exposition, but which we have always shied from and treated as a difficulty to be postponed. Ever since Hume's time, it has been justly regarded as the most puzzling puzzle with which psychology has to deal, and whatever view one may espouse, one has to hold his position against heavy odds. If, with the spiritualists, one contend for a substantial soul, or transcendental principle of unity, one can give no positive account of what that may be. And if, with the Humeans, one denies such a principle and say that the stream of passing thoughts is all, one runs against the entire common sense of mankind, of which the belief in a distinct principle of selfhood seems an integral part. Whatever solution be adopted in the pages to come, we may as well make up our minds in advance that it will fail to satisfy the majority of those to whom it is addressed. The best way of approaching the matter will be to take up first the sense of personal identity. In the last chapter it was stated in as radical a way as possible that the thoughts which we actually know to exist do not fly about loose, but seem each to belong to some one thinker and not to another. Each thought, out of a multitude of other thoughts of which it may think, is able to distinguish those which belong to its own ego from those which do not. The former have a warmth and intimacy about them of which the latter are completely devoid, being merely conceived, in a cold and foreign fashion, and not appearing as blood relatives, bringing their greetings to us from out of the past. Now this consciousness of personal sameness may be treated either as a subjective phenomenon or as an objective deliverance, as a feeling, or as a truth. We may explain how one bit of thought can come to judge other bits to belong to the same ego with itself, or we may criticize its judgment and decide how far it may tally with the nature of things. As a mere subjective phenomenon, the judgment presents no difficulty or mystery peculiar to itself. It belongs to the great class of judgments of sameness. And there is nothing more remarkable in making a judgment of sameness in the first person than in the second or the third. The intellectual operations seem essentially alike, whether I say, I am the same, or whether I say, the pen is the same, as yesterday. It is as easy to think this as to think the opposite and say, neither I nor the pen is the same. This sort of bringing of things together into the object of a single judgment is of course essential to all thinking. The things are conjoined in the thought, whatever may be the relation in which they appear to the thought. The thinking them is thinking them together, even if only with the result of judging that they do not belong together. This sort of subjective synthesis, essential to knowledge as such, whenever it has a complex object, must not be confounded with objective synthesis or union instead of difference or disconnection, known among the things. The subjective synthesis thesis is involved in thought's mere existence. Even a really disconnected world could only be known to be such by having its parts temporarily united in the object of some pulse of consciousness. The sense of personal identity is not, then, this mere synthetic form essential to all thought. It is the sense of a sameness perceived by thought and predicated of things thought about. These things are a present self and a self of yesterday. The thought not only thinks them both, but thinks that they are identical. The psychologist, looking on and playing the critic, might prove the thought wrong, and show there was no real identity, there might have been no yesterday, or, at any rate, no self of yesterday. Or, if there were, the sameness predicated might not obtain, or might be predicated on insufficient grounds. In either case the personal identity would not exist as a fact, but it would exist as a feeling all the same. The consciousness of it by the thought would be there, and the psychologist would still have to analyze that, and show where its illusoriness lay. Let us now be the psychologist and see whether it be right or wrong when it says, I am the same self that I was yesterday. We may immediately call it right and intelligible so far as it posits a pastime with past thoughts or selves contained therein. These were data which we assumed at the outset of the book. Right also and intelligible so far as it thinks of a present self, that present self we have just studied in its various forms. The only question for us is as to what the consciousness may mean when it calls the present self the same with one of the past selves which it has in mind. We spoke a moment since of warmth and intimacy. This leads us to the answer sought. For, whatever the thought we are criticizing may think about its present self, that self comes to its acquaintance, or is actually felt, with warmth and intimacy. Of course this is the case with the bodily part of it. We feel the whole cubic mass of our body all the while, it gives us an unceasing sense of personal existence. Equally do we feel the inner nucleus of the spiritual self, either in the shape of yon faint physiological adjustments, or, adopting the universal psychological belief, in that of the pure activity of our thought taking place as such. Our remoter spiritual, material, and social selves, so far as they are realized, come also with a glow and a warmth. For the thought of them infallibly brings some degree of organic emotion in the shape of quickened heartbeats, oppressed breathing, or some other alteration, even though it be a slight one, in the general bodily tone. The character of warmth, then, in the present self, reduces itself to either of two things, something in the feeling which we have of the thought itself, as thinking, or else the feeling of the body's actual existence at the moment. Or finally to both. We cannot realize our present self without simultaneously feeling one or other of these two things. Any other fact which brings these two things with it into consciousness will be thought with a warmth and an intimacy like those which cling to the present self. Any distant self which fulfills this condition will be thought with such warmth and intimacy. But which distant selves do fulfill the condition, when represented? Obviously those, and only those, which fulfilled it when they were alive. Them we shall imagine with the animal warmth upon them, to them may possibly cling the aroma, the echo of the thinking taken in the act. And by a natural consequence, we shall assimilate them to each other and to the warm and intimate self we now feel within us as we think, and separate them as a collection from whatever selves have not this mark. Much as out of a herd of cattle let loose for the winter on some wide western prairie the owner picks out and sorts together when the time for the roundup comes in the spring, all the beasts on which he finds his own particular brand. The various members of the collection thus set apart are felt to belong with each other whenever they are thought at all. The animal warmth, etc., is their herd mark, the brand from which they can never more escape. It runs through them all like a thread through a chaplet and makes them into a whole, which we treat as a unit, no matter how much in other ways the parts may differ inter se. Add to this character the farther one that the distant selves appear to our thought as having for hours of time been continuous with each other, and the most recent ones of them continuous with the self of the present moment, melting into it by slow degrees. And we get a still stronger bond of union. As we think we see an identical bodily thing when, in spite of changes of structure, it exists continuously before our eyes, or when, however interrupted its presence, its quality returns unchanged. So here we think we experience an identical self when it appears to us in an analogous way. Continuity makes us unite what dissimilarity might otherwise separate, similarity makes us unite what discontinuity might hold apart. And thus it is, finally, that Peter, awakening in the same bed with Paul, and recalling what both had in mind before they went to sleep, re-identifies and appropriates the warm ideas as his. And is never tempted to confuse them with those cold and pale-appearing ones which he ascribes to Paul. As well might he confound Paul's body, which he only sees, with his own body, which he sees but also feels. Each of us when he awakens says, here's the same old self again, just as he says, here's the same old bed, the same old room, the same old world. The sense of our own personal identity, then, is exactly like any one of our other perceptions of sameness among phenomena. It is a conclusion grounded either on the resemblance in a fundamental respect, or on the continuity before the mind, of the phenomena compared. And it must not be taken to mean more than these grounds warrant, or treated as a sort of metaphysical or absolute unity in which all differences are overwhelmed. The past and present selves compared are the same just so far as they are the same, and no farther. A uniform feeling of warmth, of bodily existence, or an equally uniform feeling of pure psychic energy, pervades them all. And this is what gives them a generic unity, and makes them the same in kind. But this generic unity coexists with generic differences just as real as the unity. And if from the one point of view they are one self, from others they are as truly not one but many selves. And similarly of the attribute of continuity. It gives its own kind of unity to the self, that of mere connectedness, or unbrokenness, a perfectly definite phenomenal thing, but it gives not a jot or tittle more. And this unbrokenness in the stream of selves, like the unbrokenness in an exhibition of dissolving views, in no wise implies any farther unity or contradicts any amount of plurality in other respects. And accordingly we find that, where the resemblance and the continuity are no longer felt, the sense of personal identity goes too. We hear from our parents various anecdotes about our infant years, but we do not appropriate them as we do our own memories. Those breaches of decorum awaken no blush, those bright sayings no self-complacency. That child is a foreign creature with which our present self is no more identified in feeling than it is with some stranger's living child today. Why? Partly because great time gaps break up all these early years, we cannot ascend to them by continuous memories, and partly because no representation of how the child felt comes up with the stories. We know what he said and did. But no sentiment of his little body, of his emotions, of his psychic strivings as they felt to him, comes up to contribute an element of warmth and intimacy to the narrative we hear, and the main bond of union with our present self thus disappears. It is the same with certain of our dimly recollected experiences. We hardly know whether to appropriate them or to disown them as fancies, or things read or heard and not lived through. Their animal heat has evaporated. The feelings that accompanied them are so lacking in the recall, or so different from those we now enjoy, that no judgment of identity can be decisively cast. Resemblance among the parts of a continuum of feelings, especially bodily feelings, experienced along with things widely different in all other regards, thus constitutes the real and verifiable personal identity, which we feel. There is no other identity than this in the stream of subjective consciousness which we described in the last chapter. Its parts differ, but under all their differences they are knit in these two ways. And if either way of knitting disappears, the sense of unity departs. If a man wakes up some fine day unable to recall any of his past experiences, so that he has to learn his biography afresh, or if he only recalls the facts of it in a cold abstract way as things that he is sure once happened, or if, without this loss of memory, his bodily and spiritual habits all changed during the night, each organ giving a different tone, and the act of thought becoming aware of itself in a different way, he feels, and he says, that he is a changed person. He disowns his former me, gives himself a new name, identifies his present life with nothing from out of the older time. Such cases are not rare in mental pathology. But, as we still have some reasoning to do, we had better give no concrete account of them until the end of the chapter. This description of personal identity will be recognized by the instructed reader as the ordinary doctrine professed by the empirical school. Associationists in England and France, Herbartians in Germany, all describe the self as an aggregate of which each part, as to its being, is a separate fact. So far so good, then, thus much is true whatever farther things may be true. And it is to the imperishable glory of Hume and Herbart and their successors to have taken so much of the meaning of personal identity out of the clouds and made of the self an empirical and verifiable thing. But in leaving the matter here, and saying that this sum of passing things is all, these writers have neglected certain more subtle aspects of the unity of consciousness, to which we next must turn. Our recent simile of the herd of cattle will help us. It will be remembered that the beasts were brought together into one herd because their owner found on each of them his brand. The owner symbolizes here that section of consciousness, or pulse of thought, which we have all along represented as the vehicle of the judgment of identity. And the brand symbolizes the characters of warmth and continuity, by reason of which the judgment is made. There is found a self-brand, just as there is found a herd brand. Each brand, so far, is the mark, or cause of our knowing, that certain things belong together. But if the brand is the ratio cognoscendi of the belonging, in the case of the herd, is in turn the ratio existendi of the brand. No beast would be so branded unless he belonged to the owner of the herd. They are not his because they are branded because they are his. So that it seems as if our description of the belonging together of the various selves, as a belonging together which is merely represented, in a later pulse of thought, had knocked the bottom out of the matter. And omitted the most characteristic one of all the features found in the herd, a feature which common sense finds in the phenomenon of personal identity as well, and for our omission of which she will hold us to a strict account. For common sense insists that the unity of all the selves is not a mere appearance of similarity or continuity, ascertained after the fact. She is sure that it involves a real belonging to a real owner, to a pure spiritual entity of some kind. Relation to this entity is what makes the self's constituents stick together as they do for thought. The individual beasts do not stick together, for all that they wear the same brand. Each wanders with whatever accidental mates it finds. The herd's unity is only potential, its center ideal, like the center of gravity, in physics, until the herdsman or owner comes. He furnishes a real center of accretion to which the beasts are driven and by which they are held. The beasts stick together by sticking severally to him. Just so, common sense insists, there must be a real proprietor in the case of the selves, or else their actual accretion into a personal consciousness would never have taken place. To the usual empiricist explanation of personal consciousness this is a formidable reproof. Because all the individual thoughts and feelings which have succeeded each other up to date are represented by ordinary associationism as in some inscrutable way integrating or gumming themselves together on their own account, and thus fusing into a stream. All the incomprehensibilities which we sought to attach to the idea of things fusing without a medium apply to the empiricist description of personal identity. But in our own account the medium is fully assigned, the herdsman is there, in the shape of something not among the things collected, but superior to them all, namely, the real, present onlooking, remembering, judging thought or identifying, section, of the stream. This is what collects, owns, some of the past facts which it surveys, and disowns the rest, and so makes a unity that is actualized and anchored and does not merely float in the blue air of possibility. And the reality of such pulses of thought, with their function of knowing, it will be remembered that we did not seek to deduce or explain, but simply assumed them as the ultimate kind of fact that the psychologist must admit to exist. But this assumption, though it yields much, still does not yield all that common sense demands. The unity into which the thought, as I shall for a time proceed to call, with a capital T, the present mental state, binds the individual past facts with each other and with itself, does not exist until the thought is there. It is as if wild cattle were lassoed by a newly created settler and then owned for the first time. But the essence of the matter to common sense is that the past thoughts never were wild cattle, they were always owned. The thought does not capture them, but as soon as it comes into existence it finds them already its own. How is this possible unless the thought have a substantial identity with a former owner, not a mere continuity or a resemblance, as in our account, but a real unity? Common sense in fact would drive us to admit what we may for the moment call an arch-ego, dominating the entire stream of thought and all the selves that may be represented in it, as the ever self-same and changeless principle implied in their union. The soul of metaphysics and the transcendental ego of the Kantian philosophy are, as we shall soon see, but attempts to satisfy this urgent demand of common sense. But, for a time at least, we can still express without any such hypotheses that appearance of never-lapsing ownership for which common sense contends. For how would it be if the thought, the present judging thought, instead of being in any way substantially or transcendentally identical with the former owner of the past self, merely inherited his title, and thus stood as his legal representative now? It would then, if its birth coincided exactly with the death of another owner, find the past self already its own as soon as it found it at all, and the past self would thus never be wild, but always owned, by a title that never lapsed. We can imagine a long succession of herdsmen coming rapidly into possession of the same cattle by transmission of an original title by bequest. May not the title of a collective self be passed from one thought to another in some analogous way? It is a patent fact of consciousness that a transmission like this actually occurs. Each pulse of cognitive consciousness, each thought, dies away and is replaced by another. The other, among the things it knows its own predecessor, and finding it warm, in the way we have described, greets it, saying, "Thou art mine, and part of the same self with me." Each later thought, knowing and including thus the thoughts which went before, is the final receptacle, and appropriating them is the final owner, of all that they contain and own. Each thought is thus born an owner, and dies owned, transmitting whatever it realized as itself to its own later proprietor. As Kant says, it is as if elastic balls were to have not only motion but knowledge of it, and a first ball were to transmit both its motion and its consciousness to a second, which took both up into its consciousness and passed them to a third, until the last ball held all that the other balls had held, and realized it as its own. It is this trick which the nascent thought has of immediately taking up the expiring thought and adopting it, which is the foundation of the appropriation of most of the remoter constituents of the self. Who owns the last self owns the self before the last, for what possesses the possessor possesses the possessed. It is impossible to discover any verifiable features in personal identity, which this sketch does not contain, impossible to imagine how any transcendent non-phenomenal sort of an arch-ego, were he there, could shape matters to any other result, or be known in time by any other fruit, than just this production of a stream of consciousness each section of which should know, and knowing, hug to itself and adopt, all those that went before, thus standing as the representative of the entire past stream, and which should similarly adopt the objects already adopted by any portion of this spiritual stream. Such standing as representative, and such adopting, are perfectly clear phenomenal relations. The thought which, whilst it knows another thought and the object of that other, appropriates the other and the object which the other appropriated, is still a perfectly distinct phenomenon from that other, it may hardly resemble it. It may be far removed from it in space and time. The only point that is obscure is the act of appropriation itself. Already in enumerating the constituents of the self and their rivalry, I had to use the word appropriate. And the quick-witted reader probably noticed at the time, in hearing how one constituent was let drop and disowned and another one held fast to and espoused, that the phrase was meaningless unless the constituents were objects in the hands of something else. A thing cannot appropriate itself, it is itself, and still less can it disown itself. There must be an agent of the appropriating and disowning, but that agent we have already named. It is the thought to whom the various constituents are known. That thought is a vehicle of choice as well as of cognition, and among the choices it makes are these appropriations, or repudiations, of its own. But the thought never is an object in its own hands, it never appropriates or disowns itself. It appropriates to itself, it is the actual focus of accretion, the hook from which the chain of past selves dangles, planted firmly in the present, which alone passes for real, and thus keeping the chain from being a purely ideal thing. Anon the hook itself will drop into the past with all it carries, and then be treated as an object and appropriated by a new thought in the new present which will serve as living hook in turn. The present moment of consciousness is thus, as Mr. Hodgson says, the darkest in the whole series. It may feel its own immediate existence. We have all along admitted the possibility of this, hard as it is by direct introspection to ascertain the fact, but nothing can be known about it till it be dead and gone. Its appropriations are therefore less to itself than to the most intimately felt part of its present object, the body, and the central adjustments, which accompany the act of thinking, in the head. These are the real nucleus of our personal identity, and it is their actual existence, realized as a solid present fact, which makes us say, as sure as I exist, those past facts were part of myself. They are the kernel to which the represented parts of the self are assimilated, accreted, and knit on. And even were thought entirely unconscious of itself in the act of thinking, these warm parts of its present object would be a firm basis on which the consciousness of personal identity would rest. Such consciousness, then, as a psychologic fact, can be fully described without supposing any other agent than a succession of perishing thoughts, endowed with the functions of appropriation and rejection, and of which some can know and appropriate or reject objects already known, appropriated, or rejected by the rest. Figure 34. To illustrate by diagram, let A, B, and C stand for three successive thoughts, each with its object inside of it. If B's object be A, and C's object be B, then A, B, and C would stand for three pulses in a consciousness of personal identity. Each pulse would be something different from the others, but B would know and adopt A, and C would know and adopt A and B. Three successive states of the same brain, on which each experience in passing leaves its mark, might very well engender thoughts differing from each other in just such a way as this. The passing thought then seems to be the thinker. And though there may be another non-phenomenal thinker behind that, so far we do not seem to need him to express the facts. But we cannot definitively make up our mind about him until we have heard the reasons that have historically been used to prove his reality. The pure self or inner principle of personal unity. To a brief survey of the theories of the ego let us then next proceed. They are three in number, as follows. 1. The spiritualist theory. 2. The associationist theory. 3. The transcendentalist theory. The theory of the soul. In we were led ourselves to the spiritualist theory of the soul, as a means of escape from the unintelligibilities of mind stuff integrating with itself, and from the physiological improbability of a material monad, with thought attached to it, in the brain. But at the end of the chapter we said we should examine the soul critically in a later place, to see whether it had any other advantages as a theory over the simple phenomenal notion of a stream of thought accompanying a stream of cerebral activity, by a law yet unexplained. The theory of the soul is the theory of popular philosophy and of scholasticism, which is only popular philosophy made systematic. It declares that the principle of individuality within us must be substantial, for psychic phenomena are activities, and there can be no activity without a concrete agent. This substantial agent cannot be the brain but must be something immaterial. For its activity, thought, is both immaterial, and takes cognizance of immaterial things, and of material things in general and intelligible, as well as in particular and sensible ways, all which powers are incompatible with the nature of matter, of which the brain is composed. Thought moreover is simple, whilst the activities of the brain are compounded of the elementary activities of each of its parts. Furthermore, thought is spontaneous or free, whilst all material activity is determined ab extra. And the will can turn itself against all corporeal goods and appetites, which would be impossible were it a corporeal function. For these objective reasons the principle of psychic life must be both immaterial and simple as well as substantial, must be what is called a soul. The same consequence follows from subjective reasons. Our consciousness of personal identity assures us of our essential simplicity, the owner of the various constituents of the self, as we have seen them, the hypothetical arch-ego whom we provisionally conceived as possible, is a real entity of whose existence self-consciousness makes us directly aware. No material agent could thus turn round and grasp itself, material activities always grasp something else than the agent. And if a brain could grasp itself and be self-conscious, it would be conscious of itself as a brain and not as something of an altogether different kind. The soul then exists as a simple spiritual substance in which the various psychic faculties, operations, and affections inhere. If we ask what a substance is, the only answer is that it is a self-existent being, or one which needs no other subject in which to inhere. At bottom its only positive determination is being, and this is something whose meaning we all realize even though we find it hard to explain. The soul is moreover an individual being, and if we ask what that is, we are told to look in upon ourself, and we shall learn by direct intuition better than through any abstract reply. Our direct perception of our own inward being is in fact by many deemed to be the original prototype out of which our notion of simple active substance in general is fashioned. The consequences of the simplicity and substantiality of the soul are its incorruptibility and natural immortality, nothing but God's direct fiat can annihilate it, and its responsibility at all times for whatever it may have ever done. This substantialist view of the soul was essentially the view of Plato and of Aristotle. It received its completely formal elaboration in the Middle Ages. It was believed in by Hobbes, Descartes, Locke, Leibniz, Wolff, Berkeley, and is now defended by the entire modern dualistic or spiritualistic or common-sense school. Kant held to it while denying its fruitfulness as a premise for deducing consequences verifiable here below. Kant's successors, the absolute idealists, profess to have discarded it, how that may be we shall inquire ere long. Let us make up our minds what to think of it ourselves. It is at all events needless for expressing the actual subjective phenomena of consciousness as they appear. We have formulated them all without its aid, by the supposition of a stream of thoughts, each substantially different from the rest, but cognitive of the rest and appropriative of each other's content. At least, if I have not already succeeded in making this plausible to the reader, I am hopeless of convincing him by anything I could add now. The unity, the identity, the individuality, and the immateriality that appear in the psychic life are thus accounted for as phenomenal and temporal facts exclusively, and with no need of reference to any more simple or substantial agent than the present thought or section of the stream. We have seen it to be single and unique in the sense of having no separable parts, above, ff. Perhaps that is the only kind of simplicity meant to be predicated of the soul. The present thought also has being, at least all believers in the soul believe so, and if there be no other being in which it inheres, it ought itself to be a substance. If this kind of simplicity and substantiality were all that is predicated of the soul, then it might appear that we had been talking of the soul all along, without knowing it, when we treated the present thought as an agent, an owner, and the like. But the thought is a perishing and not an immortal or incorruptible thing. Its successors may continuously succeed to it, resemble it, and appropriate it, but they are not it, whereas the soul substance is supposed to be a fixed unchanging thing. By the soul is always meant something behind the present thought, another kind of substance, existing on a non-phenomenal plane. When we brought in the soul at the end of, as an entity which the various brain processes were supposed to affect simultaneously, and which responded to their combined influence by single pulses of its thought. It was to escape integrated mind stuff on the one hand, and an improbable cerebral monad on the other. But when, as now, after all we have been through since that earlier passage, we take the two formulations, first of a brain to whose processes pulses of thought simply correspond, and second, of one to whose processes pulses of thought in a soul correspond, and compare them together, we see that at bottom the second formulation is only a more roundabout way than the first of expressing the same bald fact. That bald fact is that when the brain acts, a thought occurs. The spiritualistic formulation says that the brain processes knock the thought, so to speak, out of a soul which stands there to receive their influence. The simpler formulation says that the thought simply comes. But what positive meaning has the soul, when scrutinized, but the ground of possibility of the thought? And what is the knocking but the determining of the possibility to actuality? And what is this after all but giving a sort of concreted form to one's belief that the coming of the thought, when the brain processes occur, has some sort of ground in the nature of things? If the world's soul be understood merely to express that claim, it is a good word to use. But if it be held to do more, to gratify the claim, for instance, to connect rationally the thought which comes, with the processes which occur, and to mediate intelligibly between their two disparate natures, then it is an illusory term. It is, in fact, with the word soul as with the word substance in general. To say that phenomena inhere in a substance is at bottom only to record one's protest against the notion that the bare existence of the phenomena is the total truth. A phenomenon would not itself be, we insist, unless there were something more than the phenomenon. To the more we give the provisional name of substance. So, in the present instance, we ought certainly to admit that there is more than the bare fact of coexistence of a passing thought with a passing brain state. But we do not answer the question, what is that more? When we say that it is a soul which the brain state affects. This kind of more explains nothing, and when we are once trying metaphysical explanations we are foolish not to go as far as we can. For my own part one confess that the moment I become metaphysical and try to define the more, I find the notion of some sort of an anima mundi thinking in all of us to be a more promising hypothesis, in spite of all its difficulties, than that of a lot of absolutely individual souls. Meanwhile, as psychologists, we need not be metaphysical at all. The phenomena are enough, the passing thought itself is the only verifiable thinker, and its empirical connection with the brain process is the ultimate known law. To the other arguments which would prove the need of a soul, we may also turn a deaf ear. The argument from free will can convince only those who believe in free will. And even they will have to admit that spontaneity is just as possible, to say the least, in a temporary spiritual agent like our thought as in a permanent one like the supposed soul. The same is true of the argument from the kinds of things cognized. Even if the brain could not cognize universal, immaterials, or its self, still the thought which we have relied upon in our account is not the brain, closely as it seems connected with it. And after all, if the brain could cognize at all, one does not well see why it might not cognize one sort of thing as well as another. The great difficulty is in seeing how a thing can cognize anything. This difficulty is not in the least removed by giving to the thing that cognizes the name of soul. The spiritualists do not deduce any of the properties of the mental life from otherwise known properties of the soul. They simply find various characters ready-made in the mental life, and these they clap into the soul, saying, Lo! Behold the source from whence they flow. The merely verbal character of this explanation is obvious. The soul invoked, far from making the phenomena more intelligible, can only be made intelligible itself by borrowing their form. It must be represented, if at all, as a transcendent stream of consciousness duplicating the one we know. Altogether, the soul is an outbirth of that sort of philosophizing whose great maxim, according to Dr. Hodgson, is, whatever you are totally ignorant of, assert to be the explanation of everything else. Locke and Kant, whilst still believing in the soul, began the work of undermining the notion that we know anything about it. Most modern writers of the mitigated spiritualistic, or dualistic philosophy, the Scotch school, as it is often called among us, are forward to proclaim this ignorance, and to attend exclusively to the verifiable phenomena of self-consciousness, as we have laid them down. Dar. Wayland, for example, begins his Elements of Intellectual Philosophy with the phrase, "Of the essence of mind we know nothing," and goes on, "All that we are able to affirm of it is that it is something which perceives, reflects, remembers, imagines, and wills. But what that something is which exerts these energies we know not. It is only as we are conscious of the action of these energies that we are conscious of the existence of mind. It is only by the exertion of its own powers that the mind becomes cognizant of their existence. The cognizance of its powers, however, gives us no knowledge of that essence of which they are predicated. In these respects our knowledge of mind is precisely analogous to our knowledge of matter. This analogy of our two ignorances is a favorite remark in the Scotch school. It is but a step to lump them together into a single ignorance, that of the unknowable, to which any one fond of superfluities in philosophy may accord the hospitality of his belief, if it so please him, but which any one else may as freely ignore and reject. The soul theory is, then, a complete superfluity, so far as accounting for the actually verified facts of conscious experience goes. So far, no one can be compelled to subscribe to it for definite scientific reasons. The case would rest here, and the reader be left free to make his choice, were it not for other demands of a more practical kind. The first of these is immortality, for which the simplicity and substantiality of the soul seem to offer a solid guarantee. A stream of thought, for aught that we see to be contained in its essence, may come to a full stop at any moment. But a simple substance is incorruptible, and will, by its own inertia, persist in being so long as the Creator does not by a direct miracle snuff it out. Unquestionably this is the stronghold of the spiritualistic belief, as indeed the popular touchstone for all philosophies is the question, what is their bearing on a future life? The soul, however, when closely scrutinized, guarantees no immortality of a sort we care for. The enjoyment of the atom-like simplicity of their substance in secula seculorum would not to most people seem a consummation devoutly to be wished. The substance must give rise to a stream of consciousness continuous with the present stream, in order to arouse our hope, but of this the mere persistence of the substance per se offers no guarantee. Moreover, in the general advance of our moral ideas, there has come to be something ridiculous in the way our forefathers had of grounding their hopes of immortality on the simplicity of their substance. The demand for immortality is nowadays essentially teleological. We believe ourselves immortal because we believe ourselves fit for immortality. A substance ought surely to perish, we think, if not worthy to survive. And an insubstantial stream to prolong itself, provided it be worthy, if the nature of things is organized in the rational way in which we trust it is. Substance or no substance, soul or stream. What Lotze says of immortality is about all that human wisdom can say. We have no other principle for deciding it than this general idealistic belief, that every created thing will continue whose continuance belongs to the meaning of the world. And so long as it does so belong. Whilst every one will pass away whose reality is justified only in a transitory phase of the world's course. That this principle admits of no further application in human hands need hardly be said. We surely know not the merits which may give to one being a claim on eternity, nor the defects which would cut others off. A second alleged necessity for a soul substance is our forensic responsibility before God. Locke caused an uproar when he said that the unity of consciousness made a man the same person, whether supported by the same substance or no, and that God would not, in the great day, make a person answer for what he remembered nothing of. It was supposed scandalous that our forgetfulness might thus deprive God of the chance of certain retributions, which otherwise would have enhanced his glory. This is certainly a good speculative ground for retaining the soul, at least for those who demand a plenitude of retribution. The mere stream of consciousness, with its lapses of memory, cannot possibly be as responsible as a soul which is at the judgment day all that it ever was. To modern readers, however, who are less insatiate for retribution than their grandfathers, this argument will hardly be as convincing as it seems once to have been. One great use of the soul has always been to account for, and at the same time to guarantee, the closed individuality of each personal consciousness. The thoughts of one soul must unite into one self, it was supposed, and must be eternally insulated from those of every other soul. But we have already begun to see that, although unity is the rule of each man's consciousness, yet in some individuals, at least, thoughts may split away from the others and form separate selves. As for insulation, it would be rash, in view of the phenomena of thought transference, mesmeric influence and spirit control, which are being alleged nowadays on better authority than ever before, to be too sure about that point either. The definitively closed nature of our personal consciousness is probably an average statistical resultant of many conditions, but not an elementary force or fact. So that, if one wishes to preserve the soul, the less he draws his arguments from that quarter the better. So long as our self, on the whole, makes itself good and practically maintains itself as a closed individual, why, as Lotze says, is not that enough? And why is the being an individual in some inaccessible metaphysical way so much prouder an achievement? My final conclusion, then, about the substantial soul is that it explains nothing and guarantees nothing. Its successive thoughts are the only intelligible and verifiable things about it, and definitely to ascertain the correlations of these with brain processes is as much as psychology can empirically do. From the metaphysical point of view, it is true that one may claim that the correlations have a rational ground, and if the word soul could be taken to mean merely some such vague problematic ground, it would be unobjectionable. But the trouble is that it professes to give the ground in positive terms of a very dubiously credible sort. I therefore feel entirely free to discard the word soul from the rest of this book. If I ever use it, it will be in the vaguest and most popular way. The reader who finds any comfort in the idea of the soul, is, however, perfectly free to continue to believe in it. For our reasonings have not established the non-existence of the soul, they have only proved its superfluity for scientific purposes. The next theory of the pure self to which we pass is the associationist theory. Locke paved the way for it by the hypothesis he suggested of the same substance having two successive consciousnesses, or of the same consciousness being supported by more than one substance. He made his readers feel that the important unity of the self was its verifiable and felt unity, and that a metaphysical or absolute unity would be insignificant, so long as a consciousness of diversity might be there. Hume showed how great the consciousness of diversity actually was. In the famous chapter on personal identity, in his treatise on human nature, he writes as follows. There are some philosophers who imagine we are every moment intimately conscious of what we call ourself. That we feel its existence and its continuance in existence, and are certain, beyond the evidence of a demonstration, both of its perfect identity and simplicity. Unluckily, all these positive assertions are contrary to that very experience which is pleaded for them, nor have we any idea of self, after the manner it is here explained. It must be some one impression that gives rise to every real idea. If any impression gives rise to the idea of self, that impression must continue invariably the same through the whole course of our lives, since self is supposed to exist after that manner. But there is no impression constant and invariable. Pain and pleasure, grief and joy, passions and sensations succeed each other, and never all exist at the same time. For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other of heat or cold, light or shade, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. I never can catch myself at any time without a perception, and never can observe anything but the perception. When my perceptions are removed for any time, as by sound sleep, so long am I insensible of myself and may truly be said not to exist. And were all my perceptions removed by death, and could I neither think, nor feel, nor see, nor love, nor hate after the dissolution of my body, I should be entirely annihilated. Nor do I conceive what is farther requisite to make me a perfect nonentity. If anyone, upon serious and unprejudiced reflection, thinks he has a different notion of himself, I must confess I can reason no longer with him. All I can allow him is, that he may be in the right as well as I, and that we are essentially different in this particular. He may, perhaps, perceive something simple and continued which he calls himself. Though I am certain there is no such principle in me. But setting aside some metaphysicians of this kind, I may venture to affirm of the rest of mankind that they are nothing but a bundle or collection of different perceptions, which succeed each other with an inconceivable rapidity, and are in a perpetual flux and movement. Our eyes cannot turn in their sockets without varying our perceptions. Our thought is still more variable than our sight, and all our other senses and faculties contribute to this change. Nor is there any single power of the soul which remains unalterably the same. Perhaps for one moment the mind is a kind of theatre, where several perceptions successively make their appearance. Pass, repass, glide away and mingle in an infinite variety of postures and situations. There is properly no simplicity in it at one time, nor identity indifferent, whatever natural propension we may have to imagine that simplicity and identity. The comparison of the theatre must not mislead us. They are the successive perceptions only, that constitute the mind, nor have we the most distant notion of the place where these scenes are represented, nor of the material of which it is composed. But Hume, after doing this good piece of introspective work, proceeds to pour out the child with the bath, and to fly to as great an extreme as the substantialist philosophers. As they say the self is nothing but unity, unity abstract and absolute, so Hume says it is nothing but diversity, diversity abstract and absolute. Whereas in truth it is that mixture of unity and diversity which we ourselves have already found so easy to pick apart. We found among the objects of the stream certain feelings that hardly changed, that stood out warm and vivid in the past just as the present feeling does now. And we found the present feeling to be the center of accretion to which, de proce and proce, these other feelings are, by the judging thought, felt to cling. Hume says nothing of the judging thought. And he denies this thread of resemblance, this core of sameness running through the ingredients of the self, to exist even as a phenomenal thing. To him there is no tertium quid between pure unity and pure separateness. A succession of ideas, connected by a close relation, affords to an accurate view as perfect a notion of diversity as if there was no manner of relation at all. All our distinct perceptions are distinct existences, and the mind never perceives any real connection among distinct existences. Did our perceptions either inhere in something simple or individual, or did the mind perceive some real connection among them, there would be no difficulty in the case. For my part, I must plead the privilege of a skeptic and confess that this difficulty is too hard for my understanding. I pretend not, however, to pronounce it insuperable. Others, perhaps, may discover some hypothesis that will reconcile these contradictions. Hume is at bottom as much of a metaphysician as Thomas Aquinas. No wonder he can discover no hypothesis. The unity of the parts of the stream is just as real a connection as their diversity is a real separation. Both connection and separation are ways in which the past thoughts appear to the present thought. Unlike each other in respect of date and certain qualities, this is the separation, alike in other qualities, and continuous in time, this is the connection. In demanding a more real connection than this obvious and verifiable likeness and continuity, Hume seeks the world behind the looking glass, and gives a striking example of that absolutism which is the great disease of philosophic thought. The chain of distinct existences into which Hume thus chopped up our stream was adopted by all of his successors as a complete inventory of the facts. The associationist philosophy was founded. Somehow, out of ideas, each separate, each ignorant of its mates, but sticking together and calling each other up according to certain laws, all the higher forms of consciousness were to be explained. And among them the consciousness of our personal identity. The task was a hard one, in which what we called the psychologist's fallacy, FF, bore the brunt of the work. Two ideas, one of A, succeeded by another of B, were transmuted into a third idea of B after A. An idea from last year returning now was taken to be an idea of last year, two similar ideas stood for an idea of similarity, and the like. Palpable confusions, in which certain facts about the ideas, possible only to an outside knower of them, were put into the place of the idea's own proper and limited deliverance and content. Out of such recurrences and resemblances in a series of discrete ideas and feelings a knowledge was somehow supposed to be engendered in each feeling that it was recurrent and resembling. And that it helped to form a series to whose unity the name I came to be joined. In the same way, substantially, Herbart, in Germany, tried to show how a conflict of ideas would fuse into a manner of representing itself for which I was the consecrated name. The defect of all these attempts is that the conclusion pretended to follow from certain premises is by no means rationally involved in the premises. A feeling of any kind, if it simply returns, ought to be nothing else than what it was at first. If memory of previous existence and all sorts of other cognitive functions are attributed to it when it returns, it is no longer the same, but a widely different feeling, and ought to be so described. We have so described it with the greatest explicitness. We have said that feelings never do return. We have not pretended to explain this, we have recorded it as an empirically ascertained law, analogous to certain laws of brain physiology. And, seeking to define the way in which new feelings do differ from the old, we have found them to be cognizant and appropriative of the old, whereas the old were always cognizant and appropriative of something else. Once more, this account pretended to be nothing more than a complete description of the facts. It explained them no more than the associationist account explains them. But the latter both assumes to explain them and in the same breath falsifies them, and for each reason stands condemned. It is but just to say that the associationist writers as a rule seem to have a lurking bad conscience about the self. And that although they are explicit enough about what it is, namely, a train of feelings or thoughts, they are very shy about openly tackling the problem of how it comes to be aware of itself. Neither Bain nor Spencer, for example, directly touch this problem. As a rule, associationist writers keep talking about the mind and about what we do. And so, smuggling in surreptitiously what they ought avowedly to have postulated in the form of a present judging thought, they either trade upon their readers' lack of discernment or are undiscerning themselves. Mr. D. G. Thompson is the only associationist writer I know who perfectly escapes this confusion, and postulates openly what he needs. All states of consciousness, he says, imply and postulate a subject ego, whose substance is unknown and unknowable, to which, why not say by which? States of consciousness are referred as attributes, but which in the process of reference becomes objectified and becomes itself an attribute of a subject ego which lies still beyond. And which ever eludes cognition though ever postulated for cognition. This is exactly our judging and remembering present thought, described in less simple terms. After Mr. Thompson, M. Taine, the two Mills deserve credit for seeking to be as clear as they can. Taine tells us in the first volume of his Intelligence what the ego is, a continuous web of conscious events no more really distinct from each other than rhomboids, triangles, and squares marked with chalk on a plank are really distinct. For the plank itself is one. In the second volume he says all these parts have a common character embedded in them, that of being internal. This is our character of warmness, otherwise named. This character is abstracted and isolated by a mental fiction, and is what we are conscious of as ourself. This stable within is what each of us calls I or me. Obviously M. Taine forgets to tell us what this each of us is, which suddenly starts up and performs the abstraction and calls its product I or me. The character does not abstract itself. Taine means by each of us merely the present judging thought, with its memory and tendency to appropriate, but he does not name it distinctly enough, and lapses into the fiction that the entire series of thoughts, the entire plank, is the reflecting psychologist. James Mill, after defining memory as a train of associated ideas beginning with that of my past self and ending with that of my present self, defines myself as a train of ideas of which memory declares the first to be continuously connected with the last. The successive associated ideas run, as it were, into a single point of consciousness. John Mill, annotating this account, says, "The phenomenon of self and that of memory are merely two sides of the same fact, or two different modes of viewing the same fact. We may, as psychologists, set out from either of them, and refer the other to it. But it is hardly allowable to do both. At least it must be said that by doing so we explain neither. We only show that the two things are essentially the same. That my memory of having ascended Skiddaw on a given day, and my consciousness of being the same person who ascended Skiddaw on that day, are two modes of stating the same fact, a fact which psychology has as yet failed to resolve into anything more elementary. In analyzing the complex phenomena of consciousness, we must come to something ultimate, and we seem to have reached two elements which have a good prima facie claim to that title. There is, first, the difference between a fact and the thought of that fact, a distinction which we are able to cognize in the past, and which then constitutes memory, and in the future, when it constitutes expectation. But in neither case can we give any account of it except that it exists. Secondly, in addition to this, and setting out from the belief, that the idea I now have was derived from a previous sensation, there is the further conviction that this sensation was my own, that it happened to myself. In other words, I am aware of a long and uninterrupted succession of past feelings, going back as far as memory reaches, and terminating with the sensations I have at the present moment, all of which are connected by an inexplicable tie. That distinguishes them not only from any succession or combination in mere thought, but also from the parallel successions of feelings which I believe, on satisfactory evidence, to have happened to each of the other beings, shaped like myself, whom I perceive around me. This succession of feelings, which I call my memory of the past, is that by which I distinguish myself. Myself is the person who had that series of feelings, and I know nothing of myself, by direct knowledge, except that I had them. But there is a bond of some sort among all the parts of the series, which makes me say that they were feelings of a person who was the same person throughout. According to us, this is their warmth and resemblance to the central spiritual self now actually felt, and a different person from those who had any of the parallel successions of feelings. And this bond, to me, constitutes my ego. Here I think the question must rest, until some psychologist succeeds better than anyone else has done, in showing a mode in which the analysis can be carried further. The reader must judge of our own success in carrying the analysis farther. The various distinctions we have made are all parts of an endeavor so to do. John Mill himself, in a later written passage, so far from advancing in the line of analysis, seems to fall back upon something perilously near to the soul. He says, "The fact of recognizing a sensation, remembering that it has been felt before, is the simplest and most elementary fact of memory, and the inexplicable tie which connects the present consciousness with the past one of which it reminds me, is as near as I think we can get to a positive conception of self. That there is something real in this tie, real as the sensations themselves, and not a mere product of the laws of thought without any fact corresponding to it, I hold to be indubitable. This original element, to which we cannot give any name but its own peculiar one, without implying some false or ungrounded theory, is the ego, or self. As such I ascribe a reality to the ego, to my own mind, different from that real existence as a permanent possibility, which is the only reality I acknowledge in matter. We are forced to apprehend every part of the series as linked with the other parts by something in common which is not the feelings themselves, any more than the succession of the feelings is the feelings themselves. And as that which is the same in the first as in the second as in the third as in the fourth, and so on, must be the same in the first and in the 50th, this common element is a permanent element. But beyond this we can affirm nothing of it except the states of consciousness themselves. The feelings or consciousnesses which belong or have belonged to it, and its possibilities of having more, are the only facts there are to be asserted of self, the only positive attributes, except permanence, which we can ascribe to it. Mr. Mill's habitual method of philosophizing was to affirm boldly some general doctrine derived from his father, and then make so many concessions of detail to its enemies as practically to abandon it altogether. In this place the concessions amount, so far as they are intelligible, to the admission of something very like the soul. This inexplicable tie which connects the feelings, this something in common by which they are linked and which is not the passing feelings themselves, but something permanent, of which we can affirm nothing save its attributes and its permanence. What is it but metaphysical substance come again to life? Much as one must respect the fairness of Mill's temper, quite as much must one regret his failure of acumen at this point. At bottom he makes the same blunder as Hume. The sensations per se, he thinks, have no tie. The tie of resemblance and continuity which the remembering thought finds among them is not a real tie, but a mere product of the laws of thought, and the fact that the present thought appropriates them is also no real tie. But whereas Hume was contented to say that there might after all be no real tie, Mill, unwilling to admit this possibility, is driven, like any scholastic, to place it in a non-phenomenal world. John Mill's concessions may be regarded as the definitive bankruptcy of the associationist description of the consciousness of self, starting, as it does, with the best intentions, and dimly conscious of the path, but perplexed in the extreme at last with the inadequacy of those simple feelings, non-cognitive, non-transcendent of themselves, which were the only baggage it was willing to take along. One must beg memory, knowledge on the part of the feelings of something outside themselves. That granted, every other true thing follows naturally, and it is hard to go astray. The knowledge the present feeling has of the past ones is a real tie between them, so is their resemblance, so is their continuity. So is the one's appropriation of the other, all are real ties, realized in the judging thought of every moment, the only place where disconnections could be realized, did they exist. Hume and Mill both imply that a disconnection can be realized there, whilst a tie cannot. But the ties and the disconnections are exactly on a par, in this matter of self-consciousness. The way in which the present thought appropriates the past is a real way, so long as no other owner appropriates it in a more real way, and so long as the thought has no grounds for repudiating it stronger than those which lead to its appropriation. But no other owner ever does in point of fact present himself for my past, and the grounds which I perceive for appropriating it, viz., continuity and resemblance with the present, outweigh those I perceive for disowning it, viz., distance in time. My present thought stands thus in the plenitude of ownership of the train of my past selves, is owner not only de facto, but de jure, the most real owner there can be, and all without the supposition of any inexplicable tie, but in a perfectly verifiable and phenomenal way. Turn we now to what we may call the transcendentalist theory, which owes its origin to Kant. Kant's own statements are too lengthy and obscure for verbatim quotation here, so I must give their substance only. Kant starts, as I understand him, from a view of the object essentially like our own description of it on ff, that is, it is a system of things, qualities or facts in relation. Object is that in the knowledge, Begriff, of which the manifold of a given perception is connected. But whereas we simply beg the vehicle of this connected knowledge in the shape of what we call the present thought, or section of the stream of consciousness, which we declared to be the ultimate fact for psychology. Kant denies this to be an ultimate fact and insists on analyzing it into a large number of distinct, though equally essential, elements. The manifoldness of the object is due to sensibility, which per se is chaotic, and the unity is due to the synthetic handling which this manifold receives from the higher faculties of intuition, apprehension, imagination, understanding, and apperception. It is the one essential spontaneity of the understanding which, under these different names, brings unity into the manifold of sense. The understanding is, in fact, nothing more than the faculty of binding together a priori, and of bringing the manifold of given ideas under the unity of apperception, which consequently is the supreme principle in all human knowledge, section 16. The material connected must be given by lower faculties to the understanding, for the latter is not an intuitive faculty, but by nature empty. And the bringing of this material under the unity of apperception is explained by Kant to mean the thinking it always so that, whatever its other determinations be, it may be known as thought by me. Though this consciousness, that I think it, need not be at every moment explicitly realized, it is always capable of being realized. For if an object incapable of being combined with the idea of a thinker were there, how could it be known, how related to other objects, how form part of experience at all? The awareness that I think is therefore implied in all experience. No connected consciousness of anything without that of self as its presupposition and transcendental condition. All things, then, so far as they are intelligible at all, are so through combination with pure consciousness of self, and apart from this, at least potential, combination nothing is knowable to us at all. But this self, whose consciousness Kant thus established deductively as a conditio sine qua non of experience, is in the same breath denied by him to have any positive attributes. Although Kant's name for it, the original transcendental synthetic unity of apperception, is so long, our consciousness about it is, according to him, short enough. Self-consciousness of this transcendental sort tells us, not how we appear, not how we inwardly are, but only that we are. Section 25. At the basis of our knowledge of ourselves there lies only the simple and utterly empty idea, I. Of which we cannot even say we have a notion, but only a consciousness which accompanies all notions. In this I, or he or it, the thing, which thinks, nothing more is represented than the bare transcendental subject of the knowledge equals X, which is only recognized by the thoughts which are its predicates, and of which, taken by itself, we cannot form the least conception. Ibid. Paralogisms. The pure ego of all apperception is thus for Kant not the soul, but only that subject, which is the necessary correlate of the object in all knowledge. There is a soul, Kant thinks, but this mere ego form of our consciousness tells us nothing about it, neither whether it be substantial, nor whether it be immaterial, nor whether it be simple, nor whether it be permanent. These declarations on Kant's part of the utter barrenness of the consciousness of the pure self, and of the consequent impossibility of any deductive or rational psychology, are what, more than anything else, earned for him the title of the all-destroyer. The only self we know anything positive about, he thinks, is the empirical me, not the pure I. The self which is an object among other objects and the constituents of which we ourselves have seen, and recognized to be phenomenal things appearing in the form of space as well as time. This, for our purposes, is a sufficient account of the transcendental ego. Those purposes go no farther than to ascertain whether anything in Kant's conception ought to make us give up our own, of a remembering and appropriating thought incessantly renewed. In many respects Kant's meaning is obscure, but it will not be necessary for us to squeeze the texts in order to make sure what it actually and historically was. If we can define clearly 2 or 3 things which it may possibly have been, that will help us just as much to clear our own ideas. On the whole, a defensible interpretation of Kant's view would take somewhat the following shape. Like ourselves he believes in a reality outside the mind of which he writes, but the critic who vouches for that reality does so on grounds of faith, for it is not a verifiable phenomenal thing. Neither is it manifold. The manifold, which the intellectual functions combine is a mental manifold altogether, which thus stands between the ego of apperception and the outer reality, but still stands inside the mind. In the function of knowing there is a multiplicity to be connected, and Kant brings this multiplicity inside the mind. The reality becomes a mere empty locus, or unknowable, the so-called noumenon, the manifold phenomenon is in the mind. We, on the contrary, put the multiplicity with the reality outside, and leave the mind simple. Both of us deal with the same elements, thought and object, the only question is in which of them the multiplicity shall be lodged. Wherever it is lodged it must be synthesized, when it comes to be thought. And that particular way of lodging it will be the better, which, in addition to describing the facts naturally, makes the mystery of synthesis least hard to understand. Well, Kant's way of describing the facts is mythological. The notion of our thought being this sort of an elaborate internal machine shop stands condemned by all we said in favor of its simplicity on. Our thought is not composed of parts, however so composed its objects may be. There is no originally chaotic manifold in it to be reduced to order. There is something almost shocking in the notion of so chaste a function carrying this Kantian hurly-burly in her womb. If we are to have a dualism of thought and reality at all, the multiplicity should be lodged in the latter and not in the former member of the couple of related terms. The parts and their relations surely belong less to the knower than to what is known. But even were all the mythology true, the process of synthesis would in no whit be explained by calling the inside of the mind its seat. No mystery would be made lighter by such means. It is just as much a puzzle how the ego can employ the productive imagination to make the understanding use the categories to combine the data which recognition, association, and apprehension receive from sensible intuition, as how the thought can combine the objective facts. Phrase it as one may, the difficulty is always the same, the many known by the one. Or does one seriously think he understands better how the knower connects its objects, when one calls the former a transcendental ego and the latter a manifold of intuition, than when one calls them thought and things respectively? Knowing must have a vehicle. Call the vehicle ego, or call it thought, psychosis, soul, intelligence, consciousness, mind, reason, feeling, what you like, it must know. The best grammatical subject for the verb know would, if possible, be one from whose other properties the knowing could be deduced. And if there be no such subject, the best one would be that with the fewest ambiguities and the least pretentious name. By Kant's confession, the transcendental ego has no properties, and from it nothing can be deduced. Its name is pretentious, and, as we shall presently see, has its meaning ambiguously mixed up with that of the substantial soul. So on every possible account we are excused from using it instead of our own term of the present passing thought, as the principle by which the many is simultaneously known. The ambiguity referred to in the meaning of the transcendental ego is as to whether Kant signified by it an agent, and by the experience it helps to constitute, an operation. Or whether the experience is an event produced in an unassigned way, and the ego a mere indwelling element therein contained. If an operation be meant, then ego and manifold must both be existent prior to that collision which results in the experience of one by the other. If a mere analysis is meant, there is no such prior existence, and the elements only are in so far as they are in union. Now Kant's tone and language are everywhere the very words of one who is talking of operations and the agents by which they are performed. And yet there is reason to think that at bottom he may have had nothing of the sort in mind. In this uncertainty we need again do no more than decide what to think of his transcendental ego if it be an agent. Well, if it be so, transcendentalism is only substantialism grown shamefaced, and the ego only a cheap and nasty edition of the soul. All our reasons for preferring the thought to the soul apply with redoubled force when the soul is shrunk to this estate. The soul truly explained nothing. The syntheses, which she performed, were simply taken ready-made and clapped on to her as expressions of her nature taken after the fact, but at least she had some semblance of nobility in outlook. She was called active, might select, was responsible, and permanent in her way. The ego is simply nothing, as ineffectual and windy an abortion as philosophy can show. It would indeed be one of reason's tragedies if the good Kant, with all his honesty and strenuous pains, should have deemed this conception an important outbirth of his thought. But we have seen that Kant deemed it of next to no importance at all. It was reserved for his Fichtean and Hegelian successors to call it the first principle of philosophy, to spell its name in capitals and pronounce it with adoration, to act, in short, as if they were going up in a balloon, whenever the notion of it crossed their mind. Here again, however, I am uncertain of the facts of history, and know that I may not read my authors aright. The whole lesson of Kantian and post-Kantian speculation is, it seems to me, the lesson of simplicity. With Kant, complication both of thought and statement was an inborn infirmity, enhanced by the musty academicism of his Königsberg existence. With Hegel it was a raging fever. Terribly, therefore, do the sour grapes which these fathers of philosophy have eaten set our teeth on edge. We have in England and America, however, a contemporary continuation of Hegelism from which, fortunately, somewhat simpler deliverances come. And, unable to find any definite psychology in what Hegel, Rosencrantz, or Erdmann tells us of the ego, I turn to Caird and Green. The great difference, practically, between these authors and Kant is their complete abstraction from the onlooking psychologist and from the reality he thinks he knows. Or rather it is the absorption of both of these outlying terms into the proper topic of psychology, viz., the mental experience of the mind under observation. The reality coalesces with the connected manifold, the psychologist with the ego, knowing becomes connecting, and there results no longer a finite or criticizable, but an absolute experience, of which the object and the subject are always the same. Our finite thought is virtually and potentially this eternal, or rather this timeless, absolute ego, and only provisionally and speciously the limited thing which it seems prima facie to be. The later sections of our stream, which come and appropriate the earlier ones, are those earlier ones, just as in substantialism the soul is throughout all time the same. This solipsistic character of an experience conceived as absolute really annihilates psychology as a distinct body of science. Psychology is a natural science, an account of particular finite streams of thought, coexisting and succeeding in time. It is of course conceivable, though far from clearly so, that in the last metaphysical resort all these streams of thought may be thought by one universal all-thinker. But in this metaphysical notion there is no profit for psychology. For grant that one thinker does think in all of us, still what he thinks in me and what in you can never be deduced from the bare idea of him. The idea of him seems even to exert a positively paralyzing effect on the mind. The existence of finite thoughts is suppressed altogether. Thought's characteristics, as Professor Green says, are not to be sought in the incidents of individual lives which last but for a day. No knowledge, nor any mental act involved in knowledge, can properly be called a phenomenon of consciousness. For a phenomenon is a sensible event, related in the way of antecedence or consequence to other sensible events, but the consciousness which constitutes a knowledge, is not an event so related nor made up of such events. Again, if we examine the constituents of any perceived object, we shall find alike that it is only for consciousness that they can exist, and that the consciousness for which they thus exist cannot be merely a series of phenomena or a succession of states. It then becomes clear that there is a function of consciousness, as exercised in the most rudimentary experience, namely, the function of synthesis, which is incompatible with the definition of consciousness as any sort of succession of any sort of phenomena. Were we to follow these remarks, we should have to abandon our notion of the thought, perennially renewed in time, but always cognitive thereof, and to espouse instead of it an entity copied from thought in all essential respects, but differing from it in being out of time. What psychology can gain by this barter would be hard to divine. Moreover, this resemblance of the timeless ego to the soul is completed by other resemblances still. The monism of the post-Kantian idealists seems always lapsing into a regular old-fashioned spiritualistic dualism. They incessantly talk as if, like the soul, their all-thinker were an agent, operating on detached materials of sense. This may come from the accidental fact that the English writings of the school have been more polemic than constructive, and that a reader may often take for a positive profession a statement ad hominem meant as part of a reduction to the absurd, or mistake the analysis of a bit of knowledge into elements for a dramatic myth about its creation. But I think the matter has profounder roots. Professor Green constantly talks of the activity of self as a condition of knowledge taking place. Facts are said to become incorporated with other facts only through the action of a combining self-consciousness upon data of sensation. Every object we perceive requires, in order to its presentation, the action of a principle of consciousness, not itself subject to conditions of time, upon successive appearances, such action as may hold the appearances together, without fusion, in an apprehended fact. It is needless to repeat that the connection of things in our knowledge is in no way explained by making it the deed of an agent whose essence is self-identity and who is out of time. The agency of phenomenal thought coming and going in time is just as easy to understand. And when it is furthermore said that the agent that combines is the same, self-distinguishing subject which, in another mode of its activity presents the manifold object to itself, the unintelligibilities become quite paroxysmal. And we are forced to confess that the entire school of thought in question, in spite of occasional glimpses of something more refined, still dwells habitually in that mythological stage of thought where phenomena are explained as results of dramas enacted by entities which but reduplicate the characters of the phenomena themselves. The self must not only know its object, that is too bald and dead a relation to be written down and left in its static state. The knowing must be painted as a famous victory in which the object's distinctness is in some way overcome. The self exists as one self only as it opposes itself, as object, to itself as subject, and immediately denies and transcends that opposition. Only because it is such a concrete unity, which has in itself a resolved contradiction, can the intelligence cope with all the manifoldness and division of the mighty universe, and hope to master its secrets. As the lightning sleeps in the dewdrop, so in the simple and transparent unity of self-consciousness there is held in equilibrium that vital antagonism of opposites which seems to rend the world asunder. The intelligence is able to understand the world, or, in other words, to break down the barrier between itself and things and find itself in them, just because its own existence is implicitly the solution of all the division and conflict of things. This dynamic, I had almost written dynamitic, way of representing knowledge has the merit of not being tame. To turn from it to our own psychological formulation is like turning from the fireworks, trapdoors, and transformations of the pantomime into the insipidity of the midnight, where, ghastly through the drizzling rain, on the bald street breaks the blank day. And yet turn we must, with the confession that our thought, a cognitive phenomenal event in time, is, if it exist at all, itself the only thinker which the facts require. The only service that transcendental egoism has done to psychology has been by its protests against Hume's bundle theory of mind. But this service has been ill performed. For the egoists themselves, let them say what they will, believe in the bundle, and in their own system merely tie it up, with their special transcendental string, invented for that use alone. Besides, they talk as if, with this miraculous tying or relating, the ego's duties were done. Of its far more important duty of choosing some of the things it ties and appropriating them, to the exclusion of the rest, they tell us never a word. To sum up, then, my own opinion of the transcendentalist school, it is, whatever ulterior metaphysical truth it may divine, a school in which psychology at least has naught to learn, and whose deliverances about the ego in particular in no wise oblige us to revise our own formulation of the stream of thought. With this, all possible rival formulations have been discussed. The literature of the self is large, but all its authors may be classed as radical or mitigated representatives of the three schools we have named, substantialism, associationism, or transcendentalism. Our own opinion must be classed apart, although it incorporates essential elements from all three schools. There need never have been a quarrel between associationism and its rivals if the former had admitted the indecomposable unity of every pulse of thought, and the latter been willing to allow that perishing pulses of thought might recollect and know. We may sum up by saying that personality implies the incessant presence of two elements, an objective person, known by a passing subjective thought and recognized as continuing in time. Hereafter let us use the words me and I for the empirical person and the judging thought. Certain vicissitudes in the me demand our notice. In the first place, although its changes are gradual, they become in time great. The central part of the me is the feeling of the body and of the adjustments in the head. And in the feeling of the body should be included that of the general emotional tones and tendencies, for at bottom these are but the habits in which organic activities and sensibilities run. Well, from infancy to old age, this assemblage of feelings, most constant of all, is yet a prey to slow mutation. Our powers, bodily and mental, change at least as fast. Our possessions notoriously are perishable facts. The identity which the eye discovers, as it surveys this long procession, can only be a relative identity, that of a slow shifting in which there is always some common ingredient retained. The commonest element of all, the most uniform, is the possession of the same memories. However different the man may be from the youth, both look back on the same childhood, and call it their own. Thus the identity found by the I in its me is only a loosely construed thing, an identity, on the whole, just like that which any outside observer might find in the same assemblage of facts. We often say of a man, he is so changed one would not know him, and so does a man, less often, speak of himself. These changes in the me, recognized by the I, or by outside observers, may be grave or slight. They deserve some notice here. The mutations of the self may be divided into two main classes. 1. Alterations of memory, and 2. Alterations in the present bodily and spiritual selves. 1. Alterations of memory are either losses or false recollections. In either case the me is changed. Should a man be punished for what he did in his childhood and no longer remembers? Should he be punished for crimes enacted in post-epileptic unconsciousness, somnambulism, or in any involuntarily induced state of which no recollection is retained? Law, in accord with common sense, says, no. He is not the same person forensically now which he was then. These losses of memory are a normal incident of extreme old age, and the person's me shrinks in the ratio of the facts that have disappeared. In dreams we forget our waking experiences. They are as if they were not. And the converse is also true. As a rule, no memory is retained during the waking state of what has happened during mesmeric trance, although when again in trance the person may remember it distinctly, and may then forget facts belonging to the waking state. We thus have, within the bounds of healthy mental life, an approach to an alternation of me's. False memories are by no means rare occurrences in most of us, and, whenever they occur, they distort the consciousness of the me. Most people, probably, are in doubt about certain matters ascribed to their past. They may have seen them, may have said them, done them, or they may only have dreamed or imagined they did so. The content of a dream will oftentimes insert itself into the stream of real life in a most perplexing way. The most frequent source of false memory is the accounts we give to others of our experiences. Such accounts we almost always make both more simple and more interesting than the truth. We quote what we should have said or done, rather than what we really said or did, and in the first telling we may be fully aware of the distinction. But ere long the fiction expels the reality from memory and reigns in its stead alone. This is one great source of the fallibility of testimony meant to be quite honest. Especially where the marvelous is concerned, the story takes a tilt that way, and the memory follows the story. Dar. Carpenter quotes from Miss Cobby the following, as an instance of a very common sort. It happened once to the writer to hear a most scrupulously conscientious friend narrate an incident of table turning. To which she appended an assurance that the table rapped when nobody was within a yard of it. The writer being confounded by this latter fact, the lady, though fully satisfied of the accuracy of her statement, promised to look at the note she had made 10 years previously of the transaction. The note was examined, and was found to contain the distinct statement that the table rapped when the hands of 6 persons rested on it. The lady's memory as to all other points proved to be strictly correct. And in this point she had erred in entire good faith. It is next to impossible to get a story of this sort accurate in all its details, although it is the inessential details that suffer most change. Dickens and Balzac were said to have constantly mingled their fictions with their real experiences. Every one must have known some specimen of our mortal dust so intoxicated with the thought of his own person and the sound of his own voice as never to be able even to think the truth when his autobiography was in question. Amiable, harmless, radiant J.V. Mayst thou ne'er wake to the difference between thy real and thy fondly imagined self. 2. When we pass beyond alterations of memory to abnormal alterations in the present self we have still graver disturbances. These alterations are of 3 main types, from the descriptive point of view. But certain cases unite features of 2 or more types. And our knowledge of the elements and causes of these changes of personality is so slight that the division into types must not be regarded as having any profound significance. The types are 1. Insane delusions. 2. Alternating selves. 3. Mediumships or possessions. 1. In insanity we often have delusions projected into the past, which are melancholic or sanguine according to the character of the disease. But the worst alterations of the self come from present perversions of sensibility and impulse which leave the past undisturbed, but induce the patient to think that the present me is an altogether new personage. Something of this sort happens normally in the rapid expansion of the whole character, intellectual as well as volitional, which takes place after the time of puberty. The pathological cases are curious enough to merit longer notice. The basis of our personality, as M. Ribot says, is that feeling of our vitality which, because it is so perpetually present, remains in the background of our consciousness. It is the basis because, always present, always acting, without peace or rest, it knows neither sleep nor fainting, and lasts as long as life itself, of which it is one form. It serves as a support to that self-conscious me which memory constitutes, it is the medium of association among its other parts. Suppose now that it were possible at once to change our body and put another into its place, skeleton, vessels, viscera, muscles, skin, everything made new, except the nervous system with its stored-up memory of the past. There can be no doubt that in such a case the afflux of unaccustomed vital sensations would produce the gravest disorders. Between the old sense of existence engraved on the nervous system, and the new one acting with all the intensity of its reality and novelty, there would be irreconcilable contradiction. With the beginnings of cerebral disease there often happens something quite comparable to this. Masses of new sensation, hitherto foreign to the individual, impulses and ideas of the same inexperienced kind, for example terrors. Representations of enacted crime, of enemies pursuing one, etc. At the outset, these stand in contrast with the old familiar me, as a strange, often astonishing and abhorrent thou. Often their invasion into the former circle of feelings is felt as if the old self were being taken possession of by a dark overpowering might, and the fact of such possession is described in fantastic images. Always this doubleness, this struggle of the old self against the new discordant forms of experience, is accompanied with painful mental conflict, with passion, with violent emotional excitement. This is in great part the reason for the common experience, that the first stage in the immense majority of cases of mental disease is an emotional alteration particularly of a melancholic sort. If now the brain affection, which is the immediate cause of the new abnormal train of ideas, be not relieved, the latter becomes confirmed. It may gradually contract associations with the trains of ideas which characterize the old self, or portions of the latter may be extinguished and lost in the progress of the cerebral malady. So that little by little the opposition of the two conscious me's abates, and the emotional storms are calmed. But by that time the old me itself has been falsified and turned into another by those associations, by that reception into itself of the abnormal elements of feeling and of will. The patient may again be quiet, and his thought sometimes logically correct, but in it the morbid erroneous ideas are always present, with the adhesions they have contracted, as uncontrollable premises, and the man is no longer the same. But a really new person, his old self transformed. But the patient himself rarely continues to describe the change in just these terms unless new bodily sensations in him or the loss of old ones play a predominant part. Mere perversions of sight and hearing, or even of impulse, soon cease to be felt as contradictions of the unity of the me. What the particular perversions of the bodily sensibility may be, which give rise to these contradictions, is for the most part impossible for a sound-minded person to conceive. One patient has another self that repeats all his thoughts for him. Others, among whom are some of the first characters in history, have familiar demons who speak with them, and are replied to. In another someone makes his thoughts for him. Another has two bodies, lying in different beds. Some patients feel as if they had lost parts of their bodies, teeth, brain, stomach, etc. In some it is made of wood, glass, butter, etc. In some it does not exist any longer, or is dead, or is a foreign object quite separate from the speaker's self. Occasionally, parts of the body lose their connection for consciousness with the rest, and are treated as belonging to another person and moved by a hostile will. Thus the right hand may fight with the left as with an enemy. Or the cries of the patient himself are assigned to another person with whom the patient expresses sympathy. The literature of insanity is filled with narratives of such illusions as these. M. Taine quotes from a patient of Dr. Chris Haber an account of sufferings, from which it will be seen how completely aloof from what is normal a man's experience may suddenly become. After the first or second day it was for some weeks impossible to observe or analyze myself. The suffering, angina pectoris, was too overwhelming. It was not till the first days of January that I could give an account to myself of what I experienced. Here is the first thing of which I retain a clear remembrance. I was alone, and already a prey to permanent visual trouble, when I was suddenly seized with a visual trouble infinitely more pronounced. Objects grew small and receded to infinite distances, men and things together. I was myself immeasurably far away, I looked about me with terror and astonishment, the world was escaping from me. I remarked at the same time that my voice was extremely far away from me, that it sounded no longer as if mine. I struck the ground with my foot, and perceived its resistance, but this resistance seemed illusory, not that the soil was soft, but that the weight of my body was reduced to almost nothing. I had the feeling of being without weight. In addition to being so distant, objects appeared to me flat. When I spoke with anyone, I saw him like an image cut out of paper with no relief. This sensation lasted intermittently for 2 years. Constantly it seemed as if my legs did not belong to me. It was almost as bad with my arms. As for my head, it seemed no longer to exist. I appeared to myself to act automatically, by an impulsion foreign to myself. There was inside of me a new being, and another part of myself, the old being, which took no interest in the newcomer. I distinctly remember saying to myself that the sufferings of this new being were to me indifferent. I was never really dupe of these illusions, but my mind grew often tired of incessantly correcting the new impressions, and I let myself go and lived the unhappy life of this new entity. I had an ardent desire to see my old world again, to get back to my old self. This desire kept me from killing myself. I was another, and I despised this other, he was perfectly odious to me. It was certainly another who had taken my form and assumed my functions. In cases similar to this, it is as certain that the I is unaltered as that the me is changed. That is to say, the present thought of the patient is cognitive of both the old me and the new, so long as its memory holds good. Only, within that objective sphere which formerly lent itself so simply to the judgment of recognition and of egoistic appropriation, strange perplexities have arisen. The present and the past both seen therein will not unite. Where is my old me? What is this new one? Are they the same? Or have I two? Such questions, answered by whatever theory the patient is able to conjure up as plausible, form the beginning of his insane life. A case with which I am acquainted through Dr. C. J. Fisher of Tewkesbury has possibly its origin in this way. The woman, Bridget F. has been many years insane, and always speaks of her supposed self as the rat, asking me to bury the little rat, etc. Her real self she speaks of in the third person as the good woman, saying, the good woman knew Dr. F., and used to work for him, etc. Sometimes she sadly asks, do you think the good woman will ever come back? She works at needlework, knitting, laundry, etc., and shows her work, saying, isn't that good for only a rat? She has, during periods of depression, hid herself under buildings, and crawled into holes and under boxes. She was only a rat, and wants to die, she would say when we found her. 2. The phenomenon of alternating personality in its simplest phases seems based on lapses of memory. Any man becomes, as we say, inconsistent with himself if he forgets his engagements, pledges, knowledges, and habits, and it is merely a question of degree at what point we shall say that his personality is changed. In the pathological cases known as those of double or alternate personality, the lapse of memory is abrupt, and is usually preceded by a period of unconsciousness or syncope lasting a variable length of time. In the hypnotic trance we can easily produce an alteration of the personality, either by telling the subject to forget all that has happened to him since such or such a date, in which case he becomes, it may be, a child again. Or by telling him he is another altogether imaginary personage, in which case all facts about himself seem for the time being to lapse from out his mind. And he throws himself into the new character with a vivacity proportionate to the amount of histrionic imagination which he possesses. But in the pathological cases the transformation is spontaneous. The most famous case, perhaps, on record is that of Philida X, reported by Dr. Azam of Bordeaux. At the age of 14 this woman began to pass into a secondary state characterized by a change in her general disposition and character, as if certain inhibitions, previously existing, were suddenly removed. During the secondary state she remembered the first state, but on emerging from it into the first state she remembered nothing of the second. At the age of 44 the duration of the secondary state, which was on the whole superior in quality to the original state, had gained upon the latter so much as to occupy most of her time. During it she remembers the events belonging to the original state, but her complete oblivion of the secondary state when the original state recurs is often very distressing to her, as, for example, when the transition takes place in a carriage on her way to a funeral, and she hasn't the least idea which one of her friends may be dead. She actually became pregnant during one of her early secondary states, and during her first state had no knowledge of how it had come to pass. Her distress at these blanks of memory is sometimes intense and once drove her to attempt suicide. To take another example, Dr. Rieger gives an account of an epileptic man who for 17 years had passed his life alternately free, in prisons, or in asylums, his character being orderly enough in the normal state, but alternating with periods, during which he would leave his home for several weeks, leading the life of a thief and vagabond, being sent to jail, having epileptic fits and excitement, being accused of malingering, etc. etc., and with never a memory of the abnormal conditions which were to blame for all his wretchedness. I have never got from anyone, says Dr. Rieger, so singular an impression as from this man, of whom it could not be said that he had any properly conscious past at all. It is really impossible to think one's self into such a state of mind. His last larceny had been performed in Nuremberg, he knew nothing of it, and saw himself before the court and then in the hospital, but without in the least understanding the reason why. That he had epileptic attacks, he knew. But it was impossible to convince him that for hours together he raved and acted in an abnormal way. Another remarkable case is that of Mary Reynolds, lately republished again by Dr. Weir Mitchell. This dull and melancholy young woman, inhabiting the Pennsylvania wilderness in 1811, was found one morning, long after her habitual time for rising, in a profound sleep from which it was impossible to arouse her. After 18 or 20 hours of sleeping she awakened, but in a state of unnatural consciousness. Memory had fled. To all intents and purposes she was as a being for the first time ushered into the world. All of the past that remained to her was the faculty of pronouncing a few words, and this seems to have been as purely instinctive as the wailings of an infant, for at first the words which she uttered were connected with no ideas in her mind. Until she was taught their significance they were unmeaning sounds. Her eyes were virtually for the first time opened upon the world. Old things had passed away, all things had become new. Her parents, brothers, sisters, friends, were not recognized or acknowledged as such by her. She had never seen them before, never known them, was not aware that such persons had been. Now for the first time she was introduced to their company and acquaintance. To the scenes by which she was surrounded she was a perfect stranger. The house, the fields, the forest, the hills, the valleys, the streams, all were novelties. The beauties of the landscape were all unexplored. She had not the slightest consciousness that she had ever existed previous to the moment in which she awoke from that mysterious slumber. In a word, she was an infant, just born, yet born in a state of maturity, with a capacity for relishing the rich, sublime, luxuriant wonders of created nature. The first lesson in her education was to teach her by what ties she was bound to those by whom she was surrounded, and the duties devolving upon her accordingly. This she was very slow to learn, and, indeed, never did learn, or, at least, never would acknowledge the ties of consanguinity, or scarcely those of friendship. She considered those she had once known as for the most part strangers and enemies, among whom she was, by some remarkable and unaccountable means, transplanted, though from what region or state of existence was a problem unsolved. The next lesson was to reteach her the arts of reading and writing. She was apt enough, and made such rapid progress in both that in a few weeks she had readily relearned to read and write. In copying her name which her brother had written for her as a first lesson, she took her pen in a very awkward manner and began to copy from right to left in the Hebrew mode, as though she had been transplanted from an Eastern soil. The next thing that is noteworthy is the change which took place in her disposition. Instead of being melancholy she was now cheerful to extremity. Instead of being reserved she was buoyant and social. Formerly taciturn and retiring, she was now merry and jocose. Her disposition was totally and absolutely changed. While she was, in this second state, extravagantly fond of company, she was much more enamored of nature's works, as exhibited in the forests, hills, valleys, and watercourses. She used to start in the morning, either on foot or horseback, and ramble until nightfall over the whole country, nor was she at all particular whether she were on a path or in the trackless forest. Her predilection for this manner of life may have been occasioned by the restraint necessarily imposed upon her by her friends, which caused her to consider them her enemies and not companions, and she was glad to keep out of their way. She knew no fear, and as bears and panthers were numerous in the woods, and rattlesnakes and copperheads abounded everywhere, her friends told her of the danger to which she exposed herself. But it produced no other effect than to draw forth a contemptuous laugh, as she said, "I know you only want to frighten me and keep me at home, but you miss it. For I often see your bears and I am perfectly convinced that they are nothing more than black hogs." One evening, after her return from her daily excursion, she told the following incident: "As I was riding today along a narrow path a great black hog came out of the woods and stopped before me. I never saw such an impudent black hog before. It stood up on its hind feet and grinned and gnashed its teeth at me. I could not make the horse go on. I told him he was a fool to be frightened at a hog, and tried to whip him past, but he would not go and wanted to turn back. I told the hog to get out of the way, but he did not mind me. Well, said I, if you won't for words, I'll try blows, so I got off and took a stick, and walked up toward it. When I got pretty close by, it got down on all fours and walked away slowly and sullenly, stopping every few steps and looking back and grinning and growling. Then I got on my horse and rode on. Thus it continued for 5 weeks, when one morning, after a protracted sleep, she awoke and was herself again. She recognized the parental, the brotherly, and sisterly ties as though nothing had happened, and immediately went about the performance of duties incumbent upon her, and which she had planned 5 weeks previously. Great was her surprise at the change which one night, as she supposed, had produced. Nature bore a different aspect. Not a trace was left in her mind of the giddy scenes through which she had passed. Her ramblings through the forest, her tricks and humor, all were faded from her memory, and not a shadow left behind. Her parents saw their child, her brothers and sisters saw their sister. She now had all the knowledge that she had possessed in her first state previous to the change, still fresh and in as vigorous exercise as though no change had been. But any new acquisitions she had made, and any new ideas she had obtained, were lost to her now, yet not lost, but laid up out of sight in safekeeping for future use. Of course her natural disposition returned. Her melancholy was deepened by the information of what had occurred. All went on in the old-fashioned way, and it was fondly hoped that the mysterious occurrences of those 5 weeks would never be repeated, but these anticipations were not to be realized. After the lapse of a few weeks she fell into a profound sleep, and awoke in her second state, taking up her new life again precisely where she had left it when she before passed from that state. She was not now a daughter or a sister. All the knowledge she possessed was that acquired during the few weeks of her former period of second consciousness. She knew nothing of the intervening time. Two periods widely separated were brought into contact. She thought it was but one night. In this state she came to understand perfectly the facts of her case, not from memory, but from information. Yet her buoyancy of spirits was so great that no depression was produced. On the contrary, it added to her cheerfulness, and was made the foundation, as was everything else, of mirth. These alternations from one state to another continued at intervals of varying length for 15 or 16 years, but finally ceased when she attained the age of 35 or 36, leaving her permanently in her second state. In this she remained without change for the last quarter of a century of her life. The emotional opposition of the two states seems, however, to have become gradually effaced in Mary Reynolds. The change from a gay, hysterical, mischievous woman, fond of jests and subject to absurd beliefs or delusive convictions, to one retaining the joyousness and love of society, but sobered down to levels of practical usefulness, was gradual. The most of the 25 years which followed she was as different from her melancholy, morbid self as from the hilarious condition of the early years of her second state. Some of her family spoke of it as her third state. She is described as becoming rational, industrious, and very cheerful, yet reasonably serious, possessed of a well-balanced temperament, and not having the slightest indication of an injured or disturbed mind. For some years she taught school, and in that capacity was both useful and acceptable, being a general favorite with old and young. During these last 25 years she lived in the same house with the Reverend Dr. John V. Reynolds, her nephew, part of that time keeping house for him, showing a sound judgment and a thorough acquaintance with the duties of her position. Dr. Reynolds, who is still living in Meadville, says Dr. Mitchell, and who has most kindly placed the facts at my disposal, states in his letter to me of January 4, 1888, that at a later period of her life she said she did sometimes seem to have a dim, dreamy idea of a shadowy past, which she could not fully grasp, and could not be certain whether it originated in a partially restored memory or in the statements of the events by others during her abnormal state. Miss Reynolds died in January, 1854, at the age of 61. On the morning of the day of her death she rose in her usual health, ate her breakfast, and superintended household duties. While thus employed she suddenly raised her hands to her head and exclaimed, "Oh! I wonder what is the matter with my head," and immediately fell to the floor. When carried to a sofa she gasped once or twice and died. In such cases as the preceding, in which the secondary character is superior to the first, there seems reason to think that the first one is the morbid one. The word inhibition describes its dullness and melancholy. Philida X.'s original character was dull and melancholy in comparison with that which she later acquired, and the change may be regarded as the removal of inhibitions which had maintained themselves from earlier years. Such inhibitions we all know temporarily, when we cannot recollect or in some other way command our mental resources. The systematized amnesias, losses of memory, of hypnotic subjects ordered to forget all nouns, or all verbs, or a particular letter of the alphabet, or all that is relative to a certain person, are inhibitions of the sort on a more extensive scale. They sometimes occur spontaneously as symptoms of disease. Now M. Pierre Janet has shown that such inhibitions when they bear on a certain class of sensations, making the subject anesthetic thereto, and also on the memory of such sensations, are the basis of changes of personality. The anesthetic and amnesic hysteric is one person. But when you restore her inhibited sensibilities and memories by plunging her into the hypnotic trance, in other words, when you rescue them from their dissociated and split-off condition, and make them rejoin the other sensibilities and memories, she is a different person. As said above, the hypnotic trance is one method of restoring sensibility in hysterics. But one day when the hysteric anesthetic named Lucy was already in the hypnotic trance, M. Janet for a certain reason continued to make passes over her for a full half-hour as if she were not already asleep. The result was to throw her into a sort of syncope from which, after half an hour, she revived in a second somnambulic condition entirely unlike that which had characterized her thitherto, different sensibilities, a different memory. A different person, in short. In the waking state the poor young woman was anesthetic all over, nearly deaf, and with a badly contracted field of vision. Bad as it was, however, sight was her best sense, and she used it as a guide in all her movements. With her eyes bandaged she became entirely helpless, and like other persons of a similar sort whose cases have been recorded, she almost immediately fell asleep in consequence of the withdrawal of her last sensorial stimulus. M. Janet calls this waking or primary, one can hardly in such a connection say, normal, state by the name of Lucy I. In Lucy II, her first sort of hypnotic trance, the anesthesias were diminished but not removed. In the deeper trance, Lucy III, brought about as just described, no trace of them remained. Her sensibility became perfect, and instead of being an extreme example of the visual type, she was transformed into what in Prof. Charcot's terminology is known as a motor. That is to say, that whereas when awake she had thought in visual terms exclusively, and could imagine things only by remembering how they looked, now in this deeper trance her thoughts and memories seemed to M. Janet to be largely composed of images of movement and of touch. Having discovered this deeper trance and change of personality in Lucy, M. Janet naturally became eager to find it in his other subjects. He found it in Rose, in Marie, and in Leonie. And his brother, Dr. Jules Janet, who was intern at the Salpêtrière Hospital, found it in the celebrated subject Wit, whose trances had been studied for years by the various doctors of that institution without any of them having happened to awaken this very peculiar individuality. With the return of all the sensibilities in the deeper trance, these subjects turned, as it were, into normal persons. Their memories in particular grew more extensive, and hereupon M. Janet spins a theoretic generalization. When a certain kind of sensation, he says, is abolished in an hysteric patient, there is also abolished along with it all recollection of past sensations of that kind. If, for example, hearing be the anesthetic sense, the patient becomes unable even to imagine sounds and voices, and has to speak, when speech is still possible, by means of motor or articulatory cues. If the motor sense be abolished, the patient must will the movements of his limbs by first defining them to his mind in visual terms, and must innervate his voice by premonitory ideas of the way in which the words are going to sound. The practical consequences of this law would be great, for all experiences belonging to a sphere of sensibility which afterwards became anesthetic, as, for example, touch, would have been stored away and remembered in tactile terms, and would be incontinently forgotten as soon as the cutaneous and muscular sensibility should come to be cut out in the course of disease. Memory of them would be restored again, on the other hand, so soon as the sense of touch came back. Now, in the hysteric subjects on whom M. Janet experimented, touch did come back in the state of trance. The result was that all sorts of memories, absent in the ordinary condition, came back too, and they could then go back and explain the origin of many otherwise inexplicable things in their life. One stage in the great convulsive crisis of hysteroepilepsy, for example, is what French writers call the phase de attitudes passionnelles, in which the patient, without speaking or giving any account of herself, will go through the outward movements of fear, anger, or some other emotional state of mind. Usually this phase is, with each patient, a thing so stereotyped as to seem automatic, and doubts have even been expressed as to whether any consciousness exists whilst it lasts. When, however, the patient Lucy's tactile sensibility came back in the deeper trance, she explained the origin of her hysteric crisis in a great fright which she had had when a child, on a day when certain men, hid behind the curtains, had jumped out upon her. She told how she went through this scene again in all her crises. She told of her sleepwalking fits through the house when a child, and how for several months she had been shut in a dark room because of a disorder of the eyes. All these were things of which she recollected nothing when awake, because they were records of experiences mainly of motion and of touch. But M. Janet's subject Leonie is interesting, and shows best how with the sensibilities and motor impulses the memories and character will change. This woman, whose life sounds more like an improbable romance than a genuine history, has had attacks of natural somnambulism since the age of 3 years. She has been hypnotized constantly by all sorts of persons from the age of 16 upwards, and she is now 45. Whilst her normal life developed in one way in the midst of her poor country surroundings, her second life was passed in drawing rooms and doctors' offices, and naturally took an entirely different direction. Today, when in her normal state, this poor peasant woman is a serious and rather sad person, calm and slow, very mild with every one, and extremely timid. To look at her one would never suspect the personage which she contains. But hardly is she put to sleep hypnotically when a metamorphosis occurs. Her face is no longer the same. She keeps her eyes closed, it is true, but the acuteness of her other senses supplies their place. She is gay, noisy, restless, sometimes insupportably so. She remains good-natured, but has acquired a singular tendency to irony and sharp jesting. Nothing is more curious than to hear her after a sitting when she has received a visit from strangers who wish to see her asleep. She gives a word portrait of them, apes their manners, pretends to know their little ridiculous aspects and passions, and for each invents a romance. To this character must be added the possession of an enormous number of recollections, whose existence she does not even suspect when awake, for her amnesia is then complete. She refuses the name of Leonie and takes that of Leontine, Leonie II, to which her first magnetizers had accustomed her. That good woman is not myself, she says, she is too stupid. To herself, Leontine or Leonie II, she attributes all the sensations and all the actions, in a word all the conscious experiences which she has undergone in somnambulism, and knits them together to make the history of her already long life. To Leonie I, as M. Janet calls the waking woman, on the other hand, she exclusively ascribes the events lived through in waking hours. I was at first struck by an important exception to the rule, and was disposed to think that there might be something arbitrary in this partition of her recollections. In the normal state Leonie has a husband and children. But Leonie II, the somnambulist, whilst acknowledging the children as her own, attributes the husband to the other. This choice was perhaps explicable, but it followed no rule. It was not till later that I learned that her magnetizers in early days, as audacious as certain hypnotizers of recent date, had somnambulized her for her first accouchements, and that she had lapsed into that state spontaneously in the later ones. Leonie II was thus quite right in ascribing to herself the children, it was she who had had them, and the rule that her first trance state forms a different personality was not broken. But it is the same with her second or deepest state of trance. When after the renewed passes, syncope, etc., she reaches the condition which I have called Leonie III, she is another person still. Serious and grave, instead of being a restless child, she speaks slowly and moves but little. Again she separates herself from the waking Leonie I. A good but rather stupid woman, she says, and not me. And she also separates herself from Leonie II, how can you see anything of me in that crazy creature, she says. Fortunately I am nothing for her. Leonie I knows only of herself, Leonie II, of herself and of Leonie I, Leonie III knows of herself and of both the others. Leonie I has a visual consciousness, Leonie II has one both visual and auditory. In Leonie III it is at once visual, auditory, and tactile. Professor Janet thought at first that he was Leonie III's discoverer. But she told him that she had been frequently in that condition before. A former magnetizer had hit upon her just as M. Janet had, in seeking by means of passes to deepen the sleep of Leonie II. This resurrection of a somnambulic personage who had been extinct for 20 years is curious enough. And in speaking to Leonie III, I naturally now adopt the name of Leonore which was given her by her first master. The most carefully studied case of multiple personality is that of the hysteric youth Louis V, about whom Mem. Bourou and Buret have written a book. The symptoms are too intricate to be reproduced here with detail. Suffice it that Louis V had led an irregular life, in the army, in hospitals, and in houses of correction, and had had numerous hysteric anesthesias, paralyses, and contractures attacking him differently at different times and when he lived at different places. At 18, at an agricultural house of correction he was bitten by a viper, which brought on a convulsive crisis and left both of his legs paralyzed for 3 years. During this condition he was gentle, moral, and industrious. But suddenly at last, after a long convulsive seizure, his paralysis disappeared, and with it his memory for all the time during which it had endured. His character also changed. He became quarrelsome, gluttonous, impolite, stealing his comrades' wine, and money from an attendant, and finally escaped from the establishment and fought furiously when he was overtaken and caught. Later, when he first fell under the observation of the authors, his right side was half paralyzed and insensible, and his character intolerable. The application of metals transferred the paralysis to the left side, abolished his recollections of the other condition, and carried him psychically back to the hospital of Bicester where he had been treated for a similar physical condition. His character, opinions, education, all underwent a concomitant transformation. He was no longer the personage of the moment before. It appeared ere long that any present nervous disorder in him could be temporarily removed by metals, magnets, electric or other baths, etc., and that any past disorder could be brought back by hypnotic suggestion. He also went through a rapid spontaneous repetition of his series of past disorders after each of the convulsive attacks which occurred in him at intervals. It was observed that each physical state in which he found himself, excluded certain memories and brought with it a definite modification of character. The law of these changes, say the authors, is quite clear. There exist precise, constant, and necessary relations between the bodily and the mental state, such that it is impossible to modify the one without modifying the other in a parallel fashion. The case of this proteoform individual would seem, then, nicely to corroborate M.P. Janet's law that anesthesias and gaps in memory go together. Coupling Janet's law with Locke's that changes of memory bring changes of personality, we should have an apparent explanation of some cases at least of alternate personality. But mere anesthesia does not sufficiently explain the changes of disposition, which are probably due to modifications in the perviousness of motor and associative paths, coordinate with those of the sensorial paths rather than consecutive upon them. And indeed a glance at other cases than M. Janet's own, suffices to show us that sensibility and memory are not coupled in any invariable way. M. Janet's law, true of his own cases, does not seem to hold good in all. Of course it is mere guesswork to speculate on what may be the cause of the amnesias which lie at the bottom of changes in the self. Changes of blood supply have naturally been invoked. Alternate action of the two hemispheres was long ago proposed by Dr. Wigan in his book on the duality of the mind. I shall revert to this explanation after considering the third class of alterations of the self, those, namely, which I have called possessions. I have myself become quite recently acquainted with the subject of a case of alternate personality of the ambulatory sort, who has given me permission to name him in these pages. The Reverend Ansel Bourne, of Green, R.I., was brought up to the trade of a carpenter. But, in consequence of a sudden temporary loss of sight and hearing under very peculiar circumstances, he became converted from atheism to Christianity just before his 30th year, and has since that time for the most part lived the life of an itinerant preacher. He has been subject to headaches and temporary fits of depression of spirits during most of his life, and has had a few fits of unconsciousness lasting an hour or less. He also has a region of somewhat diminished cutaneous sensibility on the left thigh. Otherwise his health is good, and his muscular strength and endurance excellent. He is of a firm and self-reliant disposition, a man whose yea is yea and his nay, nay. And his character for uprightness is such in the community that no person who knows him will for a moment admit the possibility of his case not being perfectly genuine. On January 17, 1887, he drew $551 from a bank in Providence with which to pay for a certain lot of land in Green, paid certain bills, and got into a Pawtucket horse car. This is the last incident which he remembers. He did not return home that day, and nothing was heard of him for 2 months. He was published in the papers as missing, and foul play being suspected, the police sought in vain his whereabouts. On the morning of March 14, however, at Norristown, Pennsylvania, a man calling himself a J. Brown, who had rented a small shop 6 weeks previously, stocked it with stationery, confectionery, fruit and small articles, and carried on his quiet trade without seeming to anyone unnatural or eccentric. Woke up in a fright and called in the people of the house to tell him where he was. He said that his name was Ansel Bourne, that he was entirely ignorant of Norristown, that he knew nothing of shopkeeping, and that the last thing he remembered, it seemed only yesterday, was drawing the money from the bank, etc., in Providence. He would not believe that 2 months had elapsed. The people of the house thought him insane, and so, at first, did Dr. Lewis H. Reed, whom they called in to see him. But on telegraphing to Providence, confirmatory messages came, and presently his nephew, Mr. Andrew Harris, arrived upon the scene, made everything straight, and took him home. He was very weak, having lost apparently over 20 pounds of flesh during his escapade, and had such a horror of the idea of the candy store that he refused to set foot in it again. The first 2 weeks of the period remained unaccounted for, as he had no memory, after he had once resumed his normal personality, of any part of the time, and no one who knew him seems to have seen him after he left home. The remarkable part of the change is, of course, the peculiar occupation which the so-called Brown indulged in. Mr. Bourne has never in his life had the slightest contact with trade. Brown was described by the neighbors as taciturn, orderly in his habits, and in no way queer. He went to Philadelphia several times, replenished his stock, cooked for himself in the back shop, where he also slept, went regularly to church, and once at a prayer meeting made what was considered by the hearers a good address, in the course of which he related an incident which he had witnessed in his natural state of Bourne. This was all that was known of the case up to June 1890, when I induced Mr. Bourne to submit to hypnotism, so as to see whether, in the hypnotic trance, his Brown memory would not come back. It did so with surprising readiness. So much so indeed that it proved quite impossible to make him whilst in the hypnosis remember any of the facts of his normal life. He had heard of Ansel Bourne, but didn't know as he had ever met the man. When confronted with Mrs. Bourne he said that he had never seen the woman before, etc. On the other hand, he told of his peregrinations during the lost fortnight, and gave all sorts of details about the Norristown episode. The whole thing was prosaic enough. And the Brown personality seems to be nothing but a rather shrunken, dejected, and amnesic extract of Mr. Bourne himself. He gives no motive for the wandering except that there was trouble back there, and he wanted rest. During the trance he looks old, the corners of his mouth are drawn down, his voice is slow and weak, and he sits screening his eyes and trying vainly to remember what lay before and after the 2 months of the Brown experience. "I'm all hedged in," he says, "I can't get out at either end. I don't know what set me down in that Pawtucket horse car, and I don't know how I ever left that store, or what became of it." His eyes are practically normal, and all his sensibilities, save for tardier response, about the same in hypnosis as in waking. I had hoped by suggestion, etc., to run the 2 personalities into one, and make the memories continuous, but no artifice would avail to accomplish this, and Mr. Bourne's skull today still covers 2 distinct personal selves. The case, whether it contain an epileptic element or not, should apparently be classed as one of spontaneous hypnotic trance, persisting for 2 months. The peculiarity of it is that nothing else like it ever occurred in the man's life, and that no eccentricity of character came out. In most similar cases, the attacks recur, and the sensibilities and conduct markedly change. 3. In mediumships or possessions, the invasion and the passing away of the secondary state are both relatively abrupt, and the duration of the state is usually short, i.e., from a few minutes to a few hours. Whenever the secondary state is well developed, no memory for aught that happened during it remains after the primary consciousness comes back. The subject during the secondary consciousness speaks, writes, or acts as if animated by a foreign person, and often names this foreign person and gives his history. In old times the foreign control was usually a demon, and is so now in communities which favor that belief. With us he gives himself out at the worst for an Indian or other grotesquely speaking but harmless personage. Usually he purports to be the spirit of a dead person known or unknown to those present, and the subject is then what we call a medium. Mediumistic possession in all its grades seems to form a perfectly natural special type of alternate personality, and the susceptibility to it in some form is by no means an uncommon gift, in persons who have no other obvious nervous anomaly. The phenomena are very intricate, and are only just beginning to be studied in a proper scientific way. The lowest phase of mediumship is automatic writing, and the lowest grade of that is where the subject knows what words are coming, but feels impelled to write them as if from without. Then comes writing unconsciously, even whilst engaged in reading or talk. Inspirational speaking, playing on musical instruments, etc. also belong to the relatively lower phases of possession, in which the normal self is not excluded from conscious participation in the performance, though their initiative seems to come from elsewhere. In the highest phase the trance is complete, the voice, language, and everything are changed, and there is no after-memory whatever until the next trance comes. One curious thing about trance utterances is their generic similarity in different individuals. The control here in America is either a grotesque, slangy, and flippant personage, Indian controls, calling the ladies squaws, the men braves, the house of wigwam, etc., etc., are excessively common. Or, if he ventures on higher intellectual flights, he abounds in a curiously vague optimistic philosophy and water, in which phrases about spirit, harmony, beauty, law, progression, development, etc., keep recurring. It seems exactly as if one author composed more than half of the trance messages, no matter by whom they are uttered. Whether all subconscious selves are peculiarly susceptible to a certain stratum of the zeitgeist, and get their inspiration from it, I know not. But this is obviously the case with the secondary selves which become developed in spiritualist circles. There the beginnings of the medium trance are indistinguishable from effects of hypnotic suggestion. The subject assumes the role of a medium simply because opinion expects it of him under the conditions which are present, and carries it out with a feebleness or a vivacity proportionate to his histrionic gifts. But the odd thing is that persons unexposed to spiritualist traditions will so often act in the same way when they become entranced, speak in the name of the departed, go through the motions of their several death agonies, send messages about their happy home in the summerland, and describe the ailments of those present. I have no theory to publish of these cases, several of which I have personally seen. As an example of the automatic writing performances I will quote from an account of his own case kindly furnished me by Mr. Sidney Dean of Warren, R.I. Member of Congress from Connecticut from 1855 to 1859, who has been all his life a robust and active journalist, author, and man of affairs. He has for many years been a writing subject, and has a large collection of manuscript automatically produced. Some of it, he writes us, is in hieroglyph or strange compounded arbitrary characters, each series possessing a seeming unity in general design or character, followed by what purports to be a translation or rendering into Mother English. I never attempted the seemingly impossible feat of copying the characters. They were cut with the precision of a graver's tool, and generally with a single rapid stroke of the pencil. Many languages, some obsolete and passed from history, are professedly given. To see them would satisfy you that no one could copy them except by tracing. These, however, are but a small part of the phenomena. The automatic has given place to the impressional, and when the work is in progress I am in the normal condition, and seemingly two minds, intelligences, persons, are practically engaged. The writing is in my own hand but the dictation not of my own mind and will, but that of another, upon subjects of which I can have no knowledge and hardly a theory, and I, myself, consciously criticize the thought, fact, mode of expressing it, etc. While the hand is recording the subject matter and even the words impressed to be written. If I refuse to write the sentence, or even the word, the impression instantly ceases, and my willingness must be mentally expressed before the work is resumed, and it is resumed at the point of cessation. Even if it should be in the middle of a sentence. Sentences are commenced without knowledge of mine as to their subject or ending. In fact, I have never known in advance the subject of disquisition. There is in progress now, at uncertain times, not subject to my will, a series of 24 chapters upon the scientific features of life, moral, spiritual, eternal. 7 have already been written in the manner indicated. These were preceded by 24 chapters relating generally to the life beyond material death, its characteristics, etc. Each chapter is signed by the name of some person who has lived on earth, some with whom I have been personally acquainted, others known in history. I know nothing of the alleged authorship of any chapter until it is completed and the name impressed and appended. I am interested not only in the reputed authorship, of which I have nothing corroborative, but in the philosophy taught, of which I was in ignorance until these chapters appeared. From my standpoint of life, which has been that of biblical orthodoxy, the philosophy is new, seems to be reasonable, and is logically put. I confess to an inability to successfully controvert it to my own satisfaction. It is an intelligent ego who writes, or else the influence assumes individuality, which practically makes of the influence a personality. It is not myself, of that I am conscious at every step of the process. I have also traversed the whole field of the claims of unconscious cerebration, so called, so far as I am competent to critically examine it, and it fails, as a theory, in numberless points, when applied to this strange work through me. It would be far more reasonable and satisfactory for me to accept the silly hypothesis of reincarnation, the old doctrine of metempsychosis, as taught by some spiritualists today, and to believe that I lived a former life here. And that once in a while it dominates my intellectual powers, and writes chapters upon the philosophy of life, or opens a post office for spirits to drop their effusions, and have them put into English script. No, the easiest and most natural solution to me is to admit the claim made, i.e., that it is a decarnated intelligence who writes. But who? That is the question. The names of scholars and thinkers who once lived are affixed to the most ungrammatical and weakest of bosh. It seems reasonable to me, upon the hypothesis that it is a person using another's mind or brain, that there must be more or less of that other's style or tone incorporated in the message, and that to the unseen personality, i.e., the power which impresses, the thought, the fact, or the philosophy, and not the style or tone, belongs. For instance, while the influence is impressing my brain with the greatest force and rapidity, so that my pencil fairly flies over the paper to record the thoughts, I am conscious that, in many cases, the vehicle of the thought, i.e., the language, is very natural and familiar to me, as if, somehow, my personality as a writer was getting mixed up with the message. And, again, the style, language, everything, is entirely foreign to my own style. I am myself persuaded by abundant acquaintance with the trances of one medium that the control may be altogether different from any possible waking self of the person. In the case I have in mind, it professes to be a certain departed French doctor. And is, I am convinced, acquainted with facts about the circumstances, and the living and dead relatives and acquaintances, of numberless sitters whom the medium never met before, and of whom she has never heard the names. I record my bare opinion here unsupported by the evidence, not, of course, in order to convert anyone to my view, but because I am persuaded that a serious study of these trance phenomena is one of the greatest needs of psychology. And think that my personal confession may possibly draw a reader or two into a field which the soi-disant scientist usually refuses to explore. Many persons have found evidence conclusive to their minds that in some cases the control is really the departed spirit whom it pretends to be. The phenomena shade off so gradually into cases where this is obviously absurd, that the presumption, quite apart from a priori scientific prejudice, is great against its being true. The case of lurency venom is perhaps as extreme a case of possession of the modern sort as one can find. Lurency was a young girl of 14, living with her parents at Watseka, Illinois, who, after various distressing hysterical disorders and spontaneous trances, during which she was possessed by departed spirits of a more or less grotesque sort, finally declared herself to be animated by the spirit of Mary Roth, a neighbor's daughter, who had died in an insane asylum 12 years before, and insisted on being sent home to Mr. Roth's house. After a week of homesickness and importunity on her part, her parents agreed, and the Roths, who pitied her, and who were spiritualists into the bargain, took her in. Once there, she seems to have convinced the family that their dead Mary had exchanged habitations with Lurency. Lurency was said to be temporarily in heaven, and Mary's spirit now controlled her organism, and lived again in her former earthly home. The girl, now in her new home, seemed perfectly happy and content, knowing every person and everything that Mary knew when in her original body, 12 to 25 years ago. Recognizing and calling by name those who were friends and neighbors of the family from 1852 to 1865, when Mary died, calling attention to scores, yes, hundreds of incidents that transpired during her natural life. During all the period of her sojourn at Mr. Roth's she had no knowledge of, and did not recognize, any of Mr. Venom's family, their friends or neighbors, yet Mr. and Mrs. Venom and their children visited her and Mr. Roth's people, she being introduced to them as to any strangers. After frequent visits, and hearing them often and favorably spoken of, she learned to love them as acquaintances, and visited them with Mrs. Roth 3 times. From day to day she appeared natural, easy, affable, and industrious, attending diligently and faithfully to her household duties, assisting in the general work of the family as a faithful, prudent daughter might be supposed to do, singing, reading, or conversing as opportunity offered, upon all matters of private or general interest to the family. The so-called Mary whilst at the Roths would sometimes go back to heaven, and leave the body in a quiet trance, i.e., without the original personality of Lurency returning. After 8 or 9 weeks, however, the memory and manner of Lurency would sometimes partially, but not entirely, return for a few minutes. Once Lurency seems to have taken full possession for a short time. At last, after some 14 weeks, conformably to the prophecy which Mary had made when she first assumed control, she departed definitively and the Lurency consciousness came back for good. Mr. Roth writes. She wanted me to take her home, which I did. She called me Mr. Roth, and talked with me as a young girl would, not being acquainted. I asked her how things appeared to her, if they seemed natural. She said it seemed like a dream to her. She met her parents and brothers in a very affectionate manner, hugging and kissing each one in tears of gladness. She clasped her arms around her father's neck a long time, fairly smothering him with kisses. I saw her father just now, 11 o'clock. He says she has been perfectly natural, and seems entirely well. Lurency's mother writes, a couple of months later, that she was perfectly and entirely well and natural. For 2 or 3 weeks after her return home, she seemed a little strange to what she had been before she was taken sick last summer, but only, perhaps, the natural change that had taken place with the girl. And except it seemed to her as though she had been dreaming or sleeping, etc. Lurency has been smarter, more intelligent, more industrious, more womanly, and more polite than before. We give the credit of her complete cure and restoration to her family, to Drive E. W. Stevens, and Mr. and Mrs. Roth, by their obtaining her removal to Mr. Roth's, where her cure was perfected. We firmly believe that, had she remained at home, she would have died, or we would have been obliged to send her to the insane asylum. And if so, that she would have died there, and further, that I could not have lived but a short time with the care and trouble devolving on me. Several of the relatives of Lurency, including ourselves, now believe she was cured by spirit power, and that Mary Roth controlled the girl. 8 years later, Lurency was reported to be married and a mother, and in good health. She had apparently outgrown the mediumistic phase of her existence. On the condition of the sensibility during these invasions, few observations have been made. I have found the hands of 2 automatic writers anesthetic during the act. In 2 others I have found this not to be the case. Automatic writing is usually preceded by shooting pains along the arm nerves and irregular contractions of the arm muscles. I have found one medium's tongue and lips apparently insensible to pinpricks during her speaking trance. If we speculate on the brain condition during all these different perversions of personality, we see that it must be supposed capable of successively changing all its modes of action, and abandoning the use for the time being of whole sets of well-organized association paths. In no other way can we explain the loss of memory in passing from one alternating condition to another. And not only this, but we must admit that organized systems of paths can be thrown out of gear with others, so that the processes in one system give rise to one consciousness, and those of another system to another simultaneously existing consciousness. Thus only can we understand the facts of automatic writing, etc., whilst the patient is out of trance, and the false anesthesias and amnesias of the hysteric type. But just what sort of dissociation the phrase, thrown out of gear, may stand for, we cannot even conjecture. Only I think we ought not to talk of the doubling of the self as if it consisted in the failure to combine on the part of certain systems of ideas which usually do so. It is better to talk of objects usually combined, and which are now divided between the two selves, in the hysteric and automatic cases in question. Each of the selves is due to a system of cerebral paths acting by itself. If the brain acted normally, and the dissociated systems came together again, we should get a new affection of consciousness in the form of a third self, different from the other two, but knowing their objects together, as the result. After all I have said in the last chapter, this hardly needs further remark. Some peculiarities in the lower automatic performances suggest that the systems thrown out of gear with each other are contained one in the right and the other in the left hemisphere. The subjects, e.g., often write backwards, or they transpose letters, or they write mirror script. All these are symptoms of agraphic disease. The left hand, if left to its natural impulse, will in most people write mirror script more easily than natural script. Mr. F. W. H. Myers has laid stress on these analogies. He has also called attention to the usual inferior moral tone of ordinary planchette writing. On Huggins-Jackson's principles, the left hemisphere, being the more evolved organ, at ordinary times inhibits the activity of the right one, but Mr. Myers suggests that during the automatic performances the usual inhibition may be removed and the right hemisphere set free to act all by itself. This is very likely to some extent to be the case. But the crude explanation of two selves by two hemispheres is of course far from Mr. Myers's thought. The selves may be more than two, and the brain systems severally used for each must be conceived as interpenetrating each other in very minute ways. Summary. To sum up now this long chapter. The consciousness of self involves a stream of thought, each part of which as I can one, remember those which went before, and know the things they knew. And 2, emphasize and care paramountly for certain ones among them as me, and appropriate to these the rest. The nucleus of the me is always the bodily existence felt to be present at the time. Whatever remembered past feelings resemble this present feeling are deemed to belong to the same me with it. Whatever other things are perceived to be associated with this feeling are deemed to form part of that me's experience. And of them certain ones, which fluctuate more or less, are reckoned to be themselves constituents of the me in a larger sense, such are the clothes, the material possessions, the friends, the honors and esteem which the person receives or may receive. This me is an empirical aggregate of things objectively known. The I which knows them cannot itself be an aggregate, neither for psychological purposes need it be considered to be an unchanging metaphysical entity like the soul, or a principle like the pure ego, viewed as out of time. It is a thought, at each moment different from that of the last moment, but appropriative of the latter, together with all that the latter called its own. All the experiential facts find their place in this description, unencumbered with any hypothesis save that of the existence of passing thoughts or states of mind. The same brain may subserve many conscious selves, either alternate or coexisting. But by what modifications in its action, or whether ultracerebral conditions may intervene, are questions which cannot now be answered. If anyone urge that I assign no reason why the successive passing thoughts should inherit each other's possessions, or why they and the brain states should be functions, in the mathematical sense, of each other, I reply that the reason, if there be any, must lie where all real reasons lie, in the total sense or meaning of the world. If there be such a meaning, or any approach to it, as we are bound to trust there is, it alone can make clear to us why such finite human streams of thought are called into existence in such functional dependence upon brains. This is as much as to say that the special natural science of psychology must stop with the mere functional formula. If the passing thought be the directly verifiable existent which no school has hitherto doubted it to be, then that thought is itself the thinker, and psychology need not look beyond. The only pathway that I can discover for bringing in a more transcendental thinker would be to deny that we have any direct knowledge of the thought as such. The latter's existence would then be reduced to a postulate, an assertion that there must be a knower correlative to all this known, and the problem who that knower is would have become a metaphysical problem. With the question once stated in these terms, the spiritualist and transcendentalist solutions must be considered as prima facie on a par with our own psychological one, and discussed impartially. But that carries us beyond the psychological or naturalistic point of view. See, for a charming passage on the philosophy of dress, H. Lotze's Microcosmos, ENGTR Volume 1, page 592 ff. Who filches from me my good name, etc. He who imagines commendation and disgrace not to be strong motives on men, seems little skilled in the nature and history of mankind, the greatest part whereof he shall find to govern themselves chiefly, if not solely, by this law of fashion. And so they do that which keeps them in reputation with their company, little regard the laws of God or the magistrate. The penalties that attend the breach of God's laws some, nay, most, men seldom seriously reflect on. And amongst those that do, many, whilst they break the laws, entertain thoughts of future reconciliation, and making their peace for such breaches, and as to the punishments due from the laws of the commonwealth. They frequently flatter themselves with the hope of impunity. But no man escapes the punishment of their censure and dislike who offends against the fashion and opinion of the company he keeps, and would recommend himself to. Nor is there one in 10,000 who is stiff and insensible enough to bear up under the constant dislike and condemnation of his own club. He must be of a strange and unusual constitution who can content himself to live in constant disgrace and disrepute with his own particular society. Solitude many men have sought and been reconciled to. But nobody that has the least thought or sense of a man about him can live in society under the constant dislike and ill opinion of his familiars and those he converses with. This is a burden too heavy for human sufferance, and he must be made up of irreconcilable contradictions who can take pleasure in company and yet be insensible of contempt and disgrace from his companions. Locke's Essay, Book 2, ch. 28, Section 12. For some farther remarks on these feelings of movement see the Wundt's account of self-consciousness deserves to be compared with this. What I have called adjustments he calls processes of apperception. In this development of consciousness, one particular group of percepts claims a prominent significance, namely, those of which the spring lies in ourselves. The images of feelings we get from our own body, and the representations of our own movements distinguish themselves from all others by forming a permanent group. As there are always some muscles in a state either of tension or of activity, it follows that we never lack a sense, either dim or clear, of the positions or movements of our body. This permanent sense, moreover, has this peculiarity, that we are aware of our power at any moment voluntarily to arouse any one of its ingredients. We excite the sensations of movement immediately by such impulses of the will as shall arouse the movements themselves, and we excite the visual and tactile feelings of our body by the voluntary movement of our organs of sense. So we come to conceive this permanent mass of feeling as immediately or remotely subject to our will, and call it the consciousness of ourself. This self-consciousness is, at the outset, thoroughly sensational. Only gradually the second named of its characters, its subjection to our will, attains predominance. In proportion as the apperception of all our mental objects appears to us as an inward exercise of will, does our self-consciousness begin both to widen itself and to narrow itself at the same time. It widens itself in that every mental act whatever comes to stand in relation to our will. And it narrows itself in that it concentrates itself more and more upon the inner activity of apperception, over against which our own body and all the representations connected with it appear as external objects, different from our proper self. This consciousness, contracted down to the process of apperception, we call our ego, and the apperception of mental objects in general, may thus, after Leibniz, be designated as the raising of them into our self-consciousness. Thus the natural development of self-consciousness implicitly involves the most abstract forms in which this faculty has been described in philosophy. Only philosophy is fond of placing the abstract ego at the outset, and so reversing the process of development. Nor should we overlook the fact that the completely abstract ego, as pure activity, although suggested by the natural development of our consciousness, is never actually found therein. The most speculative of philosophers is incapable of disjoining his ego from those bodily feelings and images which form the incessant background of his awareness of himself. The notion of his ego as such is, like every notion, derived from sensibility, for the process of apperception itself comes to our knowledge chiefly through those feelings of tension, what I have above called inward adjustments, which accompany it. Physiologische Psychology, 2 Awful. BD, 2, pages 217-19. The only exception I know of is M. J. Surio, in his important article in the Revue Philosophique, volume 21, page 449. M. Surio's conclusion is, que la conscience n'existe pas, page 472. See the excellent remarks by Professor Bain on the emotion of power, in his Emotions and the Will. C.F. Carlyle, Sartor Resartus, The Everlasting Ye. I tell thee, blockhead, it all comes of thy vanity. Of what thou fanciest those same deserts of thine to be. Fancy that thou deservest to be hanged, as is most likely, thou wilt feel it happiness to be only shot. Fancy that thou deservest to be hanged in a hair halter, it will be a luxury to die in hemp. What act of legislature was there that thou shouldst be happy? A little while ago thou hadst no right to be at all, etc., etc. T. W. Higginson's Translation, 1866, page 105. The usual mode of lessening the shock of disappointment or disesteem is to contract, if possible, a low estimate of the persons that inflict it. This is our remedy for the unjust censures of party spirit, as well as of personal malignity. Bain, Emotion and Will, page 209. It must be observed that the qualities of the self thus ideally constituted are all qualities approved by my actual fellows in the first instance. And that my reason for now appealing from their verdict to that of the ideal judge lies in some outward peculiarity of the immediate case. What once was admired in me as courage has now become in the eyes of men impertinence. What was fortitude is obstinacy, what was fidelity is now fanaticism. The ideal judge alone, I now believe, can read my qualities, my willingnesses, my powers, for what they truly are. My fellows, misled by interest and prejudice, have gone astray. The kind of selfishness varies with the self that is sought. If it be the mere bodily self, if a man grabs the best food, the warm corner, the vacant seat, if he makes room for no one, spits about, and belches in our faces, we call it hoggishness. If it be the social self, in the form of popularity or influence, for which he is greedy, he may in material ways subordinate himself to others as the best means to his end, and in this case he is very apt to pass for a disinterested man. If it be the otherworldly self which he seeks, and if he seeks it ascetically, even though he would rather see all mankind damned eternally than lose his individual soul, saintliness will probably be the name by which his selfishness will be called. Lotze, Med. Psych. 498-501, Microcosmos, Book 2, Chapter 5, Sections 3, 4. Psychologische Analysen auf physiologischer Grundlage. Thiel 2, 2 te Haft, Section 11. The whole section ought to be read. Professor Bain, in his chapter on Emotions of Self, does scant justice to the primitive nature of a large part of our self-feeling, and seems to reduce it to reflective self-estimation of this sober intellectual sort. Which certainly most of it is not. He says that when the attention is turned inward upon self as a personality, we are putting forth towards ourselves the kind of exercise that properly accompanies our contemplation of other persons. We are accustomed to scrutinize the actions and conduct of those about us, to set a higher value upon one man than upon another, by comparing the two, to pity one in distress, to feel complacency towards a particular individual. To congratulate a man on some good fortune that it pleases us to see him gain, to admire greatness or excellence as displayed by any of our fellows. All these exercises are intrinsically social, like love and resentment. An isolated individual could never attain to them, nor exercise them. By what means, then, through what fiction, can we turn round and play them off upon self? Or how comes it that we obtain any satisfaction by putting self in the place of the other party? Perhaps the simplest form of the reflected act is that expressed by self-worth and self-estimation, based and begun upon observation of the ways and conduct of our fellow beings. We soon make comparisons among the individuals about us. We see that one is stronger and does more work than another, and, in consequence perhaps, receives more pay. We see one putting forth perhaps more kindness than another, and in consequence receiving more love. We see some individuals surpassing the rest in astonishing feats, and drawing after them the gaze and admiration of a crowd. We acquire a series of fixed associations towards persons so situated. Favorable in the case of the superior, and unfavorable to the inferior. To the strong and laborious man we attach an estimate of greater reward, and feel that to be in his place would be a happier lot than falls to others. Desiring, as we do, from the primary motives of our being, to possess good things, and observing these to come by a man's superior exertions, we feel a respect for such exertion and a wish that it might be ours. We know that we also put forth exertions for our share of good things. And on witnessing others, we are apt to be reminded of ourselves and to make comparisons with ourselves, which comparisons derive their interest from the substantial consequences. Having thus once learned to look at other persons as performing labors, greater or less, and as realizing fruits to accord. Being, moreover, in all respects like our fellows, we find it an exercise neither difficult nor unmeaning to contemplate self as doing work and receiving the reward. As we decide between one man and another, which is worthier. So we decide between self and all other men, being, however, in this decision under the bias of our own desires. A couple of pages farther on we read, by the terms self-complacency. Self-gratulation is indicated a positive enjoyment in dwelling upon our own merits and belongings. As in other modes, so here, the starting point is the contemplation of excellence or pleasing qualities in another person, accompanied more or less with fondness or love. Self-pity is also regarded by Professor Bain, in this place, as an emotion diverted to ourselves from a more immediate object, in a manner that we may term fictitious and unreal. Still, as we can view self in the light of another person, we can feel towards it the emotion of pity called forth by others in our situation. This account of Professor Bain's is, it will be observed, a good specimen of the old-fashioned mode of explaining the several emotions as rapid calculations of results, and the transfer of feeling from one object to another, associated by contiguity or similarity with the first. Zoological evolutionism, which came up since Professor Bain first wrote, has made us see, on the contrary, that many emotions must be primitively aroused by special objects. None are more worthy of being ranked primitive than the self-gratulation and humiliation attendant on our own successes and failures in the main functions of life. We need no borrowed reflection for these feelings. Professor Bain's account applies to but that small fraction of our self-feeling which reflective criticism can add to, or subtract from, the total mass. Lotze has some pages on the modifications of our self-regard by universal judgments, in Microcosmos, Book V, Chapter 5, Section 5. Also nur dadurch, dass ich ein mannigfaltiges Gegener Vorstellungen in einem Bewusstsein verbinden kann, ist es möglich dass ich die Identität des Bewusstseins in diesen Vorstellungen selbst vorstelle, d.h. Die analytische Einheit der Apperception ist nur unter der Voraussetzung einer synthetischen möglich. In this passage, Kritik der reinen Vernunft, 2 te awful. Section 16, Kant calls by the names of analytic and synthetic apperception what we here mean by objective and subjective synthesis respectively. It were much to be desired that some one might invent a good pair of terms in which to record the distinction. Those used in the text are certainly very bad, but Kant's seem to me still worse. Categorical unity and transcendental synthesis would also be good Kantian, but hardly good human, speech. So that we might say, by a sort of bad pun, only a connected world can be known as disconnected. I say bad pun, because the point of view shifts between the connectedness and the disconnectedness. The disconnectedness is of the realities known, the connectedness is of the knowledge of them. And reality and knowledge of it are, from the psychological point of view held fast to in these pages, two different facts. Some subtle reader will object that the thought cannot call any part of its object I and knit other parts onto it, without first knitting that part onto itself, and that it cannot knit it onto itself without knowing itself. So that our supposition, above, that the thought may conceivably have no immediate knowledge of itself is thus overthrown. To which the reply is that we must take care not to be duped by words. The words I and me signify nothing mysterious and unexampled, they are at bottom only names of emphasis, and thought is always emphasizing something. Within a tract of space which it cognizes, it contrasts a here with a there. Within a tract of time a now with a then, of a pair of things it calls one this, the other that. I and thou, I and it, are distinctions exactly on a par with these, distinctions possible in an exclusively objective field of knowledge, the I meaning for the thought nothing but the bodily life which it momentarily feels. The sense of my bodily existence, however obscurely recognized as such, may then be the absolute original of my conscious selfhood, the fundamental perception that I am. All appropriations may be made to it, by a thought not at the moment immediately cognized by itself. Whether these are not only logical possibilities but actual facts is something not yet dogmatically decided in the text. Metaphysik, section 245 fin. This writer, who in his early work, the Metazinnisch Psychology, was, to my reading, a strong defender of the soul-substance theory, has written in sections 243 through 5 of his Metaphysik the most beautiful criticism of this theory which exists. On the empirical and transcendental conceptions of the self's unity, see Lotze, Metaphysic, section 244. Appendix to Book I of Hume's Treatise on Human Nature. Herbart believed in the soul, too. But for him the self of which we are conscious is the empirical self, not the soul. Compare again the remarks on above. System of Psychology, 1884. Volume 1, page 114. Distinct only to observation, he adds. To whose observation? The outside psychologists, the egos, their own, or the Planck's. Darauf kommt es an. Analysis, etc., J. S. Mills edition, Volume 1, page 331. The, as it were, is delightfully characteristic of the school. J. Mills Analysis, Volume 2, page 175. Examination of Hamilton. 4th edition, page 263. His chapter on the psychological theory of mind is a beautiful case in point, and his concessions there have become so celebrated that they must be quoted for the reader's benefit. He ends the chapter with these words, Locke sit p. 247, the theory, therefore, which resolves mind into a series of feelings, with a background of possibilities of feeling, can effectually withstand the most invidious of the arguments directed against it. But groundless as are the extrinsic objections, the theory has intrinsic difficulties which we have not set forth, and which it seems to me beyond the power of metaphysical analysis to remove. The thread of consciousness which composes the mind's phenomenal life consists not only of present sensations, but likewise, in part, of memories and expectations. Now what are these? In themselves, they are present feelings, states of present consciousness, and in that respect not distinguished from sensations. They all, moreover, resemble some given sensations or feelings, of which we have previously had experience. But they are attended with the peculiarity that each of them involves a belief in more than its own present existence. A sensation involves only this. But a remembrance of sensation, even if not referred to any particular date, involves the suggestion and belief that a sensation, of which it is a copy or representation, actually existed in the past. And an expectation involves the belief, more or less positive, that a sensation or other feeling to which it directly refers will exist in the future. Nor can the phenomena involved in these two states of consciousness be adequately expressed, without saying that the belief they include is, that I myself formerly had, or that I myself, and no other, shall hereafter have. The sensations remembered or expected. The fact believed is, that the sensations did actually form, or will hereafter form, part of the self-same series of states, or thread of consciousness, of which the remembrance or expectation of those sensations is the part now present. If, therefore, we speak of the mind as a series of feelings, we are obliged to complete the statement by calling it a series of feelings which is aware of itself as past and future. And we are reduced to the alternative of believing that the mind, or ego, is something different from any series of feelings, or possibilities of them, or of accepting the paradox that something which XIII is but a series of feelings, can be aware of itself as a series. The truth is, that we are here face to face with that final inexplicability, at which, as Sir W. Hamilton observes, we inevitably arrive when we reach ultimate facts. And in general, one mode of stating it only appears more incomprehensible than another, because the whole of human language is accommodated to the one, and is so incongruous with the other that it cannot be expressed in any terms which do not deny its truth. The real stumbling block is perhaps not in any theory of the fact, but in the fact itself. The true incomprehensibility perhaps is, that something which has ceased, or is not yet in existence, can still be, in a manner, present. That a series of feelings, the infinitely greater part of which is past or future, can be gathered up, as it were, into a simple present conception, accompanied by a belief of reality. I think by far the wisest thing we can do is to accept the inexplicable fact, without any theory of how it takes place, and when we are obliged to speak of it in terms which assume a theory, to use them with a reservation as to their meaning. In a later place in the same book, p. 561, Mill, speaking of what may rightly be demanded of a theorist, says, he is not entitled to frame a theory from one class of phenomena, extend it to another class which it does not fit, and excuse himself by saying that if we cannot make it fit, it is because ultimate facts are inexplicable. The class of phenomena which the associationist school takes to frame its theory of the ego are feelings unaware of each other. The class of phenomena the ego presents are feelings of which the later ones are intensely aware of those that went before. The two classes do not fit, and no exercise of ingenuity can ever make them fit. No shuffling of unaware feelings can make them aware. To get the awareness we must openly beg it by postulating a new feeling which has it. This new feeling is no theory of the phenomena, but a simple statement of them. And as such I postulate in the text the present passing thought as a psychic integer, with its knowledge of so much that has gone before. Critic D. Reinen Vernunft, 2 te awful. Section 17. It must be noticed, in justice to what was said above on ff. that neither Kant nor his successors anywhere discriminate between the presence of the apperceiving ego to the combined object, and the awareness by that ego of its own presence and of its distinctness from what it apperceives. That the object must be known to something which thinks, and that it must be known to something which thinks that it thinks, are treated by them as identical necessities, by what logic, does not appear. Kant tries to soften the jump in the reasoning by saying the thought of itself on the part of the ego need only be potential, the I think must be capable of accompanying all other knowledge, but a thought which is only potential is actually no thought at all. Which practically gives up the case. As regards the soul, now, or the I, the thinker, the whole drift of Kant's advance upon Hume and sensational psychology is towards the demonstration that the subject of knowledge is an agent. G. S. Morris, Kant's Critique, etc. Chicago, 1882, page 224. In Kant's Prolegomena, says H. Cohen, I do not myself find the passage. It is expressly said that the problem is not to show how experience arises,enstet, but of what it consists, bestet. Kant's Theory D. Erfahrung, 1871, page 138. The contrast between the monism thus reached and our own psychological point of view can be exhibited schematically thus: the terms in squares standing for what, for us, are the ultimate irreducible data of psychological science. And the vincula above it symbolizing the reductions which post-Kantian idealism performs. These reductions account for the ubiquitousness of the psychologist's fallacy, BK. 2, CHI, page 32, in the modern monistic writings. For us it is an unpardonable logical sin, when talking of a thought's knowledge either of an object or of itself, to change the terms without warning, and, substituting the psychologist's knowledge therefore, still make as if we were continuing to talk of the same thing. For monistic idealism, this is the very enfranchisement of philosophy, and of course cannot be too much indulged in. T. H. Green, Prolegomena to Ethics, sections 57, 61, 64. Locke, Cit. section 64. E. Caird, Hegel, 1883, page 149. One is almost tempted to believe that the pantomime state of mind and that of the Hegelian dialectics are, emotionally considered, one and the same thing. In the pantomime all common things are represented to happen in impossible ways: people jump down each other's throats, houses turn inside out, old women become young men, everything passes into its opposite with inconceivable celerity and skill. And this, so far from producing perplexity, brings rapture to the beholder's mind. And so in the Hegelian logic, relations elsewhere recognized under the insipid name of distinctions, such as that between knower and object, many and one, must first be translated into impossibilities and contradictions. Then, transcended and identified by miracle, ere the proper temper is induced for thoroughly enjoying the spectacle they show. The reader will please understand that I am quite willing to leave the hypothesis of the transcendental ego as a substitute for the passing thought open to discussion on general speculative grounds. Only in this book I prefer to stick by the common-sense assumption that we have successive conscious states, because all psychologists make it. And because one does not see how there can be a psychology written which does not postulate such thoughts as its ultimate data. The data of all natural sciences become in turn subjects of a critical treatment more refined than that which the sciences themselves accord, and so it may fare in the end with our passing thought. We have ourselves seen that the sensible certainty of its existence is less strong than is usually assumed. My quarrel with the transcendental egoists is mainly about their grounds for their belief. Did they consistently propose it as a substitute for the passing thought, did they consistently deny the latter's existence, I should respect their position more. But so far as I can understand them, they habitually believe in the passing thought also. They seem even to believe in the Lockean stream of separate ideas, for the chief glory of the ego in their pages is always its power to overcome this separateness and unite the naturally disunited, synthesizing, connecting, or relating the ideas together, being used as synonyms, by transcendentalist writers, for knowing various objects at once. Not the being conscious at all, but the being conscious of many things together is held to be the difficult thing, in our psychic life, which only the wonder-working ego can perform. But on what slippery ground does one get the moment one changes the definite notion of knowing an object into the altogether vague one of uniting or synthesizing the ideas of its various parts? In the chapter on sensation we shall come upon all this again. When we compare the listless inactivity of the infant, slumbering from the moment at which he takes his milky food to the moment at which he wakes to require it again, with the restless energies of that mighty being which he is to become in his maturer years, pouring truth after truth, in rapid and dazzling profusion, upon the world, or grasping in his single hand the destiny of empires. How few are the circumstances of resemblance which we can trace, of all that intelligence which is afterwards to be displayed. How little more is seen than what serves to give feeble motion to the mere machinery of life. Every age, if we may speak of many ages in the few years of human life, seems to be marked with a distinct character. Each has its peculiar objects which excite lively affections, and in each, exertion is excited by affections, which in other periods terminate without inducing active desire. The boy finds a world in less space than that which bounds his visible horizon. He wanders over his range of field and exhausts his strength in the pursuit of objects which, in the years that follow, are seen only to be neglected. While to him the objects that are afterwards to absorb his whole soul are as indifferent as the objects of his present passions are destined then to appear. How many opportunities must every one have had of witnessing the progress of intellectual decay, and the coldness that steals upon the once benevolent heart. We quit our country, perhaps at an early period of life, and after an absence of many years we return with all the remembrances of past pleasure which grow more tender as they approach their objects. We eagerly seek him to whose paternal voice we have been accustomed to listen with the same reverence as if its predictions had possessed oracular certainty, who first led us into knowledge, and whose image has been constantly joined in our mind with all that veneration which does not forbid love. We find him sunk, perhaps, in the imbecility of idiotism, unable to recognize us, ignorant alike of the past and of the future, and living only in the sensibility of animal gratification. We seek the favorite companion of our childhood, whose tenderness of heart, etc. We find him hardened into a man, meeting us scarcely with the cold hypocrisy of dissembled friendship, in his general relations to the world careless of the misery he is not to feel. When we observe all this, do we use only a metaphor of little meaning when we say of him that he is become a different person, and that his mind and character are changed? In what does the identity consist? The supposed test of identity, when applied to the mind in these cases, completely fails. It neither affects, nor is affected, in the same manner in the same circumstances. It therefore, if the test be a just one, is not the same identical mind. T. Brown, Lectures on the Philosophy of the Human Mind, on Mental Identity. Sir John Cutler had a pair of black worsted stockings, which is made darned so often with silk that they became at last a pair of silk stockings. Now, supposing these stockings of Sir John's endued with some degree of consciousness at every particular darning, they would have been sensible that they were the same individual pair of stockings both before and after the darning. And this sensation would have continued in them through all the succession of darnings. And yet after the last of all, there was not perhaps one thread left of the first pair of stockings, but they were grown to be silk stockings, as was said before. Pope's Martinus Scriblerus, quoted by Brown, Ibid. Hours of Work and Play, page 100. For a careful study of the errors in narratives, C. E. Gurney, Phantasms of the Living, Volume 1, pages 126 to 158. In the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research for May 1887, Mr. Richard Hodgson shows by an extraordinary array of instances how utterly inaccurate everyone's description from memory of a rapid series of events is certain to be. See Josiah Royce, Mind, Volume 13, page 244, and Proceedings of A.M. SOC of Psych. Research, Volume 1, page 366, for evidence that a certain sort of hallucination of memory which he calls pseudo-presentiment, is no uncommon phenomenon. Maladies de la Mémoire, page 85. The little that would be left of personal consciousness if all our senses stopped their work is ingenuously shown in the remark of the extraordinary anesthetic youth whose case Professor Strumpel reports, in the Deutsches Archiv F. Clin. Med. 22, 847, 1878. This boy, whom we shall later find instructive in many connections, was totally anesthetic without and, so far as could be tested, within, save for the sight of one eye and the hearing of one ear. When his eye was closed, he said, when ich nicht sehen kann, da bin ich gar nicht, I no longer am. One can compare the state of the patient to nothing so well as to that of a caterpillar, which, keeping all its caterpillar's ideas and remembrances, should suddenly become a butterfly with a butterfly's senses and sensations. Between the old and the new state, between the first self, that of the caterpillar, and the second self, that of the butterfly, there is a deep scission, a complete rupture. The new feelings find no anterior series to which they can knit themselves on, the patient can neither interpret nor use them, he does not recognize them, they are unknown. Hence two conclusions, the first which consists in his saying, I no longer am, the second, somewhat later, which consists in his saying, I am another person. H. Taine, De L'intelligence, 3 edition, 1878, page 462. W. Griesinger, Mental Diseases, section 29. See the interesting case of Bold Stump in the Proceedings of the A.M. SOC for Psych. Research, page 552. De L'intelligence, 3 edition, 1878, volume 2, note, page 461. Krishaber's book, La Neuropathy Cerebrocardiaque, 1873, is full of similar observations. Sudden alterations in outward fortune often produce such a change in the empirical me as almost to amount to a pathological disturbance of self-consciousness. When a poor man draws the big prize in a lottery, or unexpectedly inherits an estate. When a man high in fame is publicly disgraced, a millionaire becomes a pauper, or a loving husband and father sees his family perish at one fell swoop, there is temporarily such a rupture between all past habits, whether of an active or a passive kind, and the exigencies and possibilities of the new situation, that the individual may find no medium of continuity or association to carry him over from the one phase to the other of his life. Under these conditions mental derangement is no unfrequent result. The number of subjects who can do this with any fertility and exuberance is relatively quite small. First in the Revue Scientifique for May 26, 1876, then in his book, Hypnotism, Double Conscience, Idéalterations de la Personnalité, Paris, 1887. Der Hypnotismus, 1884, pages 109-15. Transactions of the College of Physicians of Philadelphia, April 4, 1888. Also, less complete, in Harper's Magazine, May 1860. Cf. Ribot's Diseases of Memory for Cases. See also a large number of them in Forbes Winslow's Obscure Diseases of the Brain and Mind, chapters 13-17. See the interesting account by M. J. Janet in the Revue Scientifique, May 19, 1888. Variations de la Personnalité, Paris, 1888. Op. Cit page 84. In this work and in Dr. Ozum's, cited on a previous page, as well as in Professor T. H. Ribot's Maladies de la Personnalité, 1885, the reader will find information and references relative to the other known cases of the kind. His own brother's subject wit. Although in her anesthetic waking state she recollected nothing of either of her trances, yet remembered her deeper trance, in which her sensibilities became perfect, see above, when she was in her lighter trance. Nevertheless in the latter she was as anesthetic as when awake. Locke, Cit page 619. It does not appear that there was any important difference in the sensibility of Philida X, between her two states, as far as one can judge from M. Ozum's account she was to some degree anesthetic in both, op. Cit pages 71, 96. In the case of double personality reported by M. Dufay, Revue Scientifique, volume 18, page 69, the memory seems to have been best in the more anesthetic condition. Hypnotic subjects made blind do not necessarily lose their visual ideas. It appears, then, both that amnesias may occur without anesthesias, and anesthesias without amnesias, though they may also occur in combination. Hypnotic subjects made blind by suggestion will tell you that they clearly imagine the things which they can no longer see. A full account of the case, by Mr. R. Hodgson, will be found in the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research for 1891. He had spent an afternoon in Boston, a night in New York, an afternoon in Newark, and 10 days or more in Philadelphia, first in a certain hotel and next in a certain boarding house, making no acquaintances, resting, reading, and looking round. I have unfortunately been unable to get independent corroboration of these details, as the hotel registers are destroyed, and the boarding house named by him has been pulled down. He forgets the name of the two ladies who kept it. The details of the case, it will be seen, are all compatible with simulation. I can only say of that no one who has examined Mr. Bourne, including Dr. Reed, Dr. Were Mitchell, Dr. Guy Hinsdale, and Mr. R. Hodgson, practically doubts his ingrained honesty, nor, so far as I can discover, do any of his personal acquaintances indulge in a skeptical view. The Watseka Wonder, by E. W. Stevens. Chicago, Religio-Philosophical Publishing House, 1887. My friend Mr. R. Hodgson informs me that he visited Watseka in April 1890, and cross-examined the principal witnesses of this case. His confidence in the original narrative was strengthened by what he learned. And various unpublished facts were ascertained, which increased the plausibility of the spiritualistic interpretation of the phenomenon. See his highly important series of articles on automatic writing, etc., in the Proceedings of the SOC. For Psych. Research, especially Article 2, May 1885. Compare also Dr. Maudsley's instructive article in Mind, Volume 14, page 161, and Liza's essay, Sur le dédoublement, etc., in L'Encephalie for 1889. Chapter 11. Attention. Strange to say, so patent a fact as the perpetual presence of selective attention has received hardly any notice from psychologists of the English empiricist school. The Germans have explicitly treated of it either as a faculty or as a resultant, but in the pages of such writers as Locke, Hume, Hartley, the Mills, and Spencer the word hardly occurs, or if it does so, it is parenthetically and as if by inadvertence. The motive of this ignoring of the phenomenon of attention is obvious enough. These writers are bent on showing how the higher faculties of the mind are pure products of experience, and experience is supposed to be of something simply given. Attention, implying a degree of reactive spontaneity, would seem to break through the circle of pure receptivity which constitutes experience, and hence must not be spoken of under penalty of interfering with the smoothness of the tale. But the moment one thinks of the matter, one sees how false a notion of experience that is which would make it tantamount to the mere presence to the senses of an outward order. Millions of items of the outward order are present to my senses which never properly enter into my experience. Why? Because they have no interest for me. My experience is what I agree to attend to. Only those items which I notice shape my mind. Without selective interest, experience is an utter chaos. Interest alone gives accent and emphasis, light and shade, background and foreground, intelligible perspective, in a word. It varies in every creature, but without it the consciousness of every creature would be a grey chaotic indiscriminateness, impossible for us even to conceive. Such an empiricist writer as Mr. Spencer, for example, regards the creature as absolutely passive clay, upon which experience rains down. The clay will be impressed most deeply where the drops fall thickest, and so the final shape of the mind is molded. Give time enough, and all sentient things ought, at this rate, to end by assuming an identical mental constitution, for if experience, the sole shaper, is a constant fact, and the order of its items must end by being exactly reflected by the passive mirror which we call the sentient organism. If such an account were true, a race of dogs bred for generations, say in the Vatican, with characters of visual shape, sculptured in marble, presented to their eyes, in every variety of form and combination, ought to discriminate before long the finest shades of these peculiar characters. In a word, they ought to become, if time were given, accomplished connoisseurs of sculpture. Anyone may judge of the probability of this consummation. Surely an eternity of experience of the statues would leave the dog as inartistic as he was at first, for the lack of an original interest to knit his discriminations onto. Meanwhile the odors at the bases of the pedestals would have organized themselves in the consciousness of this breed of dogs into a system of correspondences, to which the most hereditary caste of custodi would never approximate. Merely because to them, as human beings, the dog's interest in those smells would forever be an inscrutable mystery. These writers have, then, utterly ignored the glaring fact that subjective interest may, by laying its weighty index finger on particular items of experience, so accent them as to give to the least frequent associations far more power to shape our thought than the most frequent ones possess. The interest itself, though its genesis is doubtless perfectly natural, makes experience more than it is made by it. Everyone knows what attention is. It is the taking possession by the mind, in clear and vivid form, of one out of what seems several simultaneously possible objects or trains of thought. Focalization, concentration, of consciousness are of its essence. It implies withdrawal from some things in order to deal effectively with others, and is a condition which has a real opposite in the confused, dazed, scatterbrained state which in French is called distraction, and Zerstrütheit in German. We all know this latter state, even in its extreme degree. Most people probably fall several times a day into a fit of something like this. The eyes are fixed on vacancy, the sounds of the world melt into confused unity, the attention is dispersed so that the whole body is felt, as it were, at once. And the foreground of consciousness is filled, if by anything, by a sort of solemn sense of surrender to the empty passing of time. In the dim background of our mind we know meanwhile what we ought to be doing, getting up, dressing ourselves, answering the person who has spoken to us, trying to make the next step in our reasoning. But somehow we cannot start. The pensée de derrière la tête fails to pierce the shell of lethargy that wraps our state about. Every moment we expect the spell to break, for we know no reason why it should continue. But it does continue, pulse after pulse, and we float with it, until, also without reason that we can discover, an energy is given, something, we know not what, enables us to gather ourselves together, we wink our eyes, we shake our heads. The background ideas become effective, and the wheels of life go round again. This curious state of inhibition can for a few moments be produced at will by fixing the eyes on vacancy. Some persons can voluntarily empty their minds and think of nothing. With many, as Professor XIII remarks of himself, this is the most efficacious means of falling asleep. It is difficult not to suppose something like this scattered condition of mind to be the usual state of brutes when not actively engaged in some pursuit. Fatigue, monotonous mechanical occupations that end by being automatically carried on, tend to produce it in men. It is not sleep. And yet when aroused from such a state, a person will often hardly be able to say what he has been thinking about. Subjects of the hypnotic trance seem to lapse into it when left to themselves. Asked what they are thinking of, they reply, of nothing particular. The abolition of this condition is what we call the awakening of the attention. One principal object comes then into the focus of consciousness, others are temporarily suppressed. The awakening may come about either by reason of a stimulus from without, or in consequence of some unknown inner alteration. And the change it brings with it amounts to a concentration upon one single object with exclusion of aught besides, or to a condition anywhere between this and the completely dispersed state. To how many things can we attend at once? The question of the span of consciousness has often been asked and answered, sometimes a priori, sometimes by experiment. This seems the proper place for us to touch upon it. And our answer, according to the principles laid down in, will not be difficult. The number of things we may attend to is altogether indefinite, depending on the power of the individual intellect, on the form of the apprehension, and on what the things are. When apprehended conceptually as a connected system, their number may be very large. But however numerous the things, they can only be known in a single pulse of consciousness for which they form one complex object, ff. So that properly speaking there is before the mind at no time a plurality of ideas, properly so called. The unity of the soul has been supposed by many philosophers, who also believed in the distinct atomic nature of ideas, to preclude the presence to it of more than one objective fact, manifested in one idea, at a time. Even Dougald Stewart opines that every minimum visible of a pictured figure constitutes just as distinct an object of attention to the mind as if it were separated by an interval of empty space from the rest. It is impossible for the mind to attend to more than one of these points at once. And as the perception of the figure implies a knowledge of the relative situation of the different points with respect to each other, we must conclude that the perception of figure by the eye is the result of a number of different acts of attention. These acts of attention, however, are performed with such rapidity, that the effect, with respect to us, is the same as if the perception were instantaneous. Such glaringly artificial views can only come from fantastic metaphysics or from the ambiguity of the word idea, which, standing sometimes for mental state and sometimes for thing known, leads men to ascribe to the thing not only the unity which belongs to the mental state, but even the simplicity which is thought to reside in the soul. When the things are apprehended by the senses, the number of them that can be attended to at once is small, pluribus intentus, minor est ad singula sensus. By Charles Bonnet the mind is allowed to have a distinct notion of 6 objects at once. By Abraham Tucker the number is limited to 4, while Destutt Tracy again amplifies it to 6. The opinion of the first and last of these philosophers, continues Sir William Hamilton, seems to me correct. You can easily make the experiments for yourselves, but you must beware of grouping the objects into classes. If you throw a handful of marbles on the floor, you will find it difficult to view at once more than 6, or 7 at most, without confusion, but if you group them into 2s, or 3s, or 5s, you can comprehend as many groups as you can units. Because the mind considers these groups only as units, it views them as wholes, and throws their parts out of consideration. Professor Jevons, repeating this observation, by counting instantaneously beans thrown into a box, found that the number 6 was guessed correctly 120 times out of 147, 5 correctly 102 times out of 107, and 4 and 3 always right. It is obvious that such observations decide nothing at all about our attention, properly so called. They rather measure in part the distinctness of our vision, especially of the primary memory image, in part the amount of association in the individual between scene arrangements and the names of numbers. Each number name is a way of grasping the beans as one total object. In such a total object, all the parts converge harmoniously to the one resultant concept. No single bean has special discrepant associations of its own. And so, with practice, they may grow quite numerous ere we fail to estimate them aright. But where the object before us breaks into parts disconnected with each other, and forming each as it were a separate object or system, not conceivable in union with the rest, it becomes harder to apprehend all these parts at once. And the mind tends to let go of one whilst it attends to another. Still, within limits this can be done. M. Paulhan has experimented carefully on the matter by declaiming one poem aloud whilst he repeated a different one mentally, or by writing one sentence whilst speaking another, or by performing calculations on paper whilst reciting poetry. He found that the most favorable condition for the doubling of the mind was its simultaneous application to 2 easy and heterogeneous operations. 2 operations of the same sort, 2 multiplications, 2 recitations, or the reciting one poem and writing another, render the process more uncertain and difficult. The attention often, but not always, oscillates during these performances. And sometimes a word from one part of the task slips into another. I myself find when I try to simultaneously recite one thing and write another that the beginning of each word or segment of a phrase is what requires the attention. Once started, my pen runs on for a word or 2 as if by its own momentum. M. Paulhan compared the time occupied by the same 2 operations done simultaneously or in succession, and found that there was often a considerable gain of time from doing them simultaneously. For instance, I write the first 4 verses of Athalie, whilst reciting 11 of Musset. The whole performance occupies 40 seconds. But reciting alone takes 22 and writing alone 31, or 53 altogether, so that there is a difference in favor of the simultaneous operations. Or again, I multiply 421,312,212 by 2, the operation takes 6 seconds. The recitation of 4 verses also takes 6 seconds. But the 2 operations done at once only take 6 seconds, so that there is no loss of time from combining them. Of course these time measurements lack precision. With 3 systems of object, writing with each hand whilst reciting, the operation became much more difficult. If, then, by the original question, how many ideas or things can we attend to at once, be meant how many entirely disconnected systems or processes of conception can go on simultaneously, the answer is, not easily more than 1. unless the processes are very habitual. But then 2, or even 3, without very much oscillation of the attention. Where, however, the processes are less automatic, as in the story of Julius Caesar dictating 4 letters whilst he writes a 5th, there must be a rapid oscillation of the mind from one to the next, and no consequent gain of time. Within any one of the systems the parts may be numberless, but we attend to them collectively when we conceive the whole which they form. When the things to be attended to are small sensations, and when the effort is to be exact in noting them, it is found that attention to one interferes a good deal with the perception of the other. A good deal of fine work has been done in this field, of which I must give some account. It has long been noticed, when expectant attention is concentrated upon one of 2 sensations, that the other one is apt to be displaced from consciousness for a moment and to appear subsequent. Although in reality the 2 may have been contemporaneous events. Thus, to use the stock example of the books, the surgeon would sometimes see the blood flow from the arm of the patient whom he was bleeding, before he saw the instrument penetrate the skin. Similarly the smith may see the sparks fly before he sees the hammer smite the iron, etc. There is thus a certain difficulty in perceiving the exact date of 2 impressions when they do not interest our attention equally, and when they are of a disparate sort. Professor XIII, whose experiments on the minimal perceptible succession in time of 2 sensations we shall have to quote in another chapter, make some noteworthy remarks about the way in which the attention must be set to catch the interval and the right order of the sensations, when the time is exceeding small. The point was to tell whether 2 signals were simultaneous or successive, and, if successive, which one of them came first. The first way of attending which he found himself to fall into, was when the signals did not differ greatly, when, e.g., they were similar sounds heard each by a different ear. Here he lay in wait for the first signal, whichever it might be, and identified it the next moment in memory. The second, which could then always be known by default, was often not clearly distinguished in itself. When the time was too short, the first could not be isolated from the second at all. The second way was to accommodate the attention for a certain sort of signal, and the next moment to become aware in memory of whether it came before or after its mate. This way brings great uncertainty with it. The impression not prepared for comes to us in the memory more weak than the other, obscure as it were, badly fixed in time. We tend to take the subjectively stronger stimulus, that which we were intent upon, for the first, just as we are apt to take an objectively stronger stimulus to be the first. Still, it may happen otherwise. In the experiments from touch to sight it often seemed to me as if the impression for which the attention was not prepared were there already when the other came. XIII found himself employing this method oftenest when the impressions differed strongly. In such observations, which must not be confounded with those where the 2 signals were identical and their successiveness known as mere doubleness, without distinction of which came first, it is obvious that each signal must combine stably in our perception with a different instant of time. It is the simplest possible case of 2 discrepant concepts simultaneously occupying the mind. Now the case of the signals being simultaneous seems of a different sort. We must turn to Wundt for observations fit to cast a nearer light thereon. The reader will remember the reaction time experiments of which we treated in. It happened occasionally in Wundt's experiments that the reaction time was reduced to 0 or even assumed a negative value, which, being translated into common speech, means that the observer was sometimes so intent upon the signal that his reaction actually coincided in time with it, or even preceded it, instead of coming a fraction of a second after it, as in the nature of things it should. More will be said of these results anon. Meanwhile Wundt, in explaining them, says this. In general we have a very exact feeling of the simultaneity of 2 stimuli, if they do not differ much in strength. And in a series of experiments in which a warning precedes, at a fixed interval, the stimulus, we involuntarily try to react, not only as promptly as possible, but also in such wise that our movement may coincide with the stimulus itself. We seek to make our own feelings of touch and innervation, muscular contraction, objectively contemporaneous with the signal which we hear, and experience shows that in many cases we approximately succeed. In these cases we have a distinct consciousness of hearing the signal, reacting upon it, and feeling our reaction take place, all at one and the same moment. In another place, Wundt adds, the difficulty of these observations and the comparative infrequency with which the reaction time can be made thus to disappear shows how hard it is, when our attention is intense, to keep it fixed even on two different ideas at once. Note besides that when this happens, one always tries to bring the ideas into a certain connection, to grasp them as components of a certain complex representation. Thus in the experiments in question, it has often seemed to me that I produced by my own recording movement the sound which the ball made in dropping on the board. The difficulty, in the cases of which Wundt speaks, is that of forcing two non-simultaneous events into apparent combination with the same instant of time. There is no difficulty, as he admits, in so dividing our attention between two really simultaneous impressions as to feel them to be such. The cases he describes are really cases of anachronistic perception, of subjective time displacement, to use his own term. Still more curious cases of it have been most carefully studied by him. They carry us a step farther in our research, so I will quote them, using as far as possible his exact words. The conditions become more complicated when we receive a series of impressions separated by distinct intervals, into the midst of which a heterogeneous impression is suddenly brought. Then comes the question, with which member of the series do we perceive the additional impression to coincide? With that member with whose presence it really coexists, or is there some aberration? If the additional stimulus belongs to a different sense, very considerable aberrations may occur. The best way to experiment is with a number of visual impressions, which one can easily get from a moving object, for the series, and with a sound as the disparate impression. Let, e.g., an index hand move over a circular scale with uniform and sufficiently slow velocity, so that the impressions it gives will not fuse, but permit its position at any instant to be distinctly seen. Let the clockwork which turns it have an arrangement which rings a bell once in every revolution, but at a point which can be varied, so that the observer need never know in advance just when the bellstroke takes place. In such observations three cases are possible. The bellstroke can be perceived either exactly at the moment to which the index points when it sounds, in this case there will be no time displacement. Or we can combine it with a later position of the index, positive time displacement, as we shall call it. Or finally we can combine it with a position of the index earlier than that at which the sound occurred, and this we will call a negative displacement. The most natural displacement would apparently be the positive, since for apperception a certain time is always required. But experience shows that the opposite is the case. It happens most frequently that the sound appears earlier than its real date, far less often coincident with it, or later. It should be observed that in all these experiments it takes some time to get a distinctly perceived combination of the sound with a particular position of the index, and that a single revolution of the latter is never enough for the purpose. The motion must go on long enough for the sounds themselves to form a regular series, the outcome being a simultaneous perception of two distinct series of events, of which either may by changes in its rapidity modify the result. The first thing one remarks is that the sound belongs in a certain region of the scale, only gradually is it perceived to combine with a particular position of the index. But even a result gained by observation of many revolutions may be deficient in certainty, for accidental combinations of attention have a great influence upon it. If we deliberately try to combine the bellstroke with an arbitrarily chosen position of the index, we succeed without difficulty, provided this position be not too remote from the true one. If, again, we cover the whole scale, except a single division over which we may see the index pass, we have a strong tendency to combine the bellstroke with this actually seen position, and in so doing may easily overlook more than 1/4 of a second of time. Results, therefore, to be of any value, must be drawn from long-continued and very numerous observations, in which such irregular oscillations of the attention neutralize each other according to the law of great numbers, and allow the true laws to appear. Although my own experiments extend over many years, with interruptions, they are not even yet numerous enough to exhaust the subject. Still, they bring out the principal laws which the attention follows under such conditions. Wundt accordingly distinguishes the direction from the amount of the apparent displacement in time of the bellstroke. The direction depends on the rapidity of the movement of the index and, consequently, on that of the succession of the bellstrokes. The moment at which the bell struck was estimated by him with the least tendency to error, when the revolutions took place once in a second. Faster than this, positive errors began to prevail, slower, negative ones almost always were present. On the other hand, if the rapidity went quickening, errors became negative, if slowing, positive. The amount of error is, in general, the greater the slower the speed and its alterations. Finally, individual differences prevail, as well as differences in the same individual at different times. Wundt's pupil von Schisch has carried out these experiments on a still more elaborate scale, using, not only the single bellstroke, but 2, 3, 4, or 5 simultaneous impressions. So that the attention had to note the place of the index at the moment when a whole group of things was happening. The single bellstroke was always heard too early by von Schisch, the displacement was invariably negative. As the other simultaneous impressions were added, the displacement first became zero and finally positive, i.e. the impressions were connected with a position of the index that was too late. This retardation was greater when the simultaneous impressions were disparate, electric tactile stimuli on different places, simple touch stimuli, different sounds, than when they were all of the same sort. The increment of retardation became relatively less with each additional impression, so that it is probable that 6 impressions would have given almost the same result as 5, which was the maximum number used by Herr von T. Wundt explains all these results by his previous observation that a reaction sometimes antedates the signal, see above. The mind, he supposes, is so intent upon the bellstrokes that its apperception keeps ripening periodically after each stroke in anticipation of the next. Its most natural rate of ripening may be faster or slower than the rate at which the strokes come. If faster, then it hears the stroke too early, if slower, it hears it too late. The position of the index on the scale, meanwhile, is noted at the moment, early or late, at which the bellstroke is subjectively heard. Substituting several impressions for the single bellstroke makes the ripening of the perception slower, and the index is seen too late. So, at least, do I understand the explanations which Herren Wundt and V. Schisch give. This is all I have to say about the difficulty of having two discrepant concepts together, and about the number of things to which we can simultaneously attend. The varieties of attention. The things to which we attend are said to interest us. Our interest in them is supposed to be the cause of our attending. What makes an object interesting we shall see presently, and later inquire in what sense interest may cause attention. Meanwhile, attention may be divided into kinds in various ways. It is either to a. Objects of sense, sensorial attention, or to b. Ideal or represented objects, intellectual attention. It is either c. Immediate, or d. Derived, immediate, when the topic or stimulus is interesting in itself, without relation to anything else, derived, when it owes its interest to association with some other immediately interesting thing. What I call derived attention has been named apperceptive attention. Furthermore, attention may be either e. Passive, reflex, non-voluntary, effortless, or f. Active and voluntary. Voluntary attention is always derived. We never make an effort to attend to an object except for the sake of some remote interest which the effort will serve. But both sensorial and intellectual attention may be either passive or voluntary. In passive immediate sensorial attention the stimulus is a sense impression, either very intense, voluminous, or sudden, in which case it makes no difference what its nature may be, whether sight, sound, smell, blow, or inner pain. Or else it is an instinctive stimulus, a perception which, by reason of its nature rather than its mere force, appeals to some one of our normal congenital impulses and has a directly exciting quality. In the chapter on instinct we shall see how these stimuli differ from one animal to another, and what most of them are in man, strange things, moving things, wild animals, bright things, pretty things, metallic things, words, blows, blood, etc. etc., etc. Sensitiveness to immediately exciting sensorial stimuli characterizes the attention of childhood and youth. In mature age we have generally selected those stimuli which are connected with one or more so-called permanent interests, and our attention has grown irresponsive to the rest. But childhood is characterized by great active energy, and has few organized interests by which to meet new impressions and decide whether they are worthy of notice or not. And the consequence is that extreme mobility of the attention with which we are all familiar in children, and which makes their first lessons such rough affairs. Any strong sensation whatever produces accommodation of the organs which perceive it, and absolute oblivion, for the time being, of the task in hand. This reflex and passive character of the attention which, as a French writer says, makes the child seem to belong less to himself than to every object which happens to catch his notice, is the first thing which the teacher must overcome. It never is overcome in some people, whose work, to the end of life, gets done in the interstices of their mind wandering. The passive sensorial attention is derived when the impression, without being either strong or of an instinctively exciting nature, is connected by previous experience and education with things that are so. These things may be called the motives of the attention. The impression draws an interest from them, or perhaps it even fuses into a single complex object with them. The result is that it is brought into the focus of the mind. A faint tap per se is not an interesting sound, it may well escape being discriminated from the general rumor of the world. But when it is a signal, as that of a lover on the window pane, it will hardly go unperceived. Herbart writes, "How a bit of bad grammar wounds the ear of the purist. How a false note hurts the musician. Or an offense against good manners the man of the world. How rapid is progress in a science when its first principles have been so well impressed upon us that we reproduce them mentally with perfect distinctness and ease. How slow and uncertain, on the other hand, is our learning of the principles themselves, when familiarity with the still more elementary percepts connected with the subject has not given us an adequate predisposition. Apperceptive attention may be plainly observed in very small children when, hearing the speech of their elders, as yet unintelligible to them, they suddenly catch a single known word here and there, and repeat it to themselves, yes. Even in the dog who looks round at us when we speak of him and pronounce his name. Not far removed is the talent which mind-wandering schoolboys display during the hours of instruction, of noticing every moment in which the teacher tells a story. I remember classes in which, instruction being uninteresting, and discipline relaxed, a buzzing murmur was always to be heard, which invariably stopped for as long a time as an anecdote lasted. How could the boys, since they seemed to hear nothing, notice when the anecdote began? Doubtless most of them always heard something of the teacher's talk. But most of it had no connection with their previous knowledge and occupations, and therefore the separate words no sooner entered their consciousness than they fell out of it again. But, on the other hand, no sooner did the words awaken old thoughts, forming strongly connected series with which the new impression easily combined. Then out of new and old together a total interest resulted which drove the vagrant ideas below the threshold of consciousness, and brought for a while settled attention into their place. Passive intellectual attention is immediate when we follow in thought a train of images exciting or interesting per se. Derived, when the images are interesting only as means to a remote end, or merely because they are associated with something which makes them dear. Owing to the way in which immense numbers of real things become integrated into single objects of thought for us, there is no clear line to be drawn between immediate and derived attention of an intellectual sort. When absorbed in intellectual attention we may become so inattentive to outer things as to be absent-minded, abstracted, or distraits. All reverie or concentrated meditation is apt to throw us into this state. Archimedes, it is well known, was so absorbed in geometrical meditation that he was first aware of the storming of Syracuse by his own death wound, and his exclamation on the entrance of the Roman soldiers was, "Noli turber circulos meos." In like manner Joseph Scaliger, the most learned of men, when a Protestant student in Paris, was so engrossed in the study of Homer that he became aware of the massacre of St. Bartholomew, and of his own escape, only on the day subsequent to the catastrophe. The philosopher Carneades was habitually liable to fits of meditation so profound that, to prevent him sinking from inanition, his maid found it necessary to feed him like a child. And it is reported of Newton that, while engaged in his mathematical researches, he sometimes forgot to dine. Cardan, one of the most illustrious of philosophers and mathematicians, was once, upon a journey, so lost in thought that he forgot both his way and the object of his journey. To the questions of his driver whether he should proceed, he made no answer, and when he came to himself at nightfall, he was surprised to find the carriage at a standstill, and directly under a gallows. The mathematician Vieta was sometimes so buried in meditation that for hours he bore more resemblance to a dead person than to a living, and was then wholly unconscious of everything going on around him. On the day of his marriage the great Budaeus forgot everything in his philological speculations, and he was only awakened to the affairs of the external world by a tardy embassy from the marriage party, who found him absorbed in the composition of his Commentarii. The absorption may be so deep as not only to banish ordinary sensations, but even the severest pain. Pascal, Wesley, Robert Hall, are said to have had this capacity. Dr. Carpenter says of himself that he has frequently begun a lecture whilst suffering neuralgic pain so severe as to make him apprehend that he would find it impossible to proceed. Yet no sooner has he by a determined effort fairly launched himself into the stream of thought, than he has found himself continuously borne along without the least distraction, until the end has come, and the attention has been released. When the pain has recurred with a force that has overmastered all resistance, making him wonder how he could have ever ceased to feel it. Dr. Carpenter speaks of launching himself by a determined effort. This effort characterizes what we called active or voluntary attention. It is a feeling which every one knows, but which most people would call quite indescribable. We get it in the sensorial sphere whenever we seek to catch an impression of extreme faintness, be it of sight, hearing, taste, smell, or touch. We get it whenever we seek to discriminate a sensation merged in a mass of others that are similar. We get it whenever we resist the attractions of more potent stimuli and keep our mind occupied with some object that is naturally unimpressive. We get it in the intellectual sphere under exactly similar conditions, as when we strive to sharpen and make distinct an idea which we but vaguely seem to have, or painfully discriminate a shade of meaning from its similars. Or resolutely hold fast to a thought so discordant with our impulses that, if left unaided, it would quickly yield place to images of an exciting and impassioned kind. All forms of attentive effort would be exercised at once by one whom we might suppose at a dinner party resolutely to listen to a neighbor giving him insipid and unwelcome advice in a low voice, whilst all around the guests were loudly laughing and talking about exciting and interesting things. There is no such thing as voluntary attention sustained for more than a few seconds at a time. What is called sustained voluntary attention is a repetition of successive efforts which bring back the topic to the mind. The topic once brought back, if a congenial one, develops, and if its development is interesting it engages the attention passively for a time. Dr. Carpenter, a moment back, described the stream of thought, once entered, as bearing him along. This passive interest may be short or long. As soon as it flags, the attention is diverted by some irrelevant thing, and then a voluntary effort may bring it back to the topic again, and so on, under favorable conditions, for hours together. During all this time, however, note that it is not an identical object in the psychological sense, but a succession of mutually related objects forming an identical topic only, upon which the attention is fixed. No one can possibly attend continuously to an object that does not change. Now there are always some objects that for the time being will not develop. They simply go out. And to keep the mind upon anything related to them requires such incessantly renewed effort that the most resolute will ere long gives out and lets its thoughts follow the more stimulating solicitations after it has withstood them for what length of time it can. There are topics known to every man from which he shies like a frightened horse, and which to get a glimpse of is to shun. Such are his ebbing assets to the spendthrift in full career. But why single out the spendthrift when to every man actuated by passion the thought of interests which negate the passion can hardly for more than a fleeting instant stay before the mind? It is like memento mori, in the heyday of the pride of life. Nature rises at such suggestions, and excludes them from the view. How long, O healthy reader, can you now continue thinking of your tomb? In milder instances the difficulty is as great, especially when the brain is fagged. One snatches at any and every passing pretext, no matter how trivial or external, to escape from the odiousness of the matter in hand. I know a person, for example, who will poke the fire, set chairs straight, pick dust specks from the floor, arrange his table, snatch up the newspaper, take down any book which catches his eye, trim his nails, waste the morning anyhow, in short. And all without premeditation, simply because the only thing he ought to attend to is the preparation of a noonday lesson in formal logic which he detests. Anything but that. Once more, the object must change. When it is one of sight, it will actually become invisible, when of hearing, inaudible, if we attend to it too unmovingly. Helmholtz, who has put his sensorial attention to the severest tests, by using his eyes on objects which in common life are expressly overlooked, makes some interesting remarks on this point in his chapter on retinal rivalry. The phenomenon called by that name is this, that if we look with each eye upon a different picture, as in the annexed stereoscopic slide, sometimes one picture, sometimes the other, or parts of both, will come to consciousness. But hardly ever both combined. Helmholtz now says, I find that I am able to attend voluntarily, now to one and now to the other system of lines, and that then this system remains visible alone for a certain time, whilst the other completely vanishes. This happens, for example, whenever I try to count the lines first of one and then of the other system. But it is extremely hard to chain the attention down to one of the systems for long, unless we associate with our looking some distinct purpose which keeps the activity of the attention perpetually renewed. Such a one is counting the lines, comparing their intervals, or the like. An equilibrium of the attention, persistent for any length of time, is under no circumstances attainable. The natural tendency of attention when left to itself is to wander to ever new things, and so soon as the interest of its object is over, so soon as nothing new is to be noticed there, it passes, in spite of our will, to something else. If we wish to keep it upon one and the same object, we must seek constantly to find out something new about the latter, especially if other powerful impressions are attracting us away. Figure 36. And again criticizing an author who had treated of attention as an activity absolutely subject to the conscious will, Helmholtz writes, this is only restrictedly true. We move our eyes by our will. But one without training cannot so easily execute the intention of making them converge. At any moment, however, he can execute that of looking at a near object, in which act convergence is involved. Now just as little can we carry out our purpose to keep our attention steadily fixed upon a certain object, when our interest in the object is exhausted, and the purpose is inwardly formulated in this abstract way. But we can set ourselves new questions about the object, so that a new interest in it arises, and then the attention will remain riveted. The relation of attention to will is, then, less one of immediate than of mediate control. These words of Helmholtz are of fundamental importance. And if true of sensorial attention, how much more true are they of the intellectual variety? The conditio sine qua non of sustained attention to a given topic of thought is that we should roll it over and over incessantly and consider different aspects and relations of it in turn. Only in pathological states will a fixed and ever monotonously recurring idea possess the mind. And now we can see why it is that what is called sustained attention is the easier, the richer in acquisitions and the fresher and more original the mind. In such minds, subjects bud and sprout and grow. At every moment, they please by a new consequence and rivet the attention afresh. But an intellect unfurnished with materials, stagnant, unoriginal, will hardly be likely to consider any subject long. A glance exhausts its possibilities of interest. Geniuses are commonly believed to excel other men in their power of sustained attention. In most of them, it is to be feared, the so-called power is of the passive sort. Their ideas coruscate, every subject branches infinitely before their fertile minds, and so for hours they may be rapt. But it is their genius making them attentive, not their attention making geniuses of them. And, when we come down to the root of the matter, we see that they differ from ordinary men less in the character of their attention than in the nature of the objects upon which it is successively bestowed. In the genius, these form a concatenated series, suggesting each other mutually by some rational law. Therefore we call the attention sustained and the topic of meditation for hours the same. In the common man the series is for the most part incoherent, the objects have no rational bond, and we call the attention wandering and unfixed. It is probable that genius tends actually to prevent a man from acquiring habits of voluntary attention, and that moderate intellectual endowments are the soil in which we may best expect, here as elsewhere, the virtues of the will. Strictly so called, to thrive. But, whether the attention come by grace of genius or by dint of will, the longer one does attend to a topic the more mastery of it one has. And the faculty of voluntarily bringing back a wandering attention, over and over again, is the very root of judgment, character, and will. No one is compos sui if he have it not. An education which should improve this faculty would be the education par excellence. But it is easier to define this ideal than to give practical directions for bringing it about. The only general pedagogic maxim bearing on attention is that the more interest the child has in advance in the subject, the better he will attend. Induct him therefore in such a way as to knit each new thing on to some acquisition already there. And if possible awaken curiosity, so that the new thing shall seem to come as an answer, or part of an answer, to a question pre-existing in his mind. At present, having described the varieties, let us turn to the effects of attention. Its remote effects are too incalculable to be recorded. The practical and theoretical life of whole species, as well as of individual beings, results from the selection which the habitual direction of their attention involves. In and some of these consequences will come to light. Suffice it meanwhile that each of us literally chooses, by his ways of attending to things, what sort of a universe he shall appear to himself to inhabit. The immediate effects of attention are to make us a. Perceive, b. Conceive, c. Distinguish, d. Remember. Better than otherwise we could, both more successive things and each thing more clearly. It also e. Shortens reaction time. A and b. Most people would say that a sensation attended to become stronger than it otherwise would be. This point is, however, not quite plain, and has occasioned some discussion. From the strength or intensity of a sensation must be distinguished its clearness, and to increase this is, for some psychologists, the utmost that attention can do. When the facts are surveyed, however, it must be admitted that to some extent the relative intensity of two sensations may be changed when one of them is attended to and the other not. Every artist knows how he can make a scene before his eyes appear warmer or colder in color, according to the way he sets his attention. If for warm, he soon begins to see the red color start out of everything, if for cold, the blue. Similarly in listening for certain notes in a chord, or overtones in a musical sound, the one we attend to sounds probably a little more loud as well as more emphatic than it did before. When we mentally break a series of monotonous strokes into a rhythm, by accentuating every second or third one, etc., the stroke on which the stress of attention is laid seems to become stronger as well as more emphatic. The increased visibility of optical afterimages and of double images, which close attention brings about, can hardly be interpreted otherwise than as a real strengthening of the retinal sensations themselves. And this view is rendered particularly probable by the fact that an imagined visual object may, if attention be concentrated upon it long enough, acquire before the mind's eye almost the brilliancy of reality. And, in the case of certain exceptionally gifted observers, leave a negative afterimage of itself when it passes away, see chapter 18. Confident expectation of a certain intensity or quality of impression will often make us sensibly see or hear it in an object which really falls far short of it. In face of such facts it is rash to say that attention cannot make a sense impression more intense. But, on the other hand, the intensification which may be brought about seems never to lead the judgment astray. As we rightly perceive and name the same color under various lights, the same sound at various distances, so we seem to make an analogous sort of allowance for the varying amounts of attention with which objects are viewed. And whatever changes of feeling the attention may bring we charge, as it were, to the attention's account, and still perceive and conceive the object as the same. A gray paper appears to us no lighter, the pendulum beat of a clock no louder, no matter how much we increase the strain of our attention upon them. No one, by doing this, can make the gray paper look white, or the stroke of the pendulum sound like the blow of a strong hammer. Everyone, on the contrary, feels the increase as that of his own conscious activity turned upon the thing. Were it otherwise, we should not be able to note intensities by attending to them. Weak impressions would, as Stump says, become stronger by the very fact of being observed. I should not be able to observe faint sounds at all, but only such as appeared to me of maximal strength, or at least of a strength that increased with the amount of my observation. In reality, however, I can, with steadily increasing attention, follow a diminuendo perfectly well. The subject is one which would well repay exact experiment, if methods could be devised. Meanwhile there is no question whatever that attention augments the clearness of all that we perceive or conceive by its aid. But what is meant by clearness here? C. Clearness, so far as attention produces it, means distinction from other things and internal analysis or subdivision. These are essentially products of intellectual discrimination, involving comparison, memory, and perception of various relations. The attention per se does not distinguish and analyze and relate. The most we can say is that it is a condition of our doing so. And as these processes are to be described later, the clearness they produce had better not be farther discussed here. The important point to notice here is that it is not attention's immediate fruit. D. Whatever future conclusion we may reach as to this, we cannot deny that an object once attended to will remain in the memory, whilst one inattentively allowed to pass will leave no traces behind. Already in Chapter 6, cff. We discussed whether certain states of mind were unconscious, or whether they were not rather states to which no attention had been paid, and of whose passage recollection could afterwards find no vestiges. Dougald Stewart says, the connection between attention and memory has been remarked by many authors. He quotes Quintilian, Locke, and Helvetius, and goes on at great length to explain the phenomena of secondary automatism, see above, ff. By the presence of a mental action grown so inattentive as to preserve no memory of itself. In our chapter on memory, later on, the point will come up again. Under this head, the shortening of reaction time, there is a good deal to be said of attention's effects. Since Wundt has probably worked over the subject more thoroughly than any other investigator and made it peculiarly his own, what follows had better, as far as possible, be in his words. The reader will remember the method and results of experimentation on reaction time, as given in. The facts I proceed to quote may also be taken as a supplement to that chapter. Wundt writes, when we wait with strained attention for a stimulus, it will often happen that instead of registering the stimulus, we react upon some entirely different impression, and this not through confounding the one with the other. On the contrary, we are perfectly well aware at the moment of making the movement that we respond to the wrong stimulus. Sometimes even, though not so often, the latter may be another kind of sensation altogether. One may, for example, in experimenting with sound, register a flash of light, produced either by accident or design. We cannot well explain these results otherwise than by assuming that the strain of the attention towards the impression we expect coexists with a preparatory innervation of the motor center for the reaction. Which innervation the slightest shock then suffices to turn into an actual discharge. This shock may be given by any chance impression, even by one to which we never intended to respond. When the preparatory innervation has once reached this pitch of intensity, the time that intervenes between the stimulus and the contraction of the muscles which react, may become vanishingly small. The perception of an impression is facilitated when the impression is preceded by a warning which announces beforehand that it is about to occur. This case is realized whenever several stimuli follow each other at equal intervals, when, e.g., we note pendulum movements by the eye, or pendulum strokes by the ear. Each single stroke forms here the signal for the next, which is thus met by a fully prepared attention. The same thing happens when the stimulus to be perceived is preceded, at a certain interval, by a single warning. The time is always notably shortened. I have made comparative observations on reaction time with and without a warning signal. The impression to be reacted on was the sound made by the dropping of a ball on the board of the drop apparatus. In a first series no warning preceded the stroke of the ball. In the second, the noise made by the apparatus in liberating the ball served as a signal. Here are the averages of 2 series of such experiments. Height of fall. Average. Mean error. No of exps. 25 cm.no warning 0.2530.05113. Warning 0. 760.06017. 5 cm.no warning 0.2660.03614. Warning 0.1750.03517. In a long series of experiments, the interval between warning and stimulus remaining the same, the reaction time grows less and less, and it is possible occasionally to reduce it to a vanishing quantity, a few thousandths of a second, to 0. Or even to a negative value. The only ground that we can assign for this phenomenon is the preparation, Vorbereiten of the attention. It is easy to understand that the reaction time should be shortened by this means. But that it should sometimes sink to 0 and even assume negative values, may appear surprising. Nevertheless, this latter case is also explained by what happens in the simple reaction time experiments, just referred to, in which, when the strain of the attention has reached its climax, the movement we stand ready to execute escapes from the control of on will, and we register a wrong signal. In these other experiments, in which a warning foretells the moment of the stimulus, it is also plain that attention accommodates itself so exactly to the latter's reception that no sooner is it objectively given than it is fully apperceived. And with the apperception the motor discharge coincides. Usually, when the impression is fully anticipated, attention prepares the motor centers so completely for both stimulus and reaction that the only time lost is that of the physiological conduction downwards. But even this interval may disappear, i.e., the stimulus and reaction may become objectively contemporaneous, or more remarkable still, the reaction may be discharged before the stimulus has actually occurred. Wundt, as we saw some pages back, explains this by the effort of the mind so to react that we may feel our own movement and the signal which prompts it, both at the same instant. As the execution of the movement must precede our feeling of it, so it must also precede the stimulus, if that and our movement are to be felt at once. The peculiar theoretic interest of these experiments lies in their showing expectant attention and sensation to be continuous or identical processes, since they may have identical motor effects. Although other exceptional observations show them likewise to be continuous subjectively, Wundt's experiments do not. He seems never, at the moment of reacting prematurely, to have been misled into the belief that the real stimulus was there. As concentrated attention accelerates perception, so, conversely, perception of a stimulus is retarded by anything which either baffles or distracts the attention with which we await it. If, e.g., we make reactions on a sound in such a way that weak and strong stimuli irregularly alternate so that the observer can never expect a determinate strength with any certainty, the reaction time for all the various signals is increased. And so is the average error. I append 2 examples. In series I, a strong and a weak sound alternated regularly, so that the intensity was each time known in advance. In 2 they came irregularly. I, regular alternation. Average time. Average error. No of exps. Strong sound 0.116 inch 0.01018. Weak sound 0.127 inch 0.012 2. Irregular alternation. Strong sound 0.189 inch 0.038 Weak sound 0.298 inch 0. 0.76 inch 15. Still greater is the increase of the time when, unexpectedly into a series of strong impressions, a weak one is interpolated, or vice versa. In this way I have seen the time of reaction upon a sound so weak as to be barely perceived rise to 0.4 inch or 0.5, and for a strong sound to 0.25. It is also matter of general experience that a stimulus expected in a general way, but for whose intensity attention cannot be adapted in advance, demands a longer reaction time. In such cases, the reason for the difference can only lie in the fact that wherever a preparation of the attention is impossible, the time of both perception and volition is prolonged. Perhaps also the conspicuously large reaction times which are got with stimuli so faint as to be just perceptible may be explained by the attention tending always to adapt itself for something more than this minimal amount of stimulus. So that a state ensues similar to that in the case of unexpected stimuli. Still more than by previously unknown stimuli is the reaction time prolonged by wholly unexpected impressions. This is sometimes accidentally brought about, when the observer's attention, instead of being concentrated on the coming signal, is dispersed. It can be realized purposely by suddenly thrusting into a long series of equidistant stimuli a much shorter interval which the observer does not expect. The mental effect here is like that of being startled, often the startling is outwardly visible. The time of reaction may then easily be lengthened to 1/4 of a second with strong signals, or with weak ones to a half second. Slighter, but still very noticeable, is the retardation when the experiment is so arranged that the observer, ignorant whether the stimulus is to be an impression of light, sound, or touch, cannot keep his attention turned to any particular sense organ in advance. One notices then at the same time a peculiar unrest, as the feeling of strain which accompanies the attention keeps vacillating between the several senses. Complications of another sort arise when what is registered is an impression anticipated both in point of quality and strength, but accompanied by other stimuli which make the concentration of the attention difficult. The reaction time is here always more or less prolonged. The simplest case of the sort is where a momentary impression is registered in the midst of another, and continuous, sensorial stimulation of considerable strength. The continuous stimulus may belong to the same sense as the stimulus to be reacted on, or to another. When it is of the same sense, the retardation it causes may be partly due to the distraction of the attention by it, but partly also to the fact that the stimulus to be reacted on stands out less strongly than if alone, and practically becomes a less intense sensation. But other factors in reality are present. For we find the reaction time more prolonged by the concomitant stimulation when the stimulus is weak than when it is strong. I made experiments in which the principal impression, or signal for reaction, was a bell stroke whose strength could be graduated by a spring against the hammer with a movable counterpoise. Each set of observations comprised 2 series, in one of which the bell stroke was registered in the ordinary way, whilst in the other a toothed wheel belonging to the chronometric apparatus made during the entire experiment a steady noise against a metal spring. In 1/2 of the latter series, A, the bell stroke was only moderately strong, so that the accompanying noise diminished it considerably, without, however, making it indistinguishable. In the other half, B, the bell sound was so loud as to be heard with perfect distinctness above the noise. Mean. Maximum. Minimum. No of experiments. A without noise 0.1890, 0.2140, 0.15621. Bell stroke with noise 0.31, 30.4990. 18,316. Moderate. B without noise 0.15, 80.20, 60.13320. Bell stroke with noise 0.20, 30.2950. 14,019. Loud. Since, in these experiments, the sound B even with noise made a considerably stronger impression than the sound A without, we must see in the figures a direct influence of the disturbing noise on the process of reaction. This influence is freed from mixture with other factors when the momentary stimulus and the concomitant disturbance appeal to different senses. I chose, to test this, sight and hearing. The momentary signal was an induction spark leaping from one platinum point to another against a dark background. The steady stimulation was the noise above described. Spark, mean, maximum. Minimum. No of exps. Without noise 0.222 0.2840. 15,820. With noise 0.3000.3900. 25,018. When one reflects that in the experiments with one and the same sense the relative intensity of the signal is always depressed, which by itself is a retarding condition, the amount of retardation in these last observations makes it probable that the disturbing influence upon attention is greater when the stimuli are disparate than when they belong to the same sense. One does not, in fact, find it particularly hard to register immediately, when the bell rings in the midst of the noise, but when the spark is the signal one has a feeling of being coerced, as one turns away from the noise towards it. This fact is immediately connected with other properties of our attention. The effort of the latter is accompanied by various corporeal sensations, according to the sense which is engaged. The innervation which exists during the effort of attention is therefore probably a different one for each sense organ. Wundt then, after some theoretical remarks which we need not quote now, gives a table of retardations, as follows. Retardation. 1. Unexpected strength of impression. A. Unexpectedly strong sound 0.073. B. Unexpectedly weak sound 0.171. 2. Interference by like stimulus, sound by sound, 0.045. 3. Interference by unlike stimulus, light by sound, 0.078. It seems probable, from these results obtained with elementary processes of mind, that all processes, even the higher ones of reminiscence, reasoning, etc., whenever attention is concentrated upon them instead of being diffused and languid, are thereby more rapidly performed. Still more interesting reaction time observations have been made by Münsterberg. The reader will recollect the fact noted in Chapter 3, that reaction time is shorter when one concentrates his attention on the expected movement than when one concentrates it on the expected signal. Herr Münsterberg found that this is equally the case when the reaction is no simple reflex, but can take place only after an intellectual operation. In a series of experiments the 5 fingers were used to react with, and the reactor had to use a different finger according as the signal was of one sort or another. Thus when a word in the nominative case was called out he used the thumb, for the dative he used another finger, similarly adjectives, substantives, pronouns, numerals, etc., or, again, towns, rivers, beasts, plants, elements. Or poets, musicians, philosophers, etc., were coordinated each with its finger, so that when a word belonging to either of these classes was mentioned, a particular finger and no other had to perform the reaction. In a second series of experiments the reaction consisted in the utterance of a word in answer to a question, such as, name an edible fish, etc., or, name the first drama of Schiller, etc., or, which is greater, Hume or Kant, etc. Or, first naming apples and cherries, and several other fruits, which do you prefer, apples or cherries, etc., or, which is Goethe's finest drama, etc. Or, which letter comes the later in the alphabet, the letter L or the first letter of the most beautiful tree, etc., or, which is less, 15 or 20 minus 8, etc., etc., etc. Even in this series of reactions the time was much quicker token the reactor turned his attention in advance towards the answer than when he turned it towards the question. The shorter reaction time was seldom more than 1/5 of a second. The longer, from 4 to 8 times as long. To understand such results, one must bear in mind that in these experiments the reactor always knew in advance in a general way the kind of question which he was to receive, and consequently the sphere within which his possible answer lay. In turning his attention, therefore, from the outset towards the answer, those brain processes in him which were connected with this entire sphere were kept sub-excited. And the question could then discharge with a minimum amount of lost time that particular answer out of the sphere which belonged especially to it. When, on the contrary, the attention was kept looking towards the question exclusively and averted from the possible reply, all this preliminary sub-excitement of motor tracks failed to occur. And the entire process of answering had to be gone through with after the question was heard. No wonder that the time was prolonged. It is a beautiful example of the summation of stimulations, and of the way in which expectant attention, even when not very strongly focalized, will prepare the motor centers, and shorten the work which a stimulus has to perform on them, in order to produce a given effect when it comes. The intimate nature of the attentive process. We have now a sufficient number of facts to warrant our considering this more recondite question. And two physiological processes, of which we have got a glimpse, immediately suggest themselves as possibly forming in combination a complete reply. I mean, 1. The accommodation or adjustment of the sensory organs, and 2. The anticipatory preparation from within of the ideational centers concerned with the object to which the attention is paid. 1. The sense organs and the bodily muscles which favor their exercise are adjusted most energetically in sensorial attention, whether immediate in reflex, or derived. But there are good grounds for believing that even intellectual attention to the idea of a sensible object, is also accompanied with some degree of excitement of the sense organs to which the object appeals. The preparation of the ideational centers exists, on the other hand, wherever our interest in the object, be it sensible or ideal, is derived from, or in any way connected with, other interests, or the presence of other objects, in the mind. It exists as well when the attention thus derived is classed as passive as when it is classed as voluntary. So that on the whole we may confidently conclude, since in mature life we never attend to anything without our interest in it being in some degree derived from its connection with other objects, that the two processes of sensorial adjustment and ideational preparation probably coexist in all our concrete attentive acts. The 2 points must now be proved in more detail. First, as respects the sensorial adjustment. That it is present when we attend to sensible things is obvious. When we look or listen we accommodate our eyes and ears involuntarily, and we turn our head and body as well. When we taste or smell we adjust the tongue, lips, and respiration to the object. In feeling a surface we move the palpatory organ in a suitable way. In all these acts, besides making involuntary muscular contractions of a positive sort, we inhibit others which might interfere with the result. We close the eyes in tasting, suspend the respiration in listening, etc. The result is a more or less massive organic feeling that attention is going on. This organic feeling comes, in the way described on, to be contrasted with that of the objects which it accompanies, and regarded as peculiarly ours, whilst the objects form the not me. We treat it as a sense of our own activity, although it comes into us from our organs after they are accommodated, just as the feeling of any object does. Any object, if immediately exciting, causes a reflex accommodation of the sense organ, and this has two results: first, the object's increase in clearness, and second, the feeling of activity in question. Both are sensations of an afferent sort. But in intellectual attention, as we have already seen, similar feelings of activity occur. Fechner was the first, I believe, to analyze these feelings, and discriminate them from the stronger ones just named. He writes, "When we transfer the attention from objects of one sense to those of another, we have an indescribable feeling, though at the same time one perfectly determinate, and reproducible at pleasure. Of altered direction or differently localized tension, spannung. We feel a strain forward in the eyes, one directed sidewise in the ears, increasing with the degree of our attention, and changing according as we look at an object carefully, or listen to something attentively. And we speak accordingly of straining the attention. The difference is most plainly felt when the attention oscillates rapidly between eye and ear. And the feeling localizes itself with most decided difference in regard to the various sense organs, according as we wish to discriminate a thing delicately by touch, taste, or smell. But now I have, when I try to vividly recall a picture of memory or fancy, a feeling perfectly analogous to that which I experience when I seek to apprehend a thing keenly by eye or ear, and this analogous feeling is very differently localized. While in sharpest possible attention to real objects, as well as to afterimages, the strain is plainly forwards, and when the attention changes from one sense to another only alters its direction between the several external sense organs. Leaving the rest of the head free from strain, the case is different in memory or fancy, for here the feeling withdraws entirely from the external sense organs, and seems rather to take refuge in that part of the head which the brain fills. If I wish, for example, to recall a place or person, it will arise before me with vividness, not according as I strain my attention forwards, but rather in proportion as I, so to speak, retract it backwards. In myself the backward retraction, which is felt during attention to ideas of memory, etc., seems to be principally constituted by the feeling of an actual rolling outwards and upwards of the eyeballs, such as occurs in sleep, and is the exact opposite of their behavior when we look at a physical thing. I have already spoken of this feeling on. The reader who doubts the presence of these organic feelings is requested to read the whole of that passage again. It has been said, however, that we may attend to an object on the periphery of the visual field and yet not accommodate the eye for it. Teachers thus notice the acts of children in the schoolroom at whom they appear not to be looking. Women in general train their peripheral visual attention more than men. This would be an objection to the invariable and universal presence of movements of adjustment as ingredients of the attentive process. Usually, as is well known, no object lying in the marginal portions of the field of vision can catch our attention without at the same time catching our eye, that is, fatally provoking such movements of rotation and accommodation as will focus its image on the fovea, or point of greatest sensibility. Practice, however, enables us, with effort, to attend to a marginal object whilst keeping the eyes immovable. The object under these circumstances never becomes perfectly distinct, the place of its image on the retina makes distinctness impossible, but, as anyone can satisfy himself by trying, we become more vividly conscious of it than we were before the effort was made. Helmholtz states the fact so strikingly that I will quote his observation in full. He was trying to combine in a single solid percept pairs of stereoscopic pictures illuminated instantaneously by the electric spark. The pictures were in a dark box which the spark from time to time lighted up. And, to keep the eyes from wandering between whiles, a pinhole was pricked through the middle of each picture, through which the light of the room came, so that each eye had presented to it during the dark intervals a single bright point. With parallel optical axes the points combined into a single image, and the slightest movement of the eyeballs was betrayed by this image at once becoming double. Helmholtz now found that simple linear figures could, when the eyes were thus kept immovable, be perceived as solids at a single flash of the spark. But when the figures were complicated photographs, many successive flashes were required to grasp their totality. Now it is interesting, he says, to find that, although we keep steadily fixating the pinholes and never allow their combined image to break into two, we can, nevertheless, before the spark comes, keep our attention voluntarily turned to any particular portion we please of the dark field, so as then, when the spark comes, to receive an impression only from such parts of the picture as lie in this region. In this respect, then, our attention is quite independent of the position and accommodation of the eyes, and of any known alteration in these organs, and free to direct itself by a conscious and voluntary effort upon any selected portion of a dark and undifferenced field of view. This is one of the most important observations for a future theory of attention. Herring, however, adds the following detail. Whilst attending to the marginal object we must always, he says, attend at the same time to the object directly fixated. If even for a single instant we let the latter slip out of our mind, our eye moves towards the former, as may be easily recognized by the afterimages produced, or by the muscular sounds heard. The case is then less properly to be called one of translocation, than one of unusually wide dispersion, of the attention, in which dispersion the largest share still falls upon the thing directly looked at, and consequently directly accommodated for. Accommodation exists here, then, as it does elsewhere, and without it we should lose a part of our sense of attentive activity. In fact, the strain of that activity, which is remarkably great in the experiment, is due in part to unusually strong contractions of the muscles needed to keep the eyeballs still, which produce unwanted feelings of pressure in those organs. 2. But if the peripheral part of the picture in this experiment be not physically accommodated for, what is meant by its sharing our attention? What happens when we distribute or disperse the latter upon a thing for which we remain unwilling to adjust? This leads us to that second feature in the process, the ideational preparation, of which we spoke. The effort to attend to the marginal region of the picture consists in nothing more nor less than the effort to form as clear an idea as is possible of what is there portrayed. The idea is to come to the help of the sensation and make it more distinct. It comes with effort, and such a mode of coming is the remaining part of what we know as our attention's strain under the circumstances. Let us show how universally present in our acts of attention this reinforcing imagination, this inward reproduction, this anticipatory thinking of the thing we attend to, is. It must as a matter of course be present when the attention is of the intellectual variety, for the thing attended to then is nothing but an idea, an inward reproduction or conception. If then we prove ideal construction of the object to be present in sensorial attention, it will be present everywhere. When, however, sensorial attention is at its height, it is impossible to tell how much of the percept comes from without and how much from within. But if we find that the preparation we make for it always partly consists of the creation of an imaginary duplicate of the object in the mind, which shall stand ready to receive the outward impression as if in a matrix, that will be quite enough to establish the point in dispute. In Wundt's and Exner's experiments quoted above, the lying in wait for the impressions, and the preparation to react, consist of nothing but the anticipatory imagination of what the impressions or the reactions are to be. Where the stimulus is unknown and the reaction undetermined, time is lost, because no stable image can under such circumstances be formed in advance. But where both nature and time of signal and reaction are foretold, so completely does the expectant attention consist in premonitory imagination that, as we have seen, it may mimic the intensity of reality, or at any rate produce reality's motor effects. It is impossible to read Wundt's and Exner's pages of description and not to interpret the apperception and Spannung and other terms as equivalents of imagination. With Wundt, in particular, the word apperception, which he sets great store by, is quite interchangeable with both imagination and attention. All three are names for the excitement from within of ideational brain centers, for which Mr. Lewis's name of preperception seems the best possible designation. Where the impression to be caught is very weak, the way not to miss it is to sharpen our attention for it by preliminary contact with it in a stronger form. If we wish to begin to observe overtones, it is advisable, just before the sound which is to be analyzed, to sound very softly the note of which we are in search. The piano and harmonium are well fitted for this use, as both give overtones that are strong. Strike upon the piano first the G, of a certain musical example previously given in the text. Then, when its vibrations have objectively ceased, strike powerfully the note C, in whose sound G is the third overtone, and keep your attention steadily bent upon the pitch of the just heard G. You will now hear this tone sounding in the midst of the C. If you place the resonator which corresponds to a certain overtone, for example G, of the sound C, against your ear, and then make the note C sound, you will hear G, much strengthened by the resonator. This strengthening by the resonator can be used to make the naked ear attentive to the sound which it is to catch. For when the resonator is gradually removed, the G grows weaker. But the attention, once directed to it, holds it now more easily fast, and the observer hears the tone G now in the natural unaltered sound of the note with his unaided ear. Wundt, commenting on experiences of this sort, says that, on carefully observing, one will always find that one tries first to recall the image in memory of the tone to be heard, and that then one hears it in the total sound. The same thing is to be noticed in weak or fugitive visual impressions. Illuminate a drawing by electric sparks separated by considerable intervals, and after the first, and often after the second and third spark, hardly anything will be recognized. But the confused image is held fast in memory, each successive illumination completes it, and so at last we attain to a clearer perception. The primary motive to this inward activity proceeds usually from the outer impression itself. We hear a sound in which, from certain associations, we suspect a certain overtone. The next thing is to recall the overtone in memory, and finally we catch it in the sound we hear. Or perhaps we see some mineral substance we have met before. The impression awakens the memory image, which again more or less completely melts with the impression itself. In this way every idea takes a certain time to penetrate to the focus of consciousness. And during this time we always find in ourselves the peculiar feeling of attention. The phenomena show that an adaptation of attention to the impression takes place. The surprise which unexpected impressions give us is due essentially to the fact that our attention, at the moment when the impression occurs, is not accommodated for it. The accommodation itself is of the double sort, relating as it does to the intensity as well as to the quality of the stimulus. Different qualities of impression require disparate adaptations. And we remark that our feeling of the strain of our inward attentiveness increases with every increase in the strength of the impressions on whose perception we are intent. The natural way of conceiving all this is under the symbolic form of a brain cell played upon from two directions. Whilst the object excites it from without, other brain cells, or perhaps spiritual forces, arouse it from within. The latter influence is the adaptation of the attention. The plenary energy of the brain cell demands the cooperation of both factors, not when merely present, but when both present and attended to, is the object fully perceived. A few additional experiences will now be perfectly clear. Helmholtz, for instance, adds this observation to the passage we quoted a while ago concerning the stereoscopic pictures lit by the electric spark. These experiments, he says, are interesting as regards the part which attention plays in the matter of double images. For in pictures so simple that it is relatively difficult for me to see them double, I can succeed in seeing them double, even when the illumination is only instantaneous, the moment I strive to imagine in a lively way how they ought then to look. The influence of attention is here pure, for all eye movements are shut out. In another place the same writer says, "When I have before my eyes a pair of stereoscopic drawings which are hard to combine, it is difficult to bring the lines and points that correspond, to cover each other. And with every little motion of the eyes they glide apart. But if I chance to gain a lively mental image, Anschauungsbild, of the represented solid form, a thing that often occurs by lucky chance, I then move my two eyes with perfect certainty over the figure without the picture separating again." Again, writing of retinal rivalry, Helmholtz says, "It is not a trial of strength between two sensations, but depends on our fixing or failing to fix the attention. Indeed, there is scarcely any phenomenon so well fitted for the study of the causes which are capable of determining the attention. It is not enough to form the conscious intention of seeing first with one eye and then with the other. We must form as clear a notion as possible of what we expect to see. Then it will actually appear. In figures 37 and 38, where the result is ambiguous, we can make the change from one apparent form to the other by imagining strongly in advance the form we wish to see. Similarly in those puzzles where certain lines in a picture form by their combination an object that has no connection with what the picture ostensibly represents. Or indeed in every case where an object is inconspicuous and hard to discern from the background, we may not be able to see it for a long time. But, having once seen it, we can attend to it again whenever we like, on account of the mental duplicate of it which our imagination now bears. In the meaningless French words pas de l'eau ron que nous, who can recognize immediately the English paddle your own canoe? But who that has once noticed the identity can fail to have it arrest his attention again? When watching for the distant clock to strike, our mind is so filled with its image that at every moment we think we hear the longed-for or dreaded sound. So of an awaited footstep. Every stir in the wood is for the hunter his game. For the fugitive his pursuers. Every bonnet in the street is momentarily taken by the lover to enshroud the head of his idol. The image in the mind is the attention, the preperception, as Mr. Lewis calls it, is half of the perception of the looked-for thing. Figures 37 and 38. It is for this reason that men have no eyes but for those aspects of things which they have already been taught to discern. Any one of us can notice a phenomenon after it has once been pointed out, which not 1 in 10,000 could ever have discovered for himself. Even in poetry and the arts, someone has to come and tell us what aspects we may single out, and what effects we may admire, before our aesthetic nature can dilate to its full extent and never with the wrong emotion. In kindergarten instruction, one of the exercises is to make the children see how many features they can point out in such an object as a flower or a stuffed bird. They readily name the features they know already, such as leaves, tail, bill, feet. But they may look for hours without distinguishing nostrils, claws, scales, etc., until their attention is called to these details. Thereafter, however, they see them every time. In short, the only things which we commonly see are those which we preperceive. And the only things which we preperceive are those which have been labeled for us, and the labels stamped into our mind. If we lost our stock of labels, we should be intellectually lost in the midst of the world. Organic adjustment, then, and ideational preparation or preperception are concerned in all attentive acts. An interesting theory is defended by no less authorities than Professors Bain and Ribot, and still more ably advocated by Mr. N. Lang, who will have it that the ideational preparation itself is a consequence of muscular adjustment, so that the latter may be called the essence of the attentive process throughout. This at least is what the theory of these authors practically amounts to, though the former two do not state it in just these terms. The proof consists in the exhibition of cases of intellectual attention which organic adjustment accompanies, or of objects in thinking which we have to execute a movement. Thus Lang says that when he tries to imagine a certain colored circle, he finds himself first making with his eyes the movement to which the circle corresponds, and then imagining the color, etc., as a consequence of the movement. Let my reader, he adds, close his eyes and think of an extended object, for instance a pencil. He will easily notice that he first makes a slight movement, of the eyes, corresponding to the straight line, and that he often gets a weak feeling of innervation of the hand as if touching the pencil's surface. So, in thinking of a certain sound, we turn towards its direction or repeat muscularly its rhythm, or articulate an imitation of it. But it is one thing to point out the presence of muscular contractions as constant concomitants of our thoughts, and another thing to say, with Lang, that thought is made possible by muscular contraction alone. It may well be that where the object of thought consists of two parts, one perceived by movement and another not, the part perceived by movement is habitually called up first and fixed in the mind by the movement's execution, whilst the other part comes secondarily as the movement's mere associate. But even were this the rule with all men, which I doubt, it would only be a practical habit, not an ultimate necessity. In the chapter on the will we shall learn that movements themselves are results of images coming before the mind, images sometimes of feelings in the moving part, sometimes of the movement's effects on eye and ear. And sometimes, if the movement be originally reflex or instinctive, of its natural stimulus or exciting cause. It is, in truth, contrary to all wider and deeper analogies to deny that any quality of feeling whatever can directly rise up in the form of an idea, and to assert that only ideas of movement can call other ideas to the mind. So much for adjustment and preperception. The only third process I can think of as always present is the inhibition of irrelevant movements and ideas. This seems, however, to be a feature incidental to voluntary attention rather than the essential feature of attention at large, and need not concern us particularly now. Noting merely the intimate connection which our account so far establishes between attention, on the one hand, and imagination, discrimination, and memory, on the other, let us draw a couple of practical inferences. And then pass to the more speculative problem that remains. The practical inferences are pedagogic. First, to strengthen attention in children who care nothing for the subject they are studying and let their wits go wool-gathering. The interest here must be derived from something that the teacher associates with the task, a reward or a punishment if nothing less external comes to mind. Professor Ribot says, "A child refuses to read. He is incapable of keeping his mind fixed on the letters, which have no attraction for him, but he looks with avidity upon the pictures contained in a book. "What do they mean?" he asks. The father replies, "When you can read, the book will tell you." After several colloquies like this, the child resigns himself and falls to work, first slackly, then the habit grows, and finally he shows an ardor which has to be restrained. This is a case of the genesis of voluntary attention. An artificial and indirect desire has to be grafted on a natural and direct one. Reading has no immediate attractiveness, but it has a borrowed one, and that is enough. The child is caught in the wheelwork, the first step is made. I take another example, from M. B. Perez. A child of 6 years, habitually prone to mind-wandering, sat down one day to the piano of his own accord to repeat an air by which his mother had been charmed. His exercises lasted an hour. The same child at the age of 7, seeing his brother busy with tasks in vacation, went and sat at his father's desk. "What are you doing there?" his nurse said, surprised at so finding him. "I am," said the child, "learning a page of German. It isn't very amusing, but it is for an agreeable surprise to Mama." Here, again, a birth of voluntary attention, grafted this time on a sympathetic instead of a selfish sentiment like that of the first example. The piano, the German, awaken no spontaneous attention, but they arouse and maintain it by borrowing a force from elsewhere. Second, take that mind-wandering which at a later age may trouble us whilst reading or listening to a discourse. If attention be the reproduction of the sensation from within, the habit of reading not merely with the eye, and of listening not merely with the ear, but of articulating to one's self the words seen or heard, ought to deepen one's attention to the latter. Experience shows that this is the case. I can keep my wandering mind a great deal more closely upon a conversation or a lecture if I actively re-echo to myself the words than if I simply hear them. And I find a number of my students who report benefit from voluntarily adopting a similar course. Second, a teacher who wishes to engage the attention of his class must knit his novelties onto things of which they already have preperceptions. The old and familiar is readily attended to by the mind and helps to hold and turn the new, forming, in Herbartian phraseology, an apperceptionsmass for it. Of course it is in every case a very delicate problem to know what apperceptionsmass to use. Psychology can only lay down the general rule. Is voluntary attention a resultant or a force? When, a few pages back, I symbolized the ideational preparation element in attention by a brain cell played upon from within, I added, by other brain cells, or by some spiritual force, without deciding which. The question, which, is one of those central psychologic mysteries which part the schools. When we reflect that the turnings of our attention form the nucleus of our inner self. When we see, as in the chapter on the will we shall see, that volition is nothing but attention. When we believe that our autonomy in the midst of nature depends on our not being pure effect, but a cause. Principium quadam quat fati foedera rumpat. Ex infinito ne causant causa sequatur. We must admit that the question whether attention involves such a principle of spiritual activity or not is metaphysical as well as psychological. And is well worthy of all the pains we can bestow on its solution. It is in fact the pivotal question of metaphysics, the very hinge on which our picture of the world shall swing from materialism, fatalism, monism, towards spiritualism, freedom, pluralism, or else the other way. It goes back to the automaton theory. If feeling is an inert accompaniment, then of course the brain cell can be played upon only by other brain cells, and the attention which we give at any time to any subject, whether in the form of sensory adaptation or of preperception, is the fatally predetermined effect of exclusively material laws. If, on the other hand, the feeling which coexists with the brain cell's activity reacts dynamically upon that activity, furthering or checking it, then the attention is in part, at least, a cause. It does not necessarily follow, of course, that this reactive feeling should be free, in the sense of having its amount and direction undetermined in advance, for it might very well be predetermined in all these particulars. If it were so, our attention would not be materially determined, nor yet would it be free, in the sense of being spontaneous or unpredictable in advance. The question is of course a purely speculative one, for we have no means of objectively ascertaining whether our feelings react on our nerve processes or not. And those who answer the question in either way do so in consequence of general analogies and presumptions drawn from other fields. As mere conceptions, the effect theory and the cause theory of attention are equally clear. And whoever affirms either conception to be true must do so on metaphysical or universal rather than on scientific or particular grounds. As regards immediate sensorial attention, hardly anyone is tempted to regard it as anything but an effect. We are evolved so as to respond to special stimuli by special accommodative acts which produce clear perceptions on the one hand in us, and on the other hand such feelings of inner activity as were above described. The accommodation and the resultant feeling are the attention. We don't bestow it, the object draws it from us. The object has the initiative, not the mind. Derived attention, where there is no voluntary effort, seems also most plausibly to be a mere effect. The object again takes the initiative and draws our attention to itself, not by reason of its own intrinsic interest, but because it is connected with some other interesting thing. Its brain process is connected with another that is either excited, or tending to be excited, and the liability to share the excitement and become aroused is the liability to preperception, in which the attention consists. If I have received an insult, I may not be actively thinking of it all the time, yet the thought of it is in such a state of heightened irritability that the place where I received it or the man who inflicted it cannot be mentioned in my hearing without my attention bounding, as it were, in that direction, as the imagination of the whole transaction revives. Where such a stirring up occurs, organic adjustment must exist as well, and the ideas must innervate to some degree the muscles. Thus the whole process of involuntary derived attention is accounted for if we grant that there is something interesting enough to arouse and fix the thought of whatever may be connected with it. This fixing is the attention. And it carries with it a vague sense of activity going on, and of acquiescence, furtherance, and adoption, which makes us feel the activity to be our own. This reinforcement of ideas and impressions by the pre-existing contents of the mind was what Herbart had in mind when he gave the name of apperceptive attention to the variety we describe. We easily see now why the lover's tap should be heard, it finds a nerve center half ready in advance to explode. We see how we can attend to a companion's voice in the midst of noises which pass unnoticed though objectively much louder than the words we hear. Each word is doubly awakened. Once from without by the lips of the talker, but already before that from within by the premonitory processes irradiating from the previous words, and by the dim arousal of all processes that are connected with the topic of the talk. The irrelevant noises, on the other hand, are awakened only once. They form an unconnected train. The boys at school, inattentive to the teacher except when he begins an anecdote, and then all pricking up their ears, are as easily explained. The words of the anecdote shoot into association with exciting objects which react and fix them, the other words do not. Similarly with the grammar heard by the purist and Herbart's other examples quoted on. Even where the attention is voluntary, it is possible to conceive of it as an effect, and not a cause, a product and not an agent. The things we attend to come to us by their own laws. Attention creates no idea. An idea must already be there before we can attend to it. Attention only fixes and retains what the ordinary laws of association bring before the footlights of consciousness. But the moment we admit this we see that the attention per se, the feeling of attending need no more fix and retain the ideas than it need bring them. The associates which bring them also fix them by the interest which they lend. In short, voluntary and involuntary attention may be essentially the same. It is true that where the ideas are intrinsically very unwelcome and the effort to attend to them is great, it seems to us as if the frequent renewal of the effort were the very cause by which they are held fast. And we naturally think of the effort as an original force. In fact, it is only to the effort to attend, not to the mere attending, that we are seriously tempted to ascribe spontaneous power. We think we can make more of it if we will. And the amount which we make does not seem a fixed function of the ideas themselves, as it would necessarily have to be if our effort were an effect and not a spiritual force. But even here it is possible to conceive the facts mechanically and to regard the effort as a mere effect. Effort is felt only where there is a conflict of interests in the mind. The idea A may be intrinsically exciting to us. The idea Z may derive its interest from association with some remoter good. A may be our sweetheart, Z may be some condition of our soul's salvation. Under these circumstances, if we succeed in attending to Z at all, it is always with expenditure of effort. The ideational preparation, the preperception of A keeps going on of its own accord, whilst that of Z needs incessant pulses of voluntary reinforcement, that is, we have the feeling of voluntary reinforcement, or effort, at each successive moment in which the thought of Z flares brightly up in our mind. Dynamically, however, that may mean only this, that the associative processes which make Z triumph are really the stronger, and in A's absence would make us give a passive and unimpeded attention to Z. But, so long as A is present, some of their force is used to inhibit the processes concerned with A. Such inhibition is a partial neutralization of the brain energy which would otherwise be available for fluent thought. But what is lost for thought is converted into feeling, in this case into the peculiar feeling of effort, difficulty, or strain. The stream of our thought is like a river. On the whole, easy simple flowing predominates in it, the drift of things is with the pull of gravity, and effortless attention is the rule. But at intervals an obstruction, a setback, a log jam occurs, stops the current, creates an eddy, and makes things temporarily move the other way. If a real river could feel, it would feel these eddies and setbacks as places of effort. I am here flowing, it would say, in the direction of greatest resistance, instead of flowing, as usual, in the direction of least. My effort is what enables me to perform this feat. Really, the effort would only be a passive index that the feat was being performed. The agent would all the while be the total downward drift of the rest of the water, forcing some of it upwards in this spot. And although, on the average, the direction of least resistance is downwards, that would be no reason for its not being upwards now and then. Just so with our voluntary acts of attention. They are momentary arrests, coupled with a peculiar feeling, of portions of the stream. But the arresting force, instead of being this peculiar feeling itself, may be nothing but the processes by which the collision is produced. The feeling of effort may be an accompaniment, as Mr. Bradley says, more or less superfluous, and no more contribute to the result than the pain in a man's finger, when a hammer falls on it, contributes to the hammer's weight. Thus the notion that our effort in attending is an original faculty, a force additional to the others of which brain and mind are the seat, may be an abject superstition. Attention may have to go, like many a faculty once deemed essential, like many a verbal phantom, like many an idol of the tribe. It may be an excrescence on psychology. No need of it to drag ideas before consciousness or fix them, when we see how perfectly they drag and fix each other there. I have stated the effect theory as persuasively as I can. It is a clear, strong, well-equipped conception, and like all such, is fitted to carry conviction, where there is no contrary proof. The feeling of effort certainly may be an inert accompaniment and not the active element which it seems. No measurements are as yet performed, it is safe to say none ever will be performed, which can show that it contributes energy to the result. We may then regard attention as a superfluity, or a luxus, and dogmatize against its causal function with no feeling in our hearts but one of pride that we are applying Occam's razor to an entity that has multiplied itself, beyond necessity. But Occam's razor, though a very good rule of method, is certainly no law of nature. The laws of stimulation and of association may well be indispensable actors in all attention's performances, and may even be a good enough stock company to carry on many performances without aid. And yet they may at times simply form the background for a star performer, who is no more their inert accompaniment or their incidental product than Hamlet is Horatio's and Ophelia's. Such a star performer would be the voluntary effort to attend, if it were an original psychic force. Nature may, I say, indulge in these complications. And the conception that she has done so in this case is, I think, just as clear, if not as parsimonious logically, as the conception that she has not. To justify this assertion, let us ask just what the effort to attend would effect if it were an original force. It would deepen and prolong the stay in consciousness of innumerable ideas which else would fade more quickly away. The delay thus gained might not be more than a second in duration, but that second might be critical. For in the constant rising and falling of considerations in the mind, where two associated systems of them are nearly in equilibrium, it is often a matter of but a second more or less of attention at the outset. Whether one system shall gain force to occupy the field and develop itself, and exclude the other, or be excluded itself by the other. When developed, it may make us act, and that act may seal our doom. When we come to the chapter on the will, we shall see that the whole drama of the voluntary life hinges on the amount of attention, slightly more or slightly less, which rival motor ideas may receive. But the whole feeling of reality, the whole sting and excitement of our voluntary life, depends on our sense that in it things are really being decided from one moment to another. And that it is not the dull rattling off of a chain that was forged innumerable ages ago. This appearance, which makes life and history tingle with such a tragic zest, may not be an illusion. As we grant to the advocate of the mechanical theory that it may be one, so he must grant to us that it may not. And the result is two conceptions of possibility face to face with no facts definitely enough known to stand as arbiter between them. Under these circumstances, one can leave the question open whilst waiting for light, or one can do what most speculative minds do, that is, look to one's general philosophy to incline the beam. The believers in mechanism do so without hesitation, and they ought not to refuse a similar privilege to the believers in a spiritual force. I count myself among the latter, but as my reasons are ethical they are hardly suited for introduction into a psychological work. The last word of psychology here is ignorance, for the forces engaged are certainly too delicate and numerous to be followed in detail. Meanwhile, in view of the strange arrogance with which the wildest materialistic speculations persist in calling themselves science, it is well to recall just what the reasoning is, by which the effect theory of attention is confirmed. It is an argument from analogy, drawn from rivers, reflex actions and other material phenomena where no consciousness appears to exist at all, and extended to cases where consciousness seems the phenomenon's essential feature. The consciousness doesn't count, these reasoners say, it doesn't exist for science, it is nil, you mustn't think about it at all. The intensely reckless character of all this needs no comment. It is making the mechanical theory true per phase aut nefas. For the sake of that theory we make inductions from phenomena to others that are startlingly unlike them. And we assume that a complication which nature has introduced, the presence of feeling and of effort, namely, is not worthy of scientific recognition at all. Such conduct may conceivably be wise, though I doubt it. But scientific, as contrasted with metaphysical, it cannot seriously be called. Inattention. Having spoken fully of attention, let me add a word about inattention. We do not notice the ticking of the clock, the noise of the city streets, or the roaring of the brook near the house, and even the din of a foundry or factory will not mingle with the thoughts of its workers, if they have been there long enough. When we first put on spectacles, especially if they be of certain curvatures, the bright reflections they give of the windows, etc., mixing with the field of view, are very disturbing. In a few days we ignore them altogether. Various entoptic images, muscae volitantes, etc., although constantly present, are hardly ever known. The pressure of our clothes and shoes, the beating of our hearts and arteries, our breathing, certain steadfast bodily pains, habitual odors, tastes in the mouth, etc. are examples from other senses, of the same lapse into unconsciousness of any too unchanging content, a lapse which Hobbes has expressed in the well-known phrase, semper idem sentire ac non sentire ad idem revertent. The cause of the unconsciousness is certainly not the mere blunting of the sense organs. Were the sensation important, we should notice it well enough. And we can at any moment notice it by expressly throwing our attention upon it, provided it have not become so inveterate that inattention to it is ingrained in our very constitution, as in the case of the muscae volitantes the double retinal images, etc. But even in these cases artificial conditions of observation and patience soon give us command of the impression which we seek. The inattentiveness must then be a habit grounded on higher conditions than mere sensorial fatigue. Helmholtz has formulated a general law of inattention which we shall have to study in the next chapter but one. Helmholtz's law is that we leave all impressions unnoticed which are valueless to us as signs by which to discriminate things. At most such impressions fuse with their consorts into an aggregate effect. The upper partial tones which make human voices differ make them differ as wholes only, we cannot dissociate the tones themselves. The odors which form integral parts of the characteristic taste of certain substances, meat, fish, cheese, butter, wine, do not come as odors to our attention. The various muscular and tactile feelings that make up the perception of the attributes wet, elastic, doughy, etc., are not singled out separately for what they are. And all this is due to an inveterate habit we have contracted, of passing from them immediately to their import and letting their substantive nature alone. They have formed connections in the mind which it is now difficult to break. They are constituents of processes which it is hard to arrest, and which differ altogether from what the processes of catching the attention would be. In the cases Helmholtz has in mind, not only we but our ancestors have formed these habits. In the cases we started from, however, of the mill wheel, the spectacles, the factory din, the tight shoes, etc., the habits of inattention are more recent, and the manner of their genesis seems susceptible, hypothetically at least, of being traced. How can impressions that are not needed by the intellect be thus shunted off from all relation to the rest of consciousness? Professor G. E. Muller has made a plausible reply to this question, and most of what follows is borrowed from him. He begins with the fact that when we first come out of a mill or factory, in which we have remained long enough to get wonted to the noise, we feel as if something were lacking. Our total feeling of existence is different from what it was when we were in the mill. A friend writes to me, "I have in my room a little clock which does not run quite 24 hours without winding. In consequence of this, it often stops. So soon as this happens, I notice it, whereas I naturally fail to notice it when going. When this first began to happen, there was this modification, I suddenly felt an undefined uneasiness or sort of void, without being able to say what was the matter. And only after some consideration did I find the cause in the stopping of the clock. That the stopping of an unfelt stimulus may itself be felt is a well-known fact, the sleeper in church who wakes when the sermon ends. The miller who does the same when his will stands still, are stock examples. Now, since every impression falling on the nervous system must propagate itself somewhither, Muller suggests that impressions which come to us when the thought centers are preoccupied with other matters may thereby be blocked or inhibited from invading these centers, and may then overflow into lower paths of discharge. And he farther suggests that if this process recur often enough, the sidetrack thus created will grow so permeable as to be used, no matter what may be going on in the centers above. In the acquired inattention mentioned, the constant stimulus always caused disturbance at first, and consciousness of it was extruded successfully only when the brain was strongly excited about other things. Gradually the extrusion became easier, and at last automatic. The sidetracks which thus learn to draft off the stimulations that interfere with thought cannot be assigned with any precision. They probably terminate in organic processes, or insignificant muscular contractions which, when stopped by the cessation of their instigating cause, immediately give us the feeling that something is gone from our existence, as Muller says. Or, as his friend puts it, the feeling of a void. Muller's suggestion awakens another. It is a well-known fact that persons striving to keep their attention on a difficult subject will resort to movements of various unmeaning kinds, such as pacing the room, drumming with the fingers, playing with keys or watch chain, scratching head, pulling mustache, vibrating foot, or what not, according to the individual. There is an anecdote of Sir W. Scott, when a boy, rising to the head of his class by cutting off from the jacket of the usual head boy a button which the latter was in the habit of twirling in his fingers during the lesson. The button gone, its owner's power of reciting also departed. Now much of this activity is unquestionably due to the overflow of emotional excitement during anxious and concentrated thought. It drains away nerve currents which if pent up within the thought centers would very likely make the confusion there worse confounded. But may it not also be a means of drafting off all the irrelevant sensations of the moment, and so keeping the attention more exclusively concentrated upon its inner task? Each individual usually has his own peculiar habitual movement of this sort. A downward nerve path is thus kept constantly open during concentrated thought. And as it seems to be a law of frequent, if not of universal, application, that incidental stimuli tend to discharge through paths that are already discharging rather than through others, the whole arrangement might protect the thought centers from interference from without. Were this the true rationale of these peculiar movements, we should have to suppose that the sensations produced by each phase of the movement itself are also drafted off immediately by the next phase and help to keep the circular process agoing. I offer the suggestion for what it is worth. The connection of the movements themselves with the continued effort of attention is certainly a genuine and curious fact. Bain mentions attention in the senses and the intellect, p. 558, and even gives a theory of it on pages 370 to 374 of the Emotions of the Will. I shall recur to this theory later on. The first and most important, but also the most difficult, task at the outset of an education is to overcome gradually the inattentive dispersion of mind which shows itself wherever the organic life preponderates over the intellectual. The training of animals must be in the first instance based on the awakening of attention, cf. Adrien Leonard, Essai sur l'éducation des animaux, Lille, 1842, that is to say, we must seek to make them gradually perceive separately things which, if left to themselves, would not be attended to. Because they would fuse with a great sum of other sensorial stimuli to a confused total impression of which each separate item only darkens and interferes with the rest. Similarly at first with the human child. The enormous difficulties of deaf-mute and especially of idiot instruction is principally due to the slow and painful manner in which we succeed in bringing out from the general confusion of perception single items with sufficient sharpness. Waits, Lerb. D. Psychol, page 632. Elements, Part 1, Chapter 2, Fin. Lectures on Metaphysics, Lecture 14. Nature, Volume 3, page 281, 1871. If a lot of dots or strokes on a piece of paper be exhibited for a moment to a person in normal condition, with the request that he say how many are there, he will find that they break into groups in his mind's eye. And that whilst he is analyzing and counting one group in his memory the others dissolve. In short, the impression made by the dots changes rapidly into something else. In the trance subject, on the contrary, it seems to stick. I find that persons in the hypnotic state easily count the dots in the mind's eye so long as they do not much exceed 20 in number. Mr. Cattell made Jevons's experiment in a much more precise way, Philosophische Studien, 3, 121 ff. Cards were ruled with short lines, varying in number from 4 to 15, and exposed to the eye for 1/100th of a second. When the number was but 4 or 5, no mistakes as a rule were made. For higher numbers the tendency was to rather than to overestimate. Similar experiments were tried with letters and figures, and gave the same result. When the letters formed familiar words, 3 times as many of them could be named as when their combination was meaningless. If the words formed a sentence, twice as many of them could be caught as when they had no connection. The sentence was then apprehended as a whole. If not apprehended thus, almost nothing is apprehended of the several words, but if the sentence as a whole is apprehended, then the words appear very distinct. Wundt and his pupil Dietz had tried similar experiments on rapidly repeated strokes of sound. Wundt made them follow each other in groups, and found that groups of 12 strokes at most could be recognized and identified when they succeeded each other at the most favorable rate, namely, from 3 to 5/10ths of a second, phys. Psych. 2, 215. Dietz found that by mentally subdividing the groups into subgroups as one listened, as many as 40 strokes could be identified as a whole. They were then grasped as 8 subgroups of 5, or as 5 of 8 strokes each. Philosophische Studien, 2, 362. Later in Wundt's laboratory, Bechter made observations on 2 simultaneously elapsing series of metronome strokes, of which one contained 1 stroke more than the other. The most favorable rate of succession was 0.3 seconds, and he then discriminated a group of 18 from one of 18 plus 1, apparently. Neurologisches Centralblatt, 1889, 272. Revue Scientifique, Volume 39, page 684, May 28, 1887. CFCHR. Wolff, Psychologia Empirica, section 245. Wolff's account of the phenomena of attention is in general excellent. Pfluger's Archive, 11, 429-31. Physial, Psych, 2D edition 2, pages 238-40. IB, page 262. Physial, Psych, 2D edition 2, 264-6. This was the original personal equation observation of Bessel. An observer looked through his equatorial telescope to note the moment at which a star crossed the meridian, the latter being marked in the telescopic field of view by a visible thread, beside which other equidistant threads appear. Before the star reached the thread he looked at the clock and then, with eye at telescope, counted the seconds by the beat of the pendulum. Since the stars seldom passed the meridian at the exact moment of a beat, the observer, in order to estimate fractions, had to note its position at the stroke before and at the stroke after the passage. And to divide the time as the meridian line seemed to divide the space. If, e.g., one had counted 20 seconds, and at the 21st the star seemed removed by AC from the meridian thread C, whilst at the 22d it was at the distance BC, then, if AC, BC, 1, 2, the star would have passed at 21 1/8 seconds. The conditions resemble those in our experiment. The star is the index hand, the threads are the scale, and a time displacement is to be expected, which with high rapidities may be positive, and negative with low. The astronomic observations do not permit us to measure its absolute amount. But that it exists is made certain by the fact that after all other possible errors are eliminated, there still remains between different observers a personal difference which is often much larger than that between mere reaction times, amounting sometimes to more than a second. Op. Cit. page 270. Figure 35. Philosophische Studien, 2, 601. Physial, Psych, 2D edition 2, 273-4, 3D edition 2, 339, Philosophische Studien, 2, 621 ff. I know that I am stupid, but I confess I find these theoretical statements, especially Wundt's, a little hazy. Herr v. Skish considers it impossible that the perception of the index's position should come in too late, and says it demands no particular attention, page 622. It seems, however, that this can hardly be the case. Both observers speak of the difficulty of seeing the index at the right moment. The case is quite different from that of distributing the attention impartially over simultaneous momentary sensations. The bell or other signal gives a momentary sensation, the index a continuous one, of motion. To note any one position of the latter is to interrupt this sensation of motion and to substitute an entirely different percept, one, namely, of position, for it, during a time however brief. This involves a sudden change in the manner of attending to the revolutions of the index, which change ought to take place neither sooner nor later than the momentary impression, and fix the index as it is then and there visible. Now this is not a case of simply getting two sensations at once and so feeling them, which would be an harmonious act, but of stopping one and changing it into another, whilst we simultaneously get a third. Two of these acts are discrepant, and the whole three rather interfere with each other. It becomes hard to fix the index at the very instant that we catch the momentary impression. So we fall into a way of fixing it either at the last possible moment before, or at the first possible moment after, the impression comes. This at least seems to me the more probable state of affairs. If we fix the index before the impression really comes, that means that we perceive it too late. But why do we fix it before when the impressions come slow and simple, and after when they come rapid and complex. And why under certain conditions is there no displacement at all? The answer which suggests itself is that when there is just enough leisure between the impressions for the attention to adapt itself comfortably both to them and to the index, 1 second in WS experiments, it carries on the two processes at once. When the leisure is excessive, the attention, following its own laws of ripening, and being ready to note the index before the other impression comes, notes it then, since that is the moment of easiest action, whilst the impression, which comes a moment later, interferes with noting it again. And finally, that when the leisure is insufficient, the momentary impressions, being the more fixed data, are attended to first, and the index is fixed a little later on. The noting of the index at too early a moment would be the noting of a real fact, with its analogue in many other rhythmical experiences. In reaction time experiments, for example, when, in a regularly recurring series, the stimulus is once in a while omitted, the observer sometimes reacts as if it came. Here, as Wundt somewhere observes, we catch ourselves acting merely because our inward preparation is complete. The fixing of the index is a sort of action, so that my interpretation tallies with facts recognized elsewhere. But Wundt's explanation, if I understand it, of the experiments requires us to believe that an observer like V. Skish shall steadily and without exception get an hallucination of a bellstroke before the latter occurs, and not hear the real bellstroke afterwards. I doubt whether this is possible, and I can think of no analogue to it in the rest of our experience. The whole subject deserves to be gone over again. To Wundt is due the highest credit for his patience in working out the facts. His explanation of them in his earlier work, Vorlesungen ab Menschen und die Thierseele, I. 37-42, 365-371, consisted merely in the appeal to the unity of consciousness, and may be considered quite crude. Note that the permanent interests are themselves grounded in certain objects and relations in which our interest is immediate and instinctive. Herbart, Psychologie als Wissenschaft, Section 128. Sir W. Hamilton. Metaphysics, Lecture 14. Mental Physio, Section 124. The oft-cited case of soldiers not perceiving that they are wounded is of an analogous sort. Professor J. M. Cattell made experiments to which we shall refer further on the degree to which reaction times might be shortened by distracting or voluntarily concentrating the attention. He says of the latter series that, the averages show that the attention can be kept strained, that is, the centers kept in a state of unstable equilibrium, for 1 second, mind, 11, 240. Physiologische Optik, Section 32. Genius, says Helvetius, is nothing but a continued attention, unattention suavi. Genius, says Buffon, is only a protracted patience, unlong patience. In the exact sciences, at least, says Cuvier, it is the patience of a sound intellect, when invincible, which truly constitutes genius. And Chesterfield has also observed that, the power of applying an attention, steady and undissipated, to a single object, is the sure mark of a superior genius. Hamilton, Lect. on Metaph, Lecture 14. C. E. G. Ulrisi, Libu, Seal, 2, 28. Lotze, Metaphysik, Section 273, Fechner, Revision D. Psychophysik, 19, G. E. Muller, Zur Theorie D. Sinnel. Aufmerksamkeit, $1, Stumpf, Tonpsychology, I. 71. Fechner, Op. Cit. page 271. Tonpsychology, I. page 71. Compare, On Clearness as the Essential Fruit of Attention, Lotze's Metaphysic, Section 273. Elements, Part 1, Chapter 2. Physio, Psych, 2D Edition 2, 226. By a negative value of the reaction time, Wundt means the case of the reactive movement occurring before the stimulus. Op. Cit. 2, 239. The reader must not suppose this phenomenon to be of frequent occurrence. Experienced observers, like Exner and Cattell, deny having met with it in their personal experience. Op. Cit. pages 241-5. It should be added that Mr. J. M. Cattell, Mind, 11, 33, found, on repeating Wundt's experiments with a disturbing noise upon two practiced observers, that the simple reaction time either for light or sound was hardly perceptibly increased. Making strong voluntary concentration of attention shortened it by about 0.013 seconds on an average, page 240. Performing mental additions whilst waiting for the stimulus lengthened it more than anything, apparently. For other, less careful, observations, compare Obersteiner, in Brain, 439. Cattell's negative results show how far some persons can abstract their attention from stimuli by which others would be disturbed. A. Bartels, Versuchüber die Ablenkung die Aufmerksamkeit, Dorpat, 1889, found that a stimulus to one eye sometimes prevented, sometimes improved, the perception of a quickly ensuing very faint stimulus to the other. C.F. Wundt, Physio, Psych. First edition page 794. Beiträge zur experimentellen Psychologie, Heft I, pages 73-106, 1889. To say the very least, he always brought his articulatory innervation close to the discharging point. Herm describes a tightening of the head muscles as characteristic of the attitude of attention to the reply. Psychophysic, BD, 2, pages 475-6. I must say that I am wholly unconscious of the peculiar feelings in the scalp which Fechner goes on to describe. The feeling of strained attention in the different sense organs seems to be only a muscular one produced in using these various organs by setting in motion, by a sort of reflex action, the muscles which belong to them. One can ask, then, with what particular muscular contraction the sense of strained attention in the effort to recall something is associated. On this question my own feeling gives me a decided answer. It comes to me distinctly, not as a sensation of tension in the inside of the head, but as a feeling of strain and contraction in the scalp with a pressure from without inwards over the whole cranium. Undoubtedly caused by a contraction of the muscles of the scalp. This harmonizes very well with the German popular expression den Kopf zusammennehmen, etc., etc. In a former illness, in which I could not endure the slightest effort of continuous thought, and had no theoretical bias on this question, the muscles of the scalp, especially those of the occiput, assumed a fairly morbid degree of sensibility whenever I tried to think. Ibid, pages 490-491. In an early writing by Professor Mach, after speaking of the way in which by attention we decompose complex musical sounds into their elements, this investigator continues, it is more than a figure of speech when one says that we search among the sounds. This hearkening search is very observably a bodily activity, just like attentive looking in the case of the eye. If, obeying the drift of physiology, we understand by attention nothing mystical, but a bodily disposition, it is most natural to seek it in the variable tension of the muscles of the ear. Just so, what common men call attentive looking reduces itself mainly to accommodating and setting of the optic axis. According to this, it seems to me a very plausible view that quite generally attention has its seat in the mechanism of the body. If nervous work is being done through certain channels, that by itself is a mechanical ground for other channels being closed. Wien. Sitzungsbericht, Math. Nateru, 48, 297. 1863. Physio, Optic, page 741. Hermann's Handbuch, 3, I, 548. Helmholtz, Tonempfinden, 3D edition 85-9, England, tr. 2D edition 50, 51, see also pages 60-1. Physio, Psych, 2, 209. Physio, Optic, 741. p. 728. Popular Scientific Lectures, ENG Trans, page 295. Similarly in the verses which someone tried to puzzle me with the other day, Gué ne bo dit, Casabo dit, Nidea bo dit L. I cannot refrain from referring in a note to an additional set of facts instanced by Lotze in his Medizinisch Psychology, section 431, although I am not satisfied with the explanation, fatigue of the sense organ, which he gives. In quietly lying and contemplating a wallpaper pattern, sometimes it is the ground, sometimes the design, which is clearer and consequently comes nearer. Arabesques of monochromic many convoluted lines now strike us as composed of one, now of another connected linear system, and all without any intention on our part. This is beautifully seen in Moorish patterns, but a simple diagram like Fig. 39 also shows it well. Figure 39. We see it sometimes as two large triangles superposed, sometimes as a hexagon with angles spanning its sides, sometimes as 6 small triangles stuck together at their corners. Often it happens in reverie that when we stare at a picture, suddenly some one of its features will be lit up with a special clearness. Although neither its optical character nor its meaning discloses any motive for such an arousal of the attention. To one in process of becoming drowsy, the surroundings alternately fade into darkness and abruptly brighten up. The talk of the bystanders seems now to come from indefinite distances. But at the next moment it startles us by its threatening loudness at our very ear, etc. These variations, which everyone will have noticed, are, it seems to me, easily explicable by the very unstable equilibrium of our ideational centers, of which constant change is the law. We conceive one set of lines as object, the other as background, and forthwith the first set becomes the set we see. There need be no logical motive for the conceptual change, the irradiations of brain tracts by each other, according to accidents of nutrition, like sparks in burnt-up paper, suffice. The changes during drowsiness are still more obviously due to this cause. The Emotions and the Will, 3D edition, page 370. Psychologie de l'attention, 1889, page 32 ff. Philosophische Studien, 4, 413 ff. C. Lang, Locke Cit p. 417, for another proof of his view, drawn from the phenomenon of retinal rivalry. Many of my students have at my request experimented with imagined letters of the alphabet and syllables, and they tell me that they can see them inwardly as total colored pictures without following their outlines with the eye. I am myself a bad visualizer, and make movements all the while. M.L. Merlier, in an article of eminent introspective power which appeared after my text was written, remarks sur le mécanisme de l'attention, in Revue philosophique, volume 27, p. 566, has contended against Ribot and others for the non-dependence of sensory upon motor images in their relations to attention. I am glad to cite him as an ally. Doctors Ferrier, Functions of the Brain, sections 102 through 3, and Obersteiner, Brain, 439 ff. treat it as the essential feature. The author whose treatment of the subject is by far the most thorough and satisfactory is Professor G. E. Muller, whose little work Zur Theorie der Sinnlichen Aufmerksamkeit, inaugural dissertation, Leipzig, Edelman, 1874, is for learning and acuteness a model of what a monograph should be. I should like to have quoted from it, but the Germanism of its composition makes quotation quite impossible. See also G. H. Lewis, Problems of Life and Mind, 3D Series, Prob. 2, Chapter 10, G. H. Schneider, Der Menschliche Will, 294 ff, 309 ff, c. Stumpf, Tonpsychology, I, 67-75, W. B. Carpenter, Mental Physiology, Chapter 3, Cappy and Brain, July 1886, Hyperemia Theory, J. Sully in Brain, October 1890. L'Enfant de Trois à Septns, page 108. Psychologie de l'attention, page 53. Repetition of this sort does not confer intelligence of what is said, it only keeps the mind from wandering into other channels. The intelligence sometimes comes in beats, as it were, at the end of sentences, or in the midst of words which were mere words until then. See above. The reader will please observe that I am saying all that can possibly be said in favor of the effect theory, since, inclining as I do myself to the cause theory, I do not want to undervalue the enemy. As a matter of fact, one might begin to take one's stand against the effect theory at the outset, with the phenomenon of immediate sensorial attention. One might say that attention causes the movements of adjustment of the eyes, for example, and is not merely their effect. Herring writes most emphatically to this effect: the movements from one point of fixation to another are occasioned and regulated by the changes of place of the attention. When an object, seen at first indirectly, draws our attention to itself, the corresponding movement of the eye follows without further ado, as a consequence of the attention's migration and of our effort to make the object distinct. The wandering of the attention entails that of the fixation point. Before its movement begins, its goal is already in consciousness and grasped by the attention, and the location of this spot in the total space seen is what determines the direction and amount of the movement of the eye. Hermann's Handbuch, p. 534. I do not here insist on this, because it is hard to tell whether the attention or the movement comes first. Herring's Reasons, pp. 535-6, also 544-6, seem to me ambiguous, and because, even if the attention to the object does come first, it may be a mere effect of stimulus and association. Mach's theory that the will to look is the space feeling itself may be compared with Herring's in this place. See Mach's Beitrag zur Analyse der Empfindungen, 1886, pages 55 ff. F. H. Bradley, Is there a special activity of attention? In Mind, 11, 305, and Lips, Grundtatien, chaps. 4 and XXX, have stated it similarly. More will be said of the matter when we come to the chapter on the will. C. For a defense of the notion of inward activity, Mr. James Ward's searching articles in Mind, 12, 45 and 564. It must be admitted that some little time will often elapse before this effort succeeds. As a child, I slept in a nursery with a very loud ticking clock, and remember my astonishment more than once, on listening for its tick, to find myself unable to catch it for what seemed a long space of time. Then suddenly it would break into my consciousness with an almost startling loudness. M. Delboeuf somewhere narrates how, sleeping in the country near a mill dam, he woke in the night and thought the water had ceased to flow, but on looking out of the open window saw it flowing in the moonlight, and then heard it too. Zur Theorie d. Sinnel. Aufmerksamkeit, page 128 full. I have begun to inquire experimentally whether any of the measurable functions of the workman change after the din of machinery stops at a workshop. So far I have found no constant results as regards either pulse, breathing, or strength of squeeze by the hand. I hope to prosecute the inquiry farther. May, 1890. Chapter 12. Conception. The sense of sameness. In Chapter 8, the distinction was drawn between two kinds of knowledge of things, bare acquaintance with them and knowledge about them. The possibility of two such knowledges depends on a fundamental psychical peculiarity which may be entitled the principle of constancy in the mind's meanings, and which may be thus expressed: the same matters can be thought of in successive portions of the mental stream. And some of these portions can know that they mean the same matters which the other portions meant. One might put it otherwise by saying that the mind can always intend, and know when it intends, to think of the same. This sense of sameness is the very keel and backbone of our thinking. We saw in how the consciousness of personal identity reposed on it, the present thought finding in its memories a warmth and intimacy which it recognizes as the same warmth and intimacy it now feels. This sense of identity of the knowing subject is held by some philosophers to be the only vehicle by which the world hangs together. It seems hardly necessary to say that a sense of identity of the known object would perform exactly the same unifying function, even if the sense of subjective identity were lost. And without the intention to think of the same outer things over and over again, and the sense that we were doing so, our sense of our own personal sameness would carry us but a little way towards making a universe of our experience. Note, however, that we are in the first instance speaking of the sense of sameness from the point of view of the mind structure alone, and not from the point of view of the universe. We are psychologizing, not philosophizing, that is, we do not care whether there be any real sameness in things or not, or whether the mind be true or false in its assumptions of it. Our principle only lays it down that the mind makes continual use of the notion of sameness, and if deprived of it, would have a different structure from what it has. In a word, the principle that the mind can mean the same is true of its meanings, but not necessarily of aught besides. The mind must conceive as possible that the same should be before it, for our experience to be the sort of thing it is. Without the psychological sense of identity, sameness might rain down upon us from the outer world forever and we be none the wiser. With the psychological sense, on the other hand, the outer world might be an unbroken flux, and yet we should perceive a repeated experience. Even now, the world may be a place in which the same thing never did and never will come twice. The thing we mean to point at may change from top to bottom and we be ignorant of the fact. But in our meaning itself we are not deceived, our intention is to think of the same. The name which I have given to the principle, in calling it the law of constancy in our meanings, accentuates its subjective character, and justifies us in laying it down as the most important of all the features of our mental structure. Not all psychic life need be assumed to have the sense of sameness developed in this way. In the consciousness of worms and polyps, though the same realities may frequently impress it, the feeling of sameness may seldom emerge. We, however, running back and forth, like spiders on the web they weave, feel ourselves to be working over identical materials and thinking them in different ways. And the man who identifies the materials most is held to have the most philosophic human mind. Conception defined. The function by which we thus identify a numerically distinct and permanent subject of discourse is called conception. And the thoughts which are its vehicles are called concepts. But the word concept is often used as if it stood for the object of discourse itself. And this looseness feeds such evasiveness in discussion that I shall avoid the use of the expression concept altogether, and speak of conceiving state of mind, or something similar, instead. The word conception is unambiguous. It properly denotes neither the mental state nor what the mental state signifies, but the relation between the two, namely, the function of the mental state in signifying just that particular thing. It is plain that one and the same mental state can be the vehicle of many conceptions, can mean a particular thing, and a great deal more besides. If it has such a multiple conceptual function, it may be called an act of compound conception. We may conceive realities supposed to be extramental, as steam engine, fictions, as mermaid, or mere entia rationis, like difference or nonentity. But whatever we do conceive, our conception is of that and nothing else, that is, instead of that, though it may be of much else in addition to that. Each act of conception results from our attention singling out some one part of the mass of matter for thought which the world presents, and holding fast to it, without confusion. Confusion occurs when we do not know whether a certain object proposed to us is the same with one of our meanings or not. So that the conceptual function requires, to be complete, that the thought should not only say, I mean this, but also say, I don't mean that. Each conception thus eternally remains what it is, and never can become another. The mind may change its states, and its meanings, at different times, may drop one conception and take up another, but the dropped conception can in no intelligible sense be said to change into its successor. The paper, a moment ago white, I may now see to have been scorched black. But my conception, white, does not change into my conception, black. On the contrary, it stays alongside of the objective blackness, as a different meaning in my mind, and by so doing lets me judge the blackness as the paper's change. Unless it stayed, I should simply say, blackness, and know no more. Thus, amid the flux of opinions and of physical things, the world of conceptions, or things intended to be thought about, stands stiff and immutable, like Plato's realm of ideas. Some conceptions are of things, some of events, some of qualities. Any fact, be it thing, event, or quality, may be conceived sufficiently for purposes of identification, if only it be singled out and marked so as to separate it from other things. Simply calling it this or that will suffice. To speak in technical language, a subject may be conceived by its denotation, with no connotation, or a very minimum of connotation, attached. The essential point is that it should be re-identified by us as that which the talk is about. And no full representation of it is necessary for this, even when it is a fully representable thing. In this sense, creatures extremely low in the intellectual scale may have conception. All that is required is that they should recognize the same experience again. A polyp would be a conceptual thinker if a feeling of hollow thingumbob again ever flitted through its mind. Most of the objects of our thought, however, are to some degree represented as well as merely pointed out. Either they are things and events perceived or imagined, or they are qualities apprehended in a positive way. Even where we have no intuitive acquaintance with the nature of a thing, if we know any of the relations of it at all, anything about it, that is enough to individualize and distinguish it from all the other things which we might mean. Many of our topics of discourse are thus problematical, or defined by their relations only. We think of a thing about which certain facts must obtain, but we do not yet know how the thing will look when it is realized. Thus we conceive of a perpetual motion machine. It is a quicitum of a perfectly definite kind. We can always tell whether the actual machines offered us do or do not agree with what we mean by it. The natural possibility or impossibility of the thing does not touch the question of its conceivability in this problematic way. Round square, black-white thing, are absolutely definite conceptions. It is a mere accident, as far as conception goes, that they happen to stand for things which nature never lets us sensibly perceive. Conceptions are unchangeable. The fact that the same real topic of discourse is at one time conceived as a mere that or that which, etc., and is at another time conceived with additional specifications, has been treated by many authors as a proof that conceptions themselves are fertile and self-developing. A conception, according to the Hegelizers in philosophy, develops its own significance, makes explicit what it implicitly contained, passes, on occasion, over into its opposite, and in short loses altogether the blankly self-identical character we supposed it to maintain. The figure we viewed as a polygon appears to us now as a sum of juxtaposed triangles. The number hitherto conceived as 13 is at last noticed to be 6 plus 7, or prime. The man thought honest is believed a rogue. Such changes of our opinion are viewed by these thinkers as evolutions of our conception, from within. The facts are unquestionable. Our knowledge does grow and change by rational and inward processes, as well as by empirical discoveries. Where the discoveries are empirical, no one pretends that the propulsive agency, the force that makes the knowledge develop, is mere conception. All admit it to be our continued exposure to the thing, with its power to impress our senses. Thus strychnine, which tastes bitter, we find will also kill, etc. Now I say that where the new knowledge merely comes from thinking, the facts are essentially the same, and that to talk of self-development on the part of our conceptions is a very bad way of stating the case. Not new sensations, as in the empirical instance, but new conceptions, are the indispensable conditions of advance. For if the alleged cases of self-development be examined, it will be found, I believe, that the new truth affirms in every case a relation between the original subject of conception and some new subject conceived later on. These new subjects of conception arise in various ways. Every one of our conceptions is of something which our attention originally tore out of the continuum of felt experience, and provisionally isolated so as to make of it an individual topic of discourse. Every one of them has a way, if the mind is left alone with it, of suggesting other parts of the continuum from which it was torn, for conception to work upon in a similar way. This suggestion is often no more than what we shall later know as the association of ideas. Often, however, it is a sort of invitation to the mind to play, add lines, break number groups, etc. Whatever it is, it brings new conceptions into consciousness, which latter thereupon may or may not expressly attend to the relation in which the new stands to the old. Thus I have a conception of equidistant lines. Suddenly, I know not whence, there pops into my head the conception of their meeting. Suddenly again I think of the meeting and the equidistance both together, and perceive them incompatible. Those lines will never meet, I say. Suddenly again the word parallel pops into my head. They are parallels, I continue, and so on. Original conceptions to start with, adventitious conceptions pushed forward by multifarious psychologic causes. Comparisons and combinations of the two, resultant conceptions to end with, which latter may be of either rational or empirical relations. As regards these relations, they are conceptions of the second degree, as one might say, and their birthplace is the mind itself. In Chapter 28 I shall at considerable length defend the mind's claim to originality and fertility in bringing them forth. But no single one of the mind's conceptions is fertile of itself as the opinion which I criticize pretends. When the several notes of a chord are sounded together, we get a new feeling from their combination. This feeling is due to the mind reacting upon that group of sounds in that determinate way, and no one would think of saying of any single note of the chord that it developed of itself into the other notes or into the feeling of harmony. So of conceptions. No one of them develops into any other. But if two of them are thought at once, their relation may come to consciousness, and form matter for a third conception. Take XIII, for example, which is said to develop into prime. What really happens is that we compare the utterly changeless conception of XIII with various other conceptions, those of the different multiples of 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and ascertain that it differs from them all. Such difference is a freshly ascertained relation. It is only for mere brevity's sake that we call it a property of the original XIII, the property of being prime. We shall see in the next chapter that, if we count out aesthetic and moral relations between things, the only important relations of which the mere inspection of conceptions makes us aware are relations of comparison, that is, of difference and no difference, between them. The judgment 6 plus 7 is equal to 13 expresses the relation of equality between two ideal objects, 13 on the one hand and 6 plus 7 on the other, successively conceived and compared. The judgment 6 plus 7 greater than 12, or 6 plus 7 less than 14, express in like manner relations of inequality between ideal objects. But if it be unfair to say that the conception of 6 plus 7 generates that of 12 or of 14, surely it is as unfair to say that it generates that of 13. The conceptions of 12, 13, and 14 are each and all generated by individual acts of the mind, playing with its materials. When, comparing two ideal objects, we find them equal, the conception of one of them may be that of a whole and of the other that of all its parts. This particular case is, it seems to me, the only case which makes the notion of one conception evolving into another sound plausible. But even in this case the conception, as such, of the whole does not evolve into the conception, as such, of the parts. Let the conception of some object as a whole be given first. To begin with, it points to and identifies for future thought a certain that. The whole in question might be one of those mechanical puzzles of which the difficulty is to unlock the parts. In this case, nobody would pretend that the richer and more elaborate conception which we gain of the puzzle after solving it came directly out of our first crude conception of it, for it is notoriously the outcome of experimenting with our hands. It is true that, as they both mean that same puzzle, our earlier thought and our later thought have one conceptual function, are vehicles of one conception. But in addition to being the vehicle of this bald unchanging conception, that same puzzle, the later thought is the vehicle of all those other conceptions which it took the manual experimentation to acquire. Now, it is just the same where the whole is mathematical instead of being mechanical. Let it be a polygonal space, which we cut into triangles, and of which we then affirm that it is those triangles. Here the experimentation, although usually done by a pencil in the hands, may be done by the unaided imagination. We hold the space, first conceived as polygonal simply, in our mind's eye until our attention wandering to and fro within it has carved it into the triangles. The triangles are a new conception, the result of this new operation. Having once conceived them, however, and compared them with the old polygon which we originally conceived and which we have never ceased conceiving, we judge them to fit exactly into its area. The earlier and later conceptions, we say, are of one and the same space. But this relation between triangles and polygon which the mind cannot help finding if it compares them at all, is very badly expressed by saying that the old conception has developed into the new. New conceptions come from new sensations, new movements, new emotions, new associations, new acts of attention, and new comparisons of old conceptions, and not in other ways. Endogenous prolification is not a mode of growth to which conceptions can lay claim. I hope, therefore, that I shall not be accused of huddling mysteries out of sight, when I insist that the psychology of conception is not the place in which to treat of those of continuity and change. Conceptions form the one class of entities that cannot under any circumstances change. They can cease to be, altogether, or they can stay, as what they severally are, but there is for them no middle way. They form an essentially discontinuous system, and translate the process of our perceptual experience, which is naturally a flux, into a set of stagnant and petrified terms. The very conception of flux itself is an absolutely changeless meaning in the mind. It signifies just that one thing, flux, immovably. And, with this, the doctrine of the flux of the concept may be dismissed, and need not occupy our attention again. Abstract ideas. We have now to pass to a less excusable mistake. There are philosophers who deny that associated things can be broken asunder at all, even provisionally, by the conceiving mind. The opinion known as nominalism says that we really never frame any conception of the partial elements of an experience, but are compelled, whenever we think it, to think it in its totality, just as it came. I will be silent of medieval nominalism, and begin with Berkeley, who is supposed to have rediscovered the doctrine for himself. His asseverations against abstract ideas are among the oftenest quoted passages in philosophic literature. It is agreed, he says, on all hands that the qualities or modes of things do never really exist, each of them apart by itself, and separated from all others, but are mixed, as it were, and blended together, several in the same object. But, we are told, the mind being able to consider each quality singly, or abstracted from those other qualities with which it is united, does by that means frame to itself abstract ideas. After this manner, it is said, we come by the abstract idea of man, or, if you please, humanity, or human nature. Wherein it is true there is included color, because there is no man but has some color, but then it can be neither white, nor black, nor any particular color, because there is no one particular color wherein all men partake. So likewise there is included stature, but then it is neither tall stature nor low stature, nor yet middle stature, but something abstracted from all these. And so of the rest. Whether others have this wonderful faculty of abstracting their ideas, they best can tell. For myself, I find indeed I have a faculty of imagining or representing to myself the ideas of those particular things I have perceived, and of variously compounding and dividing them. I can consider the hand, the eye, the nose, each by itself abstracted or separated from the rest of the body. But then, whatever hand or eye I imagine, it must have some particular shape and color. Likewise the idea of man that I frame to myself must be either of a white, or a black, or a tawny, a straight, or a crooked, a tall, or a low, or a middle-sized man. I cannot by any effort of thought conceive the abstract idea above described. And it is equally impossible for me to form the abstract idea of motion distinct from the body moving, and which is neither swift nor slow, curvilinear or rectilinear, and the like may be said of all other abstract general ideas whatsoever. And there is ground to think most men will acknowledge themselves to be in my case. The generality of men which are simple and illiterate never pretend to abstract notions. It is said they are difficult, and not to be attained without pains and study. Now I would fain know at what time it is men are employed in surmounting that difficulty, and furnishing themselves with those necessary helps for discourse. It cannot be when they are grown up, for then it seems they are not conscious of any such painstaking. It remains therefore to be the business of their childhood. And surely the great and multiplied labor of framing abstract notions will be found a hard task for that tender age. Is it not a hard thing to imagine that a couple of children cannot prate together of their sugar plums and rattles and the rest of their little trinkets, till they have first tacked together numberless inconsistencies, and so framed in their minds abstract general ideas, and annexed them to every common name they make use of? The note, so bravely struck by Berkeley, could not, however, be well sustained in face of the fact patent to every human being that we can mean color without meaning any particular color, and stature without meaning any particular height. James Mill, to be sure, chimes in heroically in the chapter on classification of his Analysis. But in his son John the nominalistic voice has grown so weak that, although abstract ideas are repudiated as a matter of traditional form, the opinions uttered are really nothing but a conceptualism ashamed to call itself by its own legitimate name. Conceptualism says the mind can conceive any quality or relation it pleases, and mean nothing but it, in isolation from everything else in the world. This is, of course, the doctrine which we have professed. John Mill says, "The formation of a concept does not consist in separating the attributes which are said to compose it from all other attributes of the same object, and enabling us to conceive those attributes, disjoined from any others. We neither conceive them, nor think them, nor cognize them in any way, as a thing apart, but solely as forming, in combination with numerous other attributes, the idea of an individual object. But, though meaning them only as part of a larger agglomeration, we have the power of fixing our attention on them, to the neglect of the other attributes with which we think them combined. While the concentration of attention lasts, if it is sufficiently intense, we may be temporarily unconscious of any of the other attributes, and may really, for a brief interval, have nothing present to our mind but the attributes constituent of the concept. General concepts, therefore, we have, properly speaking, none. We have only complex ideas of objects in the concrete, but we are able to attend exclusively to certain parts of the concrete idea, and by that exclusive attention we enable those parts to determine exclusively the course of our thoughts as subsequently called up by association, and are in a condition to carry on a train of meditation or reasoning relating to those parts only, exactly as if we were able to conceive them separately from the rest. This is a lovely example of Mill's way of holding piously to his general statements, but conceding in detail all that their adversaries ask. If there be a better description extant, of a mind in possession of an abstract idea, than is contained in the words I have italicized, I am unacquainted with it. The Berkeleyan nominalism thus breaks down. It is easy to lay bare the false assumption which underlies the whole discussion of the question as hitherto carried on. That assumption is that ideas, in order to know, must be cast in the exact likeness of whatever things they know, and that the only things that can be known are those which ideas can resemble. The error has not been confined to nominalists. Omnis cognitio fit per assimilationem conoscentis iti cogniti has been the maxim, more or less explicitly assumed, of writers of every school. Practically it amounts to saying that an idea must be a duplicate edition of what it knows, in other words, that it can only know itself, or, more shortly still, that knowledge in any strict sense of the word, as a self-transcendent function, is impossible. Now our own blunt statements about the ultimateness of the cognitive relation, and the difference between the object of the thought and its mere topic or subject of discourse, CFFF, are all at variance with any such theory. And we shall find more and more occasion, as we advance in this book, to deny its general truth. All that a state of mind need do, in order to take cognizance of a reality, intend it, or be about it, is to lead to a remoter state of mind which either acts upon the reality or resembles it. The only class of thoughts which can with any show of plausibility be said to resemble their objects are sensations. The stuff of which all our other thoughts are composed is symbolic, and a thought attests its pertinency to a topic by simply terminating, sooner or later, in a sensation which resembles the latter. But Mill and the rest believe that a thought must be what it means, and mean what it is, and that if it be a picture of an entire individual, it cannot mean any part of him to the exclusion of the rest. I say nothing here of the preposterously false descriptive psychology involved in the statement that the only things we can mentally picture are individuals completely determinate in all regards. Chapter 18 will have something to say on that point, and we can ignore it here. For even if it were true that our images were always of concrete individuals, it would not in the least follow that our meanings were of the same. The sense of our meaning is an entirely peculiar element of the thought. It is one of those evanescent and transitive facts of mind which introspection cannot turn round upon, and isolate and hold up for examination, as an entomologist passes round an insect on a pin. In the somewhat clumsy terminology I have used, it pertains to the fringe of the subjective state, and is a feeling of tendency, whose neural counterpart is undoubtedly a lot of dawning and dying processes too faint and complex to be traced. The geometer, with his one definite figure before him, knows perfectly that his thoughts apply to countless other figures as well, and that although he sees lines of a certain special bigness, direction, color, etc., he means not one of these details. When I use the word man in two different sentences, I may have both times exactly the same sound upon my lips and the same picture in my mental eye, but I may mean, and at the very moment of uttering the word and imagining the picture, know that I mean, two entirely different things. Thus when I say, "What a wonderful man Jones is," I am perfectly aware that I mean by man to exclude Napoleon Bonaparte or Smith. But when I say, "What a wonderful thing man is," I am equally well aware that I mean to include not only Jones, but Napoleon and Smith as well. This added consciousness is an absolutely positive sort of feeling, transforming what would otherwise be mere noise or vision into something understood. And determining the sequel of my thinking, the later words and images, in a perfectly definite way. We saw in that the image per se, the nucleus, is functionally the least important part of the thought. Our doctrine, therefore, of the fringe leads to a perfectly satisfactory decision of the nominalistic and conceptualistic controversy, so far as it touches psychology. We must decide in favor of the conceptualists, and affirm that the power to think things, qualities, relations, or whatever other elements there may be, isolated and abstracted from the total experience in which they appear, is the most indisputable function of our thought. Universals. After abstractions, universals. The fringe, which lets us believe in the one, lets us believe in the other too. An individual conception is of something restricted, in its application, to a single case. A universal or general conception is of an entire class, or of something belonging to an entire class, of things. The conception of an abstract quality is, taken by itself, neither universal nor particular. If I abstract white from the rest of the wintry landscape this morning, it is a perfectly definite conception, a self-identical quality which I may mean again. But, as I have not yet individualized it by expressly meaning to restrict it to this particular snow, nor thought at all of the possibility of other things to which it may be applicable, it is so far nothing but a floating adjective. As Mr. Bradley calls it, or a topic broken out from the rest of the world. Properly it is, in this state, a singular, I have singled it out. And when, later, I universalize or individualize its application, and my thought turns to mean either this white or all possible whites, I am in reality meaning two new things and forming two new conceptions. Such an alteration of my meaning has nothing to do with any change in the image I may have in my mental eye, but solely with the vague consciousness that surrounds the image, of the sphere to which it is intended to apply. We can give no more definite account of this vague consciousness than has been given on. But that is no reason for denying its presence. But the nominalists and traditional conceptualists find matter for an inveterate quarrel in these simple facts. Full of their notion that an idea, feeling, or state of consciousness can at bottom only be aware of its own quality. And agreeing, as they both do, that such an idea or state of consciousness is a perfectly determinate, singular, and transitory thing. They find it impossible to conceive how it should become the vehicle of a knowledge of anything permanent or universal. To know a universal, it must be universal, for like can only be known by like, etc. Unable to reconcile these incompatibles, the knower and the known, each side immolates one of them to save the other. The nominalists settle the hash of the thing known by denying it to be ever a genuine universal. The conceptualists dispatch the knower by denying it to be a state of mind, in the sense of being a perishing segment of thought stream, consubstantial with other facts of sensibility. They invent, instead of it, as the vehicle of the knowledge of universals, an actus purus intellectus, or an ego, whose function is treated as quasi-miraculous and nothing if not awe-inspiring. And which it is a sort of blasphemy to approach with the intent to explain and make common, or reduce to lower terms. Invoked in the first instance as a vehicle for the knowledge of universals, the higher principle presently is made the indispensable vehicle of all thinking whatever, for, it is contended, a universal element is present in every thought. The nominalists meanwhile, who dislike actus purus and awe-inspiring principles and despise the reverential mood, content themselves with saying that we are mistaken in supposing we ever get sight of the face of an universal. And that what deludes us is nothing but the swarm of individual ideas which may at any time be awakened by the hearing of a name. If we open the pages of either school, we find it impossible to tell, in all the world about universal and particular, when the author is talking about universals in the mind, and when about objective universals. So strangely are the two mixed together. James Ferrier, for example, is the most brilliant of antinominalist writers. But who is nimble-witted enough to count, in the following sentences from him, the number of times he steps from the known to the knower, and attributes to both whatever properties he finds in either one? To think is to pass from the singular or particular to the idea, concept, or universal. Ideas are necessary because no thinking can take place without them. They are universal, inasmuch as they are completely divested of the particularity which characterizes all the phenomena of mere sensation. To grasp the nature of this universality is not easy. Perhaps the best means by which this end may be compassed is by contrasting it with the particular. It is not difficult to understand that a sensation, a phenomenon of sense, is never more than the particular which it is. As such, that is, in its strict particularity, it is absolutely unthinkable. In the very act of being thought, something more than it emerges, and this something more cannot be again the particular. 10 particulars per se cannot be thought of any more than one particular can be thought of. There always emerges in thought an additional something, which is the possibility of other particulars to an indefinite extent. The indefinite additional something which they are instances of is a universal. The idea or universal cannot possibly be pictured in the imagination, for this would at once reduce it to the particular. This inability to form any sort of picture or representation of an idea does not proceed from any imperfection or limitation of our faculties, but is a quality inherent in the very nature of intelligence. A contradiction is involved in the supposition that an idea or a universal can become the object either of sense or of the imagination. An idea is thus diametrically opposed to an image. The nominalists, on their side, admit a quasi-universal, something which we think as if it were universal, though it is not. And in all that they say about this something, which they explain to be an indefinite number of particular ideas, the same vacillation between the subjective and the objective points of view appears. The reader never can tell whether an idea spoken of is supposed to be a knower or a known. The authors themselves do not distinguish. They want to get something in the mind which shall resemble what is out of the mind, however vaguely, and they think that when that fact is accomplished, no farther questions will be asked. James Mill writes, "The word, man, we shall say, is first applied to an individual, it is first associated with the idea of that individual, and acquires the power of calling up the idea of him. It is next applied to another individual and acquires the power of calling up the idea of him. So of another and another, till it has become associated with an indefinite number, and has acquired the power of calling up an indefinite number of those ideas indifferently. What happens? It does call up an indefinite number of the ideas of individuals as often as it occurs, and calling them in close connection, it forms a species of complex idea of them. It is also a fact, that when an idea becomes to a certain extent complex, from the multiplicity of the ideas it comprehends, it is of necessity indistinct. And this indistinctness has, doubtless, been a main cause of the mystery which has appeared to belong to it. It thus appears that the word man is not a word having a very simple idea, as was the opinion of the realists. Nor a word having no idea at all, as was that of the earlier nominalists. But a word calling up an indefinite number of ideas, by the irresistible laws of association, and forming them into one very complex and indistinct, but not therefore unintelligible, idea. Berkeley had already said, "A word becomes general by being made the sign, not of an abstract general idea, but of many several particular ideas, any one of which it indifferently suggests to the mind. An idea which, considered in itself, is particular, becomes general by being made to represent or stand for all other particular ideas of the same sort. Stand for, not know, becomes general, not becomes aware of something general. Particular ideas, not particular things, everywhere the same timidity about begging the fact of knowing, and the pitifully impotent attempt to foist it in the shape of a mode of being of ideas. If the fact to be conceived be the indefinitely numerous actual and possible members of a class, then it is assumed that if we can only get enough ideas to huddle together for a moment in the mind, the being of each several one of them, there will be an equivalent for the knowing, or meaning, of one member of the class in question. And their number will be so large as to confuse our tally and leave it doubtful whether all the possible members of the class have thus been satisfactorily told off or not. Of course this is nonsense. An idea neither is what it knows, nor knows what it is. Nor will swarms of copies of the same idea, recurring in stereotyped form, or, by the irresistible laws of association formed into one idea, ever be the same thing as a thought of all the possible members of a class. We must mean that by an altogether special bit of consciousness ad hoc. But it is easy to translate Berkeley's, Hume's, and Mill's notion of a swarm of ideas into cerebral terms, and so to make them stand for something real. And, in this sense, I think the doctrine of these authors less hollow than the opposite one which makes the vehicle of universal conceptions to be an actus purus of the soul. If each idea stand for some special nascent nerve process, then the aggregate of these nascent processes might have for its conscious correlate a psychic fringe, which should be just that universal meaning. Or intention that the name or mental picture employed should mean all the possible individuals of the class. Every peculiar complication of brain processes must have some peculiar correlate in the soul. To one set of processes will correspond the thought of an indefinite taking of the extent of a word like man, to another set that of a particular taking. And to a third set that of a universal taking, of the extent of the same word. The thought corresponding to either set of processes, is always itself a unique and singular event, whose dependence on its peculiar nerve process I of course am far from professing to explain. Truly in comparison with the fact that every conception, whatever it be of, is one of the mind's immutable possessions, the question whether a single thing, or a whole class of things, or only an unassigned quality, be meant by it, is an insignificant matter of detail. Our meanings are of singulars, particulars, indefinites, and universals, mixed together in every way. A singular individual is as much conceived when he is isolated and identified away from the rest of the world in my mind, as is the most rarefied and universally applicable quality he may possess, being, for example, when treated in the same way. From every point of view, the overwhelming and portentous character ascribed to universal conceptions is surprising. Why, from Plato and Aristotle downwards, philosophers should have vied with each other in scorn of the knowledge of the particular, and in adoration of that of the general, is hard to understand. Seeing that the more adorable knowledge ought to be that of the more adorable things, and that the things of worth are all concretes and singulars. The only value of universal characters is that they help us, by reasoning, to know new truths about individual things. The restriction of one's meaning, moreover, to an individual thing, probably requires even more complicated brain processes than its extension to all the instances of a kind. And the mere mystery, as such, of the knowledge, is equally great, whether generals or singulars be the things known. In sum, therefore, the traditional universal worship can only be called a bit of perverse sentimentalism, a philosophic idol of the cave. It may seem hardly necessary to add, what follows as a matter of course from, and what has been implied in our assertions all along, that nothing can be conceived twice over without being conceived in entirely different states of mind. Thus, my armchair is one of the things of which I have a conception. I knew it yesterday and recognized it when I looked at it. But if I think of it today as the same armchair which I looked at yesterday, it is obvious that the very conception of it as the same is an additional complication to the thought, whose inward constitution must alter in consequence. In short, it is logically impossible that the same thing should be known as the same by two successive copies of the same thought. As a matter of fact, the thoughts by which we know that we mean the same thing are apt to be very different indeed from each other. We think the thing now in one context, now in another, now in a definite image, now in a symbol. Sometimes our sense of its identity pertains to the mere fringe, sometimes it involves the nucleus of our thought. We never can break the thought asunder and tell just which one of its bits is the part that lets us know which subject is referred to, but nevertheless we always do know which of all possible subjects we have in mind. Introspective psychology must here throw up the sponge. The fluctuations of subjective life are too exquisite to be arrested by its coarse means. It must confine itself to bearing witness to the fact that all sorts of different subjective states do form the vehicle by which the same is known, and it must contradict the opposite view. The ordinary psychology of ideas constantly talks as if the vehicle of the same thing known must be the same recurrent state of mind. And as if the having over again of the same idea were not only a necessary but a sufficient condition for meaning the same thing twice. But this recurrence of the same idea would utterly defeat the existence of a repeated knowledge of anything. It would be a simple reversion into a pre-existent state, with nothing gained in the interval, and with complete unconsciousness of the state having existed before. Such is not the way in which we think. As a rule we are fully aware that we have thought before of the thing we think of now. The continuity and permanency of the topic is of the essence of our intellect ion. We recognize the old problem, and the old solutions. And we go on to alter and improve and substitute one predicate for another without ever letting the subject change. This is what is meant when it is said that thinking consists in making judgments. A succession of judgments may all be about the same thing. The general practical postulate which encourages us to keep thinking at all is that by going on to do so we shall judge better of the same things than if we do not. In the successive judgments, all sorts of new operations are performed on the things, and all sorts of new results brought out, without the sense of the main topic ever getting lost. At the outset, we merely have the topic, then we operate on it. And finally we have it again in a richer and truer way. A compound conception has been substituted for the simple one, but with full consciousness that both are of the same. The distinction between having and operating is as natural in the mental as in the material world. As our hands may hold a bit of wood and a knife, and yet do naught with either. So our mind may simply be aware of a thing's existence, and yet neither attend to it nor discriminate it, neither locate nor count nor compare nor like nor dislike nor deduce it, nor recognize it articulately as having been met with before. At the same time we know that, instead of staring at it in this entranced and senseless way, we may rally our activity in a moment, and locate, class, compare, count, and judge it. There is nothing involved in all this which we did not postulate at the very outset of our introspective work, realities, namely, extra mentem, thoughts, and possible relations of cognition between the two. The result of the thoughts operating on the data given to sense is to transform the order in which experience comes into an entirely different order, that of the conceived world. There is no spot of light, for example, which I pick out and proceed to define as a pebble, which is not thereby torn from its mere time and space neighbors, and thought in conjunction with things physically parted from it by the width of nature. Compare the form in which facts appear in a textbook of physics, as logically subordinated laws, with that in which we naturally make their acquaintance. The conceptual scheme is a sort of sieve in which we try to gather up the world's contents. Most facts and relations fall through its meshes, being either too subtle or insignificant to be fixed in any conception. But whenever a physical reality is caught and identified as the same with something already conceived, it remains on the sieve. And all the predicates and relations of the conception with which it is identified become its predicates and relations too. It is subjected to the sieve's network, in other words. Thus comes to pass what Mr. Hodgson calls the translation of the perceptual into the conceptual order of the world. In chapter 22 we shall see how this translation always takes place for the sake of some subjective interest, and how the conception with which we handle a bit of sensible experience is really nothing but a teleological instrument. This whole function of conceiving, of fixing, and holding fast to meanings, has no significance apart from the fact that the conceiver is a creature with partial purposes and private ends. There remains, therefore, much more to be said about conception, but for the present this will suffice. There are two other principles of identity in philosophy. The ontological one asserts that every real thing is what it is, that A is A, and B, B. The logical one says that what is once true of the subject of a judgment is always true of that subject. The ontological law is a tautological truism. The logical principle is already more, for it implies subjects unalterable by time. The psychological law also implies facts which might not be realized, there might be no succession of thoughts. Or if there were, the later ones might not think of the earlier, or if they did, they might not recall the content thereof, or, recalling the content, they might not take it as the same with anything else. In later chapters we shall see that determinate relations exist between the various data thus fixed upon by the mind. These are called a priori or axiomatic relations. Simple inspection of the data enables us to perceive them. And one inspection is as effective as a million for engendering in us the conviction that between those data that relation must always hold. To change the relation we should have to make the data different. The guarantee for the uniformity and adequacy of the data can only be the mind's own power to fix upon any objective content, and to mean that content as often as it likes. This right of the mind to construct permanent ideal objects for itself out of the data of experience seems, singularly enough, to be a stumbling block to many. Professor Robertson in his clear and instructive article, Axioms, in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th edition, suggests that it may only be where movements enter into the constitution of the ideal object, as they do in geometrical figures, that we can make the ultimate relations to be what for us they must be in all circumstances. He makes, it is true, a concession in favor of conceptions of number abstracted from subjective occurrences succeeding each other in time, because these also are acts of construction, dependent on the power we have of voluntarily determining the flow of subjective consciousness. The content of passive sensation, on the other hand, may indefinitely vary beyond any control of ours. What if it do vary, so long as we can continue to think of and mean the qualities it varied from? We can make ideal objects for ourselves out of irrecoverable bits of passive experience quite as perfectly as out of easily repeatable active experiences. And when we have got our objects together and compared them, we do not make, but find, their relations. C.F. Hodgson, Time and Space, Section 46. Lotze, Logic, Section 11. For though a man in a fever should from sugar have a bitter taste which at another time would produce a sweet one, yet the idea of bitter in that man's mind would be as distinct as if he had tasted only gall. Locke's Essay Book 2, Chapter 11, Section 3. Read the whole section. Black round things, square white things, per contra, nature gives us freely enough. But the combinations which she refuses to realize may exist as distinctly, in the shape of postulates, as those which she gives may exist in the shape of positive images, in our mind. As a matter of fact, she may realize a warm-cold thing whenever 2 points of the skin, so near together as not to be locally distinguished, are touched, the one with a warm, the other with a cold, piece of metal. The warmth and the cold are then often felt as if in the same objective place. Under similar conditions two objects, one sharp and the other blunt, may feel like one sharp blunt thing. The same space may appear of two colors if, by optical artifice, one of the colors is made to appear as if seen through the other. Whether any two attributes whatever shall be compatible or not, in the sense of appearing or not to occupy the same place and moment, depends simply on de facto peculiarities of natural bodies and of our sense organs. Logically, any one combination of qualities is to the full as conceivable as any other, and has as distinct a meaning for thought. What necessitates this remark is the confusion deliberately kept up by certain authors, e.g. Spencer, Psychology, sections 420 through 7, between the inconceivable and the not distinctly imaginable. How do we know which things we cannot imagine unless by first conceiving them, meaning them and not other things? Arguments seldom make converts in matters philosophical. And some readers, I know, who find that they conceive a certain matter differently from what they did, will still prefer saying they have two different editions of the same conception, one evolved from the other, to saying they have two different conceptions of the same thing. It depends, after all, on how we define conception. We ourselves defined it as the function by which a state of mind means to think the same whereof it thought on a former occasion. Two states of mind will accordingly be two editions of the same conception just so far as either does mean to think what the other thought, but no farther. If either mean to think what the other did not think, it is a different conception from the other. And if either mean to think all that the other thought, and more, it is a different conception, so far as the more goes. In this last case one state of mind has two conceptual functions. Each thought decides, by its own authority, which, out of all the conceptive functions open to it, it shall now renew. With which other thought it shall identify itself as a conceiver, and just how far. The same A which I once meant, it says, I shall now mean again, and mean it with C as its predicate, or what not, instead of B, as before. In all this, therefore, there is absolutely no changing, but only uncoupling and recoupling of conceptions. Compound conceptions come, as functions of new states of mind. Some of these functions are the same with previous ones, some not. Any changed opinion, then, partly contains new additions, absolutely identical with the old, however, of former conceptions, partly absolutely new conceptions. The division is a perfectly easy one to make in each particular case. Principles of Human Knowledge, Introduction, sections 10, 14. Conceptualism Huntu, Robier, Psychology, 310. Exam. Of Hamilton, page 393. Cf. Also Logic, Book 2, Chapter 5, Section 1, and Book 4, Chap 2, Section 1. E.g. The knowledge of things must mean that the mind finds itself in them, or that, in some way, the difference between them and the mind is dissolved. E. Caird, Philosophy of Kant, 1st edition, page 553. The traditional conceptualist doctrine is that an abstract must eo ipso be a universal. Even modern and independent authors like Professor Dewey, Psychology, 207, obey the tradition. The mind seizes upon some one aspect, abstracts or prescinds it. This very seizure of some one element generalizes the one abstracted. Attention, in drawing it forth, makes it a distinct content of consciousness, and thus universalizes it. It is considered no longer in its particular connection with the object, but on its own account, that is, as an idea, or what it signifies to the mind, and significance is always universal. C. F. Reed's Intellectual Powers, S.A.V., Chapter 3. Whiteness is one thing, the whiteness of this sheet of paper another thing. Mr. F. H. Bradley says the conception or the meaning consists of a part of the content, cut off, fixed by the mind, and considered apart from the existence of the sign. It would not be correct to add, and referred away to another real subject, for where we think without judging, and where we deny, that description would not be applicable. This seems to be the same doctrine as ours. The application to one or to all subjects of the abstract fact conceived, i.e. its individuality or its universality, constituting a new conception. I am, however, not quite sure that Mr. Bradley steadily maintains this ground. Cf. The first chapter of his Principles of Logic. The doctrine I defend is stoutly upheld in Rosmini's Philosophical System, Introduction by Thomas Davidson, page 43, London, 1882. Lectures on Greek Philosophy, pages 33 to 39. Analysis, Chapter 8. Principles of Human Knowledge, Introduction, sections 11, 12. It may add to the effect of the text to quote a passage from the essay in Mind, referred to on Why may we not side with the conceptualists in saying that the universal sense of a word does correspond to a mental fact of some kind, but at the same time, agreeing with the nominalists that all mental facts are modifications of subjective sensibility? Why may we not call that fact a feeling? Man meant for mankind is in short a different feeling from man as a mere noise, or from man meant for that man, to wit, John Smith alone. Not that the difference consists simply in the fact that, when taken universally, the word has one of Mr. Galton's blended images of man associated with it. Many persons have seemed to think that these blended or, as Professor Huxley calls them, generic images are equivalent to concepts. But, in itself, a blurred thing is just as particular as a sharp thing, and the generic character of either sharp image or blurred image depends on its being felt with its representative function. This function is the mysterious plus, the understood meaning. But it is nothing applied to the image from above, no pure act of reason inhabiting a supersensible and semi-supernatural plane. It can be diagrammatized as continuous with all the other segments of the subjective stream. It is just that staining, fringe, or halo of obscurely felt relation to masses of other imagery about to come, but not yet distinctly in focus, which we have so abundantly set forth, in. If the image come unfringed, it reveals but a simple quality, thing, or event. If it come fringed, it may reveal something expressly taken universally or in a scheme of relations. The difference between thought and feeling thus reduces itself, in the last subjective analysis, to the presence or absence of fringe. And this in turn reduces itself, with much probability, in the last physiological analysis, to the absence or presence of sub-excitements in other convolutions of the brain than those whose discharges underlie the more definite nucleus. The substantive ingredient, of the thought, in this instance, the word or image it may happen to arouse. The contrast is not, then, as the Platonists would have it, between certain subjective facts called images and sensations, and others called acts of relating intelligence. The former being blind perishing things, knowing not even their own existence as such, whilst the latter combine the poles in the mysterious synthesis of their cognitive sweep. The contrast is really between two aspects, in which all mental facts without exception may be taken, their structural aspect, as being subjective, and their functional aspect, as being cognitions. In the former aspect, the highest as well as the lowest is a feeling, a peculiarly tinged segment of the stream. This tinging is its sensitive body, the weeem zu muth ist, the way it feels whilst passing. In the latter aspect, the lowest mental fact as well as the highest may grasp some bit of truth as its content, even though that truth were as relationless a matter as a bare unlocalized and undated quality of pain. From the cognitive point of view, all mental facts are intellections. From the subjective point of view all are feelings. Once admit that the passing and evanescent are as real parts of the stream as the distinct and comparatively abiding. Once allow that fringes and halos, inarticulate perceptions, whereof the objects are as yet unnamed, mere nascencies of cognition, premonitions, awarenesses of direction, are thought sui generis. As much as articulate imaginings and propositions are. Once restore, I say, the vague to its psychological rights, and the matter presents no further difficulty. And then we see that the current opposition of feeling to knowledge is quite a false issue. If every feeling is at the same time a bit of knowledge, we ought no longer to talk of mental states differing by having more or less of the cognitive quality. They only differ in knowing more or less, in having much fact or little fact for their object. The feeling of a broad scheme of relations is a feeling that knows much, the feeling of a simple quality is a feeling that knows little. But the knowing itself, whether of much or of little, has the same essence, and is as good knowing in the one case as in the other. Concept and image, thus discriminated through their objects, are consubstantial in their inward nature, as modes of feeling. The one, as particular, will no longer be held to be a relatively base sort of entity, to be taken as a matter of course, whilst the other, as universal, is celebrated as a sort of standing miracle, to be adored but not explained. Both concept and image, qua subjective, are singular and particular. Both are moments of the stream, which come and in an instant are no more. The word universality has no meaning as applied to their psychic body or structure, which is always finite. It only has a meaning when applied to their use, import, or reference to the kind of object they may reveal. The representation, as such, of the universal object is as particular as that of an object about which we know so little that the interjection, ha, is all it can evoke from us in the way of speech. Both should be weighed in the same scales, and have the same measure meted out to them whether of worship or of contempt. Mind, 9, pages 18 to 19. Hodgson, Time and Space, page 404. Compare the admirable passage in Hodgson's Time and Space, page 310. Philosophy of Reflection, I, 273 to 308. Chapter 13. Discrimination and Comparison. It is matter of popular observation that some men have sharper senses than others, and that some have acuter minds and are able to split hairs and see two shades of meaning where the majority see but one. Locke long ago set apart the faculty of discrimination as one in which men differ individually. What he wrote is good enough to quote as an introduction to this chapter. Another faculty we may take notice of in our minds is that of discerning and distinguishing between the several ideas it has. It is not enough to have a confused perception of something in general, unless the mind had a distinct perception of different objects and their qualities, it would be capable of very little knowledge. Though the bodies that affect us were as busy about us as they are now, and the mind were continually employed in thinking. On this faculty of distinguishing one thing from another depends the evidence and certainty of several even very general propositions, which have passed for innate truths. Because men, overlooking the true cause why those propositions find universal assent, impute it wholly to native uniform impressions. Whereas it in truth depends upon this clear discerning faculty of the mind, whereby it perceives two ideas to be the same or different. But of this more hereafter. How much the imperfection of accurately discriminating ideas one from another lies either in the dullness or faults of the organs of sense, or want of acuteness, exercise, or attention in the understanding. Or hastiness and precipitancy natural to some tempers, I will not here examine, it suffices to take notice that this is one of the operations that the mind may reflect on and observe in itself. It is of that consequence to its other knowledge, that so far as this faculty is in itself dull, or not rightly made use of for the distinguishing one thing from another, so far our notions are confused. And our reason and judgment disturbed or misled. If in having our ideas in the memory ready at hand consists quickness of parts. In this of having them unconfused, and being able nicely to distinguish one thing from another where there is but the least difference. Consists in a great measure the exactness of judgment and clearness of reason which is to be observed in one man above another. And hence, perhaps, may be given some reason of that common observation, that men who have a great deal of wit and prompt memories have not always the clearest judgment or deepest reason. For, wit lying most in the assemblage of ideas, and putting those together with quickness and variety wherein can be found any resemblance or congruity, thereby to make up pleasant pictures and agreeable visions in the fancy. Judgment, on the contrary, lies quite on the other side, in separating carefully one from another ideas wherein can be found the least difference, thereby to avoid being misled by similitude and by affinity to take one thing for another. This is a way of proceeding quite contrary to metaphor and allusion, wherein for the most part lies that entertainment and pleasantry of wit which strikes so lively on the fancy, and therefore so acceptable to all people because its beauty appears at first sight, and there is required no labor of thought to examine what truth or reason there is in it. But Locke's descendants have been slow to enter into the path whose fruitfulness was thus pointed out by their master, and have so neglected the study of discrimination that one might almost say that the classic English psychologists have, as a school, hardly recognized it to exist. Association has proved itself in their hands the one all-absorbing power of the mind. Dr. Martineau, in his review of Bain, makes some very weighty remarks on this one-sidedness of the Lockean school. Our mental history, says he, is, in its view, a perpetual formation of new compounds, and the words association, cohesion, fusion, indissoluble connection, all express the change from plurality of data to some unity of result. An explanation of the process therefore requires two things: a true enumeration of the primary constituents, and a correct statement of their laws of combination, just as, in chemistry, we are furnished with a list of the simple elements, and the with-then principles of their synthesis. Now the latter of these two conditions we find satisfied by the association psychologists, but not the former. They are not agreed upon their catalogue of elements, or the marks by which they may know the simple from the compound. The psychologic unit is not fixed. That which is called one impression by Hartley is treated as half a dozen or more by Mill, and the tendency of the modern teachers on this point is to recede more and more from the better chosen track of their master. Hartley, for example, regarded the whole present effect upon us of any single object, say, an orange, as a single sensation, and the whole vestige it left behind, as a single idea of sensation. His modern disciples, on the other hand, consider this same effect as an aggregate from a plurality of sensations, and the ideal trace it leaves as highly compound. The idea of an object, instead of being an elementary starting point with them, is one of the elaborate results of repetition and experience, and is continually adduced as remarkably illustrating the fusing power of habitual association. Thus James Mill observes: "It is to this great law of association that we trace the formation of our ideas of what we call external objects. That is, the ideas of a certain number of sensations, received together so frequently that they coalesce as it were, and are spoken of under the idea of unity. Hence, what we call the idea of a tree, the idea of a stone, the idea of a horse, the idea of a man. In using the names, tree, horse, man, the names of what I call objects, I am referring, and can be referring, only to my own sensations. In fact, therefore, only naming a certain number of sensations regarded as in a particular state of combination, that is, concomitance. Particular sensations of sight, of touch, of the muscles, are the sensations to the ideas of which, color, extension, roughness, hardness, smoothness, taste, smell, so coalescing as to appear one idea, I give the name of the idea of a tree. To precisely the same effect Mr. Bain remarks: external objects usually affect us through a plurality of senses. The pebble on the seashore is pictured on the eye as form and color. We take it up in the hand and repeat the impression of form, with the additional feeling of touch. Knock two together, and there is a characteristic sound. To preserve the impression of an object of this kind, there must be an association of all these different effects. Such association, when matured and firm, is our idea, our intellectual grasp of the pebble. Passing to the organic world, and plucking a rose, we have the same effects of form to the eye and hand, color and touch, with new effects of odor and taste. A certain time is requisite for the coherence of all these qualities in one aggregate, so as to give us for all purposes the enduring image of the rose. When fully acquired, any one of the characteristic impressions will revive the others. The odor, the sight, the feeling of the thorny stalk, each of these by itself will hoist the entire impression into the view. Now, this order of derivation, making our objective knowledge begin with plurality of impression and arrive at unity, we take to be a complete inversion of our psychological history. Hartley, we think, was perfectly right in taking no notice of the number of inlets through which an object delivers its effect upon us, and, in spite of this circumstance, treating the effect as one. Even now, after life has read us so many analytic lessons, in proportion as we can fix the attitude of our scene and ourselves, the sense of plurality in our impressions retreats, and we lapse into an undivided consciousness. Losing, for instance, the separate notice of any uniform hum in the ear, or light in the eye, or weight of clothes on the body, though not one of them is inoperative on the complexion of our feeling. This law, once granted, must be carried far beyond Hartley's point. Not only must each object present itself to us integrally before it shells off into its qualities, but the whole scene around us must disengage for us object after object from its still background by emergence and change. And even our self-detachment from the world over against us must wait for the start of collision between the force we issue and that which we receive. To confine ourselves to the simplest case, when a red ivory ball, seen for the first time, has been withdrawn, it will leave a mental representation of itself, in which all that it simultaneously gave us will indistinguishably coexist. Let a white ball succeed to it, now, and not before, will an attribute detach itself, and the color, by force of contrast, be shaken out into the foreground. Let the white ball be replaced by an egg, and this new difference will bring the form into notice from its previous slumber. And thus, that which began by being simply an object, cut out from the surrounding scene, becomes for us first a red object, and then a red round object, and so on. Instead, therefore, of the qualities, as separately given, subscribing together and adding themselves up to present us with the object as their aggregate, the object is beforehand with them, and from its integrity delivers them out to our knowledge. One by one. In this disintegration, the primary nucleus never loses its substantive character or name, whilst the difference which it throws off appears as a mere attribute, expressed by an adjective. Hence it is that we are compelled to think of the object as having, not as being, its qualities, and can never heartily admit the belief of any loose lot of attributes really fusing themselves into a thing. The unity of the original whole is not felt to go to pieces and be resolved into the properties which it successively gives off. It retains a residuary existence, which constitutes it a substance, as against the emerging quality, which is only its phenomenal predicate. Were it not for this perpetual process of differentiation of self from the world, of object from its scene, of attribute from object, no step of abstraction could be taken, no qualities could fall under our notice. And had we 10,000 senses, they would all converge and meet in but one consciousness. But if this be so, it is an utter falsification of the order of nature to speak of sensations grouping themselves into aggregates, and so composing for us the objects of which we think. And the whole language of the theory, in regard to the field of synchronous existences, is a direct inversion of the truth. Experience proceeds and intellect is trained, not by association, but by dissociation, not by reduction of pluralities of impression to one, but by the opening out of one into many. And a true psychological history must expound itself in analytic rather than synthetic terms. Precisely those ideas, of substance, of mind, of cause, of space, which this system treats as infinitely complex, the last result of myriads of confluent elements, are in truth the residuary simplicities of consciousness, whose stability the eddies and currents of phenomenal experience have left undisturbed. The truth is that experience is trained by both association and dissociation, and that psychology must be writ both in synthetic and in analytic terms. Our original sensible totals are, on the one hand, subdivided by discriminative attention, and, on the other, united with other totals, either through the agency of our own movements, carrying our senses from one part of space to another, or because new objects come successively and replace those by which we were at first impressed. The simple impression of Hume, the simple idea of Locke are both abstractions, never realized in experience. Experience, from the very first, presents us with concreted objects, vaguely continuous with the rest of the world which envelopes them in space and time, and potentially divisible into inward elements and parts. These objects we break asunder and reunite. We must treat them in both ways for our knowledge of them to grow, and it is hard to say, on the whole, which way preponderates. But since the elements with which the traditional associationism performs its constructions, simple sensations, namely, are all products of discrimination carried to a high pitch, it seems as if we ought to discuss the subject of analytic attention and discrimination first. The noticing of any part whatever of our object is an act of discrimination. Already on I have described the manner in which we often spontaneously lapse into the undiscriminating state, even with regard to objects which we have already learned to distinguish. Such anesthetics as chloroform, nitrous oxide, etc. sometimes bring about transient lapses even more total, in which numerical discrimination especially seems gone, for one sees light and hears sound, but whether one or many lights and sounds is quite impossible to tell. Where the parts of an object have already been discerned, and each made the object of a special discriminative act, we can with difficulty feel the object again in its pristine unity. And so prominent may our consciousness of its composition be, that we may hardly believe that it ever could have appeared undivided. But this is an erroneous view, the undeniable fact being that any number of impressions, from any number of sensory sources, falling simultaneously on a mind which has not yet experienced them separately, will fuse into a single undivided object for that mind. The law is that all things fuse that can fuse, and nothing separates except what must. What makes impressions separate we have to study in this chapter. Although they separate easier if they come in through distinct nerves, yet distinct nerves are not an unconditional ground of their discrimination, as we shall presently see. The baby, assailed by eyes, ears, nose, skin, and entrails at once, feels it all as one great blooming, buzzing confusion. And to the very end of life, our location of all things in one space is due to the fact that the original extents or bignesses of all the sensations which came to our notice at once, coalesce together into one and the same space. There is no other reason than this why the hand I touch and see coincides spatially with the hand I immediately feel. It is true that we may sometimes be tempted to exclaim, when once a lot of hitherto unnoticed details of the object lie before us, how could we ever have been ignorant of these things and yet have felt the object, or drawn the conclusion? As if it were a continuum, a plenum. There would have been gaps, but we felt no gaps, wherefore we must have seen and heard these details, leaned upon these steps, they must have been operative upon our minds, just as they are now, only unconsciously, or at least inattentively. Our first unanalyzed sensation was really composed of these elementary sensations, our first rapid conclusion was really based on these intermediate inferences, all the while, only we failed to note the fact. But this is nothing but the fatal, psychologist's fallacy, of treating an inferior state of mind as if it must somehow know implicitly all that is explicitly known about the same topic by superior states of mind. The thing thought of is unquestionably the same, but it is thought twice over in two absolutely different psychoses, once as an unbroken unit, and again as a sum of discriminated parts. It is not one thought in two editions, but two entirely distinct thoughts of one thing. And each thought is within itself a continuum, a plenum, needing no contributions from the other to fill up its gaps. As I sit here, I think objects, and I make inferences, which the future is sure to analyze and articulate and riddle with discriminations, showing me many things wherever I now notice one. Nevertheless, my thought feels quite sufficient unto itself for the time being, and ranges from pole to pole, as free, and as unconscious of having overlooked anything, as if it possessed the greatest discriminative enlightenment. We all cease analyzing the world at some point, and notice no more differences. The last units with which we stop are our objective elements of being. Those of a dog are different from those of a Humboldt. Those of a practical man from those of a metaphysician. But the dog's and the practical man's thoughts feel continuous, though to the Humboldt or the metaphysician they would appear full of gaps and defects. And they are continuous, as thoughts. It is only as mirrors of things that the superior minds find them full of omissions. And when the omitted things are discovered and the unnoticed differences laid bare, it is not that the old thoughts split up, but that new thoughts supersede them, which make new judgments about the same objective world. The principle of mediate comparison. When we discriminate an element, we may contrast it with the case of its own absence, of its simply not being there, without reference to what is there, or we may also take the latter into account. Let the first sort of discrimination be called existential, the latter differential discrimination. A peculiarity of differential discriminations is that they result in a perception of differences which are felt as greater or less one than the other. Entire groups of differences may be ranged in series, the musical scale, the color scale, are examples. Every department of our experience may have its data written down in an evenly gradated order, from a lowest to a highest member. And any one datum may be a term in several such orders. A given note may have a high place in the pitch series, a low place in the loudness series, and a medium place in the series of agreeablenesses. A given tint must, in order to be fully determined, have its place assigned in the series of qualities, in the series of purities, freedom from white, and in the series of intensities or brightnesses. It may be low in one of these respects, but high in another. In passing from term to term in any such series we are conscious not only of each step of difference being equal to, or greater or less than, the last, but we are conscious of proceeding in a uniform direction, different from other possible directions. This consciousness of serial increase of differences is one of the fundamental facts of our intellectual life. More of the same kind of difference, we say, as we advance from term to term, and realize that the farther on we get the larger grows the breach between the term we are at and the one from which we started. Between any two terms of such a series the difference is greater than that between any intermediate terms, or than that between an intermediate term and either of the extremes. The louder than the loud is louder than the less loud. The farther than the far is farther than the less far, the earlier than the early is earlier than the late, the higher than the high is higher than the low, the bigger than the big is bigger than the small. Or, to put it briefly and universally, the more than the more is more than the less, such is the great synthetic principle of mediate comparison which is involved in the possession by the human mind of the sense of serial increase. In Chapter 28 we shall see the altogether overwhelming importance of this principle in the conduct of all our higher rational operations. Are all differences differences of composition? Each of the differences in one of these uniform series feels like a definite sensible quantity, and each term seems like the last term with this quantity added. In many concrete objects which differ from one another we can plainly see that the difference does consist singly in the fact that one object is the same as the other plus something else, or that they both have an identical part, to which each adds a distinct remainder. Thus two pictures may be struck from the same block, but one of them may differ in having color added, or two carpets may show an identical pattern which in each is woven in distinct hues. Similarly, two classes of sensation may have the same emotional tone but negate each other in remaining respects, a dark color and a deep sound, for example, or two faces may have the same shape of nose but everything else unlike. The similarity of the same note sounded by instruments of different timbre is explained by the coexistence of a fundamental tone common to both, with overtones in one which the other lacks. Dipping my hand into water and anon into a colder water, I may then observe certain additional feelings, broader and deeper irradiations of the cold, so to speak, which were not in the earlier experience, though for aught I can tell, the feelings may be otherwise the same. Hefting first one weight, and then another, new feelings may start out in my elbow joint, wrist, and elsewhere, and make me call the second weight the heavier of the twain. In all these cases each of the differing things may be represented by two parts, one that is common to it and the others, and another that is peculiar to itself. If they form a series, A, B, C, D, etc., and the common part be called X, whilst the lowest difference be called D, then the composition of the series would be as follows. A equals X plus D. B equals X plus D, or X plus 2D. C equals X plus 3D. D equals X plus 4D. If X itself were ultimately composed of D's we should have the entire series explained as due to the varying combination and recombination with itself of an unvarying element. And all the apparent differences of quality would be translated into differences of quantity alone. This is the sort of reduction which the atomic theory in physics and the mind-stuff theory in psychology regard as their ideal. So that, following the analogy of our instances, one might easily be tempted to generalize and to say that all difference is but addition and subtraction. And that what we called differential discrimination is only existential discrimination in disguise. That is to say, that where A and B differ, we merely discern something in the one which the other is without. Absolute identity in things up to a certain point, then absolute non-identity, would on this theory take the place of those ultimate qualitative unlikenesses between them, in which we naturally believe. And the mental function of discrimination, ceasing to be regarded as an ultimate one, would resolve itself into mere logical affirmation and negation, or perception that a feature found in one thing, in another does not exist. Theoretically, however, this theory is full of difficulty. If all the differences which we feel were in one direction, so that all objects could be arranged in one series, however long, it might still work. But when we consider the notorious fact that objects differ from each other in divergent directions, it grows well nigh impossible to make it do so. For then, supposing that an object differed from things in one direction by the increment d, it would have to differ from things in another direction by a different sort of increment, call it d. So that, after getting rid of qualitative unlikeness between objects, we should have it back on our hands again between their increments. We may of course reapply our method, and say that the difference between d and d is not a qualitative unlikeness, but a fact of composition, one of them being the same as the other plus an increment of still higher order, delta for example, added. But when we recollect that everything in the world can be compared with everything else, and that the number of directions of difference is indefinitely great, then we see that the complication of self-compoundings of the ultimate differential increment by which, on this theory, all the innumerable unlikenesses of the world are explained. In order to avoid writing any of them down as ultimate differences of kind, would beggar all conception. It is the mind-dust theory, with all its difficulties in a particularly uncompromising form. And all for the sake of the fantastic pleasure of being able arbitrarily to say that there is between the things in the world and between the ideas in the mind nothing but absolute sameness and absolute not sameness of elements. The not sameness admitting no degrees. To me it seems much wiser to turn away from such transcendental extravagances of speculation, and to abide by the natural appearances. These would leave unlikeness as an indecomposable relation amongst things, and a relation moreover of which there were all degrees. Absolute not sameness would be the maximal degree, absolute sameness the minimal degree of this unlikeness, the discernment of which would be one of our ultimate cognitive powers. Certainly the natural appearances are dead against the notion that no qualitative differences exist. With the same clearness with which, in certain objects, we do feel a difference to be a mere matter of plus and minus, in other objects we feel that this is not the case. Contrast our feeling of the difference between the length of two lines with our feeling of the difference between blue and yellow, or with that between right and left. Is right equal to left with something added? Is blue yellow plus something? If so, plus what? So long as we stick to verifiable psychology, we are forced to admit that differences of simple kind form an irreducible sort of relation between some of the elements of our experience. And forced to deny that differential discrimination can everywhere be reduced to the mere ascertainment that elements present in one fact, in another fail to exist. The perception that an element exists in one thing and does not exist in another and the perception of qualitative difference are, in short, entirely disconnected mental functions. But at the same time that we insist on this, we must also admit that differences of quality, however abundant, are not the only distinctions with which our mind has to deal. Differences which seem of mere composition, of number, of plus and minus, also abound. But it will be best for the present to disregard all these quantitative cases and, taking the others, which, by the least favorable calculation, will still be numerous enough, to consider next the manner in which we come to cognize simple differences of kind. We cannot explain the cognition, we can only ascertain the conditions by virtue of which it occurs. The conditions of discrimination. What, then, are the conditions under which we discriminate things differing in a simple way? First, the things must be different either in time, or place, or quality. If the difference in any of these regards is sufficiently great, then we cannot overlook it, except by not noticing the things at all. No one can help singling out a black stripe on a white ground, or feeling the contrast between a bass note and a high one sounded immediately after it. Discrimination is here involuntary. But where the objective difference is less, discrimination need not so inevitably occur, and may even require considerable effort of attention to be performed at all. Another condition which then favors it is that the sensations excited by the differing objects should not come to us simultaneously but fall in immediate succession upon the same organ. It is easier to compare successive than simultaneous sounds, easier to compare two weights or two temperatures by testing one after the other with the same hand, than by using both hands and comparing both at once. Similarly, it is easier to discriminate shades of light or color by moving the eye from one to the other, so that they successively stimulate the same retinal tract. In testing the local discrimination of the skin, by applying compass points, it is found that they are felt to touch different spots much more readily when set down one after the other than when both are applied at once. In the latter case they may be 2 or 3 inches apart on the back, thighs, etc., and still feel as if they were set down in one spot. Finally, in the case of smell and taste it is well nigh impossible to compare simultaneous impressions at all. The reason why successive impression so much favors the result seems to be that there is a real sensation of difference, aroused by the shock of transition from one perception to another which is unlike the first. This sensation of difference has its own peculiar quality, as difference, which remains sensible, no matter of what sort the terms may be, between which it obtains. It is, in short, one of those transitive feelings, or feelings of relation, of which I treated in a former place, ff. And, when once aroused, its object lingers in the memory along with the substantive terms which precede and follow, and enables our judgments of comparison to be made. We shall soon see reason to believe that no two terms can possibly be simultaneously perceived to differ, unless, in a preliminary operation, we have successively attended to each, and, in so doing, had the transitional sensation of difference between them aroused. A field of consciousness, however complex, is never analyzed unless some of its ingredients have changed. We now discern, 'tis true, a multitude of coexisting things about us at every moment, but this is because we have had a long education. And each thing we now see distinct has been already differentiated from its neighbors by repeated appearances in successive order. To the infant, sounds, sights, touches, and pains, form probably one unanalyzed bloom of confusion. Where the difference between the successive sensations is but slight, the transition between them must be made as immediate as possible, and both must be compared in memory, in order to get the best results. One cannot judge accurately of the difference between two similar wines, whilst the second is still in one's mouth. So of sounds, warmths, etc., we must get the dying phases of both sensations of the pair we are comparing. Where, however, the difference is strong, this condition is immaterial, and we can then compare a sensation actually felt with another carried in memory only. The longer the interval of time between the sensations, the more uncertain is their discrimination. The difference, thus immediately felt between two terms, is independent of our ability to identify either of the terms by itself. I can feel two distinct spots to be touched on my skin, yet not know which is above and which below. I can observe two neighboring musical tones to differ, and still not know which of the two is the higher in pitch. Similarly I may discriminate two neighboring tints, whilst remaining uncertain which is the bluer or the yellower, or how either differs from its mate. With such direct perceptions of difference as this, we must not confound those entirely unlike cases in which we infer that two things must differ because we know enough about each of them taken by itself to warrant our classing them under distinct heads. It often happens, when the interval is long between two experiences, that our judgments are guided, not so much by a positive image or copy of the earlier one, as by our recollection of certain facts about it. Thus I know that the sunshine today is less bright than on a certain day last week, because I then said it was quite dazzling, a remark I should not now care to make. Or I know myself to feel better now than I was last summer, because I can now psychologize, and then I could not. We are constantly busy comparing feelings with whose quality our imagination has no sort of acquaintance at the time, pleasures, or pains, for example. It is notoriously hard to conjure up in imagination a lively image of either of these classes of feeling. The associationists may prate of an idea of pleasure being a pleasant idea, of an idea of pain being a painful one, but the unsophisticated sense of mankind is against them, agreeing with Homer that the memory of griefs when past may be a joy. And with Dante that there is no greater sorrow than, in misery, to recollect one's happier time. Feelings remembered in this imperfect way must be compared with present or recent feelings by the aid of what we know about them. We identify the remote experience in such a case by conceiving it. The most perfect way of conceiving it is by defining it in terms of some standard scale. If I know the thermometer to stand at 0 today and to have stood at 32 degrees last Sunday, I know today to be colder, and I know just how much colder, than it was last Sunday. If I know that a certain note was C, and that this note is D, I know that this note must be the higher of the two. The inference that two things differ because their concomitants, effects, names, kinds, or, to put it generally, their signs, differ, is of course susceptible of unlimited complication. The sciences furnish examples, in the way in which men are led, by noticing differences in effects, to assume new hypothetical causes, differing from any known heretofore. But no matter how many may be the steps by which such inferential discriminations are made, they all end in a direct intuition of difference somewhere. The last ground for inferring that A and B differ must be that, whilst A is an M, B is an N, and that M and N are seen to differ. Let us then neglect the complex cases, the A's and the B's, and go back to the study of the unanalyzable perception of difference between their signs, the M's and the N's, when these are seemingly simple terms. I said that in their immediate succession the shock of their difference was felt. It is felt repeatedly when we go back and forth from M to N. And we make a point of getting it thus repeatedly, by alternating our attention at least, whenever the shock is so slight as to be with difficulty perceived. But in addition to being felt at the brief instant of transition, the difference also feels as if incorporated and taken up into the second term, which feels different from the first even while it lasts. It is obvious that the second term of the mind in this case is not bald N, but a very complex object, and that the sequence is not simply first M, then difference, then N, but first M, then difference, then N different from M. The several thoughts, however, to which these three several objects are revealed, are three ordinary segments of the mental stream. As our brains and minds are actually made, it is impossible to get certain M's and N's in immediate sequence and to keep them pure. If kept pure, it would mean that they remained uncompared. With us, inevitably, by a mechanism which we as yet fail to understand, the shock of difference is felt between them, and the second object is not N pure, but N as different from M. It is no more a paradox that under these conditions this cognition of M and N in mutual relation should occur, than that under other conditions the cognition of M's or N's simple quality should occur. But as it has been treated as a paradox, and as a spiritual agent, not itself a portion of the stream, has been invoked to account for it, a word of further remark seems desirable. My account, it will be noted, is merely a description of the facts as they occur, feelings, or thoughts, each knowing something, but the later one knowing, if preceded by a certain earlier one, a more complicated object than it would have known had the earlier one not been there. I offer no explanation of such a sequence of cognitions. The explanation, I devoutly expect, will be found some day to depend on cerebral conditions. Until it is forthcoming, we can only treat the sequence as a special case of the general law that every experience undergone by the brain leaves in it a modification which is one factor in determining what manner of experiences the following ones shall be, cf. To anyone who denies the possibility of such a law I have nothing to say, until he brings his proofs. The sensationalists and the spiritualists meanwhile, filled both of them with their notion that the mind must in some fashion contain what it knows, begin by giving a crooked account of the facts. Both admit that for M and N to be known in any way whatever, little rounded and finished off duplicates of each must be contained in the mind as separate entities. These pure ideas, so called, of M and N respectively, succeed each other there. And since they are distinct, say the sensationalists, they are eo ipso distinguished. To have ideas different and ideas distinguished, are synonymous expressions, different and distinguished meaning exactly the same thing, says James Mill. Distinguished, say the spiritualists, distinguished by what, forsooth? Truly the respective ideas of M and of N in the mind are distinct. But for that very reason neither can distinguish itself from the other, for to do that it would have to be aware of the other, and thus for the time being become the other. And that would be to get mixed up with the other and to lose its own distinctness. Distinctness of ideas and idea of distinctness, are not one thing, but two. This last is a relation. Only a relating principle, opposed in nature to all facts of feeling, an ego, soul, or subject, is competent, by being present to both of the ideas alike, to hold them together and at the same time to keep them distinct. But if the plain facts be admitted that the pure idea of N is never in the mind at all, when M has once gone before, and that the feeling N different from M is itself an absolutely unique pulse of thought, the bottom of this precious quarrel drops out and neither party is left with anything to fight about. Surely such a consummation ought to be welcomed, especially when brought about, us here, by a formulation of the facts which offers itself so naturally and unsophistically. We may, then, conclude our examination of the manner in which simple involuntary discrimination comes about, by saying, 1. That its vehicle is a thought possessed of a knowledge of both terms compared and of their difference. 2. That the necessary and sufficient condition, as the human mind goes, for arousing this thought is that a thought or feeling of one of the terms discriminated should, as immediately as possible, precede that in which the other term is known. And 3. And that the thought which knows the second term will then also know the difference, or in more difficult cases will be continuously succeeded by one which does know the difference, and both of the terms between which it holds. This last thought need, however, not be these terms with their difference, nor contain them. A man's thought can know and mean all sorts of things without those things getting bodily into it, the distant, for example, the future, and the past. The vanishing term in the case which occupies us vanishes. But because it is the specific term it is and nothing else, it leaves a specific influence behind it when it vanishes, the effect of which is to determine the succeeding pulse of thought in a perfectly characteristic way. Whatever consciousness comes next must know the vanished term and call it different from the one now there. Here we are at the end of our tether about involuntary discrimination of successively felt simple things. And must drop the subject, hopeless of seeing any deeper into it for the present, and turn to discriminations of a less simple sort. The process of analysis. And first, of the discrimination of simultaneously felt impressions. Our first way of looking at a reality is often to suppose it simple, but later we may learn to perceive it as compound. This new way of knowing the same reality may conveniently be called by the name of analysis. It is manifestly one of the most incessantly performed of all our mental processes, so let us examine the conditions under which it occurs. I think we may safely lay down at the outset this fundamental principle, that any total impression made on the mind must be unanalyzable, whose elements are never experienced apart. The components of an absolutely changeless group of not elsewhere occurring attributes could never be discriminated. If all cold things were wet and all wet things cold, if all hard things pricked our skin, and no other things did so, is it likely that we should discriminate between coldness and wetness, and hardness and pungency respectively? If all liquids were transparent and no non-liquid were transparent, it would be long before we had separate names for liquidity and transparency. If heat were a function of position above the Earth's surface, so that the higher a thing was the hotter it became, one word would serve for hot and high. We have, in fact, a number of sensations whose concomitants are almost invariably the same, and we find it, accordingly, almost impossible to analyze them out from the totals in which they are found. The contraction of the diaphragm and the expansion of the lungs, the shortening of certain muscles and the rotation of certain joints, are examples. The converging of the eyeballs and the accommodation for near objects are, for each distance of the object, in the common use of the eyes, inseparably linked. And neither can, without a sort of artificial training which shall presently be mentioned, be felt by itself. We learn that the causes of such groups of feelings are multiple, and therefore we frame theories about the composition of the feelings themselves, by fusion, integration, synthesis, or what not. But by direct introspection no analysis of them is ever made. A conspicuous case will come to view when we treat of the emotions. Every emotion has its expression, of quick breathing, palpitating heart, flushed face, or the like. The expression gives rise to bodily feelings, and the emotion is thus necessarily and invariably accompanied by these bodily feelings. The consequence is that it is impossible to apprehend it as a spiritual state by itself, or to analyze it away from the lower feelings in question. It is in fact impossible to prove that it exists as a distinct psychic fact. The present writer strongly doubts that it does so exist. But those who are most firmly persuaded of its existence must wait, to prove their point. Until they can quote some as yet unfound pathological case of an individual who shall have emotions in a body in which either complete paralysis will have prevented their expression, or complete anesthesia will have made the latter unfelt. In general, then, if an object affects us simultaneously in a number of ways, ABCD, we get a peculiar integral impression, which thereafter characterizes to our mind the individuality of that object, and becomes the sign of its presence. And which is only resolved into A, B, C, D, respectively by the aid of farther experiences. These we now may turn to consider. If any single quality or constituent, A, of such an object, have previously been known by us isolatedly, or have in any other manner already become an object of separate acquaintance on our part, so that we have an image of it, distinct or vague, in our mind, disconnected with BCD, then that constituent A may be analyzed out from the total impression. Analysis of a thing means separate attention to each of its parts. We saw that one condition of attending to a thing was the formation from within of a separate image of that thing, which should, as it were, go out to meet the impression received. Attention being the condition of analysis, and separate imagination being the condition of attention, it follows also that separate imagination is the condition of analysis. Only such elements as we are acquainted with, and can imagine, separately, can be discriminated within a total sense impression. The image seems to welcome its own mate from out of the compound, and to heighten the feeling thereof. Whereas it dampens and opposes the feeling of the other constituents, and thus the compound becomes broken for our consciousness into parts. All the facts cited in Chapter XI, to prove that attention involves inward reproduction, go to prove this point as well. In looking for any object in a room, for a book in a library, for example, we detect it the more readily if, in addition to merely knowing its name, etc., we carry in our mind a distinct image of its appearance. The asafoetida in Worcestershire sauce is not obvious to anyone who has not tasted asafoetida per se. In a cold color, an artist would never be able to analyze out the pervasive presence of blue, unless he had previously made acquaintance with the color blue by itself. All the colors we actually experience are mixtures. Even the purest primaries always come to us with some white. Absolutely pure red or green or violet is never experienced, and so can never be discerned in the so-called primaries with which we have to deal, the latter consequently pass for pure. The reader will remember how an overtone can only be attended to in the midst of its consorts in the voice of a musical instrument, by sounding it previously alone. The imagination, being then full of it, hears the like of it in the compound tone. Helmholtz, whose account of this observation we formerly quoted, goes on to explain the difficulty of the case in a way which beautifully corroborates the point I now seek to prove. He says, "The ultimate simple elements of the sensation of tone, simple tones themselves, are rarely heard alone. Even those instruments by which they can be produced, as tuning forks before resonance chambers, when strongly excited, give rise to weak harmonic upper partials, partly within and partly without the ear. Hence the opportunities are very scanty for impressing on our memory an exact and sure image of these simple elementary tones. But if the constituents are only indefinitely and vaguely known, the analysis of their sum into them must be correspondingly uncertain. If we do not know with certainty how much of the musical tone under consideration is to be attributed to its prime, we cannot but be uncertain as to what belongs to the partials. Consequently we must begin by making the individual elements which have to be distinguished individually audible, so as to obtain an entirely fresh recollection of the corresponding sensation. And the whole business requires undisturbed and concentrated attention. We are even without the ease that can be obtained by frequent repetitions of the experiment, such as we possess in the analysis of musical chords into their individual notes. In that case we hear the individual notes sufficiently often by themselves, whereas we rarely hear simple tones, and may almost be said never to hear the building up of a compound from its simple tones. The process of abstraction. Very few elements of reality are experienced by us in absolute isolation. The most that usually happens to a constituent A, of a compound phenomenon ABCD, is that its strength relatively to BCD varies from a maximum to a minimum. Or that it appears linked with other qualities, in other compounds, as F, or a hic. Either of these vicissitudes in the mode of our experiencing a may, under favorable circumstances, lead us to feel the difference between it and its concomitants, and to single it out, not absolutely, it is true, but approximately, and so to analyze the compound of which it is a part. The act of singling out is then called abstraction, and the element disengaged is an abstract. Consider the case of fluctuations of relative strength or intensity first. Let there be 3 grades of the compound, as ABCD, ABCD, and ABCD. In passing between these compounds, the mind will feel shocks of difference. The differences, moreover, will serially increase, and their direction will be felt as of a distinct sort. The increase from ABCD to ABCD is on the A side. That to ABCD is on the D side. And these two differences of direction are differently felt. I do not say that this discernment of the A direction from the D direction will give us an actual intuition either of A or of D in the abstract. But it leads us to conceive or postulate each of these qualities, and to define it as the extreme of a certain direction. Dry wines and sweet wines, for example, differ, and form a series. It happens that we have an experience of sweetness pure and simple in the taste of sugar, and this we can analyze out of the wine taste. But no one knows what dryness tastes like, all by itself. It must, however, be something extreme in the dry direction, and we should probably not fail to recognize it as the original of our abstract conception, in case we ever did come across it. In some such way we get to form notions of the flavor of meats, apart from their feeling to the tongue, or of that of fruits apart from their acidity, etc., and we abstract the touch of bodies as distinct from their temperature. We may even apprehend the quality of a muscle's contraction as distinguished from its extent, or one muscle's contraction from another's, as when, by practicing with prismatic glasses, and varying our eyes' convergence whilst our accommodation remains the same, we learn the direction in which our feeling of the convergence differs from that of the accommodation. But the fluctuation in a quality's intensity is a less efficient aid to our abstracting of it than the diversity of the other qualities in whose company it may appear. What is associated now with one thing and now with another tends to become dissociated from either, and to grow into an object of abstract contemplation by the mind. One might call this the law of dissociation by varying concomitants. The practical result of it will be to allow the mind which has thus dissociated and abstracted a character to analyze it out of a total, whenever it meets with it again. The law has been frequently recognized by psychologists, though I know of none who has given it the emphatic prominence in our mental history which it deserves. Mr. Spencer says, if the property A occurs here along with the properties B, C, D, there along with C, F, H, and again with E, G, B, it must happen that by multiplication of experiences the impressions produced by these properties on the organism will be disconnected and rendered so far independent in the organism as the properties are in the environment. Whence must eventually result a power to recognize attributes in themselves, apart from particular bodies. And still more to the point Dr. Martineau, in the passage I have already quoted, writes, when a red ivory ball, seen for the first time, has been withdrawn, it will leave a mental representation of itself, in which all that it simultaneously gave us will indistinguishably coexist. Let a white ball succeed to it, now, and not before, will an attribute detach itself, and the color, by force of contrast, be shaken out into the foreground. Let the white ball be replaced by an egg, and this new difference will bring the form into notice from its previous slumber, and thus that which began by being simply an object cut out from the surrounding scene becomes for us first a red object, then a red round object, and so on. Why the repetition of the character in combination with different wholes will cause it thus to break up its adhesion with any one of them, and roll out, as it were, alone upon the table of consciousness, is a little of a mystery. One might suppose the nerve processes of the various concomitants to neutralize or inhibit each other more or less and to leave the process of the common term alone distinctly active. Mr. Spencer appears to think that the mere fact that the common term is repeated more often than any one of its associates will, of itself, give it such a degree of intensity that its abstraction must needs ensue. This has a plausible sound, but breaks down when examined closely. For it is not always the often repeated character which is first noticed when its concomitants have varied a certain number of times. It is even more likely to be the most novel of all the concomitants, which will arrest the attention. If a boy has seen nothing all his life but sloops and schooners, he will probably never distinctly have singled out in his notion of sail the character of being hung lengthwise. When for the first time he sees a square-rigged ship, the opportunity of extracting the lengthwise mode of hanging as a special accident, and of dissociating it from the general notion of sail, is offered. But there are 20 chances to 1 that will not be the form of the boy's consciousness. What he notices will be the new and exceptional character of being hung crosswise. He will go home and speak of that, and perhaps never consciously formulate what the more familiar peculiarity consists in. This mode of abstraction is realized on a very wide scale, because the elements of the world in which we find ourselves appear, as a matter of fact, here, there, and everywhere, and are changing their concomitants all the while. But on the other hand the abstraction is, so to speak, never complete, the analysis of a compound never perfect, because no element is ever given to us absolutely alone. And we can never therefore approach a compound with the image in our mind of any one of its components in a perfectly pure form. Colors, sounds, smells, are just as much entangled with other matter as are more formal elements of experience, such as extension, intensity, effort, pleasure, difference, likeness, harmony, badness, strength, and even consciousness itself. All are embedded in one world. But by the fluctuations and permutations of which we have spoken, we come to form a pretty good notion of the direction in which each element differs from the rest, and so we frame the notion of it as a terminus. And continue to mean it as an individual thing. In the case of many elements, the simple sensibles, like heat, cold, the colors, smells, etc., the extremes of the directions are almost touched, and in these instances we have a comparatively exact perception of what it is we mean to abstract. But even this is only an approximation, and in literal mathematical strictness all our abstracts must be confessed to be but imperfectly imaginable things. At bottom the process is one of conception, and is everywhere, even in the sphere of simple sensible qualities, the same as that by which we are usually understood to attain to the notions of abstract goodness, perfect felicity, absolute power, and the like, the direct perception of a difference between compounds, and the imaginary prolongation of the direction of the difference to an ideal terminus, the notion of which we fix and keep as one of our permanent subjects of discourse. This is all that I can say usefully about abstraction, or about analysis, to which it leads. The improvement of discrimination by practice. In all the cases considered hitherto I have supposed the differences involved to be so large as to be flagrant, and the discrimination, where successive, was treated as involuntary. But, so far from being always involuntary, discriminations are often difficult in the extreme, and by most men never performed. Professor de Morgan, thinking, it is true, rather of conceptual than of perceptive discrimination, wrote, wittily enough. The great bulk of the illogical part of the educated community, whether majority or minority I know not. Perhaps 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, have not power to make a distinction, and of course cannot be made to take a distinction, and of course never attempt to shake a distinction. With them all such things are evasions, subterfuges, come-offs, loopholes, etc. They would hang a man for horse stealing under a statute against sheep stealing, and would laugh at you if you quibbled about the distinction between a horse and a sheep. Any personal or practical interest, however, in the results to be obtained by distinguishing, makes one's wits amazingly sharp to detect differences. The culprit himself is not likely to overlook the difference between a horse and a sheep. And long training and practice in distinguishing has the same effect as personal interest. Both of these agencies give to small amounts of objective difference the same effectiveness upon the mind that, under other circumstances, only large ones would have. Let us seek to penetrate the modus operandi of their influence, beginning with that of practice and habit. That practice makes perfect is notorious in the field of motor accomplishments. But motor accomplishments depend in part on sensory discrimination. Billiard playing, rifle shooting, tightrope dancing, demand the most delicate appreciation of minute disparities of sensation, as well as the power to make accurately graduated muscular response thereto. In the purely sensorial field we have the well-known virtuosity displayed by the professional buyers and testers of various kinds of goods. One man will distinguish by taste between the upper and the lower half of a bottle of old Madeira. Another will recognize, by feeling the flour in a barrel, whether the wheat was grown in Iowa or Tennessee. The blind deaf-mute, Laura Bridgman, had so improved her touch as to recognize, after a year's interval, the hand of a person who once had shaken hers. And her sister in misfortune, Julia Brace, is said to have been employed in the Hartford Asylum to sort the linen of its multitudinous inmates, after it came from the wash, by her wonderfully educated sense of smell. The fact is so familiar that few, if any, psychologists have even recognized it as needing explanation. They have seemed to think that practice must, in the nature of things, improve the delicacy of discernment, and have let the matter rest. At most they have said, attention accounts for it, we attend more to habitual things, and what we attend to we perceive more minutely. This answer is true, but too general. It seems to me that we can be a little more precise. There are at least two distinct causes which we can see at work whenever experience improves discrimination. First, the terms whose difference comes to be felt contract disparate associates and these help to drag them apart. Second, the difference reminds us of larger differences of the same sort, and these help us to notice it. Let us study the first cause first, and begin by supposing two compounds, of 10 elements apiece. Suppose no one element of either compound to differ from the corresponding element of the other compound enough to be distinguished from it if the two are compared alone, and let the amount of this imperceptible difference be called equal to 1. The compounds will differ from each other, however, in 10 different ways, and, although each difference by itself might pass unperceived, the total difference, equal to 10, may very well be sufficient to strike the sense. In a word, increasing the number of points involved in a difference may excite our discrimination as effectually as increasing the amount of difference at any one point. Two men whose mouth, nose, eyes, cheeks, chin, and hair, all differ slightly, will be as little confounded by us, as two appearances of the same man one with, and the other without, a false nose. The only contrast in the cases is that we can easily name the point of difference in the one, whilst in the other we cannot. Two things, then, B and C, indistinguishable when compared together alone, may each contract adhesions with different associates, and the compounds thus formed may, as wholes, be judged very distinct. The effect of practice in increasing discrimination must then, in part be due to the reinforcing effect, upon an original slight difference between the terms, of additional differences between the diverse associates which they severally affect. Let B and C be the terms. If a contract adhesions with B, and C with D, AB may appear very distinct from CD, though B and C per se might have been almost identical. To illustrate, how does one learn to distinguish claret from Burgundy? Probably they have been drunk on different occasions. When we first drank claret we heard it called by that name, we were eating such and such a dinner, etc. Next time we drink it, a dim reminder of all those things chimes through us as we get the taste of the wine. When we try Burgundy our first impression is that it is a kind of claret. But something falls short of full identification, and presently we hear it called Burgundy. During the next few experiences, the discrimination may still be uncertain, which, we ask ourselves, of the two wines is this present specimen. But at last the claret flavor recalls pretty distinctly its own name, claret, that wine I drank at so-and-so's table, etc., and the Burgundy flavor recalls the name Burgundy in someone else's table. And only when this different setting has come to each is our discrimination between the two flavors solid and stable. After a while the tables and other parts of the setting, besides the name, grow so multifarious as not to come up distinctly into consciousness. But pari passu with this, the adhesion of each wine with its own name becomes more and more inveterate, and at last each flavor suggests instantly and certainly its own name and nothing else. The names differ far more than the flavors, and help to stretch these latter farther apart. Some such process as this must go on in all our experience. Beef and mutton, strawberries and raspberries, odor of rose and odor of violet, contract different adhesions which reinforce the differences already felt in the terms. The reader may say that this has nothing to do with making us feel the difference between the two terms. It is merely fixing, identifying, and so to speak substantializing, the terms. But what we feel as their difference, we should feel, even though we were unable to name or otherwise identify the terms. To which I reply that I believe that the difference is always concreted and made to seem more substantial by recognizing the terms. I went out for instance the other day and found that the snow just fallen had a very odd look, different from the common appearance of snow. I presently called it a micaceous look. And it seemed to me as if, the moment I did so, the difference grew more distinct and fixed than it was before. The other connotations of the word micaceous dragged the snow farther away from ordinary snow and seemed even to aggravate the peculiar look in question. I think some such effect as this on our way of feeling a difference will be very generally admitted to follow from naming the terms between which it obtains. Although I admit myself that it is difficult to show coercively that naming or otherwise identifying any given pair of hardly distinguishable terms is essential to their being felt as different at first. I offer the explanation only as a partial one, it certainly is not complete. Take the way in which practice refines our local discrimination on the skin, for example. 2 compass points touching the palm of the hand must be kept, say, half an inch asunder in order not to be mistaken for one point. But at the end of an hour or so of practice with them we can distinguish them as 2, even when less than a quarter of an inch apart. If the same 2 regions of the skin were constantly touched, in this experience, the explanation we have been considering would perfectly apply. Suppose a line A, B, C, D, E, F of points upon the skin. Suppose the local difference of feeling between A and F to be so strong as to be instantly recognized when the points are simultaneously touched, but suppose that between C and D to be at first too small for this purpose. If we began by putting the compasses on A and F and gradually contracted their opening, the strong doubleness recognized at first would still be suggested, as the compass points approached the position C and D. For the point E would be so near F, and so like it, as not to be aroused without F also coming to mind. Similarly D would recall E and, more remotely, F. In such wise C, D would no longer be bare C, D, but something more like ABC, def, palpably differing impressions. But in actual experience the education can take place in a much less methodical way, and we learn at last to discriminate C and D without any constant adhesion being contracted between one of these spots and the other in EF. Volkmann's experiments show this. He and Fechner, prompted by Chermak's observation that the skin of the blind was twice as discriminative as that of seeing folks, sought by experiment to show the effects of practice upon themselves. They discovered that even within the limits of a single sitting the distances at which points were felt double might fall at the end to considerably less than half of their magnitude at the beginning. And that some, though not all, of this improved sensibility was retained next day. But they also found that exercising one part of the skin in this way improved the discrimination not only of the corresponding part of the opposite side of the body, but of the neighboring parts as well. Thus, at the beginning of an experimental sitting, the compass points had to be a Paris line asunder, in order to be distinguished by the little fingertip. But after exercising the other fingers, it was found that the little fingertip could discriminate points only half a line apart. The same relation existed betwixt divers points of the arm and hand. Here it is clear that the cause which I first suggested fails to apply, and that we must invoke another. What are the exact experimental phenomena? The spots, as such, are not distinctly located, and the difference, as such, between their feelings, is not distinctly felt, until the interval is greater than the minimum required for the mere perception of their doubleness. What we first feel is a bluntness, then a suspicion of doubleness, which presently becomes a distinct doubleness, and at last two different feeling in differently placed spots with a definite tract of space between them. Some of the places we try give us this latest stage of the perception immediately, some only give us the earliest, and between them are intermediary places. But as soon as the image of the doubleness as it is felt in the more discriminative places gets lodged in our memory, it helps us to find its like in places where otherwise we might have missed it. Much as the recent hearing of an overtone helps us to detect the latter in a compound sound, supra. A dim doubleness grows clearer by being assimilated to the image of a distincter doubleness felt a moment before. It is interpreted by means of the latter. And so is any difference, like any other sort of impression, more easily perceived when we carry in our mind to meet it a distinct image of what sort of a thing we are to look for, of what its nature is likely to be. These two processes, the reinforcement of the terms by disparate associates, and the filling of the memory with past differences, of similar direction with the present one, but of more conspicuous amount, are the only explanations I can offer of the effects of education in this line. What is accomplished by both processes is essentially the same thing. They make small differences affect us as if they were large ones. That large differences should affect us as they do remains an inexplicable fact. In principle, these two processes ought to be sufficient to account for all possible cases. Whether in fact they are sufficient, whether there be no residual factor which we have failed to detect and analyze out, I will not presume to decide. Practical interests limit discrimination. It will be remembered that on personal interest was named as a sharpener of discrimination alongside of practice. But personal interest probably acts through attention and not in any immediate or specific way. A distinction in which we have a practical stake is one which we concentrate our minds upon and which we are on the lookout for. We draw it frequently, and we get all the benefits of so doing, benefits which have just been explained. Where, on the other hand, a distinction has no practical interest, where we gain nothing by analyzing a feature from out of the compound total of which it forms a part, we contract a habit of leaving it unnoticed. And at last grow callous to its presence. Helmholtz was the first psychologist who dwelt on these facts as emphatically as they deserve, and I can do no better than quote his very words. We are accustomed, he says, in a large number of cases where sensations of different kinds, or in different parts of the body, exist simultaneously, to recognize that they are distinct as soon as they are perceived, and to direct our attention at will to any one of them separately. Thus at any moment we can be separately conscious of what we see, of what we hear, of what we feel, and distinguish what we feel in a finger or in the great toe, whether pressure, gentle touch, or warmth. So also in the field of vision. Indeed, as I shall endeavor to show in what follows, we readily distinguish our sensations from one another when we have a precise knowledge that they are composite, as, for example, when we have become certain, by frequently repeated and invariable experience, that our present sensation arises from the simultaneous action of many independent stimuli, each of which usually excites an equally well-known individual sensation. This, it will be observed, is only another statement of our law, that the only individual components which we can pick out of compounds are those of which we have independent knowledge in a separate form. This induces us to think that nothing can be easier, when a number of different sensations are simultaneously excited, than to distinguish them individually from each other, and that this is an innate faculty of our minds. Thus we find, among other things, that it is quite a matter of course to hear separately the different musical tones which come to our senses collectively. And we expect that in every case when two of them occur together, we shall be able to do the like. The matter becomes very different when we set to work to investigate the more unusual cases of perception, and seek more completely to understand the conditions under which the above-mentioned distinction can or cannot be made. As is the case in the physiology of the senses. We then become aware that two different kinds or grades must be distinguished in our becoming conscious of a sensation. The lower grade of this consciousness is that in which the influence of the sensation in question makes itself felt only in the conceptions we form of external things and processes, and assists in determining them. This can take place without our needing, or indeed being able, to ascertain to what particular part of our sensations we owe this or that circumstance in our perceptions. In this case we will say that the impression of the sensation in question is perceived synthetically. The second higher grade is when we immediately distinguish the sensation in question as an existing part of the sum of the sensations excited in us. We will say, then, that the sensation is perceived analytically. The two cases must be carefully distinguished from each other. By the sensation being perceived synthetically, Helmholtz means that it is not discriminated at all, but only felt in a mass with other simultaneous sensations. That it is felt there he thinks is proved by the fact that our judgment of the total will change if anything occurs to alter the outer cause of the sensation. The following pages from an earlier edition show what the concrete cases of synthetic perception and what those of analytic perception are wont to be. In the use of our senses, practice and experience play a much larger part than we ordinarily suppose. Our sensations are in the first instance important only in so far as they enable us to judge rightly of the world about us, and our practice in discriminating between them usually goes only just far enough to meet this end. We are, however, too much disposed to think that we must be immediately conscious of every ingredient of our sensations. This natural prejudice is due to the fact that we are indeed conscious, immediately and without effort, of everything in our sensations which has a bearing upon those practical purposes, for the sake of which we wish to know the outer world. Daily and hourly, during our whole life, we keep our senses in training for this end exclusively, and for its sake our experiences are accumulated. But even within the sphere of these sensations, which do correspond to outer things, training and practice make themselves felt. It is well known how much finer and quicker the painter is in discriminating colors and illuminations than one whose eye is not trained in these matters. How the musician and the musical instrument maker perceive with ease and certainty differences of pitch and tone which for the ear of the layman do not exist. And how even in the inferior realms of cookery and wine judging it takes a long habit of comparing to make a master. But more strikingly still is seen the effect of practice when we pass to sensations which depend only on inner conditions of our organs, and which, not corresponding at all to outer things or to their effects upon us, are therefore of no value in giving us information about the outer world. The physiology of the sense organs has, in recent times, made us acquainted with a number of such phenomena, discovered partly in consequence of theoretic speculations and questionings, partly by individuals, like Goethe and Purkinje, specially endowed by nature with talent for this sort of observation. These so-called subjective phenomena are extraordinarily hard to find, and when they are once found, special aids for the attention are almost always required to observe them. It is usually hard to notice the phenomenon again even when one knows already the description of the first observer. The reason is that we are not only unpracticed in singling out these subjective sensations, but that we are, on the contrary, most thoroughly trained in abstracting our attention from them. Because they would only hinder us in observing the outer world. Only when their intensity is so strong as actually to hinder us in observing the outer world do we begin to notice them, or they may sometimes, in dreaming and delirium, form the starting point of hallucinations. Let me give a few well-known cases, taken from physiological optics, as examples. Every eye probably contains muscae volitantes, so called. These are fibers, granules, etc. floating in the vitreous humor, throwing their shadows on the retina, and appearing in the field of vision as little dark moving spots. They are most easily detected by looking attentively at a broad, bright, blank surface like the sky. Most persons who have not had their attention expressly called to the existence of these figures are apt to notice them for the first time when some ailment befalls their eyes and attracts their attention to the subjective state of these organs. The usual complaint then is that the muscae volitantes came in with the malady, and this often makes the patients very anxious about these harmless things, and attentive to all their peculiarities. It is then hard work to make them believe that these figures have existed throughout all their previous life, and that all healthy eyes contain them. I knew an old gentleman who once had occasion to cover one of his eyes which had accidentally become diseased, and who was then in no small degree shocked at finding that his other eye was totally blind. With a sort of blindness, moreover, which must have lasted years, and yet he never was aware of it. Who, besides, would believe without performing the appropriate experiments, that when one of his eyes is closed there is a great gap, the so-called blind spot, not far from the middle of the field of the open eye, in which he sees nothing at all, but which he fills out with his imagination? Marriott, who was led by theoretic speculations to discover this phenomenon, awakened no small surprise when he showed it at the court of Charles II. of England. The experiment was at that time repeated with many variations, and became a fashionable amusement. The gap is, in fact, so large that 7 full moons alongside of each other would not cover its diameter, and that a man's face 6 or 7 feet off disappears within it. In our ordinary use of vision this great hole in the field fails utterly to be noticed, because our eyes are constantly wandering, and the moment an object interests us we turn them full upon it. So it follows that the object which at any actual moment excites our attention never happens to fall upon this gap, and thus it is that we never grow conscious of the blind spot in the field. In order to notice it, we must first purposely rivet our gaze upon one object and then move about a second object in the neighborhood of the blind spot, striving meanwhile to attend to this latter without moving the direction of our gaze from the first object. This runs counter to all our habits, and is therefore a difficult thing to accomplish. With some people it is even an impossibility. But only when it is accomplished do we see the second object vanish and convince ourselves of the existence of this gap. Finally, let me refer to the double images of ordinary binocular vision. Whenever we look at a point with both eyes, all objects on this side of it or beyond it appear double. It takes but a moderate effort of observation to ascertain this fact. And from this we may conclude that we have been seeing the far greater part of the external world double all our lives, although numbers of persons are unaware of it, and are in the highest degree astonished when it is brought to their attention. As a matter of fact, we never have seen in this double fashion any particular object upon which our attention was directed at the time, for upon such objects we always converge both eyes. In the habitual use of our eyes, our attention is always withdrawn from such objects as give us double images at the time. This is the reason why we so seldom learn that these images exist. In order to find them we must set our attention a new and unusual task. We must make it explore the lateral parts of the field of vision, not, as usual, to find what objects are there, but to analyze our sensations. Then only do we notice this phenomenon. The same difficulty which is found in the observation of subjective sensations to which no external object corresponds is found also in the analysis of compound sensations which correspond to a single object. Of this sort are many of our sensations of sound. When the sound of a violin, no matter how often we hear it, excites over and over again in our ear the same sum of partial tones, the result is that our feeling of this sum of tones ends by becoming for our mind a mere sign for the voice of the violin. Another combination of partial tones becomes the sensible sign of the voice of a clarionet, etc. And the oftener any such combination is heard, the more accustomed we grow to perceiving it as an integral total, and the harder it becomes to analyze it by immediate observation. I believe that this is one of the principal reasons why the analysis of the notes of the human voice in singing is relatively so difficult. Such fusions of many sensations into what, to conscious perception, seems a simple whole, abound in all our senses. Physiological optics affords other interesting examples. The perception of the bodily form of a near object comes about through the combination of two diverse pictures which the eyes severally receive from it, and whose diversity is due to the different position of each eye, altering the perspective view of what is before it. Before the invention of the stereoscope this explanation could only be assumed hypothetically, but it can now be proved at any moment by the use of the instrument. Into the stereoscope we insert two flat drawings, representing the two perspective views of the two eyes, in such a manner that each eye sees its own view in the proper place. And we obtain, in consequence, the perception of a single extended solid, as complete and vivid as if we had the real object before us. Now we can, it is true, by shutting one eye after the other and attending to the point, recognize the difference in the pictures, at least when it is not too small. But, for the stereoscopic perception of solidity, pictures suffice whose difference is so extraordinarily slight as hardly to be recognized by the most careful comparison. And it is certain that, in our ordinary careless observing of bodily objects, we never dream that the perception is due to two perspective views fused into one. Because it is an entirely different kind of perception from that of either flat perspective view by itself. It is certain, therefore, that two different sensations of our two eyes fuse into a third perception entirely different from either. Just as partial tones fuse into the perception of a certain instrument's voice. And just as we learn to separate the partial tones of a vibrating string by pinching a nodal point and letting them sound in isolation, so we learn to separate the images on the two eyes by opening and closing them alternately. There are other much more complex instances of the way in which many sensations may combine to serve as the basis of a quite simple perception. When, for example, we perceive an object in a certain direction, we must somehow be impressed by the fact that certain of our optic nerve fibers, and no others, are impressed by its light. Furthermore, we must rightly judge the position of our eyes in our head, and of our head upon our body, by means of feelings in our eye muscles and our neck muscles respectively. If any of these processes is disturbed, we get a false perception of the object's position. The nerve fibers can be changed by a prism before the eye, or the eyeball's position changed by pressing the organ towards one side. And such experiments show that, for the simple seeing of the position of an object, sensations of these two sorts must concur. But it would be quite impossible to gather this directly from the sensible impression which the object makes. Even when we have made experiments and convinced ourselves in every possible manner that such must be the fact, it still remains hidden from our immediate introspective observation. These examples, of synthetic perception, perception in which each contributory sensation is felt in the whole, and is a codeterminant of what the whole shall be, but does not attract the attention to its separate self, may suffice to show the vital part which the direction of attention and practice in observing play in sense perception. To apply this now to the ear. The ordinary task which our ear has to solve when many sounds assail it at once is to discern the voices of the several sounding bodies or instruments engaged. Beyond this it has no objective interest in analyzing. We wish to know, when many men are speaking together, what each one says, when many instruments and voices combine, which melody is executed by each. Any deeper analysis, such as that of each separate note into its partial tones, although it might be performed by the same means and faculty of hearing as the first analysis, would tell us nothing new about the sources of sound actually present, but might lead us astray as to their number. For this reason we confine our attention in analyzing a mass of sound to the several instruments' voices, and expressly abstain, as it were, from discriminating the elementary components of the latter. In this last sort of discrimination we are as unpracticed as we are, on the contrary, well trained in the former kind. After all we have said, no comment seems called for upon these interesting and important facts and reflections of Helmholtz. Reaction time after discrimination. The time required for discrimination has been made a subject of experimental measurement. Wundt calls it Unterscheidungszeit. His subjects, whose simple reaction time, CFF, had previously been determined, were required to make a movement, always the same, the instant they discerned which of two or more signals they received. The exact time of the signal and that of the movement were automatically registered by a galvanic chronoscope. The particular signal to be received was unknown in advance, and the excess of time occupied by those reactions in which its character had first to be discerned, over the simple reaction time, measured, according to Wundt, the time required for the act of discrimination. It was found longer when 4 different signals were irregularly used than when only 2 were used. In the former case it averaged, for 3 observers respectively, the signals being the sudden appearance of a black or of a white object. 0.050 sec. 0.047 seconds. 0.079 seconds. In the latter case, a red and a green signal being added to the former ones, it became, for the same observers, 0.157, 0.073, 0.132. Later, in Wundt's laboratory, her teacher made many careful experiments after the same method, where the facts to be discriminated were the different degrees of loudness in the sound which served as a signal. I subjoin her teacher's table of results, explaining that each vertical column after the first gives the average results obtained from a distinct individual, and that the figure in the first column stands for the number of possible loudnesses that might be expected in the particular series of reactions made. The times are expressed in thousandths of a second. 268.5 10.75 10.7 3353 31014.922.758.557.8 416.720.82929.17584 525.631 40.195 5138. The interesting points here are the great individual variations, and the rapid way in which the time for discrimination increases with the number of possible terms to discriminate. The individual variations are largely due to want of practice in the particular task set, but partly also to discrepancies in the psychic process. One gentleman said, for example, that in the experiments with 3 sounds, he kept the image of the middle one ready in his mind, and compared what he heard as either louder, lower, or the same. His discrimination among 3 possibilities became thus very similar to a discrimination between 2. Mr. J. M. Cattell found he could get no results by this method, and reverted to one used by observers previous to Wundt and which Wundt had rejected. This is the Einfache method, as Wundt calls it. The reactor awaits the signal and reacts if it is of one sort, but omits to act if it is of another sort. The reaction thus occurs after discrimination. The motor impulse cannot be sent to the hand until the subject knows what the signal is. The nervous impulse, as Mr. Cattell says, must probably travel to the cortex and excite changes there, causing in consciousness the perception of the signal. These changes occupy the time of discrimination, or perception time, as it is called by Mr. C. But then a nervous impulse must descend from the cortex to the lower motor center which stands primed and ready to discharge, and this, as Mr. C. says, gives a will time as well. The total reaction time thus includes both will time and discrimination time. But as the centrifugal and centripetal processes occupying these 2 times respectively are probably about the same, and the time used in the cortex is about equally divided between the perception of the signal and the preparation of the motor discharge, if we divide it equally between perception, discrimination, and volition, the error cannot be great. We can moreover change the nature of the perception without altering the will time, and thus investigate with considerable thoroughness the length of the perception time. Guided by these principles, Prof. Cattell found the time required for distinguishing a white signal from no signal to be, in 2 observers, 0.030 seconds and 0.050 seconds. That for distinguishing one color from another was similarly 0.100 and 0.110. That for distinguishing a certain color from 10 other colors, 0.105 and 0.117. That for distinguishing the letter A in ordinary print from the letter Z, 0.142 and 0.137. That for distinguishing a given letter from all the rest of the alphabet, not reacting until that letter appeared, 0.119 and 0.116. That for distinguishing a word from any of 25 other words, from 0.118 seconds to 0.158 seconds. The difference depending on the length of the words and the familiarity of the language to which they belonged. Prof. Cattell calls attention to the fact that the time for distinguishing a word is often but little more than that for distinguishing a letter. We do not, therefore, distinguish separately the letters of which a word is composed, but the word as a whole. The application of this in teaching children to read is evident. He also finds a great difference in the time with which various letters are distinguished, E being particularly bad. I have, in describing these experiments, followed the example of previous writers and spoken as if the process by which the nature of the signal determines the reaction were identical with the ordinary conscious process of discriminative perception and volition. I am convinced, however, that this is not the case, and that although the results are the same, the form of consciousness is quite different. The reader will remember my contention, supra, ff. That the simple reaction time, usually supposed to include a conscious process of perceiving, really measures nothing but a reflex act. Anyone who will perform reactions with discrimination will easily convince himself that the process here also is far more like a reflex, than like a deliberate operation. I have made, with myself and students, a large number of measurements where the signal expected was in one series a touch somewhere on the skin of the back and head, and in another series a spark somewhere in the field of view. The hand had to move as quickly as possible towards the place of the touch or the spark. It did so infallibly, and sensibly instantly, whilst both place and movement seemed to be perceived only a moment later, in memory. These experiments were undertaken for the express purpose of ascertaining whether the movement at the site of the spark was discharged immediately by the visual perception, or whether a motor idea had to intervene between the perception of the spark and the reaction. The first thing that was manifest to introspection was that no perception or idea of any sort preceded the reaction. It jumped of itself, whenever the signal came, and perception was retrospective. We must suppose, then, that the state of eager expectancy of a certain definite range of possible discharges, innervates a whole set of paths in advance. So that when a particular sensation comes it is drafted into its appropriate motor outlet too quickly for the perceptive process to be aroused. In the experiments I describe, the conditions were most favorable for rapidity, for the connection between the signals and their movements might almost be called innate. It is instinctive to move the hand towards a thing seen or a skin spot touched. But where the movement is conventionally attached to the signal, there would be more chance for delay, and the amount of practice would then determine the speed. This is well shown in Tischer's results, quoted on, where the most practiced observer, Tischer himself, reacted in 1/8 of the time needed by one of the others. But what all investigators have aimed to determine in these experiments is the minimum time. I trust one have said enough to convince the student that this minimum time by no means measures what we consciously know as discrimination. It only measures something which, under the experimental conditions, leads to a similar result. But it is the bane of psychology to suppose that where results are similar, processes must be the same. Psychologists are too apt to reason as geometers would, if the latter were to say that the diameter of a circle is the same thing as its semicircumference, because, forsooth, they terminate in the same 2 points. The perception of likeness. The perception of likeness is practically very much bound up with that of difference. That is to say, the only differences we note as differences, and estimate quantitatively, and arrange along a scale, are those comparatively limited differences which we find between members of a common genus. The force of gravity and the color of this ink are things it never occurred to me to compare until now that I am casting about for examples of the incomparable. Similarly, the elastic quality of this India rubber band, the comfort of last night's sleep, the good that can be done with a legacy, these are things too discrepant to have ever been compared ere now. Their relation to each other is less that of difference than of mere logical negativity. To be found different, things must as a rule have some commensurability, some aspect in common, which suggests the possibility of their being treated in the same way. This is of course not a theoretic necessity, for any distinction may be called a difference, if one likes, but a practical and linguistic remark. The same things, then, which arouse the perception of difference usually arouse that of resemblance also. And the analysis of them, so as to define wherein the difference and wherein the resemblance respectively consists, is called comparison. If we start to deal with the things as simply the same or alike, we are liable to be surprised by the difference. If we start to treat them as merely different, we are apt to discover how much they are alike. Difference, commonly so called, is thus between species of a genus. And the faculty by which we perceive the resemblance upon which the genus is based, is just as ultimate and inexplicable a mental endowment as that by which we perceive the differences upon which the species depend. There is a shock of likeness when we pass from one thing to another which in the first instance we merely discriminate numerically, but, at the moment of bringing our attention to bear, perceive to be similar to the first. Just as there is a shock of difference when we pass between two dissimilars. The objective extent of the likeness, just like that of the difference, determines the magnitude of the shock. The likeness may be so evanescent, or the basis of it so habitual and little liable to be attended to, that it will escape observation altogether. Where, however, we find it, there we make a genus of the things compared. And their discrepancies and incommensurabilities in other respects can then figure as the differential of so many species. As thinkables or existence, even the smoke of a cigarette and the worth of a dollar bill are comparable, still more so as perishables, or as enjoyables. Much, then, of what I have said of difference in the course of this chapter will apply, with a simple change of language, to resemblance as well. We go through the world, carrying on the two functions abreast, discovering differences in the like, and likenesses in the different. To abstract the ground of either difference or likeness, where it is not ultimate, demands an analysis of the given objects into their parts. So that all that was said of the dependence of analysis upon a preliminary separate acquaintance with the character to be abstracted, and upon its having varied concomitants, finds a place in the psychology of resemblance as well as in that of difference. But when all is said and done about the conditions which favor our perception of resemblance and our abstraction of its ground, the crude fact remains, that some people are far more sensitive to resemblances, and far more ready to point out wherein they consist, than others are. They are the wits, the poets, the inventors, the scientific men, the practical geniuses. A native talent for perceiving analogies is reckoned by Professor Bain, and by others before and after him, as the leading fact in genius of every order. But as this chapter is already long, and as the question of genius had better wait till chapter 22, where its practical consequences can be discussed at the same time, I will say nothing more at present either about it or about the faculty of noting resemblances. If the reader feels that this faculty is having small justice done it at my hands, and that it ought to be wondered at and made much more of than has been done in these last few pages, he will perhaps find some compensation when that later chapter is reached. I think I emphasize it enough when I call it one of the ultimate foundation pillars of the intellectual life, the others being discrimination, retentiveness, and association. The magnitude of differences. I spoke of differences being greater or less, and of certain groups of them being susceptible of a linear arrangement exhibiting serial increase. A series whose terms grow more and more different from the starting point is one whose terms grow less and less like it. They grow more and more like it if you read them the other way. So that likeness and unlikeness to the starting point are functions inverse to each other, of the position of any term in such a series. Professor Stumpf introduces the word distance to denote the position of a term in any such series. The less like is the term, the more distant it is from the starting point. The ideally regular series of this sort would be one in which the distances, the steps of resemblance or difference, between all pairs of adjacent terms were equal. This would be an evenly gradated series. And it is an interesting fact in psychology that we are able, in many departments of our sensibility, to arrange the terms without difficulty in this evenly gradated way. Differences, in other words, between diverse pairs of terms, A and B, for example, on the one hand, and C and D on the other, can be judged equal or diverse in amount. The distances from one term to another in the series are equal. Linear magnitudes and musical notes are perhaps the impressions which we easiest arrange in this way. Next come shades of light or color, which we have little difficulty in arranging by steps of difference of sensibly equal value. Messrs. Plateau and Delboeuf have found it fairly easy to determine what shade of gray will be judged by every one to hit the exact middle between a darker and a lighter shade. How now do we so readily recognize the equality of two differences between different pairs of terms? Or, more briefly, how do we recognize the magnitude of a difference at all? Professor Stumpf discusses this question in an interesting way. and comes to the conclusion that our feeling for the size of a difference, and our perception that the terms of two diverse pairs are equally or unequally distant from each other, can be explained by no simpler mental process, but, like the shock of difference itself, must be regarded as for the present an unanalyzable endowment of the mind. This acute author rejects in particular the notion which would make our judgment of the distance between two sensations depend upon our mentally traversing the intermediary steps. We may of course do so, and may often find it useful to do so, as in musical intervals, or figured lines, but we need not do so. And nothing more is really required for a comparative judgment of the amount of a distance, than 3 or 4 impressions belonging to a common kind. The vanishing of all perceptible difference between two numerically distinct things makes them qualitatively the same or equal. Equality, or qualitative, as distinguished from numerical, identity, is thus nothing but the extreme degree of likeness. We saw above, that some persons consider that the difference between two objects is constituted of two things, viz., their absolute identity in certain respects, plus their absolute non-identity in others. We saw that this theory would not apply to all cases. So here any theory which would base likeness on identity, and not rather identity on likeness, must fail. It is supposed perhaps, by most people, that two resembling things owe their resemblance to their absolute identity in respect of some attribute or attributes, combined with the absolute non-identity of the rest of their being. This, which may be true of compound things, breaks down when we come to simple impressions. When we compare a deep, a middle, and a high note, e.g. C, F sharp, we remark immediately that the first is less like the third than the second is. The same would be true of C, D, E in the same region of the scale. Our very calling one of the notes a middle note is the expression of a judgment of this sort. But where here is the identical and where the non-identical part? We cannot think of the overtones, for the first named 3 notes have none in common, at least not on musical instruments. Moreover, we might take simple tones, and still our judgment would be unhesitatingly the same, provided the tones were not chosen too close together. Neither can it be said that the identity consists in their all being sounds, and not a sound, a smell, and a color, respectively. For this identical attribute comes to each of them in equal measure, whereas the first, being less like the third than the second is, ought, on the terms of the theory we are criticizing, to have less of the identical quality. It thus appears impracticable to define all possible cases of likeness as partial identity plus partial disparity, and it is vain to seek in all cases for identical elements. And as all compound resemblances are based on simple ones like these, it follows that likeness überhaupt must not be conceived as a special complication of identity, but rather that identity must be conceived as a special degree of likeness. According to the proposition expressed at the outset of the paragraph that precedes. Likeness and difference are ultimate relations perceived. As a matter of fact, no two sensations, no two objects of all those we know, are in scientific rigor identical. We call those of them identical whose difference is unperceived. Over and above this we have a conception of absolute sameness, it is true, but this, like so many of our conceptions, cf., is an ideal construction got by following a certain direction of serial increase to its maximum supposable extreme. It plays an important part, among other permanent meanings possessed by us, in our ideal intellectual constructions. But it plays no part whatever in explaining psychologically how we perceive likenesses between simple things. The measure of discriminative sensibility. In 1860, Professor G.T. Fechner of Leipzig, a man of great learning and subtlety of mind, published 2 volumes entitled Psychophysic, devoted to establishing and explaining a law called by him the psychophysic law, which he considered to express the deepest and most elementary relation between the mental and the physical worlds. It is a formula for the connection between the amount of our sensations and the amount of their outward causes. Its simplest expression is, that when we pass from one sensation to a stronger one of the same kind, the sensations increase proportionally to the logarithms of their exciting causes. Fechner's book was the starting point of a new department of literature, which it would be perhaps impossible to match for the qualities of thoroughness and subtlety, but of which, in the humble opinion of the present writer, the proper psychological outcome is just nothing. The psychophysic law controversy has prompted a good many series of observations on sense discrimination, and has made discussion of them very rigorous. It has also cleared up our ideas about the best methods for getting average results, when particular observations vary, and beyond this it has done nothing. But as it is a chapter in the history of our science, some account of it is here due to the reader. Fechner's train of thought has been popularly expounded a great many times. As I have nothing new to add, it is but just that I should quote an existing account. I choose the one given by Wundt in his Vorlesungen über Menschen und Tierseele, 1863, omitting a good deal. How much stronger or weaker one sensation is than another, we are never able to say. Whether the sun be 100 or 1,000 times brighter than the moon, a cannon 100 or 1,000 times louder than a pistol, is beyond our power to estimate. The natural measure of sensation which we possess enables us to judge of the equality, of the more and of the less, but not of how many times more or less. This natural measure is, therefore, as good as no measure at all, whenever it becomes a question of accurately ascertaining intensities in the sensational sphere. Even though it may teach us in a general way that with the strength of the outward physical stimulus the strength of the concomitant sensation waxes or wanes, still it leaves us without the slightest knowledge of whether the sensation varies in exactly the same proportion as the stimulus itself, or at a slower or a more rapid rate. In a word, we know by our natural sensibility nothing of the law that connects the sensation and its outward cause together. To find this law we must first find an exact measure for the sensation itself. We must be able to say, a stimulus of strength 1 begets a sensation of strength 1, a stimulus of strength 2 begets a sensation of strength 2, or 3, or 4, etc. But to do this we must first know what a sensation 2, 3, or 4 times greater than another signifies. Space magnitudes we soon learn to determine exactly because we only measure one space against another. The measure of mental magnitudes is far more difficult. But the problem of measuring the magnitude of sensations is the first step in the bold enterprise of making mental magnitudes altogether subject to exact measurement. Were our whole knowledge limited to the fact that the sensation rises when the stimulus rises, and falls when the latter falls, much would not be gained. But even immediate unaided observation teaches us certain facts which, at least in a general way, suggest the law according to which the sensations vary with their outward cause. Every one knows that in the stilly night we hear things unnoticed in the noise of day. The gentle ticking of the clock, the air circulating through the chimney, the cracking of the chairs in the room, and 1,000 other slight noises, impress themselves upon our ear. It is equally well known that in the confused hubbub of the streets, or the clamor of a railway, we may lose not only what our neighbor says to us, but even not hear the sound of our own voice. The stars which are brightest at night are invisible by day, and although we see the moon then, she is far paler than at night. Everyone who has had to deal with weights knows that if to a pound in the hand a second pound be added, the difference is immediately felt, whilst if it be added to a hundredweight, we are not aware of the difference at all. The sound of the clock, the light of the stars, the pressure of the pound, these are all stimuli to our senses, and stimuli whose outward amount remains the same. What then do these experiences teach? Evidently nothing but this, that one and the same stimulus, according to the circumstances under which it operates, will be felt either more or less intensely, or not felt at all. Of what sort now is the alteration in the circumstances, upon which this alteration in the feeling may depend? On considering the matter closely we see that it is everywhere of one and the same kind. The tick of the clock is a feeble stimulus for our auditory nerve, which we hear plainly when it is alone, but not when it is added to the strong stimulus of the carriage wheels and other noises of the day. The light of the stars is a stimulus to the eye. But if the stimulation which this light exerts be added to the strong stimulus of daylight, we feel nothing of it, although we feel it distinctly when it unites itself with the feebler stimulation of the twilight. The pound weight is a stimulus to our skin, which we feel when it joins itself to a preceding stimulus of equal strength, but which vanishes when it is combined with a stimulus 1,000 times greater in amount. We may therefore lay it down as a general rule that a stimulus, in order to be felt, may be so much the smaller if the already pre-existing stimulation of the organ is small, but must be so much the larger, the greater the pre-existing stimulation is. From this in a general way we can perceive the connection between the stimulus and the feeling it excites. At least thus much appears, that the law of dependence is not as simple a one as might have been expected beforehand. The simplest relation would obviously be that the sensation should increase in identically the same ratio as the stimulus, thus that if a stimulus of strength 1 occasioned a sensation 1, a stimulus of 2 should occasion sensation 2. Stimulus 3, sensation 3, etc. But if this simplest of all relations prevailed, a stimulus added to a pre-existing strong stimulus ought to provoke as great an increase of feeling as if it were added to a pre-existing weak stimulus, the light of the stars e.g. ought to make as great an addition to the daylight as it does to the darkness of the nocturnal sky. This we know not to be the case. The stars are invisible by day, the addition they make to our sensation then is unnoticeable, whereas the same addition to our feeling of the twilight is very considerable indeed. So it is clear that the strength of the sensations does not increase in proportion to the amount of the stimuli, but more slowly. And now comes the question, in what proportion does the increase of the sensation grow less as the increase of the stimulus grows greater? To answer this question, everyday experiences do not suffice. We need exact measurements both of the amounts of the various stimuli, and of the intensity of the sensations themselves. How to execute these measurements, however, is something which daily experience suggests. To measure the strength of sensations is, as we saw, impossible. We can only measure the difference of sensations. Experience showed us what very unequal differences of sensation might come from equal differences of outward stimulus. But all these experiences express themselves in one kind of fact, that the same difference of stimulus could in one case be felt, and in another case not felt at all, a pound felt if added to another pound, but not if added to a hundredweight. We can quickest reach a result with our observations if we start with an arbitrary strength of stimulus, notice what sensation it gives us, and then see how much we can increase the stimulus without making the sensation seem to change. If we carry out such observations with stimuli of varying absolute amounts, we shall be forced to choose in an equally varying way the amounts of addition to the stimulus which are capable of giving us a just barely perceptible feeling of more. A light, to be just perceptible in the twilight need not be near as bright as the starlight, it must be far brighter to be just perceived during the day. If now we institute such observations for all possible strengths of the various stimuli, and note for each strength the amount of addition of the latter required to produce a barely perceptible alteration of sensation, we shall have a series of figures in which is immediately expressed the law according to which the sensation alters when the stimulation is increased. Observations according to this method are particularly easy to make in the spheres of light, sound, and pressure sensation. Beginning with the latter case, we find a surprisingly simple result. The barely sensible addition to the original weight must stand exactly in the same proportion to it, be the same fraction of it, no matter what the absolute value may be of the weights on which the experiment is made. As the average of a number of experiments, this fraction is found to be about 1/3. That is, no matter what pressure there may already be made upon the skin, an increase or a diminution of the pressure will be felt, as soon as the added or subtracted weight amounts to 1/3 of the weight originally there. Wundt then describes how differences may be observed in the muscular feelings, in the feelings of heat, in those of light, and in those of sound. And he concludes his 7th lecture, from which our extracts have been made, thus. So we have found that all the senses whose stimuli we are enabled to measure accurately, obey a uniform law. However various may be their several delicacies of discrimination, this holds true of all, that the increase of the stimulus necessary to produce an increase of the sensation bears a constant ratio to the total stimulus. The figures which express this ratio in the several senses may be shown thus in tabular form. Sensation of light, 1 out of 100. Muscular sensation, 1/17. Feeling of pressure, 1/3. Feeling of warmth 1/3. Feeling of sound 1/3. These figures are far from giving as accurate a measure as might be desired. But at least they are fit to convey a general notion of the relative discriminative susceptibility of the different senses. The important law which gives in so simple a form the relation of the sensation to the stimulus that calls it forth was first discovered by the physiologist Ernst Heinrich Weber to obtain in special cases. Gustav Theodor Fechner first proved it to be a law for all departments of sensation. Psychology owes to him the first comprehensive investigation of sensations from a physical point of view, the first basis of an exact theory of sensibility. So much for a general account of what Fechner calls Weber's law. The exactness of the theory of sensibility to which it leads consists in the supposed fact that it gives the means of representing sensations by numbers. The unit of any kind of sensation will be that increment which, when the stimulus is increased, we can just barely perceive to be added. The total number of units which any given sensation contains will consist of the total number of such increments which may be perceived in passing from no sensation of the kind to a sensation of the present amount. We cannot get at this number directly, but we can, now that we know Weber's law, get at it by means of the physical stimulus of which it is a function. For if we know how much of the stimulus it will take to give a barely perceptible sensation, and then what percentage of addition to the stimulus will constantly give a barely perceptible increment to the sensation. It is at bottom only a question of compound interest to compute, out of the total amount of stimulus which we may be employing at any moment, the number of such increments, or, in other words, of sensational units to which it may give rise. This number bears the same relation to the total stimulus which the time elapsed bears to the capital plus the compound interest accrued. To take an example, if stimulus A just falls short of producing a sensation, and if R be the percentage of itself which must be added to it to get a sensation which is barely perceptible, call this sensation 1, then we should have the series of sensation numbers corresponding to their several stimuli as follows. Sensation 0 equals stimulus A. Sensation 1 equals stimulus A, 1 plus R. Sensation 2 equals stimulus A, 1 plus R, 2. Sensation 3 equals stimulus A, 1 plus R, 3. Sensation N equals stimulus A, 1 plus R, N. The sensations here form an arithmetical series, and the stimuli a geometrical series, and the two series correspond term for term. Now, of two series corresponding in this way, the terms of the arithmetical one are called the logarithms of the terms corresponding in rank to them in the geometrical series. A conventional arithmetical series beginning with 0 has been formed in the ordinary logarithmic tables. So that we may truly say, assuming our facts to be correct so far, that the sensations vary in the same proportion as the logarithms of their respective stimuli. And we can thereupon proceed to compute the number of units in any given sensation, considering the unit of sensation to be equal to the just perceptible increment above 0, and the unit of stimulus to be equal to the increment of stimulus R. Which brings this about, by multiplying the logarithm of the stimulus by a constant factor which must vary with the particular kind of sensation in question. If we call the stimulus R, and the constant factor C, we get the formula S equals C log R. Which is what Fechner calls the psychophysische Maßformel. This, in brief, is Fechner's reasoning, as I understand it. The Maßformel admits of mathematical development in various directions, and has given rise to arduous discussions into which I am glad to be exempted from entering here. Since their interest is mathematical and metaphysical and not primarily psychological at all. I must say a word about them metaphysically a few pages later on. Meanwhile it should be understood that no human being, in any investigation into which sensations entered, has ever used the numbers computed in this or any other way in order to test a theory or to reach a new result. The whole notion of measuring sensations numerically, remains in short a mere mathematical speculation about possibilities, which has never been applied to practice. Incidentally to the discussion of it, however, a great many particular facts have been discovered about discrimination which merit a place in this chapter. In the first place it is found, when the difference of two sensations approaches the limit of discernibility, that at one moment we discern it and at the next we do not. There are accidental fluctuations in our inner sensibility which make it impossible to tell just what the least discernible increment of the sensation is without taking the average of a large number of appreciations. These accidental errors are as likely to increase as to diminish our sensibility, and are eliminated in such an average, for those above and those below the line then neutralize each other in the sum, and the normal sensibility. If there be one, that is, the sensibility due to constant causes as distinguished from these accidental ones, stands revealed. The best way of getting at the average sensibility has been very minutely worked over. Fechner discussed three methods, as follows. 1. The method of just discernible differences. Take a standard sensation S, and add to it until you distinctly feel the addition D, then subtract from S plus D until you distinctly feel the effect of the subtraction, call the difference here D. The least discernible difference sought is D plus D/2. And the ratio of this quantity to the original S, or rather to S plus D, D, is what Fechner calls the difference threshold. This difference threshold should be a constant fraction, no matter what is the size of S, if Weber's law holds universally true. The difficulty in applying this method is that we are so often in doubt whether anything has been added to S or not. Furthermore, if we simply take the smallest d about which we are never in doubt or in error, we certainly get our least discernible difference larger than it ought theoretically to be. Of course the sensibility is small when the least discernible difference is large and vice versa, in other words, it and the difference threshold are inversely related to each other. 2. The method of true and false cases. A sensation which is barely greater than another will, on account of accidental errors in a long series of experiments, sometimes be judged equal, and sometimes smaller, i.e. we shall make a certain number of false and a certain number of true judgments about the difference between the two sensations which we are comparing. But the larger this difference is, the more the number of the true judgments will increase at the expense of the false ones. Or, otherwise expressed, the nearer to unity will be the fraction whose denominator represents the whole number of judgments, and whose numerator represents those which are true. If M is a ratio of this nature, obtained by comparison of two stimuli, A and B, we may seek another couple of stimuli, A and B, which when compared will give the same ratio of true to false cases. If this were done, and the ratio of A to B then proved to be equal to that of A to B, that would prove that pairs of small stimuli and pairs of large stimuli may affect our discriminative sensibility similarly so long as the ratio of the components to each other within each pair is the same. In other words, it would in so far forth prove the Weberian law. Fechner made use of this method to ascertain his own power of discriminating differences of weight, recording no less than 24,576 separate judgments. And computing as a result that his discrimination for the same relative increase of weight was less good in the neighborhood of 500 than of 300 grams, but that after 500 grams it improved up to 3,000. Which was the highest weight he experimented with. 3. The method of average errors consists in taking a standard stimulus and then trying to make another one of the same sort exactly equal to it. There will in general be an error whose amount is large when the discriminative sensibility called in play is small, and vice versa. The sum of the errors, no matter whether they be positive or negative, divided by their number, gives the average error. This, when certain corrections are made, is assumed by Fechner to be the reciprocal of the discriminative sensibility in question. It should bear a constant proportion to the stimulus, no matter what the absolute size of the latter may be, if Weber's law hold true. These methods deal with just perceptible differences. Delboeuf and Wundt have experimented with larger differences by means of what Wundt calls the method der mittleren Abstufungen, and what we may call 4. The method of equal appearing intervals. This consists in so arranging three stimuli in a series that the intervals between the first and the second shall appear equal to that between the second and the third. At first sight there seems to be no direct logical connection between this method and the preceding ones. By them we compare equally perceptible increments of stimulus in different regions of the latter's scale. But by the fourth method we compare increments which strike us as equally big. But what we can but just notice as an increment need not appear always of the same bigness after it is noticed. On the contrary, it will appear much bigger when we are dealing with stimuli that are already large. 5. The method of doubling the stimulus has been employed by Wundt's collaborator, Merkel, who tried to make one stimulus seem just double the other, and then measured the objective relation of the two. The remarks just made apply also to this case. So much for the methods. The results differ in the hands of different observers. I will add a few of them, and will take first the discriminative sensibility to light. By the first method, Volkmann, Aubert, Masson, Helmholtz, and Kraepelin find figures varying from 1/3 or 1/4 to 1/195 of the original stimulus. The smaller fractional increments are discriminated when the light is already fairly strong, the larger ones when it is weak or intense. That is, the discriminative sensibility is low when weak or over-strong lights are compared, and at its best with a certain medium illumination. It is thus a function of the light's intensity. But throughout a certain range of the latter it keeps constant, and in so far forth Weber's law is verified for light. Absolute figures cannot be given, but Merkel, by method 1, found that Weber's law held good for stimuli, measured by his arbitrary unit, between 96 and 4096, beyond which intensity no experiments were made. Koenig and Brodhun have given measurements by method 1 which cover the most extensive series, and moreover apply to 6 different colors of light. These experiments, performed in Helmholtz's laboratory, apparently, ran from an intensity called 1:1 which was 100,000 times as great. From intensity 2000 to 20,000 Weber's law held good. Below and above this range discriminative sensibility declined. The increment discriminated here was the same for all colors of light, and lay, according to the tables, between 1 and 2% of the stimulus. Delboeuf had verified Weber's law for a certain range of luminous intensities by method 4. That is, he had found that the objective intensity of a light which appeared midway between two others was really the geometrical mean of the latter's intensities. But A. Lehmann and afterwards Nieglich, in Wundt's laboratory, found that effects of contrast played so large a part in experiments performed in this way that Delboeuf's results could not be held conclusive. Merkel, repeating the experiment still later, found that the objective intensity of the light which we judge to stand midway between two others neither stands midway nor is a geometric mean. The discrepancy from both figures is enormous, but is least large from the midway figure or arithmetical mean of the two extreme intensities. Finally, the stars have from time immemorial been arranged in magnitudes supposed to differ by equal seeming intervals. Lately their intensities have been gauged photometrically, and the comparison of the subjective with the objective series has been made. Professor J. Jastrow is the latest worker in this field. He finds, taking Pickering's Harvard photometric tables as a basis, that the ratio of the average intensity of each magnitude to that below it decreases as we pass from lower to higher magnitudes, showing a uniform departure from Weber's law. If the method of equal appearing intervals be held to have any direct relevance to the latter, sounds are less delicately discriminated in intensity than lights. A certain difficulty has come from disputes as to the measurement of the objective intensity of the stimulus. Earlier inquiries made the perceptible increase of the stimulus to be about 1/3 of the latter. Merkel's latest results of the method of just perceptible differences make it about 3/10 for that part of the scale of intensities during which Weber's law holds good, which is from 20 to 5,000 of ms arbitrary unit. Below this the fractional increment must be larger. Above it no measurements were made. For pressure and muscular sense we have rather divergent results. Weber found by the method of just perceptible differences that persons could distinguish an increase of weight of 1/40 when the two weights were successively lifted by the same hand. It took a much larger fraction to be discerned when the weights were laid on a hand which rested on the table. He seems to have verified his results for only two pairs of differing weights, and on this founded his law. Experiments in Hering's laboratory on lifting 11 weights, running from 250 to 2,750 grams showed that the least perceptible increment varied from 1/21 for 250 grams to 1/114 for 2,500. For 2750 it rose to January 98 again. Merkel's recent and very careful experiments, in which the finger pressed down the beam of a balance counterweight by from 25 to 8,020 grams, showed that between 200 and 2,000 grams a constant fractional increase of about 1/13 was felt when there was no movement of the finger, and of about 1/19 when there was movement. Above and below these limits the discriminative power grew less. It was greater when the pressure was upon 1 square millimeter of surface than when it was upon 7. Warmth and taste have been made the subject of similar investigations with the result of verifying something like Weber's law. The determination of the unit of stimulus is, however, so hard here that I will give no figures. The results may be found in Wundt's Physiologische Psychology, 3d ed. I. 370-2. The discrimination of lengths by the eye has been found also to obey to a certain extent Weber's law. The figures will all be found in G. E. Muller, Op. Cit. Part 2, Chapter 10, to which the reader is referred. Professor Jastrow has published some experiments, made by what may be called a modification of the method of equal appearing differences, on our estimation of the length of sticks, by which it would seem that the estimated intervals and the real ones are directly and not logarithmically proportionate to each other. This resembles Merkel's results by that method for weights, lights, and sounds, and differs from Jastrow's own finding about star magnitudes. If we look back over these facts as a whole, we see that it is not any fixed amount added to an impression that makes us notice an increase in the latter, but that the amount depends on how large the impression already is. The amount is expressible as a certain fraction of the entire impression to which it is added, and it is found that the fraction is a well-nigh constant figure throughout an entire region of the scale of intensities of the impression in question. Above and below this region the fraction increases in value. This is Weber's law, which in so far forth expresses an empirical generalization of practical importance, without involving any theory whatever or seeking any absolute measure of the sensations themselves. It is in the theoretic interpretation of Weber's law that Fechner's originality exclusively consists, in his assumptions, namely, 1, that the just perceptible increment is the sensation unit, and is in all parts of the scale the same, mathematically expressed, delta S equals constant. 2, that all our sensations consist of sums of these units. And finally, 3, that the reason why it takes a constant fractional increase of the stimulus to awaken this unit lies in an ultimate law of the connection of mind with matter, whereby the quantities of our feelings are related logarithmically to the quantities of their objects. Fechner seems to find something inscrutably sublime in the existence of an ultimate, psychophysic law of this form. These assumptions are all peculiarly fragile. To begin with, the mental fact which in the experiments corresponds to the increase of the stimulus is not an enlarged sensation, but a judgment that the sensation is enlarged. What Fechner calls the sensation, is what appears to the mind as the objective phenomenon of light, warmth, weight, sound, impressed part of body, etc. Fechner tacitly if not openly assumes that such a judgment of increase consists in the simple fact that an increased number of sensation units are present to the mind, and that the judgment is thus itself a quantitatively bigger mental thing when it judges large differences, or differences between large terms, than when it judges small ones. But these ideas are really absurd. The hardest sort of judgment, the judgment which strains the attention most, if that be any criterion of the judgment's size, is that about the smallest things and differences. But really it has no meaning to talk about one judgment being bigger than another. And even if we leave out judgments and talk of sensations only, we have already found ourselves, quite unable to read any clear meaning into the notion that they are masses of units combined. To introspection, our feeling of pink is surely not a portion of our feeling of scarlet, nor does the light of an electric arc seem to contain that of a tallow candle in itself. Compound things contain parts, and one such thing may have twice or three times as many parts as another. But when we take a simple sensible quality like light or sound, and say that there is now twice or thrice as much of it present as there was a moment ago, although we seem to mean the same thing as if we were talking of compound objects, we really mean something different. We mean that if we were to arrange the various possible degrees of the quality in a scale of serial increase, the distance, interval, or difference between the stronger and the weaker specimen before us would seem about as great as that between the weaker one and the beginning of the scale. It is these relations, these distances, which we are measuring and not the composition of the qualities themselves, as Fechner thinks. Whilst if we turn to objects which are divisible, surely a big object may be known in a little thought. Introspection shows moreover that in most sensations a new kind of feeling invariably accompanies our judgment of an increased impression, and this is a fact which Fechner's formula disregards. But apart from these a priori difficulties, and even supposing that sensations did consist of added units, Fechner's assumption that all equally perceptible additions are equally great additions is entirely arbitrary. Why might not a small addition to a small sensation be as perceptible as a large addition to a large one? In this case Weber's law would apply not to the additions themselves, but only to their perceptibility. Our noticing of a difference of units in two sensations would depend on the latter being in a fixed ratio. But the difference itself would depend directly on that between their respective stimuli. So many units added to the stimulus, so many added to the sensation, and if the stimulus grew in a certain ratio, in exactly the same ratio would the sensation also grow, though its perceptibility grew according to the logarithmic law. If a stand for the smallest difference which we perceive, then we should have, instead of the formula delta S equals constant, which is Fechner's, the formula delta S/S equals const. A formula which interprets all the facts of Weber's law, in an entirely different theoretic way from that adopted by Fechner. The entire superstructure which Fechner rears upon the facts is thus not only seen to be arbitrary and subjective, but in the highest degree improbable as well. The departures from Weber's law in regions where it does not obtain, he explains by the compounding with it of other unknown laws which mask its effects. As if any law could not be found in any set of phenomena, provided one have the wit to invent enough other coexisting laws to overlap and neutralize it. The whole outcome of the discussion, so far as Fechner's theories are concerned, is indeed nil. Weber's law alone remains true, as an empirical generalization of fair extent. What we add to a large stimulus we notice less than what we add to a small one, unless it happen relatively to the stimulus to be as great. Weber's law is probably purely physiological. One can express this state of things otherwise by saying that the whole of the stimulus does not seem to be effective in giving us the perception of more, and the simplest interpretation of such a state of things would be physical. The loss of effect would take place in the nervous system. If our feelings resulted from a condition of the nerve molecules which it grew ever more difficult for the stimulus to increase, our feelings would naturally grow at a slower rate than the stimulus itself. An ever larger part of the latter's work would go to overcoming the resistances, and an ever smaller part to the realization of the feeling-bringing state. Weber's law would thus be a sort of law of friction in the neural machine. Just how these inner resistances and frictions are to be conceived is a speculative question. Delboeuf has formulated them as fatigue, Bernstein and Ward, as irradiations. The latest, and probably the most real, hypothesis is that of Ebbinghaus, who supposes that the intensity of sensation depends on the number of neural molecules which are disintegrated in the unit of time. There are only a certain number at any time which are capable of disintegrating. And whilst most of these are in an average condition of instability, some are almost stable and some already near to decomposition. The smallest stimuli affect these latter molecules only, and as they are but few, the sensational effect from adding a given quantity of stimulus at first is relatively small. Medium stimuli affect the majority of the molecules, but affect fewer and fewer in proportion as they have already diminished their number. The latest additions to the stimuli find all the medium molecules already disintegrated, and only affect the small relatively indecomposable remainder, thus giving rise to increments of feeling which are correspondingly small. Pfluger's Archive, 45, 113. It is surely in some such way as this that Weber's law is to be interpreted, if it ever is. The Fechnerian massformal and the conception of it as an ultimate, psychophysic law, will remain an idol of the den, if ever there was one. Fechner himself indeed was a German Gelehrter of the ideal type, at once simple and shrewd, a mystic and an experimentalist, homely and daring, and as loyal to facts as to his theories. But it would be terrible if even such a dear old man as this could saddle our science forever with his patient whimsies, and, in a world so full of more nutritious objects of attention, compel all future students to plough through the difficulties, not only of his own works, but of the still drier ones written in his refutation. Those who desire this dreadful literature can find it. It has a disciplinary value, but I will not even enumerate it in a footnote. The only amusing part of it is that Fechner's critics should always feel bound, after smiting his theories hip and thigh and leaving not a stick of them standing, to wind up by saying that nevertheless to him belongs the imperishable glory of first formulating them and thereby turning psychology into an exact science. And everybody praised the Duke, who this great fight did win. But what good came of it at last? Quoth little Peterkin. Why, that I cannot tell, said he. But 'twas a famous victory. Human Understanding, 2, 11, 1, 2. Analysis, Volume 1, page 71. The Senses and the Intellect, page 411. Essays Philosophical and Theological, First Series, pages 268 to 273. Montgomery and Mind, X, 527. Cf. also Lips, Grundtatschen des Seelenlebens, page 579 ff, and see below, chapter 19. Stumpf, Ton Psychology, I, 116 ff. Tries to prove that the theory that all differences are differences of composition leads necessarily to an infinite regression when we try to determine the unit. It seems to me that in his particular reasoning he forgets the ultimate units of the mind-stuff theory. I cannot find the completed infinite to be one of the obstacles to belief in this theory, although I fully accept Stumpf's general reasoning, and am only too happy to find myself on the same side with such an exceptionally clear thinker. The Strictures by Wall in the Wirtelsche. F. Wis. Phil. seem to me to have no force, since the writer does not discriminate between resemblance of things obviously compound and that of things sensibly simple. The belief that the causes of effects felt by us to differ qualitatively are facts which differ only in quantity, e.g. that blue is caused by so many ether waves, and yellow by a smaller number, must not be confounded with the feeling that the effects differ quantitatively themselves. Herr G. H. Schneider, in his youthful pamphlet, Die Unterscheidung, 1877, has tried to show that there are no positively existent elements of sensibility, no substantive qualities between which differences obtain, but that the terms we call such. The sensations are but sums of differences, loci or starting points whence many directions of difference proceed. Unterschiedsempfindungskomplex are what he calls them. This absurd carrying out of that principle of relativity, which we shall have to mention in chapter 17, may serve as a counterpoise to the mind-stuff theory, which says that there are nothing but substantive sensations, and denies the existence of relations of difference between them at all. Cf. Stumpf, Ton Psychology, I, 121, and James Ward, Mind, I, 464. The ordinary treatment of this is to call it the result of the fusion of a lot of sensations, in themselves separate. This is pure mythology, as the sequel will abundantly show. We often begin to be dimly aware of a difference in a sensation or group of sensations, before we can assign any definite character to that which differs. Thus we detect a strange or foreign ingredient or flavor in a familiar dish, or of tone in a familiar tune, and yet are wholly unable for a while to say what the intruder is like. Hence perhaps discrimination may be regarded as the earliest and most primordial mode of intellectual activity. Sully, Outlines of Psychology, page 142. Cf. also G. H. Schneider, Die Unterscheidung, pages 9 to 10. In cases where the difference is slight, we may need, as previously remarked, to get the dying phase of n as well as of m before n different from m is distinctly felt. In that case the inevitably successive feelings, as far as we can sever what is so continuous, would be 4, m, difference, n different from m. This slight additional complication alters not a whit the essential features of the case. Analysis. J. S. Mills edition, 2, 17. Cf. also pages 12, 14. There is only one obstacle, and that is our inveterate tendency to believe that where two things or qualities are compared, it must be that exact duplicates of both have got into the mind and have matched themselves against each other there. To which the first reply is the empirical one of, look into the mind and see. When I recognize a weight which I now lift as inferior to the one I just lifted. When, with my tooth now aching, I perceive the pain to be less intense than it was a minute ago, the two things in the mind which are compared would, by the authors I criticize, be admitted to be an actual sensation and an image in the memory. An image in the memory, by general consent of these same authors, is admitted to be a weaker thing than a sensation. Nevertheless it is in these instances judged stronger. That is, an object supposed to be known only in so far forth as this image represents it, is judged stronger. Ought not this to shake one's belief in the notion of separate representative ideas weighing themselves, or being weighed by the ego, against each other in the mind? And let it not be said that what makes us judge the felt pain to be weaker than the imagined one of a moment since is our recollection of the downward nature of the shock of difference which we felt as we passed to the present moment from the one before it. That shock does undoubtedly have a different character according as it comes between terms of which the second diminishes or increases. And it may be admitted that in cases where the past term is doubtfully remembered, the memory of the shock as plus or minus, might sometimes enable us to establish a relation which otherwise we should not perceive. But one could hardly expect the memory of this shock to overpower our actual comparison of terms, both of which are present, as are the image and the sensation in the case supposed, and make us judge the weaker one to be the stronger. And hereupon comes the second reply: suppose the mind does compare two realities by comparing two ideas of its own which represent them, what is gained? The same mystery is still there. The ideas must still be known. And, as the attention in comparing oscillates from one to the other, past must be known with present just as before. If you must end by simply saying that your ego, whilst being neither the idea of m nor the idea of n, yet knows and compares both, why not allow your pulse of thought, which is neither the thing m nor the thing n, to know and compare both directly? 'Tis but a question of how to name the facts least artificially. The egoist explains them, by naming them as an ego, combining or synthesizing two ideas, no more than we do by naming them a pulse of thought knowing two facts. I fear that few will be converted by my words, so obstinately do thinkers of all schools refuse to admit the unmediated function of knowing a thing, and so incorrigibly do they substitute being the thing for it. E.g. in the latest utterance of the spiritualistic philosophy, Bound's Introduction to Psychological Theory, 1887, published only 3 days before this writing, one of the first sentences which catch my eye is this: what remembers? The spiritualist says, the soul remembers, it abides across the years and the flow of the body, and gathering up its past, carries it with it, page 28. Why, for heaven's sake, O Bound, cannot you say, knows it? If there is anything our soul does not do to its past, it is to carry it with it. Sensations of Tone, 2d English ed., page 65. Psychology, I, 345. A Budget of Paradoxes, page 380. The explanation I offer presupposes that a difference too faint to have any direct effect in the way of making the mind notice it per se will nevertheless be strong enough to keep its terms from calling up identical associates. It seems probable from many observations that this is the case. All the facts of unconscious inference are proofs of it. We say a painting looks like the work of a certain artist, though we cannot name the characteristic differentia. We see by a man's face that he is sincere, though we can give no definite reason for our faith. The facts of sense perception quoted from Helmholtz a few pages below will be additional examples. Here is another good one, though it will perhaps be easier understood after reading the chapter on space perception than now. Take two stereoscopic slides and represent on each half slide a pair of spots, A and B, but make their distances such that the A's are equidistant on both slides, whilst the B's are nearer together on slide 1 than on slide 2. Make moreover the distance up equals up and the distance up equals up. Then look successively at the two slides stereoscopically, so that the A's in both are directly fixated, that is fall on the two foveae, or centers of distinctest vision. The A's will then appear single, and so probably will the B's. But the now single-seeming B on slide 1 will look nearer, whilst that on slide 2 will look farther than the A. But, if the diagrams are rightly drawn, B and B must affect identical spots equally far to the right of the fovea, B in the left eye and B in the right eye. The same is true of B and B. Identical spots are spots whose sensations cannot possibly be discriminated as such. Since in these two observations, however, they give rise to such opposite perceptions of distance, and prompt such opposite tendencies to movement, since in slide 1 we converge in looking from A to B, whilst in slide 2 we diverge. It follows that two processes which occasion feelings quite indistinguishable to direct consciousness may nevertheless be each allied with disparate associates both of a sensorial and of a motor kind. C.F. Donders, Archiv F. Ophthalmology, B.D., 13, 1867. The basis of his essay is that we cannot feel on which eye any particular element of a compound picture falls, but its effects on our total perception differ in the two eyes. A. W. Volkmann, Über den Einfluss der Wahrnehmung, etc., Leipzig Bericht, Math, Phys. Class. X, 1858, page 67. Ibid, Tabel 1, page 43. Professor Lips accounts for the tactile discrimination of the blind in a way which, divested of its mythological assumptions, seems to me essentially to agree with this. Stronger ideas are supposed to raise weaker ones over the threshold of consciousness by fusing with them, the tendency to fuse being proportional to the similarity of the ideas cf. Grundtatchen, etc., pages 232-3, also pages 118, 492, 526-7. Sensations of Tone, 2d. English edition, page 62. Compare as to this, however, what I said above, Chapter 5. When a person squints, double images are formed in the center of the field. As a matter of fact, most squinters are found blind of one eye, or almost so. And it has long been supposed amongst ophthalmologists that the blindness is a secondary affection superinduced by the voluntary suppression of one of the sets of double images. In other words, by the positive and persistent refusal to use one of the eyes. This explanation of the blindness has, however, been called in question of late years. See, for a brief account of the matter, O. F. Wadsworth in Boston Med and Surg. Journ. XIII. 49, Jan. 20, 87, and the replies by Derby and others a little later. W. J. Tonum Finden, Drit Offlage, pages 102-107. The reader who has assimilated the contents of our, above, will doubtless have remarked that the illustrious physiologist has fallen, in these paragraphs, into that sort of interpretation of the facts which we there tried to prove erroneous. Helmholtz, however, is no more careless than most psychologists in confounding together the object perceived, the organic conditions of the perception, and the sensations which would be excited by the several parts of the object. Or by the several organic conditions, provided they came into action separately or were separately attended to, and in assuming that what is true of any one of these sorts of fact must be true of the other sorts also. If each organic condition or part of the object is there, its sensation, he thinks, must be there also, only in a synthetic, which is indistinguishable from what the authors whom we formerly reviewed called an unconscious state. I will not repeat arguments sufficiently detailed in the earlier chapter, see especially but simply say that what he calls the fusion of many sensations into one is really the production of one sensation by the cooperation of many organic conditions. And that what perception fails to discriminate, when it is synthetic, is not sensations already existent but not singled out, but new objective facts, judged truer than the facts already synthetically perceived, two views of the solid body. Many harmonic tones, instead of one view and one tone, states of the eyeball muscles thitherto unknown, and the like. These new facts, when first discovered, are known in states of consciousness never till that moment exactly realized before. States of consciousness which at the same time judge them to be determinations of the same matter of fact which was previously realized. All that Helmholtz says of the conditions which hinder and further analysis applies just as naturally to the analysis, through the advent of new feelings, of objects into their elements. As to the analysis of aggregate feelings into elementary feelings supposed to have been hidden in them all the while. The reader can himself apply this criticism to the following passages from Lotze and Stumpf respectively, which I quote because they are the ablest expressions of the view opposed to my own. Both authors, it seems to me, commit the psychologist's fallacy, and allow their later knowledge of the things felt to be foisted into their account of the primitive way of feeling them. Lotze says, "It is indubitable that the simultaneous assault of a variety of different stimuli on different senses, or even on the same sense, puts us into a state of confused general feeling in which we are certainly not conscious of clearly distinguishing the different impressions. Still it does not follow that in such a case we have a positive perception of an actual unity of the contents of our ideas, arising from their mixture. Our state of mind seems rather to consist in, 1. The consciousness of our inability to separate what really has remained diverse. And 2. In the general feeling of the disturbance produced in the economy of our body by the simultaneous assault of the stimuli. Not that the sensations melt into one another, but simply that the act of distinguishing them is absent. And this again certainly not so far that the fact of the difference remains entirely unperceived, but only so far as to prevent us from determining the amount of the difference. And from apprehending other relations between the different impressions. Anyone who is annoyed at one and the same time by glowing heat, dazzling light, deafening noise, and an offensive smell, will certainly not fuse these disparate sensations into a single one with a single content which could be sensuously perceived. They remain for him in separation, and he merely finds it impossible to be conscious of one of them apart from the others. But, further, he will have a feeling of discomfort, what I mentioned above as the second constituent of his whole state. For every stimulus which produces in consciousness a definite content of sensation is also a definite degree of disturbance, and therefore makes a call upon the forces of the nerves. And the sum of these little changes, which in their character as disturbances are not so diverse as the contents of consciousness they give rise to, produce the general feeling which, added to the inability to distinguish, deludes us into the belief in an actual absence of diversity in our sensations. It is only in some such way as this, again, that I can imagine that state which is sometimes described as the beginning of our whole education, a state which in itself is supposed to be simple, and to be afterwards divided into different sensations by an activity of separation. No activity of separation in the world could establish differences where no real diversity existed, for it would have nothing to guide it to the places where it was to establish them, or to indicate the width it was to give them. Metaphysic, section 260, English translation. Stumpf writes as follows, "Of coexistent sensations there are always a large number undiscriminated in consciousness, or, if one prefer to call what is undiscriminated unconscious, in the soul. They are, however, not fused into a simple quality. When, on entering a room, we receive sensations of odor and warmth together, without expressly attending to either, the two qualities of sensation are not, as it were, an entirely new simple quality, which first at the moment in which attention analytically steps in changes into smell and warmth. In such cases we find ourselves in presence of an indefinable, unnameable total of feeling. And when, after successfully analyzing this total, we call it back to memory, as it was in its unanalyzed state, and compare it with the elements we have found, the latter, as it seems to me, may be recognized as real parts contained in the former, and the former seen to be their sum. So, for example, when we clearly perceive that the content of our sensation of oil of peppermint is partly a sensation of taste and partly one of temperature. Tome Psychology, I. 107. I should prefer to say that we perceive that objective fact, known to us as the peppermint taste, to contain those other objective facts known as aromatic or sapid quality, and coldness, respectively. No ground to suppose that the vehicle of this last very complex perception has any identity with the earlier psychosis, least of all is contained in it. Physial, Psych. 2, 248. Wunsch Philos Studien, I. 527. Ibid, page 530. Mind, 11, 377 ff. He says, I apparently either distinguished the impression and made the motion simultaneously, or if I tried to avoid this by waiting until I had formed a distinct impression before I began to make the motion, I added to the simple reaction not only a perception, but a volition. Which remark may well confirm our doubts as to the strict psychologic worth of any of these measurements. Mind, 11, 379. For other determinations of discrimination time by this method cf. v. Kreis and Auerbach, Archiv F, Physiology, BD, I, p. 297 ff, these authors get much smaller figures. Friedrich, Psychologische Studien, I, 39. Chapter 9 of Bucola's book, Lo Leg del Tempo, etc., gives a full account of the subject. If so, the reactions upon the spark would have to be slower than those upon the touch. The investigation was abandoned because it was found impossible to narrow down the difference between the conditions of the sight series and those of the touch series, to nothing more than the possible presence in the latter of the intervening motor idea. Other disparities could not be excluded. Tischer gives figures from quite unpracticed individuals, which I have not quoted. The discrimination time of one of them is 22 times longer than Tischer's own. Psychol. Studien, I. 527. Compare Lips's excellent passage to the same critical effect in his Grundtatschen des Seelenlebens, pages 390 to 393. I leave my text just as it was written before the publication of Lang's and Münsterberg's results cited on and their shortened, or muscular, times, when the expectant attention was addressed to the possible reactions rather than to the stimulus, constitute the minimal reaction time of which I speak. And all that I say in the text falls beautifully into line with their results. Cf. Sully, Mind, X, 494-5, Bradley, Ibid 11, 83, Bosanquet, Ibid 11, 405. The judgment becomes easier if the two couples of terms have one member in common, if a B and B, C, for example, are compared. This, as Stump says, Tome Psychology, I. 131, is probably because the introduction of the fourth term brings involuntary cross-comparisons with it, A and B with D, B with C, etc. Which confuses us by withdrawing our attention from the relations we ought alone to be estimating. J. Delboeuf, Elements de Psychophysique, Paris, 1883, page 64. Plateau in Stumpf, Tome Psych, I. 125. I have noticed a curious enlargement of certain distances of difference under the influence of chloroform. The jingling of the bells on the horses of a horse car passing the door, for example, and the rumbling of the vehicle itself, which to our ordinary hearing merge together very readily into a quasi-continuous body of sound, have seemed so far apart as to require a sort of mental facing in opposite directions to get from one to the other, as if they belonged in different worlds. I am inclined to suspect, from certain data, that the ultimate philosophy of difference and likeness will have to be built upon experiences of intoxication, especially by nitrous oxide gas, which lets us into intuitions the subtlety whereof is denied to the waking state. CFB P. Blood, The Anesthetic Revelation, and the Gist of Philosophy, Amsterdam, N. Y. 1874. Cf. Also Mind, 7, 200. Op. Cit. page 126 ff. Stumpf, pages 111 to 121. Stumpf, pages 116-7. I have omitted, so as not to make my text too intricate, an extremely acute and conclusive paragraph, which I reproduce here. We may generalize, wherever a number of sensible impressions are apprehended as a series. There in the last instance must perceptions of simple likeness be found. Proof: assume that all the terms of a series, e.g. the qualities of tone, C, D, E, F, G, have something in common, no matter what it is, call it X. Then I say that the differing parts of each of these terms must not only be differently constituted in each, but must themselves form a series, whose existence is the ground for our apprehending the original terms in serial form. We thus get instead of the original series A, B, C, D, E, F, the equivalent series X alpha, X beta, X gamma, etc. What is gained? The question immediately arises, how is alpha beta gamma known as a series? According to the theory, these elements must themselves be made up of a part common to all, and of parts differing in each, which latter parts form a new series, and so on ad infinitum, which is absurd. The most important ameliorations of Fechner's formula are Delboeff's in his Recherches sur la mesure des sensations, 1873, page 35, and Elsas's in his pamphlet Über die Psychophysik, 1886, page 16. Reversing the order is for the sake of letting the opposite accidental errors due to contrast neutralize each other. Theoretically it would seem that it ought to be equal to the sum of all the additions which we judge to be increases divided by the total number of judgments made. J. Delboeuf, Elements de Psychophysique, 1883, page 9. Philos Studien, 4, 588. Berlin Academic Sitzungsbericht, 1888, page 917. Other observers, Dobrowolski, Lomowski, found great differences in different colors. See Merkel's tables, Locke Sit page 568. American Journal of Psychology, I, 125. The rate of decrease is small but steady, and I cannot well understand what Professor J. means by saying that his figures verify Weber's law. Philosophische Studien, v. 514-5. CFG E. Müller, Zur Grundlegung der Psychophysik, sections 68-70. Philosophische Studien, v. 287 ff. American J. of Psychology, 3, 44-7. C.F. Stumpf, Ton Psychology, pages 397-9. One sensation cannot be a multiple of another. If it could, we ought to be able to subtract the one from the other, and to feel the remainder by itself. Every sensation presents itself as an indivisible unit. Professor von Kreis, in the Viertjahrschrift für Wiss. Philosophy, 6, 257 ff. Shows very clearly the absurdity of supposing that our stronger sensations contain our weaker ones as parts. They differ as qualitative units. Compare also J. Tannery in Delboeff's Elements de Psychophysique, 1883, page 134 ff. J. Ward in Mind, I, for 64, Lotzi, Metaphysik, section 258. F. Brentano, Psychology, I, 9, 88 ff. Merkel thinks that his results with the method of equal appearing intervals show that we compare considerable intervals with each other by a different law from that by which we notice barely perceptible intervals. The stimuli form an arithmetical series, a pretty wild one according to his figures, in the former case, a geometrical one in the latter, at least so I understand this valiant experimenter but somewhat obscure if acute writer. This is the formula which Merkel thinks he has verified, if I understand him aright, by his experiments by method 4. Elsas, Über die Psychophysik, 1856, page 41. When the pans of a balance are already loaded, but in equilibrium, it takes a proportionally larger weight added to one of them to incline the beam. Chapter 14. Association. After discrimination, association.